14 years ago, by some terrible stroke of luck, this young guy suddenly found himself thrown into the legendary world of Murim. The moment he woke up, he realized he was stranded in a desolate, god-forsaken wasteland. Years passed by, and the only thing Cha Shin-hyeon was given inside this miserable, god-forsaken cave was a legendary martial arts manual and a glowing yellow system screen. He truly believed mastering it would finally let him go home, but hope was crushed when a brutal message popped up saying congratulations on completing the tutorial. Shin-hyeon wept silently as the cave doors slowly ground open. You finally did it. It was over. Mom, Dad, Unsol, your boy is finally coming home. That was his dream, but reality hit hard as he fell to his knees in absolute agony, screaming at the sky. Liars. Where on earth is this? Why are you doing this? Have I not suffered enough? Why? It took me 15 long years. Staring at the terrifying view past the dark veil, Cha Shin-hyeon realized this strange new land was not the end of his journey. It was merely the beginning of an endless nightmare. Before he could even process his despair, an uninvited guest appeared from the shadows, looking absolutely bizarre and dangerous. The creep was shaking while holding a sword, demanding his life. But in his sudden, shocking twist, Cha Shin-hyeon helped him end his miserable life on the spot. Terrified of his own overwhelming power, Cha Shin-hyeon backed away. He kept whispering to himself, "It was not my fault he attacked me first. I really had no other choice." While he was trembling in sheer panic, that bright yellow screen flashed once more. Your physical training has leveled up. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon's tense face softened into a deeply sinister and twisted smile. He died, but I leveled up. Ha ha ha. At that very moment, a realization hit him. Cha Shin-hyeon knew exactly what must be done to return to his world. He had to reach the ultimate peak. After hundreds of agonizing years of constant struggle, the title of the Supreme Sword Emperor Cha Shin-hyeon was his. The only joy he had left was relentless slaughter, completely wiping out demonic cults every few years. He would leave just one survivor to become the new leader, setting them up just to destroy them later for his own twisted amusement. Today, he wiped out another entire sect. Pressing his blade cold against the leader's throat, he asked, "Which generation of the demonic cult do you lead?" The man remained dead silent, so Cha Shin-hyeon gleefully counted on his fingers. "Ah, the 8th generation is it, because the ones who fell before were the 6th and 7th. I must say I am quite proud of you boys, always returning to seek revenge every 20 years. Right after praising them, he took the leader's head off in one clean, brutal swipe. Feeling empty inside, Cha Shin-hyeon slumped against a tree, wondering how to pass the time. Maybe he should start a new cult with some supreme masters. Life was getting utterly boring. 145 years had passed, and his memories were slowly fading away. He had spent centuries finding an exit, watching kingdoms rise and fall until he could no longer even remember his family's faces. Trapped in this endless hell, a dark thought crossed his mind. He wanted to give up. This was enough. It was time to end it all. But in a cruel twist of fate, the system status screen suddenly flashed. Physical arts level 50 max. Internal arts level 50 max. Congratulations, you have reached the absolute peak. The ascension limit has been removed. You are now returning to Earth. Staring at these words, Shin-hyeon clutched his head and laughed bitterly. After all, this time were they showing him mercy because he gave up? Or were they mocking him? The pure humiliation and rage instantly boiled over, shattering his decades of apathy. All that remained in his heart was cold, unfiltered hatred. Cha Shin-hyeon swore to hunt down whoever did this and kill them, no matter who they were or where they hid. South Korea, 2011. Right after Cha Shin-hyeon disappeared, dungeons suddenly began spawning everywhere, unleashing waves of terrifying monsters. Humankind faced total ruin until a mysterious goddess arrived, offering blessings to fight back. Fast forward to 2025, at the Red Wolf Dungeon in Korea, a hunter team was fighting to clear the area. But they were dropping like flies, with low-level hunters quickly becoming easy meals for the ravenous beasts. Their captain, Cha Eun-sol, tried desperately to save them, but the situation was completely hopeless. Her mana was running dry, leaving her at death's door. But even facing death, seeing someone you absolutely despise changes everything. Instantly, her fighting spirit reignited. Already furious, Captain Cha Eun-sol locked eyes with that absolute piece of garbage, Seo Ju-han. The cowardly bastard who caused this mess was trying to sneak away alone, abandoning his team. Cha Eun-sol fired a warning shot right at him, stomped over and grabbed him by the collar. She shook him violently and screamed, "You absolute garbage. Where do you think you are going? I warned you this place was dangerous. This is all your fault, you useless coward. Our whole guild is dead." Seo Ju-han refuses to back down, ripping his hand away as he lunges back into the fight. "So what if they die?" he sneers. "I must survive at all costs." Cha Eun-sol is repulsed. She turns, throwing back one final bitter insult. "To even speak to trash like you. Go home. Let us see if your dad can sweep this away." Once they return to the Dawn Guild. Pushed over the edge, the bastard snaps and strikes his own squad captain. sending her crashing. He stalks over, grabs her hair, and snarls, "Who do you think you are messing with? You do not even have basic combat skills, you useless bitch. Did all that flattery make you think you were actually good? If you want to be famous, let me help you." His plan is to fake the entire squad's demise, making it look like Cha Eun-seol's desperate thirst for glory caused the entire raid to fail. That is exactly how the story will look to the rest of the world. Seo Ju-han raises his hand, eyes dripping with bloodlust as he whispers his final goodbye. "You worked hard, Captain Cha, but you were out of luck." Before he can strike, a blinding flash of light streaks past. He freezes, turning to find a long-haired man nearby. The newcomer is just grinning like a lunatic. Absolute gibberish. "Wait, max level rewards you with returning to Earth." What a bizarre twist. Seo Ju-han snaps, screaming that he will slaughter him. The loudmouth cannot keep quiet for even a single second. Seo Ju-han glares at the intruder, his fury boiling right over. He points an aggressive finger, mocking the stranger for popping out of nowhere and babbling about who he is going to kill. "Teleportation. Are you some kind of mage? You better spit out your guild connection." But Cha Shin-hyeon completely ignores his frantic rambling. He walks straight toward the girl, sprawled on the ground. Completely ignored, Seo Ju-han is left fuming. Gritting his teeth in raw fury, he decides to silence the witness. Rushing forward, he tries to pull a dirty trick. Besides, playing dirty against an absolute monster is a one-way ticket to the grave. Cha Shin-hyeon wanted a quiet return, but that is clearly off the table now. Glancing at the necklace around the girl's neck, his overwhelming aura suddenly explodes. With one heavy step, the earth shatters. A massive, terrifying wave of energy erupts, completely swallowing the entire area. He is truly furious now. Looking straight into Seo Ju-han's terrified eyes, he speaks, "I was not paying attention. Did you not ask for my name? I am the ultimate sword emperor Cha Shin-hyeon. But knowing my name will not save you." "That is right, I am Cha Shin-hyeon, the older brother of Cha Eun-seol." And just like that, boom, one fatal strike instantly sends the arrogant bastard straight to his grave. Cha Eun-seol wakes from a horrific nightmare of that past accident. She still carries the crushing guilt of her own stubbornness. Demanding a trip to the amusement park cost her parents their lives and caused her brother to vanish. She gasps out in pain. Opening her eyes in complete shock, the very first words she gasps out to the stranger are, "Who are you?" Cha Shin-hyeon gently takes her hand, his voice soft as he begins to explain. "You have grown up so much. I cannot carry you on my back anymore." Hearing this, Cha Eun-seol clutches her family necklace, the very one her brother gave her years ago. She initially thinks it is a dream until reality finally sinks in. Bursting into heavy tears, she throws her arms around him, sobbing and asking where on earth he has been all this time. But the sweet reunion is cut short by reality. She immediately pushes her brother aside to ask about that bastard Seo Ju-han. Spotting his cold corpse lying on the ground, she gasps in pure shock, instantly grabbing her brother by the hand. "You killed him. We have to run right now." Cha Shin-hyeon has no idea why they are fleeing. Regardless, he follows along to keep her happy. Returning to their old childhood home, he looks around at every dusty corner, whispering that it looks exactly the same. But Cha Eun-seol has no time for nostalgia, terrified of the massive trouble headed their way. Chairman Seo Kang-jin will definitely hunt them down soon. That man is the powerful leader of the notorious Dawn Guild. He is also Seo Ju-han's father and once ruled a notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty criminal syndicate in the past. Now he is one of the 11 top-ranked hunters in the country. Glancing at her watch, it is already past 9. The scheduled reporting time passed long ago. Cha Eun-seol's heart is heavy, burning with pure anxiety. She fears Seo Kang-jin already knows his son is dead, and as the sole survivor, she will be target number 1. Talk about a chill brother. Seeing his sister stress over nothing, Cha Shin-hyeon offers a casual word of comfort. Brushing his hair back with a smug, handsome grin, he chuckles. "Is that really what you are losing sleep over? I can easily slaughter Seo Kang-jin too. After all, I am the ultimate sword emperor." Talk about absolute brotherly reassurance. Hearing her brother talk almost gives Cha Eun-seol a stroke. She clutches her head in frustration, venting all her anger and pain. Who on earth uses a title like the ultimate sword emperor? She demands to know why he talks like this after being gone for 14 years. Why does he have to act so crazy now? She complains, bringing up how hard things were after their parents passed away. Then her only brother vanished. She asks if he even knows how miserably she lived until now. Where on earth has he been all these years? Cha Shin-hyeon looks up at the old photo of their family of 4, unable to express his deep sorrow. 14 years of hardship have worn him down too much. Cha Shin-hyeon briefly explains his past. He mentions spending his time in the Murim, but his main priority right now is to catch up on the modern world. Getting right in her face, he eagerly demands to know what hunters and guilds are and if stars measure power here. Hearing this makes Cha Eun-seol's head throb. She has no time for explanations because she needs to handle urgent matters. Leaving her confused brother behind, she rushes out of the house straight to the Dawn Guild. First, she must resolve some urgent matters, warning Cha Shin-hyeon to stay put and strictly forbidding him from wandering off. Promising to return soon, she heads out, and since he has been away so long, he decides to listen. But that obedience only lasts a few seconds. Now he strokes his chin, thinking about Seo Kang-jin. He wonders if he should track the guy down, but searching the unfamiliar city streets seems like too much effort. Luckily, he does not have to search. The front door suddenly crashes down as three massive thugs burst in. They skip the polite greetings and demand to know where Cha Eun-sol is. Talk about an aggressive home invasion. Seeing his quiet home trash instantly makes Cha Shin-hyeon furious. He points his finger at the intruders to lecture them. He asks if their leader is Seo Kang-jin, wondering if his parents ever taught him basic manners about breaking down doors. Civilized people knock gently. Despite the heavy scolding, the president of the Dawn Guild manages to keep his cool. He simply asks again where Cha Eun-sol is. Cha Shin-hyeon does not show him any respect, showing pure contempt. With absolute confidence, he reveals that if Seo Kang-jin is looking for his son's killer, he is standing right here. Hearing this, Seo Kang-jin completely snaps. The sword in his hand glows with a dangerous blood-red aura. Charging forward at lightning speed, he demands to know if the brother returned from the Murim is indeed Cha Shin-hyeon. He wants to see exactly how strong this legendary warrior is. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon is practically drooling with sheer excitement. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he effortlessly dodges every slash of the blade with bare hands. Looking down from above, he closely observes the strange glowing energy wrapping around his opponent's sword. Analyzing the situation, he remembers that Seo Ju-han also used a very similar bizarre kind of power. He eagerly notes that these hunters are definitely worth researching. Suddenly, Seo Kang-jin unleashes his rapid slash skill. The boss drives a massive blow straight at his head, but Cha Shin-hyeon easily spins out of the way. Evading the attack barehanded, he looks at the raging guild leader with eyes full of pure curiosity. His sharp eyes judge that his opponent's strength easily matches a supreme mage, which is actually quite impressive. With a smirk, he grabs the blade and snaps it, asking if 10,000 others like him exist in Korea. This world is turning out to be much more exciting than he expected. He glances at the noisy underlings. They keep yelling for their president, so he coldly warns them not to interfere in his business. He unleashes a terrifying pressure to warn them, but the stubborn lackeys retaliate by launching a massive fireball spell. They celebrate, thinking they successfully vaporized him, but that attack is barely enough to tickle our main character. He decides to show them what true martial arts looks like. Although these three are ranked as supreme masters, they still fall far short of the top 10, making this fight an absolute walk in the park. Meanwhile, his sister has just arrived at the gates of the Dawn Guild. Despite her confident talk, she is still quite anxious. If she gets caught, the moment she steps inside, she will have no one to rescue her. Luckily, she runs into a powerful figure. It is Lee Ji-hai, the vice guild leader, casually enjoying her coffee, considered to be one of the top 4 strongest hunters in Korea, known for her upright yet unpredictable nature. Cha Eun-sol hesitates, unsure if she should trust this dangerous woman, but this is her only real option right now. Swallowing her pride, she decides to approach her and explain everything. She expects to be thrown right into handcuffs after telling her story, but things turn out very differently. Surprisingly, she suddenly wants to meet Cha Shin-hyeon, even promising to cover up the mess Cha Eun-sol made with Seo Ju-han. It is an incredibly tempting offer, and even though Cha Eun-sol loves her brother, she has to sell him out for some peace. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon is absolutely thrilled after casually blocking Seo Ju-han's massive attack with nothing but his bare hands. He glares at his opponent and demands to know more, noting he possesses a strange power never seen in the Murim. He demands to see that unusual energy again, but a few low-level thugs rush in without permission. They immediately get punched to death, sending the rest into a panic. They scream for mercy but cannot escape because Cha Shin-hyeon has created an invisible barrier protecting the house. Seo Ju-han grips his massive blade, his face twisting in utter confusion. He wonders what kind of monster he is facing as he clenches his fists, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. He launches a desperate attack, yelling that he won't die alone, while Cha Shin-hyeon just stands there completely unfazed. Right now, he feels more pity than anger. There is really no question about who the actual monster is here. Seo Ju-han slashes wildly, while Cha Shin-hyeon casually dodges every strike without letting him touch a single hair. The villain completely loses his mind in a blind rage. Showing some respect, Cha Shin-hyeon picks up his broken sword, with a subtle smile unleashing a lethal, blindingly fast slash. Seo Ju-han barely has time to react, before he collapses onto the floor, turning into a completely lifeless corpse right then and there. Cha Shin-hyeon looks back to offer one final parting word, telling him he should feel honored. That strike came from the Supreme Sword Emperor himself, but even a Grand Master still has to clean up the mess or his scary sister will kill him. But speak of the devil and she appears. Cha Eun-sol is already standing at the door, grumbling about why the entrance is wide open. This is where the real surprise hits. She walks in on an absolutely disastrous scene, finding Cha Shin-hyeon casually holding a rag and calmly explaining that he couldn't stop them. It is just a housewarming party. A housewarming party sounds completely ridiculous under these bloody circumstances. Cha Eun-sol loses her mind, screaming in anger at him. She demands to know why the floor is covered in blood and if he plans to keep causing trouble. Cha Shin-hyeon casually ignores her, changing the subject by teasing her that she has a very impressive expression. He adds that she might become the strongest if she ever visited the Murim. These two siblings are relentless. Neither of them wants to back down until they notice their guest and finally turn to address her. As they welcome the guest, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately senses something strange about Lee Ji-hae. Her inner energy is actively resonating with his heavenly rain origin technique, and she even uses telepathy. Cha Shin-hyeon freezes for a second but slowly begins to understand after she asks if he is the only one. A week passes since Cha Shin-hyeon returned to Earth and things have been peaceful. The bodies from the fight were quickly cleaned up by Men in Black and Seo Kang-jin reportedly retired. Lee Ji-hae kept her promise. Since she was the sole survivor clearing out the Red Wolf, Cha Eun-sol faces long-term association monitoring. Today she calls Cha Shin-hyeon out to discuss matters over tea, holding her teacup with calm elegance. Lee Ji-hae brings up the past, noting that he seems familiar with Jung San-jin's tea, which she drank in Hunan. She enjoyed this tea back during her time in the Murim, and now she gets straight to the point. According to Lee Ji-hae, there are 3 confirmed individuals who have successfully returned from the Murim. Him and Park Tae-han, the leader of the Jangvan Guild, whose faction directly influences the association. Comparing notes on Park Tae-han's story has shed some valuable light on their shared mysterious experiences. Back in 2011, he woke up in a mysterious cave and found the Heavenly Rain origin technique. Before stepping out to find himself in the Murim, this is the exact journey all 3 of them shared. Lee Ji-hae believes that their world being turned completely upside down, and their sudden transport to the Murim are definitely connected, even if it was an elaborate conspiracy by powerful figures. 14 years ago, after the goddess's revelation, dungeons and monsters appeared alongside hunters, operating under a system very similar to a role-playing game. Putting the past aside, Cha Shin-hyeon asks how they returned to Earth, and she calmly gives a shocking answer. They returned only after dying. Hearing this unexpected truth, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately crushes his teacup. What an incredible feeling! Turns out, witnessing the end of the world is actually like this, absolutely mind-blowing. He realizes there's a massive reward for hitting the maximum hunter level, which finally answers his burning question. Since the goddess did not want to lose face, Cha Shin-hyeon got his answers and asked Lee Ji-hae straight up why she approached him. She has no reason to hide it, since being honest from the start is better. Essentially, the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild are locked in a brutal war. To make matters worse, Cha Shin-hyeon just sent Seo Kang-jin straight to his grave. By taking out the core force of the Dawn Guild, he has to take responsibility. She practically begs him to join their ranks. Lee Ji-hae offers to make him an executive, promising that endless wealth and fame will follow if he agrees. It is a pretty solid deal. Cha Shin-hyeon silently considers it, especially since his sister's status is on the line. Normally, that makes it extremely hard to say no. But he simply does not care at all. He refuses. He prefers working alone. Even worse, he flashes a highly confident smile and mocks her for being too weak. Weak partners solve nothing. Now she is completely looked down upon. Lee Ji-hae is not taking this lying down. She wants to see who is truly the weak one here. Just like that, they clash. No more talking. These two are ready to settle this once and for all. He claims that even if she trained for 300 years, she would still be weaker than him. That instantly triggers her. She releases a massive wave of magic that wraps around the entire area, shutting down Cha Shin-hyeon's senses in complete darkness. The effect covers a 50-meter radius. He scans the area and quickly starts analyzing how to recreate a massive spell like this. Recreating this using normal physics would take way too much time and effort. Lee Ji-hae gladly explains the trick to him. She proudly tells him this is her unique skill, making them both completely disappear from the outside world. In the martial arts world, she is known as the Bloody Plum Blossom. She has never once failed a target. Lee Ji-hae grips her daggers tight, a terrifying wave of killing intent completely wrapping around her body. She advances with a smug grin, telling him he only has 2 options: defeat her or die right here. The moment she stops talking, she vanishes and reappears in front of him, pressing her blade right against his neck. Plum blossoms or not, Cha Shin-hyeon does not care at all. He simply tilts his head. He takes a quick step back and effortlessly dodges every single strike with his bare hands. Dodging a heavy kick from Lee Ji-hae, he ducks low to keep his balance while closely studying her moves. She holds a dagger in each hand with a reverse grip, using the signature bizarre style of the Black King. Lee Ji-hae is completely shocked. She cannot believe he read her entire style just by looking at her. Cha Shin-hyeon keeps talking to mess with her head, calmly mentioning he once fought someone else who used that exact style. But since he lacked experience back then, he accidentally killed the guy in a flash. Talk about a brutal flex. Because of that, he gives her a 3-strike handicap. If she lands just one, he promises to join her guild. For the first strike, Cha Shin-hyeon dodges gracefully. On the second, he easily slips away without a single scratch. Lee Ji-hae channels every ounce of her remaining power for her final blow, throwing out a massive cocky challenge. She asks if killing him makes her the strongest warrior in the land. Seriously. That ridiculous question leaves him completely speechless. Taking his silence as a yes, she summons daggers directly from the ground. She shapes her mana into 9 massive tails, just like a mythical fox, and launches them straight at Cha Shin-hyeon. He stands completely still, manifesting an invisible mind blade that effortlessly shatters her entire barrage of attacks. Suddenly, a massive boulder completely blocks her view and begins falling directly on top of her helpless body. Lee Ji-hae is completely paralyzed, as if frozen in place. Just as the boulder is about to crush her, Shin-hyeon leaps in and shatters the rock with a single punch. He calmly asks if she wants to keep going now. Continuing now would just mean a painful beating. Lee Ji-hae is not stupid. Frozen solid, she can only stutter out her surrender. She admits her defeat while clutching her injured arm, promising she will never try to challenge him to a fight again. In return, she wants to know what he did. For a split second, she felt like she was fighting an unstoppable godlike entity. Finding the duel to be quite entertaining, Cha Shin-hyeon actually decides to accept her terms. The Dawn Guild will provide him with items and intel while he helps them with his raw power. But he has one condition. He will cooperate only as an outsider rather than joining their guild, making this a temporary mutual alliance. Having been beaten to a pulp, she had no choice but to agree. Still, Lee Ji-hae pretended to think it over. Eventually, she nodded. Even so, she stubbornly tried to make him promise never to team up with the Twilight Guild. No matter what happens in the future. Everyone thought Shin-hyeon would refuse, but he unexpectedly swore on the Supreme Sword Emperor's honor. Now that is a massive promise. With almost all the terms settled, Shin-hyeon had absolutely nothing left to worry about. He was completely free. Meanwhile, the vice leader returned home after getting thrashed, leaving her driver incredibly worried about her. The driver immediately asked if she was okay, but Lee Ji-hae just brushed it off and praised Shin-hyeon's insane talent. He was a total monster. Just as she suspected, his strength is truly extraordinary. Her own stamina was completely depleted. Even though he had not attacked her once, she could not even comprehend his defense. He blocked her blade effortlessly. Meanwhile, the moment Shin-hyeon finally got home, his little sister rushed out to meet him. She hugged him tightly, instantly scolding him. Clueless, Shin-hyeon patted her head and asked Eun-sol why she was acting so dramatic. He jokingly asked if she was trying to kill him, making Eun-sol so furious she snapped and told him to shut up. She ordered him to stay home forever. Shin-hyeon knew exactly what his sister meant. She was just worried about him. She was terrified of him vanishing again, so he flashed a fake smile and dropped some random news. He calmly announced his plans to become a hunter, leaving Eun-sol completely speechless and wearing a painfully awkward face. She stared at him, asking if he had a death wish. After a brief explanation, Shin-hyeon pulled out an item. He took out the special cube that he got from Lee Ji-hae, who had mentioned it would easily unlock a hunter's status window for him. Completely ignoring his sister's protests, Shin-hyeon absorbed it immediately. The crystal dissolved into him in an instant. Since there was no going back now, Eun-sol told him to summon his status window. Shin-hyeon opened it right away. The left side showed his private Murim stats, while the right side displayed his brand new hunter status window. Eun-sol eagerly told him to check his class. As soon as she saw the notification, her face lit up with joy. She realized he had no talent for hunting and suggested he should just quit. Shin-hyeon was completely lost by her reaction. He asked her why, so Eun-sol gladly broke down the 6 basic hunter classes since she was in a great mood. The basic classes were warriors, guardians, mages, priests, archers, and assassins. High-ranking classes are rarer. Eun-sol pointed out that she herself was a great example of these standard hunter classes. Her base class was an archer, though her advanced class was a sniper, while Shin-hyeon was starting from scratch. He could not refuse or swap his class. With a smug grin, Eun-sol gleefully pointed out that he had no class. This meant Shin-hyeon did not receive any class at all. He was essentially just a normal, everyday human. Sure, some rare exceptions exist for classless hunters, but Eun-sol quickly spun the details to sound as discouraging as possible. She wanted to scare her brother into giving up. Standing proud, she kept laying out the harsh facts. With a dead serious look, she explained that hunters need experience points to level up and fight monsters effectively. They rely heavily on skills unlocked with those points, unlike standard classes where everything is given. He would have to buy skill books. The absolute cheapest basic technique costs a whopping 20 million won. A sword skill goes for 25 million. Regular hunters get skills automatically, but classless hunters must pay up. They have to endlessly pour money into their build. She smugly asked her brother if he even had any cash. At the mention of money, Shin-hyeon's face tensed up. After a brief pause, he shouted Lee Ji-hae's name, realizing he had a golden sponsor backing him. Realizing her plan had totally failed, Eun-sol reluctantly gave in. She took him to the Dawn Guild's training grounds at Mount Jak. She wanted to show him how brutal hunting really is, hoping the sheer difficulty would make him back out. Yoon-seol drew her bow, took aim at a nearby rabbit, and fired. A small explosion instantly vaporized the monster, leaving behind a glowing moonstone. Shin-hyeon picked up the gem, inspected it closely, and curiously asked if this was how he would be making his money. Yoon-seol excitedly explained that these stones hold pure natural spiritual energy in incredible amounts. Apparently, this mysterious energy was replacing the world's old power sources. But while she was still explaining, just as he is warned to be careful because anything can happen, Shin-hyeon raises his hand like a gun bang. He blasts a few monsters dead with simple finger points. The only catch is using martial energy earns him 0 experience points. Studying his status screen, Shin-hyeon wonders if he should ask Ji-hae for a different skill, since this common one is practically useless. With rarity so low anyone could have it, he can't get much done. Putting that aside, Shin-hyeon notices a very interesting location. He pulls his younger sister along, and Yoon-sol is absolutely stunned by the massive swarm of rabbit monsters right in front of them. She gasps, asking him why there are so many of them, unaware that Shin-hyeon had already scanned the area using his remote senses. Counting exactly 337 beasts, he moves before Eun-sol can even draw her sword. Harvesting hundreds of moonstones in seconds, he is suddenly bombarded by annoying system notifications offering basic combat tips. Shin-hyeon finds it utterly ridiculous, as if this cheap system could teach a master who is 100 years ahead. The pop-ups keep flooding in and blocking his view, driving him crazy as he furiously pokes around to find the settings menu. Yoon-sol just stands there in a cold sweat, completely pale with disbelief. Her brother just casually achieved an A+ mastery rank out of nowhere, and suddenly Shin-hyeon seems to have a massive breakthrough. Without even looking back, he asks his sister if a hunter still gets experience points for indirect kills without using mana. She slowly nods, completely suspicious but confirming that yes, they do. Shin-hyeon bursts into a wild laugh, cracking his knuckles eagerly and declaring he wants to make his life a whole lot easier. He immediately unleashes a blast that pulverizes half a hillside. From now on, he will use martial arts to farm hunter experience points, feeling pity for those so-called legendary hunters. He even looks down on his sister, standing nearby, for not having an origin skill like his. Moon-sol freezes in shock, her voice trembling as she stammers. She begs him to teach her martial arts. Realizing his insane power, she swallows her pride to plead for real training. As a party leader, she refuses to lose another comrade or live in endless regret, and seeing his stubborn sister actually tear up, Shin-hyeon steps forward. He grabs her shoulders and tells her to calm down because he will teach her, even though he has never taken a student. Warning her of his strict training, he admits he secretly planned this anyway. After all, he cannot protect Eun-sol forever, and nobody knows what the future holds, so he might as well prepare her. He grins and waves, eager to move on to the next target like a golfer. Yoon-sol asks him what his next move is now that he has mastered the sword and is focusing heavily on warrior skills. While casually wiping out another pack of rabbit monsters with a few heavy blows, Shin-hyeon shares his plan. Vaguely explaining his desire for special skills, his mind calculates the next move. He recalls how Lee Ji-hae, a brawler, managed to level up rapidly by combining raw martial arts with assassination techniques. Because of that, he realizes he needs to find a hunter skill that can seamlessly synergize with his own martial arts. Charging straight into the horde, a wild idea hits him. He envisions reaching a whole new tier of power, a domain where martial arts and system skills perfectly integrate. Wiping out thousands of rabbits with a single strike, he plops down on the ground and loudly declares he is becoming a mage. Eun-sol completely freezes, speechless at his sheer absurdity. Her crazy brother will always do whatever he wants, so she sighs and starts quietly collecting the freshly dropped loot. Looking at the loot, she gasps that their living expenses are fully covered. Ignoring his sister, Shin-hyeon is deep in thought, comparing the two vastly different status windows of martial arts and hunter. The martial arts window is incredibly basic, only displaying raw stats without any special interactive features or functions. It only monitors internal and external cultivation levels, though being able to perceive other people's power level is a huge advantage. While that helps martial artists immensely, the hunter system's status window is on an entirely different level. The hunter window maps out skills and mana with clean, modern interfaces. It has so many detailed tools that he realizes both systems operate under completely different concepts, as if created by distinct entities. They feel like separate creations with matching potential, and if the holy deity is the one who gifted humanity the hunter system. Suddenly, Shin-hyeon freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. He can't help but wonder if the legendary war god was the one who brought him to the martial world. A month passes, and with the help of Lee Ji-hae, Shin-hyeon clears various dungeons until he reaches level 22. Yoon-sol struggles to memorize all 365 acupoints. But she eventually manages to control her internal energy, even if starting martial arts training at her age is far from ideal. Since something is always better than nothing, Shin-hyeon comes up with a clever plan, giving his sister a devilish grin. Cha Shin-hyeon tells Cha Eun-sol to just keep throwing up even if she vomits blood. The poor girl is completely lost, wondering what kind of crazy talk this is. Right on cue, she screams bloody murder. Turns out Cha Shin-hyeon's brilliant plan is to forcefully release her inner energy by forcing a toxic purge. This process clears out all her impure energy. And just like that, Cha Eun-sol actually manages to jump up a whole level. With her combat skills looking much better, it is time to wrap things up. But then out of nowhere, Lee Ji-hae asks if he wants to go out. Talk about a wild reunion. That is the first thing she says after not seeing her ally for a whole month. Cha Shin-hyeon almost chokes on his own spit. He folds his arms and calmly tells her that while it is his first confession, he feels absolutely nothing. Talk about a total mood killer. Laughing it off, Lee Ji-hae quickly changes the subject and starts pleading for his help. She explains that a new dungeon just popped up in Bucheon with a dangerous threat level of 10. At that scale, you need a full team of elite high-level hunters. It is definitely not a place for an amateur. Someone around level 20 going solo is just suicide. Long story short, she basically thinks his level is way too low. He swallows his pride and decides to let her finish. Lee Ji-hae continues to explain her actual goal for this operation. The plan is to keep these highly dangerous, high-level dungeons completely under lock and key. Plus, she needs him to get stronger as fast as possible. It sounds a little sketchy, to be honest. But since she is paying him, he will tag along. Getting carried by a gorgeous girl is not a bad deal, so he agrees. Still, he has to play hard to get. Cha Shin-hyeon spins his cup like an old man, leans in and questions her motives. He notes that all of her generous support was just to secure a strong ally for her own guild's future. This feels like a straight-up interrogation, but he is right. She definitely has an ultimate agenda. Nothing in this world comes for free, so Lee Ji-hae does not bother hiding it and spills the details. It is all for the upcoming Sun Festival, which is a massive annual event held by the Dusk and Dawn guilds. On the surface, it is a friendly competition to claim the best training grounds in South Korea. It is supposedly held to promote harmony between the two giant guilds, but the reality is actually much darker. They use this to size up their enemies and decide when to strike them down. Basically, a glorified purge. The whole thing is a ticking time bomb. Hearing this, a curious Cha Shin-hyeon asks her how things got so bad. Was it not just a basic power struggle in the beginning? Lee Ji-hae pours some more tea and continues her tale. It is all because of Park Tae-han. He used to be normal, but suddenly started craving power like a madman. He keeps rambling about following the orders of some heavenly war god. Hearing that specific name makes him freeze. Cha Shin-hyeon abruptly leaps to his feet and shouts, "Is the heavenly war god actually here? What on earth is his connection to Park Tae-han?" Startled, Lee Ji-hae raises her hands and tells him to relax. She explains that she does not know much, only that he received a system message from his warrior status screen. But since nobody else can see another player's status window, there is no way to verify the truth. Seizing the moment, Lee Ji-hae keeps whining about the guy and reminiscing about how peaceful things used to be. Then she drops the ultimate request. She wants him to join the Sun Festival representing the Dawn Guild. Since he is still hesitant, she plays dirty and starts guilt-tripping him by bringing up their late chairman Seo Kang-jin. The guilt trip gives him a massive headache. Cha Shin-hyeon finally nods just to shut her up before he loses his mind. If she kept talking, his brain would have melted. Thrilled that he agreed, Lee Ji-hae beams with joy. She pulls out 6 skill orbs containing the witch abilities he wanted along with some extra bonuses. She threw in some advanced mage and witch spells too. Not a bad haul. Cha Shin-hyeon rubs his chin, thinking he needs to outshine Park Tae-han by at least a few points. But before he can celebrate, a mountain of paperwork gets slammed right in front of him. What is all this? Lee Ji-hae starts crunching numbers, explaining that these are official legal documents. This will prove his official status as a disciple. It is not like some informal verbal agreement between fighters. You cannot just swear a blood oath and call it a day here. Cha Shin-hyeon feels like his brain might explode. He literally has to register a one-man guild just to finalize this alliance. She does not even care if he gets it. Lee Ji-hae just picks up the bag, flashes an incredibly innocent smile, and drops some heavy news on him. She asks him to guess the cost of these orbs, betting they cost more than a house. Now, go ahead and sign. Cornered with nowhere to run, Cha Shin-hyeon finally gives in. If he has to sign, so be it. A guild name is just a formality anyway. Anything works, he thinks. And just like that, with that simple mindset, the one-man guild Infinite is officially born. Once the paperwork is sorted, the two of them quickly team up as a couple, diving straight into the dungeon to farm monsters. Staring at the same old monsters, Cha Shin-hyeon sighs in absolute boredom. He mutters that his entire life has basically become an endless loop of commuting between home and dungeons. He is already complaining on day 1. Lee Ji-hae tries to comfort him, teasing that he looks like an obedient star student who never misses a single class. Then she quickly warns him to stay on guard. These beasts might be weak on their own, but their numbers are completely infinite. Honestly, it does not matter if they are infinite or not. Bring on 1,000 or 3,000, Cha Shin-hyeon is ready to rock. Suddenly, a twisted grin spreads across his face. Unleashing a blast of devastating magic from his palm, he confidently fires back. The more targets, the better for me, he says. Dead monsters rain down above them, leaving a terrified Lee Ji-hae gasping in pure shock. She cannot believe he mastered that skill in just a few hours. Seizing the moment to show off, he proudly declares himself the infinite wizard. After boasting, Cha Shin-hyeon turns to her with a puzzled look. He asks if it is true that dungeons only contain one type of monster. Lee Ji-hae confirms this fact. Ever since dungeons first started appearing 13 years ago, that has always been the golden rule. Millions of dungeons have popped up worldwide, but there has never been a single case of two different monster species sharing the same space. Not even once. Still, Cha Shin-hyeon senses something is deeply off. Meanwhile, over in a luxury Seoul villa, the master of the Twilight Guild is relaxing. Park Tae-hun casually feeds his fish while listening to his assistant Kim Chun-ho report on the Dawn Guild's current situation. He hears about the newcomer they are backing, Cha Shin-hyeon. The report mentions Cha Shin-hyeon's sudden reappearance after 14 years off the grid. Coincidentally, President Seo Kang-jin has just retired. Hearing this, Park Tae-hun raises his hand to silence his subordinate for a brief moment. He calmly breaks down the situation for his nerdy, harmless assistant. He explains that Seo Kang-jin did not actually retire. The man who discovered Cha Shin-hyeon vanished right after. It seems he headed to Unseol to avenge his fallen son, but instead he ended up dead. Seeing his assistant's skeptical look, the guild leader takes off his hat to reveal his face. Radiating pure confidence, he firmly asserts that Cha Shin-hyeon must have killed him. He wonders if this mysterious newcomer is actually from the Murim. What a sharp guy, he instantly nailed the core truth without even meeting him. Talk about incredible intuition. All this talk has Cha Shin-hyeon's ears itching back in the dungeon. He is so obsessed with his new skills that after an hour his mana is overflowing. Eager to keep fighting, he charges ahead. Lee Ji-hae just stands back, way too terrified to even get close to him. She timidly calls out to him, warning that the entire dungeon might crumble if he keeps clearing it at this speed. Even though he is riding a massive high, Cha Shin-hyeon strokes his chin like a wise professor to answer her question. He points out that among the skills she gave him there is one called reverse vitality. Back in the Murim, things work a bit differently. Once someone reaches level 35 in both internal and external martial arts, they unlock an immortal body and so on and so forth. Basically, he now has an infinite cycle of energy flowing through him. With high-level martial arts, anything is possible. End of story. Still buzzing from his own overpowered state, Cha Shin-hyeon decides to sweep through some minor mobs before hunting down the boss. He is aiming straight for its head. Seeing his wild, confident combat style, Lee Ji-hae's hesitation completely melts away. Dropping her worried expression, she gets swept up in the excitement, unsheathes her daggers, and leaps straight into the fray. She mutters that she should probably do some actual work to earn her keep right before slicing through multiple monster heads. But the monster horde only keeps growing. Lee Ji-hae makes a mental note to raise this dungeon's official threat level once they make it back. These flying beasts are becoming increasingly difficult to hit, forcing her to quickly map out defensive positions in her mind. While she is busy calculating, a deafening roar echoes from above, causing her to freeze and look up in sheer terror. Staring blankly, she wonders what this colossal beast is doing here. How on earth can there be two boss types in one single dungeon? But monsters do not care about dungeon rules, they only see prey. Worse, these giants can actually cast high-level magic. Caught completely off guard, all she can do is run for her life. Luckily, our hero, Cha Shin-hyeon, swoops in and scoops her up. He speaks with absolute excitement as if he has been waiting for this exact moment. Finally, he says it is here. It turns out he knew all along. While analyzing the dungeon database earlier, Cha Shin-hyeon had already spotted an anomaly in the files. Hearing his incredibly casual tone, Lee Ji-hae snaps back in frustration, demanding to know if he is serious. He basically let those terrifying things wander around while knowing the danger. Well, yes, that is exactly what Cha Shin-hyeon did. He was waiting for them because the boss is always saved for last. He looks at her, trying to reassure her. He tells her he knows she is frozen in fear, but she definitely has the skills to handle this. Besides, it is time to hunt. He asks if she prefers fried or grilled food. Seriously, who thinks about eating in a chaotic mess like this? Classic. Today is chicken night, Cha Shin-hyeon declares excitedly before immediately vanishing into the distance at pure lightning speed. She cannot get close. Telepathy is her only option, but he is way too excited to listen to her now. Zero response. He has no time. Even worse, this wild dungeon keeps hitting Lee Ji-hae with non-stop ridiculous surprises. Not only are there two monster classes swarming, but they also attack from behind. Before she can react, Shin suddenly freezes up. Seeing this shocking twist, she quickly conjures a temporary magic shield to give him some cover from danger. What is his next move? She has no clue. He did not say anything, simply staring directly at the colossal bosses. Those massive beasts completely ignore the smaller minions. Lee Ji-hae soon realizes that these minor monsters are not acting on their own. They are under control. The giant bosses command them. The proof is that the smaller creatures throw themselves forward, acting as meat shields. Her intelligence is not zero. She immediately spots a clear way to put an end to this madness. Go for the bosses. She must kill them first. Meanwhile, her teammate is just casually floating up in the air. Still no hints on what he will do next. As a guild leader, she has to risk her life to protect him. Action time. Lee Ji-hae quickly climbs onto the backs of the smaller monsters to get close to the alpha beast. They are so hyper-focused on Cha Shin-hyeon that they do not notice her riding them. But that luck only lasts for a few seconds. They notice her and retaliate instantly, catching her off guard. Yet bad luck turns into something worse. The alpha itself turns its gaze toward her. This time, Lee Ji-hae does not give a damn. Boss or not, who cares? She stares right back. She offers a few sarcastic last words on behalf of this doomed, unlucky creature. Haha, did you finally notice me? Well, it is too late now. In a one-on-one fight, no monster stands a chance. None can match my strength. Lee Ji-hae leaps down instantly, unleashing her deadly shadow dance to slice and dice through enemies. Off with its head, she decapitates the beast, wondering when she will clear them all. A question without an answer. No need for answers. The one who will wipe them out is definitely not her. High above, Cha Shin-hyeon is ready. He summons thousands of blades without spending a single drop of mana. He has fully entered his divine form, radiating power. Controlling thousands of magic blades, single-handedly, Cha Shin-hyeon coldly waves his hand, declaring that everything ends here. Over. A massive rain of valuable loot stones drops to the dungeon floor. Cha Shin-hyeon picks one up to inspect it curiously, asking Lee Ji-hae what they are. However, she is way too busy drowning in her thoughts. She hears absolutely nothing. Her mind is racing with plans to launch a complete top-to-bottom investigation of the entire dungeon. She also worries that Park Tae-hun might strike while she is completely distracted. Amid her endless panic, Cha Shin-hyeon gets tired of calling her. He walks right up and shoves the glowing stone into her face to grab her focus. Snapping out of her trance, she explains that he is holding an extremely rare skill stone dropped by the monster. Talk about a massive jackpot. That rare skill is an absolute beast. A whole month passes after they clear the dungeon. Rumors about Cha Shin-hyeon spread like wildfire online, making him the absolute hottest topic for everyone to gossip about. This wave of gossip is giving the executives over at the Twilight Guild one massive headache. Members of their management team call a sudden emergency meeting, screaming at subordinates for failing to trace the whereabouts of Cha Shin-hyeon for the past 14 years, let alone his class. Their loud shouting is completely deafening to hear. Quiet. Park Tae-hun calmly sips his wine, tells them to sit down, and gently orders them to eliminate the threat. His plan is to send his assistant to meet Cha Shin-hyeon privately with a wiretap to extract secrets. Too bad this particular assistant does not seem very sharp, even though he brings up knowing about the death of the president of the Dawn Guild, promising that they will provide massive support if Cha Shin-hyeon simply agrees to withdraw from the upcoming Sun Festival. No interest whatsoever. Cha Shin-hyeon politely praises the man for his grand vision, though it is admittedly hard to argue with. Even so, he stands up to reject the proposal and quickly turns around to leave. No time for small talk. Cha Shin-hyeon has way too much work to do and leaves him with a cold parting shot. He owes Lee Ji-hae, and he absolutely despises losing. The panicked glasses guy desperately yells out, begging him to stay. His desperate pleas are completely useless. He is instantly terrified by the Twilight Guild leader hiding nearby. Hey, Kim Chun-ho. I thought I instructed you to drag out that conversation for as long as possible. Now my eavesdropping was a waste. He pats his trembling subordinate on the shoulder, his voice dropping low. The assistant looks ready to wet his pants. Park Tae-hun leans in close and drops a question that completely freezes him up. Who is this guy really? Lee Ji-hae just got the full rundown of that completely exhausting meeting. She bursts out laughing. They already knew Park Tae-hun would show up, so this is no surprise at all. Lee Ji-hae guesses the guy is sweating bullets now that his plan has completely fallen apart. Brushing that aside, she thanks him for saving her back in that dungeon, otherwise she would be pushing up daisies. They are having a really great chat when Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly turns ice cold and hangs up, leaving her completely baffled by his behavior. Turns out his sister Cha Eun-sol has been waiting a while for them to visit their parents' graves together. But while his younger sister is drowning in deep grief, Cha Shin-hyeon stands there completely numb, knowing he has changed far too much to care. Even standing right in front of their ashes, he cannot shed a single tear. Disappointed, Cha Eun-sol stares ahead and asks, does he really feel nothing? Is he not even a little sad or moved? He stays dead silent. Why are you not saying anything, she demands, but Cha Shin-hyeon cannot even look his sister in the eye. He mutters a quiet apology to mask his cold indifference. Furious and hurt, Cha Eun's soul bursts into heavy tears. Shaken by how cold he has become, she covers her face and lets out words that cut deep. I do not even know if you are my brother anymore. Maybe too much time has passed and you simply cannot go back to the way things used to be. It does not matter anyway. I have managed to survive on my own all this time. All Cha Eun's soul wanted was a little empathy, but he does not get it. Cha Shin-hyeon falls into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a chilling message flashes directly onto his Murim window. How is this possible? Are you even human? This blatant provocation makes his blood boil, and honestly, who wouldn't be mad? But the mystery sender is not done. Do not resist in vain. If you need a little motivation, I can easily lend a hand. Cha Shin-hyeon forces himself to calm down and slowly replies to the mastermind behind the screen. Who are you? Are you the martial god? He asks with pure defiance, even if they threaten to take away everything he loves again. But Cha Shin-hyeon does not care. He is not afraid of anyone now as he rips off his tie. He fires back with pure arrogance. I do not know who you are or why you are targeting me. But go ahead and try, because I will find you and tear you into 100,000 pieces. A few days later, the highly anticipated Sun Festival finally kicks off. The host is a massive Hunter fan. She screams into the microphone, introducing the event with every single ounce of energy in her body, banging on her desk like she is about to leap into the arena. Welcome everyone, the day has finally arrived. Especially for our brave heroes heading into the dangerous dungeons. We have waited so long for this moment. Fueled by absolute passion and anticipation, let us hear it for our incredible hunters. Without any further delay, we are kicking things off. Korea's massive Sun Festival is officially underway. Deafening cheers erupt from the crowd as loud music blares and spectacular fireworks paint the entire sky. Watching the massive spectacle, Cha Shin-hyeon mutters that it feels exactly like the Olympics or the World Cup. Lee Ji-hae shrugs next to him, adding that there is really not much of a difference anyway. To the general public, these hunters are the ultimate celebrities, but then she quickly shifts the topic. She asks if he got into a fight with Cha Eun-sol, noting that the vibe between them is completely off, and she flat out accuses Cha Shin-hyeon of being the one who messed up. He is quietly stung by the truth but avoids answering, asking her to find him a secluded house instead. A quiet place with a yard he needs to move out. Things are getting incredibly tense. Moving out over a sibling spat seems childish, but there is a much darker reason behind this. He explains that the martial god is likely tracking him through the Murim window, making his sister a target if they stay together. Lee Ji-hae feels a major headache coming on. She can barely process all this crazy talk. She urges him to stay and protect his sister, but Cha Shin-hyeon stubbornly refuses to listen. For every word she says, he shoots back 10. Talk about an incredibly frustrating teammate to handle. Furious on Cha Eun-sol's behalf, Lee Ji-hae stands straight up and lands a solid punch on him. He claims she said she does not need him, but she warns him that any brother saying that is completely hopeless. Ji-hae promises she will punch him, arguing that Shin-hyeon does not understand his own sister Cha Eun-sil nearly as well as she does. Talk about a massive buzzkill. Just as things get serious, an assistant ruins the moment. The panicked staffer yells out asking if the vice leader is there because the event is about to start. It is a totally awkward standoff as three people stare in silence. Ji-hae is dying of embarrassment but keeps her cool. She slowly pulls her hand back, acting calm while scolding the clueless staff member. Then she turns to Shin-hyeon, warning him to stay put until she gets back. On stage, the main members of both guilds make their grand entrance. The crowd goes wild after the MC introduces them, eagerly hyping up the crowd by pointing out the vice leader. Lee Ji-hae and Guild Master Park Tae-hun used to be in the exact same guild. Just to stir up some juicy gossip, Tae-hun flashes a fake corporate smile and politely reaches out to shake Ji-hae's hand. With everyone watching, Ji-hae is absolutely boiling inside, but she forces a bright, friendly smile to keep up appearances. On the outside, they are laughing like old friends, but in secret, things are pure venom. They are using telepathy to promise to murder each other the second they find an opening. Talk about fake friends. Ji-hae mocks him, calling him the little assassin boy who used to sit on her bench, noting he has grown up. Tae-hun is not about to let that slide. He fires back instantly with a sharp question of his own. He asks if she is still obsessed with the weaklings, mockingly bringing up her busy schedule. Supposedly, she is babysitting a bunch of useless rookies. Their endless bickering finally ends with a tense handshake. After a very fake show of affection, they declare the Sun Festival open and the solo matches begin. The crowd roars. It does not take long to reach a critical point. By the fifth solo match of this rookie tournament, the scale is heavily tilting toward the Twilight Guild. Tae-hun arrogantly raises his glass, mocking the Dawn Guild for making Nam Seon-mo actually work this hard to win. She is no threat. Still, it has been a long time since anyone forced his fighter to work this hard. He announces he is leaving, hoping the next round actually excites him, while Ji-hae just wants to stab his smug back. She desperately wants to shut his smug mouth permanently. Waiting outside is Seal Hyuk, who looks deep in thought and impatient as he asks a question. He wants blood. He demands to know exactly when he can finally eliminate Lee Ji-hae. Taehyun just smiles. He tells his ally to relax because everything is going to happen soon enough. Who is this Cha-eun's soul? He decides to go greet her, showing that even top guild leaders are superstitious. Talk is cheap. Meanwhile, Cha-eun's soul sits in the waiting room getting ready for her upcoming event. It is the Survival Archer Challenge next, and her own teammates clearly despise her. Because of the Red Wolf Dungeon scandal, rumors label her a teammate killer. Hearing all this gossip is incredibly annoying. She turns. Cha-eun's soul directly confronts the guys gossiping behind her, demanding they say it to her face. She's already mad at her brother for avoiding her, and now she has to deal with these idiots. It is enough to drive anyone crazy. Just as she is about to lose it, a staff member runs in. He says someone wants to see her. She hopes it is her brother coming to make up, but it is actually Ji-hae. Disappointment is written all over Cha-eun's soul's face. She angrily demands to know why she was summoned right before her big match. Ji-hae giggles casually, claiming she only came to show support, adding that Shin-hyeon was supposed to be here too. She admits he completely vanished, but seeing no reaction, she asks if the siblings should finally talk and clear up their misunderstandings. Mentioning her brother instantly makes Cha-eun's soul's blood boil. Her tone shifts as she drops all politeness. She bluntly states she dislikes Ji-hae, accusing her of using Shin-hyeon for her own agenda ever since he decided to become a hunter. He changed right after meeting Ji-hae, even though he had only recently returned to a peaceful, normal life. He was never supposed to be a hunter. Why is he so desperate to gain power anyway? He is chasing after something secret, acting like he is no longer the caring brother she once knew. He feels like a complete stranger. Suddenly getting yelled at like this completely throws Ji-hae off guard. Surprisingly, Ji-hae does not get angry. Instead, she just stands there totally stunned. She is shocked to see tears rolling down Cha-eun's soul's face right before the match announcement cuts them off. Bringing them back to reality, Lee Ji-hae tries to use her remaining moments to explain on behalf of Cha Shin-hyeon. She knows he never wanted to change this much. He was thrust into a living hell where survival was a daily struggle, a place where he could have died at any second. After surviving there for so long, anyone would lose their mind. Perhaps he just wanted to shield his little sister from his darker side. As Lee Ji-hae says this, she remembers. She recalls her own agonizing past, but her attempt to ease the tension only makes Eun Seal even more furious. Yoon Seal completely snaps. She turns away, throwing back a bitter, exhausted reply about how absurd the whole situation is. Why should she have to hear about her own brother from some Vice Guild leader? He should have trusted her more. Far more than any Vice leader who is merely his equal. As Eun Seal walks away, an annoyed Lee Ji-hae calls out to Cha Shin-hyeon. He was hiding in the shadows, and she unleashes her anger on him. Grabbing his collar, she snaps that he is no different from Park Tae-hun. Why can he not just be honest with Captain Cha-eun's soul? She is not a little kid anymore. Does he honestly believe that hiding his true intentions is helping his little sister? She tells him to follow her so she can show him a side of his sister he has never seen before. Talk about an intense ally. Soon the starting gunshot echoes and the survival archery match is officially underway. Only a matter of time before 6 teams from the Dawn and Twilight guilds clash. Meanwhile, Eun Sul keeps receiving alerts from her teammates about approaching enemies, but she is barely paying attention to the radar. Instead, she is still absolutely fuming over her idiot brother. She punches the wall with a frustrated sigh. She curses Cha Shin-hyeon for treating her like a helpless baby. She totally ignores her teammate beside her. The teammate warns her of an enemy 300 meters away, advising her to wait for backup, but she refuses immediately. She tells them it is fine because she will eliminate them herself. Before anyone can stop her, she draws her bow. She aims straight for the target and fires a shot directly through his heart. Instantly, the system announces the enemy is out. Yoon Seal looks at the fallen opponent and mutters under her breath that her brother should never underestimate her. She calls him a foolish brother as memories of her painful past suddenly rush back. The dark day she went from a happy child to a despised orphan. Back then, she desperately clung to the belief that her brother was still alive somewhere and would return to her soon. But reality is cruel no matter how much she prayed. Her prayers went unanswered. But on that fateful day, a goddess appeared to warn her of the incoming nightmare humanity must face. Humanity had to evolve. She did not want to believe it, but no matter how stubborn she was, this ridiculous world changed forever anyway. Eventually, she grew up and awakened as an archer. Following her aptitude test, Eun Sul joined the Hunter Academy as a state-sponsored orphan. She faced constant bullying at school just for being parentless, forcing her to learn how to fight back and stand her ground. Thanks to her incredible natural talent, she was scouted by the prestigious Dawn Guild, the place everyone dreamed of joining. She did it to survive without her brother, refusing to let any weak thoughts consume her mind. Even now, she is constantly pushing her limits. But it is still not enough, and she screams out in frustration. She cannot forgive him for treating her like a fragile child. She is not that weak. Venting her anger makes her feel slightly better, but she suddenly realizes her surroundings have gone completely silent. She tries contacting her teammates, but there is only static. Before she can react, a barrage of arrows rains down on her. Yoon Sol leaps into the air to dodge the incoming attack, but the ambush is too sudden, and she gets grazed. An arrow pierces her arm. An enemy voice calls out to hold fire because they found the target. That voice, combined with her current situation, makes her realize something is very wrong. The competition arrows were supposed to be blunt, but real steel is piercing her flesh. They are using lethal weapons. Seeing his target wounded, the leader of the ambush laughs. He tells her not to expect any help. They jam the signal to ensure the live cameras cannot broadcast anything from this specific location. This idiot really has a death wish. Yoon Sol flashes a wicked smile, fully prepared to show him who is the real prey. She rips the arrow from her arm without flinching. She looks directly at them, her voice dripping with absolute coldness. She has never relied on camera signals or backup in her entire life. With that, she raises her bow. Loading 4 arrows onto the string at once, her piercing gaze locks onto the targets and she releases. Confidently, she declares today is their death day. It is start time, losers. Using a non-archer skill, she gives everyone a deadly arrow. Kill her, they scream. They are in total panic. Cha Shin-hyeon flips. She lands. 3 arrows hit their mark, but she grits her teeth. She missed a target. Unbelievable. Her opponent is terrified that a sniper could do this at close range. To deal such massive close-quarters damage with standard tournament arrows is simply unheard of. This is bad. A team consisting entirely of guards stands 0 chance against her. Thinking they could actually defeat Cha Shin-hyeon is completely absurd. Next, she prepares to finish off the rest. A sneak attack. She quickly ducks to dodge and fires a clean counter shot. "You arrogant bitch," he screams in rage. But before he can even finish, he is sent to his ancestors. Only the enemy commander remains. Their eyes lock across the field. She slowly draws her bow, aiming directly at him. But wait. Cha Shin-hyeon does not notice another assassin hiding in the shadows waiting to strike before she can even move. He strikes with a fatal blow. Caught completely off guard, Cha Shin-hyeon simply has no time to react. She freezes, unable to move. Suddenly, her brother's voice echoes in her head, telling her to use martial arts instead. Snapping out of it, Cha Shin-hyeon breaks her own bow. She lunges forward, landing a brutal punch to his face. She lands gracefully and stares at the lone survivor with a cold smile. "Tell me, what should I do with you now? Say your final words, because I am going to beat you to a pulp." The soldier instantly loses it. He shakes with fear, desperately stammers a surrender. But it is far too late. Cha Eun-seul's allies arrive and finish him off. The match results update instantly. Team Dawn secures a flawless victory. But things feel a bit strange. Something extremely unusual happened at the transition zone. Hunter Cha Eun-seul single-handedly crushed 4 players from Team Twilight. The same exact hypocrites who once looked down on her now crowd around with shameless praise. Talk about a rapid turnaround. Looking up with pride, Cha Eun-seul tells herself that she really did not want to rely on any outside help at all. Still, she admits his advice saved her life. As the perfect performance ends, Lee Ji-hae turns to ask. She excitedly asks Shin-hyeon if he saw that while the young man just plays it cool. He coughs lightly to play it cool, answering with a shrug that he saw her escape that crisis. He claims she survived thanks to his martial arts. Hearing this nonsense, Lee Ji-hae yells in sheer frustration. He is just teasing her. Deep down, he finally acknowledges how strong Cha Eun-seul has actually become. She has grown up. He makes a silent promise to stop treating her like a kid. Shin-hyeon strokes his chin with pride, praising his sister. It is hilarious how he used to complain about her constantly, calling her his weakest sibling. Nearby, Park Tae-hun watches the fight closely, his eyes wide with absolute shock at her skills. He barely stammers out a few words. Seeing those martial arts, their sibling bond seems completely changed. Their cold dynamic is long gone. Cha Eun-seul crosses her arms, demanding her brother give his thoughts on her performance, but he plays dumb. He pretends not to hear and keeps sipping his water. But Cha Eun-seul refuses to let him off easily. She keeps teasing him until he finally gives in. Shin-hyeon sets his tea down and looks at her with genuine warmth. He apologizes to her for keeping secrets, explaining that he only wanted to protect her and be a normal brother. He opens up about the past, sharing the real reason why he chose to become a hunter in the first place. Understanding him better, Cha Eun-seul makes him promise never to keep secrets or leave her behind again. Shin-hyeon smiles with relief and locks pinkies with her, giving his solemn promise. With all misunderstandings cleared up, he offers her a bright smile and makes a grand declaration. His title is the Supreme Sword Emperor. Right then, an announcement rings out that the next battle begins. Shin-hyeon quickly heads off to the waiting room to prepare for the next round. The leader of the Dawn Guild drops by to encourage the fighters, focusing his attention on Shin-hyeon. The old man repeatedly shakes his hand while rambling on. Helpless Shin-hyeon uses mental transmission to ask, He asks Lee Ji-hae if this is the puppet boss. She quickly warns him not to underestimate him. Despite his looks, he is already level 60. But Shin-hyeon delivers a truth bomb that shuts her up. He is still weaker than her. The other hunters also crowd around him to make nice, leaving him completely exhausted. Right at that moment, suddenly an uninvited guest arrives, sending shivers down their spines as they turn and stammer out his name, Park Tae-hun. Putting on a friendly act, he asks if he is disturbing their rest casually, calling it just a friendly social match. Claiming he just stopped by to say hello, he makes everyone cringe, prompting him to instantly drop the fake act. He gets straight to the point, walking right up to Cha Shin-hyeon to shake his hand, though his real motive is simply to dig for information. But to his surprise, his heavenly martial first origin cultivation technique fails to resonate with Cha Shin-hyeon. This leaves Park Tae-hun deeply puzzled, wondering who on earth Cha-eun's soul could have learned martial arts from if not from this guy, or how anyone could achieve such high-level martial arts in the first place without surviving the brutal Murim. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly glares back with sharp, hawk-like eyes, stepping forward to deliver his own cold reply. He points out that he still owes him a debt for what happened to his sister in the survival archer tournament. Ignoring the man's feigned ignorance, Cha Shin-hyeon locks eyes with him, warning that he will never forget a single thing that happened. Vengeance is absolutely guaranteed, and whether this guy is actually connected to the heavenly war god is only a secondary detail. The real issue is that he dared to target his younger sister, and Cha Shin-hyeon promises to put on a show. He vows it will be too spectacular to disappoint before turning around and walking away, leaving his stunned guest utterly speechless. Fuming with pure rage, he makes a silent promise to completely wipe the Twilight Guild off the face of the earth. Up on the stage, the hyped announcer declares that the absolute peak of the Sun Festival is finally here. The legendary showdown between the Dawn and Twilight Guilds is about to begin, and stepping up as Dawn's fierce vanguard is the super rookie currently keeping the entire nation on the edge of their seats. The man who partnered directly with vice leader Lee Ji-hae, the head of the Limitless Guild, Cha Shin-hyeon, steps out to a roaring crowd. With his actual level, class, and achievements completely hidden, curiosity reaches an all-time high as his opponent steps out on the other side. The vanguard of the Twilight Guild finally makes his entrance, introduced as their absolute genius wizard. It is the insanely charismatic Fire Dragon King Ryu Seung-jin, looking every bit as formidable as the rumors claim. Glaring at Cha Shin-hyeon, he immediately starts trash-talking, claiming he has a punchable face and promising to roast him alive. As the starting announcement rings out to thunderous applause, both combatants brace themselves to clash head-on. Meanwhile, Park Tae-hun uses telepathy to order his man to drag the fight out as long as possible. He wants to expose every single hidden skill, but honestly, who's exposing whom is still very much up in the air. Because right at the start, Cha Shin-hyeon rockets straight into the air, instantly shattering any rumors about his hidden class. Since flight is the signature move of a wizard class, this looks like a highly provocative display of his high-tier skills. The Dawn Guild leader turns to Lee Ji-hae, asking if this flying stunt is some sort of brilliant tactical play. She grimaces, replying that he is probably just showing off, and surprisingly, she hits the nail right on the head. After quickly sizing up his opponent's level and comparing it to his own, Cha Shin-hyeon still holds a solid advantage. If he relied on pure martial arts, this guy would not even be worth his time, but using hunter power levels the playing field. This makes things somewhat even, but what actually gets Cha Shin-hyeon excited is seeing his true target watching him. Park Tae-hun is staring right at him, and Cha Shin-hyeon cannot help but find the guy's obsession pretty adorable. He laughs, thinking about how the guild leader must be dying of curiosity to see what power he will unleash. He silently dares him to keep staring because he will never give him that satisfaction, and with that, Cha Shin-hyeon summons a barrage of glowing energy spheres, raining them down like fireworks, but his opponent is no pushover either. He blocks the assault with a massive flame shield, wondering if this basic mana is really all his opponent has. Ryu Seung-jin questions if their intelligence report was completely wrong as he braces himself against the sudden heavy pressure. He deflects the final blasts, swinging his arms to retaliate with roaring flames that drape over him like a majestic cloak. Convinced that Cha Shin-hyeon is just a standard wizard, he prepares his counter-trap, knowing there are 3 higher-tier magic classes. First is the Artisan and Non-Combat class, focused on crafting item enhancements and imbuing gear with powerful elemental attributes. Then comes the Mage, combining elements for versatile combat, and finally the Sorcerer, who actually shapes real physical phenomena. Whether they are blinking across the battlefield or levitating high in the air, these users transcend standard magic limits. In battle, all 3 tiers behave far more like supernatural entities than average low-level magic casters. Usually, they stay safely in the backlines to provide support, unlike frontline vanguards, but sometimes exceptions arise. They are fully capable of unleashing deadly, lethal attacks, turning themselves into absolute nightmares on the battlefield. But standing back to watch is definitely not Ryu Seung-jin's style. He charges forward with all his might, screaming at the top of his lungs. If you are still hiding some secret skill, you better show it now, otherwise take this hit and get lost. He unleashes a devastating fire strike, showing off some pretty incredible martial arts skills. This formidable fire magic was honed since his youth, and the crowd gets anxious just watching this heat. They are terrified Cha Shin-hyeon will get wiped out before showing his true strength, but nope. He has got that main character energy, so this is nothing. Cha Shin-hyeon stands completely unscathed. Only the ground beneath his feet is shattered, but an unsatisfied Ryu Seung-jin furiously triggers his next skill. He screams at his opponent to show everything he has got, unless he wants to disintegrate. Cha Shin-hyeon is totally unfazed, practically playing a game of catch me if you can as he taunts him with a thumbs down. You have got quite a few surprises, Cha Shin-hyeon notes, but before he can even finish his sentence, the incoming strike vanishes into thin air. The stadium erupts into whispers, with everyone left completely stunned by what just happened. Nobody knows what is going on, and some even suspect a god crushed the attack. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hae looks incredibly worried, secretly cursing Cha Shin-hyeon for making everyone panic like this. High-level martial arts is basically magic at this point, and even the Fire Dragon King's strongest attack did absolutely nothing to Cha Shin-hyeon. Ryu Seung-jin is just a puddle trying to clash with the ocean. He is completely out of his league here. He charges in blind rage, but he is like an insect to Cha Shin-hyeon. No matter how fierce his attacks are, the result is the same. Cha Shin-hyeon casually blocks every single hit. Talk about a completely one-sided beatdown. Who would even believe this is supposed to be a duel between mages? Cha Shin-hyeon teaches him some basic moves. He gets right in his face to answer his confused question. I have been practicing martial arts for a long time now, kid. Is this really all you can do? Is this your actual limit? For someone so confident, you are honestly incredibly weak. This completely drives Ryu Seung-jin insane, and he backs away with a desperate self-destructive plan. If he cannot win, he is taking everyone down. A massive fire dragon materializes, radiating enough heat to level the entire area. The flames sweep through the stadium like a storm, swallowing him whole. Is this finally the end for him? Will he collapse under this unbelievable attack? Turns out nope, even 10 fire dragons could never break his defense. Even with a body that is completely immune to extreme temperatures, Cha Shin-hyeon is not just going to stand there. He is no sitting duck, so he decides playtime is officially over. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupts from Cha Shin-hyeon, instantly crushing the fire dragon and knocking Ryu Seung-jin out cold. He did it in a split second, proving that talking trash only gets you a quick ticket to defeat. The crowd goes wild, calling him a literal god after that display. Over in the VIP booth, Tae-han glares furiously and asks his assistant who is up next. Hearing that it is the knight Choi Kim Ha-jong, his tense expression finally relaxes. He instructs him to use that weapon, as Choi Kim Ha-jong is known as the ultimate spear. He is the guild's elite guardian, making an entrance in stunning armor while wielding a massive imposing spear. His notorious nickname is the Mage Butcher, and just like that title implies, he has never lost to a magic user. While warriors usually have a solid advantage over mages, this fight might be different. The very second the starting signal echoes, Choi Kim Ha-jong bursts forward, closing the distance instantly. He activates a powerful physical buff across his body and launches a direct head-on strike at Cha Shin-hyeon. Their eyes lock, but Cha Shin-hyeon slickly dodges and closes in, though he does not expect this guy is not just incredibly fast, but also possesses a rock-solid defense. Cha Shin-hyeon decides to take the battle airborne. But before he can even leap into the air to gain the upper hand, the enemy is already breathing down his neck. Choi Kim Ha-jong leaps up without a second thought, delivering a crushing blow that completely shatters Cha Shin-hyeon's defensive barrier. The arena maintenance crew is going to hate repairing this. Cha Shin-hyeon lies flat on the ground, stunned. He is so shocked he cannot even move, whispering that he cannot remember the last time someone actually knocked him down. It must have been centuries, right? He staggers back to his feet, holding his head in genuine pain. If he could just use his martial arts, he could easily crush 10 of these guys. Grinning, he gives another taunting thumbs down. He slashes across mid-air and throws his opponent from side to side like they are just a toy. Unable to withstand the brutal impact, Choi Kim Ha-gun's mask shatters to reveal a pale face as the crowd wonders. They ask each other what is going on, as his mysterious power completely overwhelms his opponent in seconds. To answer the crowd's endless questions, Shin-hyeon explains that his power is not gravity but a basic push and pull skill. He developed this after deep contemplation on reversing yin and yang. It is complex, but that is the basic idea. He can transfer force to drag opponents close, but before Shin-hyeon can finish, his enemy cuts him off, claiming he made a mistake. Closing the distance was a major mistake, and seeing the tide turn, Park Tae-han excitedly cheers in anticipation. While Shin-hyeon is still confused, a bright red warning screen suddenly flashes right in front of him. Magic is sealed for the next 10 seconds, a virtual death sentence, but luckily his quick reflexes save him just in time. He barely dodges what would have been a fatal blow, almost ending his own life right there, just as Choi Kim Ha-jung launches a desperate final attack. Choi Kim Ha-jung counters with an unknown skill, and up in the stands, Lee Ji He senses something terribly wrong, repeatedly using telepathy to urge Shin-hyeon to escape immediately before everything gets worse. Winning the tournament does not matter anymore. Surviving is the only priority, but running away or forfeiting. Those words simply do not exist in Shin-hyeon's dictionary, no matter what ridiculous tricks his opponent pulls. He stands perfectly still, not even blinking, as his entire demeanor suddenly shifts like a completely different person. With a cold glare and a wicked smile, his terrifying energy explodes, sending chills down everyone's spines as the heavenly void primordial cultivation method suddenly resonates with this terrifying destructive power, triggering a massive shock wave that is far more terrifying than anything Park Tae-han has ever experienced, leaving Choi Kim-ha-jun bound in midair. Completely dazed, the guy wonders where he is and who he even is, because his counterspell should still be active, forcing him to ask aloud. Demanding to know what kind of skill this is, Choi Kim-ha-jun watches as Shin-hyeon slowly floats down to explain. That is not a system skill, it is martial arts, and if anyone is curious about it, they can ask later. They can go ask Park Tae-han, because the invisible force currently binding him, which only he can feel, is supreme. That is the absolute peak of swordsmanship, famously known as the heart sword, force of pure will. This ultimate power manifests once external martial arts reach level 40, representing the absolute peak of human will in this world. Once someone reaches this stage, they can effortlessly slay enemies or shatter the heavens with nothing but a single thought. Talk about an insane explanation, but honestly, is Choi Kim-ha-jun even in any state to process a single word right now? Shin-hyeon originally wanted a clean finish, but that would be too boring. It is time to pay back the debt in full. In a brutal world, blood debts must be paid in blood, so he decides to teach this loser a proper lesson. And just as the words leave his mouth, his fist lands directly into Choi Kim-ha-jun's stomach, drawing blood as he excitedly imagines how dumbfounded Park Tae-han must look from afar. Wondering if his rival is watching, Shin-hyeon wants him to engrave this exact moment into his mind, since he wanted to see it so badly. This is the ultimate peak of martial arts, and holy crap, after taking that hit, Choi Ji-hyeon is left completely broken, and nobody knows if he even survived, leading Shin-hyeon to forfeit his remaining fights under the excuse that his magic is completely drained, leaving everyone wondering if the Infinite Guild will dominate the Solar Festival. Will it be twilight or dawn, or will the Infinite Guild sweep the board? That is the burning question on everyone's mind. Ultimately, Twilight loses with a score of 3-2, and as the Solar Festival concludes, the elite hunter Shin-hyeon instantly becomes an overnight internet sensation, with endless gossip spreading across the web about the fall of the Twilight Guild. Once considered far stronger than Dawn, they are now dethroned, and their shattered guild leader has locked himself in his room. He is in a complete mental breakdown, trembling in absolute terror like a scared little puppy. He keeps replaying that moment in his head, not just paralyzed by fear, but utterly humiliated by that brief display of force. The overwhelming power shown during that brief clash is simply not something he can ever face, a hard truth he must accept. Though his pride is deeply wounded, Park Tae-han suddenly seems to realize something crucial as he stands up, grabs his suit jacket, and commands his assistant Chun-ho to accompany him, leaving the poor guy terrified. Chun-ho nervously asks what on earth they are doing out at this hour, wondering if the trauma drove his boss completely mad. But Park Tae-han just offers a reassuring smile, adjusts his collar, and speaks with his usual air of absolute superiority. Where else would they go? They are off to meet the war god a week after the Sun Festival ends. Absolute chaos. That is the only way to describe the entire Dawn Guild office, because of their rising star, Cha Shin-hyeon. Phones are ringing off the hook, and they are constantly flooded with spam calls, endless emails, and all sorts of other nonsense. They receive 328 questions, 800 emails, and plenty of other inquiries. Most of them are from reporters. Plus, there are hopefuls wanting to join the Infinite Guild, along with 8 business proposals and 43 requests for advertisements. The assistant has filtered out almost every single one except for one highly unusual request that needs direct approval. But right before he can present it, employees start pounding on the door, calling for the secretary and making him spin like a top. Cha Shin-hyeon is completely sick of the chaos. He absolutely detests meaningless noise, so he complains just a little bit to his companion. Lee Ji-hae suddenly interrupts him to apologize. She feels incredibly guilty about the whole situation, making the air between them grow heavy. Preventing his true identity from being exposed was her main goal, so she had impulsively made that call. She begged him not to use martial arts during the tight battle. But seeing the worry in her pretty eyes, though, he just smiles. Cha Shin-hyeon brushes it off, telling her not to worry because it was nothing. Besides, Park Tae-han is not a threat. He would never dare to use martial arts against Cha Shin-hyeon anyway, since he already felt the massive gap in their raw power. That massive difference in vitality means the guy will not be acting so smug or boasting anytime soon. As the vice leader of the Dawn Guild, Lee Ji-hae bows deeply to show her deepest respect, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Curiously, she asks Cha Shin-hyeon why he rejected every single offer except for the invitation from the Jeju Island Association. He is in a rush because his sister is waiting talking to her over his shoulder as he heads out. Mainly, he is sick of these boring city dungeons since his level is not rising anymore, plus, Jeju is nice. A family vacation is just what they need. And honestly, Cha Shin-hyeon is totally right because his little sister Eun's soul is thrilled. The second she sees the ocean, she is as happy as a child running all over the place to explore. She starts listing food she wants to try, though it is doubtful she can eat it all. Suddenly, someone shouts for guild leader Cha. The sudden shout startles Cha Shin-hyeon and his sister. Turns out it is the Jeju Island Association representative welcoming them with intense enthusiasm. Seeing his over-the-top fanboy act, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately regrets coming. He seriously wonders if it is too late to turn back. The guy rushes forward, shaking his hand rapidly while begging for an autograph. Looking up with sparkling eyes, he promises to buy a custom idol t-shirt, which is just incredibly bizarre. Fortunately, the guide finally notices his little sister, otherwise poor Eun's soul would have been completely ignored. With very little time left, the local guides quickly hand them their itinerary and get them moving. Since a full stomach is the best way to start any journey, kicking things off with a massive food tour, yes please. Meanwhile, the spiteful Park Tae-hun has had people tailing Cha Shin-hyeon 24/7, especially after hearing the target landed on the island. He removes his glasses. Grinning wildly, he rallies his henchmen to tag along and put on a show. Telling his men it is time to work, he welcomes Cha Shin-hyeon to his trap. But get this villain actually thinks he has some incredible vision. Digging his own grave is apparently his plan, but whatever. Soon enough, our main characters arrive at their destination. They are greeted by the orange-haired guy from earlier alongside the leader of the Damla Guild, Kim Ha-jun. This older man and his nephew are clearly cut from the same cloth. He immediately rushes over to warmly shake Cha Shin-hyeon's hand. Next, he tells his nephew to bring out a special gift. Hearing about Jeju specialties, Eun's soul is already drooling in anticipation. She expects delicious black pork or premium fish. But the two hosts bring out a covered plate with a highly mysterious smile. They promise that just one single bite will blow her mind, which only makes Eun's soul even more excited to dig in. She stares intensely at the covered platter, practically smelling the imaginary delicious meat only to be presented with a simple ordinary tangerine. Honestly, she wants to draw her bow and take these two out. She must stay calm. Chanting the word calm 10 times is the only thing keeping her from skewering them. Peeling her fruit, she grumpily listens to their explanation. Even though she is still completely fuming, Kim Ha-jun cuts straight to the chase. The current situation on Jeju is highly unstable. They used to run a highly successful self-governing hunter system here, but a massive rebellion completely ruined everything. The conflict between the two major guilds has left the entire Korean hunter community fractured. If they get dragged into that, it is over. Getting dragged into the middle of those two warring factions means absolute disaster. Blood will surely flow across Jeju Island. To prevent that, the Damla Guild has stayed united as a single force, which is the only reason they have survived. This high-threat Supreme Dungeon is an anomaly. Normally only one level 2 danger zone exists at any given time. Yet over the past year, the number of these active high-tier danger zones has spiked dramatically. Clearing even one of these dangerous zones demands a highly coordinated raid by veteran level 40 hunters. Kim Ha-jun sighs deeply and continues explaining. That kind of hurdle is simply impossible to overcome using only their alliance's current power. Because of this, the high-ranking hunters leading the vanguard groups eventually fell into deep despair. Every single one of them joined either the Dawn or Dusk Guild, adopting a policy of nodding along. Cha Shin-hyeon nods along like he understands every single detail, but in reality he is completely lost and has to ask for clarification. If a high-threat dungeon like that pops up, shouldn't we just leave it alone? It's not like those. Monsters are crawling out to attack us. Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson look ready to flip the table. They yell right back, if they do nothing, the giant guilds will claim complete ownership of the dungeon. They're just trying to stop those massive factions from expanding, though explaining this is giving everyone a headache. This tag team duo is relentless. They start hyping Cha Shin-hyeon up with ridiculous praise to get him on board, calling him a guiding star in the dark and a savior just to guilt him into accepting their plea. Cha Shin-hyeon wants to curse at their ridiculous antics. These guys are completely out of their minds. But since he is already here, he agrees to jump right into the action. As they prepare to leave, his sister Eun's soul tugs on her brother's sleeve and tells him to wait up. She says she has an urgent issue to settle first. Her serious look, making him panic. It turns out her stomach is completely empty and she shyly demands some premium black pork before the fight. Once their bellies are stuffed, the crew heads straight to the high-difficulty Eobseung-san dungeon to start their training. While they burn off some calories, a separate group of vanguard hunters is already inside struggling. They are fighting for their lives against a pack of toxic fire monkeys. But the struggle seems hopeless, since these beasts spit toxic boiling saliva that can easily melt through solid shields and defenses. Realizing the extreme danger, the vanguard group knows that the longer the fight drags on, the worse off they are. With no escape route left, they can only hold the line or end up roasted alive by the flames. Just as their stamina completely bottoms out, Cha Shin-hyeon and his squad burst in to save the day. Fanboy Kim Ha-joon cannot stop cheering for his idol even though Eun-sol is currently carrying him out. She drags him out of the toxic cloud, prompting him to show off a quick trick with his teammates. They use instant teleportation to wipe out several beasts at once. Intrigued by the skill, Cha Shin-hyeon asks what level he is. Flustered by the sudden attention, Kim Ha-joon scratches his head and shyly admits he just crossed level 40. With the rest of his squad also at level 40, Eun-sol's jaw drops in utter disbelief at their high levels. He then turns to Cha Shin-hyeon with an expectant grin, eager to show off his expertise. He asks if the legendary guild leader Cha has already mastered the skill just by watching him. Slightly annoyed by the pressure, Cha Shin-hyeon decides to play along anyway, raising his hand with cool confidence. He confidently tells them to watch closely because he will only demonstrate this teleportation skill once. The onlookers hold their breath in awe, waiting for a massive miracle. 1 second passes, then 2. 3 seconds go by and absolutely nothing happens. Kim Ha-geun awkwardly breaks the silence, asking if he is ready. He tells him to just pretend he was testing the atmosphere instead of failing. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly plays it off, claiming he is just a humble student of the world. Dying of embarrassment inside, Cha Shin-hyeon slowly lowers his hand while screaming internally to stay calm. He then calmly asks Kim Ha-geun to explain the actual mechanics behind how to use instant teleportation. The fanboy happily demonstrates the skill, rambling on so fast it gives his listeners a massive headache. He explains how he drops monsters from high up during solo play to deal damage. While he is limited to a height of 150 centimeters, that drop is fatal for wingless beasts. Falling from that height is always more than enough to finish them off. He keeps rambling endlessly about his tactics until Cha Shin-hyeon finally has to step in to shut him up. He finally shut up because he pulled off that move himself. Only problem is he hasn't mastered it yet and accidentally teleported right onto a tree branch. After grinding monsters for what felt like forever, lunchtime finally rolls around, even with the area still crawling. A bunch of monkeys are still lurking, looking for a chance to strike. But this squad is doing fine, besides no one fights on an empty stomach. Cha Eun-sol can't believe how cluelessly chill they are in the face of danger, so she immediately starts mocking them. She asks how he can even swallow his food with monsters surrounding them, but Kim Ha-geun couldn't care less. He thanks them for the help and hands her a piece of kimbap to recharge her energy. Cha Eun-sol turns away in absolute frustration. Meanwhile, her brother has no complaints at all, happily stuffing his face with the food. Then he starts bragging about how fast he learns and how he reached the absolute highest level. And get this, Kim Ha-joon is right beside him, taking intense notes on everything his idol says. He's writing so fast, it's like he's terrified of forgetting a single word. Watching these two idiots is physically painful. Cha Eun-sol wants to punch them both, but she just takes a sip of tea and acts like the smart one. She warns Kim Ha-geun that if he thinks clinging to her brother will actually teach him anything, he needs to wake up. She explains that the methods her brother uses to get strong only work for him, so his advice is totally useless. But before she can finish, he cuts her off. He admits he knows that, but as the team leader, he can't be satisfied. He can't just sit back when he is holding such an important position with his current low level. Even when he hits the wall of what people call raw talent, he still wonders if there's more. He wonders if there is still something he can learn from Guild Master Cha. Hearing this, Cha Eun-sol quieted down. She remembers their last dungeon raid. Realizing he has a point, she drops her harsh attitude. Instead, she walks over, pops a piece of kimbap into her mouth, and even admits that it tastes pretty good. With his hometown food getting some love, Kim Ha-geun's eyes light up like high beams. He rushes over, grabs Cha Eun-sol's hand, and promises to buy her an entire food truck of it. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon ignores their bickering and opens his system screen. It looks like he found a solution. Earlier, Cha Shin-hyeon had acquired a skill stone called Majesty inside the dungeon. The skill can overwhelm monsters with pure presence and control their minds. Out of curiosity, he had combined it with Mind Sword. That power is the physical embodiment of his will, and surprisingly, it worked. He could completely control targets with specific commands, though he only ever used it for quick entertainment. Controlling weak monsters was useless, so he forgot about it. But now, cornered, he remembers and fuses it with his wisdom skill. He scans the area for monsters and commands them to show up immediately. Done, he turns to the team leader, Kim Ha-joon. He asks if he still has enough energy left to pull off a mass teleportation right now. He mentions he might run into some trouble. It sounds ominous, but Kim Ha-joon nods and says he can do it. The second he says it, monsters charge in like a sudden earthquake. The squad instantly senses something is seriously wrong. They are completely surrounded by a massive horde. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately signals Kim Ha-geun to get the team out of there. He plans to stay behind and handle them alone. Cha Eun-sol tries to protest, but she doesn't even get a word out. Before she knows it, they are teleported away. Finally, Cha Shin-hyeon can fight without holding anything back. He grins at the red-faced monkeys, joking even if they can't understand him. Meanwhile, safety-bound Cha Eun-seol can't stop worrying. She bites her nails in pure anxiety. Beside her, Kim Ha-gun is practically bouncing with excitement watching his idol. But as he looks at Cha Eun-seol, he realizes that no matter how ridiculously powerful Cha Shin-hyeon is, he is still her only remaining family. He gently reassures her that Guild Master Cha is an absolute beast. There is no need to worry. She knows him better than anyone, so she should have a little faith. She really does know her brother best. Cha Eun-seol looks at Kim Ha-jun with a completely blank stare. She asks what nonsense he is talking. Her brother is out there all alone right now. He is selfishly hogging all the experience points. Why would she ever worry about a monster like him? These siblings are honestly on a completely different level. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, Lee Ji-hae suddenly pauses in her tracks. She swears she can hear the distant laughter of a certain madman and everyone knows exactly who that is. Her assistant stops the briefing to ask if she is alright before continuing with the report. He quickly outlines the passive situation of their rival guild and the disputed dungeons. Those dungeons are falling into their hands easily, so there is nothing to worry about. They spent some time monitoring the Twilight Guild, but a much more urgent crisis suddenly popped up, and this new threat is far more terrifying. Her assistant frantically hands Lee Ji-hae a stack of documents, completely shocking her. She breaks into a cold sweat despite the 40-degree summer heat. A highly dangerous dungeon has just been discovered on Mount Taebaek. It is rated as a level 13 danger with a scorching desert climate that only level 60 hunters can survive. Ji-hae stares at the paperwork and realizes that a dungeon of absolutely monstrous difficulty has spawned. A level 13 threat requiring level 60 hunters. This Taebaek dungeon is a searing desert filled with giant insect monsters. These beasts stand as tall as a 10-story building hiding beneath the sand, and each one matches a high-rank hunter. This crucial report, brought personally by guild leader Jeon Jun-ho, sends a deep chill down Ji-hae's spine. She sighs in exhaustion, realizing that she and the guild executives will have to schedule a special raid. During stressful moments like this, she quietly wishes that Cha Shin-hyeon were here to help them. Deep in her thoughts, Ji-hae accidentally knocks over a teacup on her desk, shattering it completely. Tea spills all over the floor as she scolds herself, wondering when on earth he will finally return. Grimacing, she sighs. Cha Shin-hyeon's team has already been inside the Jeju dungeon for 2 full weeks. By now, Cha Shin-hyeon has fully adjusted to using his mind control command, fusing his majesty and wisdom heart skills. Wandering through the Jeju dungeon, he casually lures out the monsters, basically carrying the entire Alliance Guild team. His younger sister, Eun-seol, is also showing off some major combat drive, eagerly slaying monsters and happily thrashing Kim Ha-jun and her group. In this world, a hunter's leveling process relies on experience points, which are distributed based on the total damage each individual inflicts on the monster. This means if Cha Shin-hyeon avoids participating in the battles directly, the others can level up much faster. But while he is lost in thought, the desperate yells of a hunter, running for his absolute life with a giant monster hot on his heels, echo in his ears. At times like this, Cha Shin-hyeon really has no choice but to step in and save them. He unleashes a massive wave of spatial teleportation force, making the beast roll its eyes in terror while the rescued knight nearly wets himself. He is even carrying completely random teams now. From below, Kim Ji-hyeon cheers him on with pure admiration. During their time exploring the dungeon, Cha Shin-hyeon actually managed to learn the teleportation skill directly from Kim Ji-hyeon. He has mastered it to a level that leaves the original user completely stunned and deeply impressed. Even if his mastery isn't perfect yet, it is still incredible. That evening, the team relaxes by the sea. Sipping drink after drink, Eun-seol happily looks around and exclaims that this island is absolutely paradise on earth. Both Eun-seol and Kim Ha-jun managed to level up quite a bit during this active Jeju dungeon expedition. This was supposed to be a fun family vacation, so he was slightly worried his sister would feel disappointed by all the training. Fortunately, she seems very happy with the trip, proving that a dungeon raid can still be memorable. As Cha Shin-hyeon thinks of this warmly, Ji-hyeon pulls out their next official raid request and reads it aloud. The upcoming request is from the Sandado Guild, a level 11 threat featuring a rare type of monster. Known as bat wolves, they possess the ferocious face of a wolf and the agile body of a bat. Their razor-sharp fangs can easily shred human flesh. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon frowns at the description of the terrain. It is a cave. Kim Ha-jun explains that the client specifically requested only Cha Shin-hyeon because the cave is pitch black. The cramped space means Eun-seol's archery and Ji-hyun's teleportation skills would be completely useless inside. Eun-seol complains about the unfairness, but Cha Shin-hyeon gently advises her to take this chance to rest up. Promising to return quickly, he sighs. The mention of caves triggers some dark memories he would rather forget. The next day, guild leader Kim Jung-wook of the Sandado Guild arrives to personally guide him on this raid. After a cheerful greeting, the two of them head straight into the dungeon. Damn it, he thinks. Just thinking about stepping into a cave is making him feel far more uncomfortable than he anticipated. But he cannot abandon this critical mission just because of his own personal trauma. No matter what, he needs to overcome this fear as quickly as possible regardless of what is waiting in the dark. He must finish this fast and return. Clenching his fists to calm his nerves, Cha Shin-hyeon takes a deep breath and steps inside. Countless lightning-shooting monsters are instantly wiped out by Cha Shin-hyeon in a single breath, making the guild members break into a cold sweat. With things moving much faster than planned, Cha Shin-hyeon does not even let them lead and instead dashes forward at absolute full speed. He wants to finish this mission and escape because terrifying memories from his dark past are suddenly beginning to rush back. These memories torture his mind like never before, and when the annoying director bugs him, Cha Shin-hyeon snaps, completely terrifying the poor man. Cha Shin-hyeon tightly clenches his fist and tells himself that he must escape quickly before he ends up beating them all to a pulp. Since the path ahead is highly complicated, the director takes the lead, though his bizarre behavior from earlier remains incredibly suspicious. Cha Shin-hyeon briefly thinks he might just be paranoid and continues to follow him. Listening to the director babble, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly looks up at the ceiling in shock as a cold shiver runs down his spine and magic array. Even worse, this design belongs to the Phantom Labyrinth array, which might not be lethal, but once anyone gets trapped inside, they will lose all direction and wander around with no escape. But analyzing the flow of vital energy reveals that this array is actually guiding them somewhere. Why would such a spell that he saw back in Murim appear inside a dungeon? Could this old return spell have already existed in this world? Cha Shin-hyeon trembles as his mind begins to unravel, desperate to avoid anything related to Murim inside this dark cave. Trapped in this stressful situation, Cha Shin-hyeon desperately tells himself that the past is over. He urges himself to pull through, and having finally regained his focus, Cha Shin-hyeon decides to risk it all and head deeper inside to eliminate the target. Meanwhile, at the desert dungeon near Mount Taebek, the low-tier squad is locked in a fierce battle with a giant beast. Just when victory seems assured, the monster unleashes a devastating surprise attack. This leaves the team struggling against its overwhelming fire. Enduring the onslaught, the leader waits for the right moment and signals Lee Ji-hae to join the assault. With a single decisive strike from her sword, the beast is sent straight to its grave. They only defeated 3 monsters, but the entire group is completely exhausted. Lee Ji-hae has them rest in the shade, blushing when the vice-captain mentions Cha Shin-hyeon. She elbows the vice-captain so hard he almost passes out. Meanwhile, Chairman No Jung and Jeon Jun-ho could not join Lee Ji-hae today because they have other urgent matters to attend to. At the exact same time, outside the desert dungeon at Mount Taebek, 2 cold-faced guards clad in heavy armor are aggressively patrolling the area. They point their sharp spears toward the gate while 2 nearby guards chat endlessly while chewing on snacks. They joke that their guard duty is way too easy with absolutely nothing to do. But right as those words escape, a massive storm of explosions rains down, vaporizing them in an instant. After the smoke and dust finally clear, the chief secretary, clutching his heavily bloodied face, crawls up and immediately recognizes the gun's skill meteor bullet. Today's dungeon raid was a top-secret mission known only to a select few in the guild. How on earth did this happen? Could it be the Twilight Guild? As he panics, a figure slowly approaches from the distance, none other than Director Jeon Jun-ho, with an innocent look. He asks what happened, and the relieved secretary explains that they were ambushed by Twilight. A very powerful enemy launched a surprise attack, and the leaders still need a few more hours to complete the raid. The secretary wonders if he should go inside to warn them. But wait, any hesitation is already pointless, because it is far too late. Catching him completely off guard, Jeon Jun-ho brutally stabs him in the stomach without mercy. "I am almost done here, Chief Secretary," Dongguan Jeon Jun-ho says with wide eyes, holding a blade covered in fresh blood. Having dealt with the secretary, Jeon Jun-ho pulls out his phone to call his partner Tae-hun. These 2 treacherous beasts laugh with pure joy as their plan goes off without a hitch. Later, when Tae-hun arrives at the designated spot and sees the clean work Jeon Jun-ho did on the body, he is highly pleased. "Lee Ji-hae, you arrogant fool," he thinks. "You never would have guessed that the traitor was hiding right inside your own 5th Division, would you? I even bought them off long before the Sun Festival even started. Bet you never saw this coming." Tae-hun whistles as he kicks the blood-drenched corpse, reminiscing about the days he spent sharing a dungeon with Lee Ji-hae. Back then, he had just returned from Murim and was only beginning his journey as a hunter. Seeing her constantly cleaning up after others instead of focusing on her own training highly annoyed Tae-hun. He wanted them both to grow powerful as quickly as possible. That was when he produced the ancient relic received from the god of war, Cheung-gu, along with his order for both of them to wear it and serve him. Under his guidance, they would have become unstoppable. But to his shock, Lee Ji-hae. But her outright rejection leaves Park Tae-hun deeply crushed. Lee Ji-hae is perfectly content with her current life. She has no desire to overpower anyone else. This flat refusal cuts Park Tae-hun deep, leaving him incredibly hurt. He genuinely believed Lee Ji-hae was the only one who could understand his pain, but now Park Tae-hun realizes he has been left behind by everyone. Blaming those foolish people around her, Park Tae-hun suddenly snaps in a blind rage and completely loses control. He wipes out Lee Ji-hae's friends. Park Tae-hun is always like this. The only reason people look down on him is Lee Ji-hae. Lee Ji-hae is just too weak. She has completely forgotten how pathetic and miserable she used to be back in the Murim. It is all because of those pests. He vows to destroy and wipe out everything that makes Lee Ji-hae soft-hearted. He believes doing this will make her understand him. Filled with mad conviction, Park Tae-hun swears to free Lee Ji-hae, starting with her friends. Park Tae-hun stops at the cave entrance in silence. Seo-hyuk immediately orders the rest of the men to guard the area. If anyone tries to escape from the dungeon, wipe them out. Then he asks how things are progressing on Jeju Island. Park Tae-hun asks coldly. Seo-hyuk replies not to worry since Gao Lin has already made his move. They both know that nobody can escape the trap that guy set, even though their time is running extremely tight right now. He reported that preparations are underway and they are already close to finalizing the entire battle plan. Seo-hyuk volunteers to deal with Lee Ji-hae first once they enter the dungeon, just as Park Tae-hun had previously promised him. A sinister flash passes through Park Tae-hun's eyes, but he quickly softens up and happily agrees to the request. The time has come. Park Tae-hun and his 500 men quickly march inside the cave. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon finds himself lost in a completely deserted area along with Kim Jung-wook and his men. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly makes a sharp 180, aggressively grabs Kim Jung-wook by the face and glares at him with burning anger. He demands to know what they are plotting, asking if they really have a death wish right now. He knew something was off from the very beginning, warning him to confess if he wants to leave alive. Right in the middle of his fury, Cha Shin-hyeon spots a blinking signal light on a bomb planted nearby by Park Tae-hun's group. He lets out a cold smirk, finding the situation amusing, just a second before a massive explosion rocks the cave. Blazing red flames engulf the cave. Deep inside, Lee Ji-hae suddenly senses an overwhelming wave of dread washing over her. Brushing it off as her being paranoid, she continues planning her monster hunt until a violent tremor hits. Lee Ji-hae whips around in sheer panic, realizing the blast came from exactly where her party was resting. Amidst the flames, the captain and his crew fight desperately to survive against Seo-hyuk and his relentless army. Seo-hyuk's strikes are incredibly fast and deadly. The captain is left completely unable to defend, covered in blood. He curses, barely able to breathe against Seo-hyuk, wondering how they could even claim Choi Kim Ha-jung was from G. Terrified and desperate, the captain realizes he still has to face the monster Park Tae-hun waiting right ahead. Park Tae-hun glares back mockingly, noting the captain actually fights decently for a mere puppet leader. He mockingly claps his hands, sarcastically apologizing to the bleeding captain for underestimating his power. Furious, the captain demands to know how they bypassed the guards at the cave entrance. Park Tae-hun simply sneers, asking if he seriously hasn't figured out their fate by now. His smug face pushes the captain over the edge. This dungeon location was a closely guarded secret. The entire raid was supposed to be classified, meaning they must have a traitor in their midst. He roars that he will personally crush the Twilight Guild and every single traitor who helped them. But before he can even make a move, Park Tae-hun's men finish slaughtering the rest of Lee Ji-hae's allies. Listening to their desperate begging as blood pools around them, Park Tae-hun bursts into maniacal laughter at the tragic sight. Lee Ji-hae suddenly charges from behind, swinging her sword at Park Tae-hun, but Seo-hyuk steps in and blocks her. Park Tae-hun simply grins, saying how much he missed her, which only makes her blood boil even more. Sick of his voice, Lee Ji-hae lunges forward, but Seo-hyuk intercepts her on Park Tae-hun's silent command. The two clash furiously in a deadly high-speed duel. Seo-hyuk pushes his limits, nearly taking her life several times. But Lee Ji-hae is no pushover, delivering devastating counters. Spotting her opponent growing increasingly frustrated, she decides to play dirty. She starts taunting him, mocking him for becoming Park Tae-hun's lapdog when he used to be a pathetic rookie. She laughs that he could barely hold a dagger back then. Furious, Seo-hyuk completely loses his temper and swings wildly. The clash grows extremely intense. Lee Ji-hae breaks a sweat, staring anxiously at her surrounded captain. She realizes that if the captain goes all out, he can hold on. For now. But that smug bastard Park Tae-hun is sitting nearby, and Lee Ji-hae knows he won't stay quiet for long. Park Tae-hun muses that Lee Ji-hae has grown much stronger, thinking the Jeju Island situation must be wrapped up by now. In his mind, Cha Shin-hyeon is already dead. A corpse. But the smug villain is dead wrong. Cha Shin-hyeon is actually very much alive, and he is absolutely furious, ready to let violence take over. He vows to show them true terror because Park Tae-hun has officially messed with the wrong guy. Kim Jung-wook's battered men slowly crawl up from the cliffs, clutching their heads in pain. completely unprepared to see Cha Shin-hyeon standing right there. The guy does not have a single scratch, and his deadly gaze shows he is done playing games. Cha Shin-hyeon confronts them. They claimed it was an emergency, making him waste energy over his stupid trap. What is actually going on here? He demands some real answers because this little joke has officially gone too far. He grabs Kim Jong-wook by the throat with immense force, leaving the mob boss gasping for air. When they desperately claim they know absolutely nothing, Cha Shin-hyeon explodes with rage, shouting that securing this dungeon was entirely their guild's responsibility. It was their job to secure this place, meaning they have absolutely no excuses left. Setting up this massive trap and planting bombs deep inside takes days, yet they seriously expect him to believe they had no idea. Cha Shin-hyeon flashes a terrifying, bone-chilling smile, asking them if they honestly believe he is going to buy that garbage. Kim Jong-wook keeps crying and begging, swearing on his life they are clueless. They almost died too. But since they want to do this the hard way, Cha Shin-hyeon changes tactics. No more warnings. He steps forward and lets out a low growl, preparing to use force. He activates his absolute command skill instantly, taking complete control of Kim Jong-wook's mind. Under the spell, the brainwashed boss confesses that their Sandado Guild is financially backed by the Twilight Guild to manipulate the Alliance. Their mission was to control the Jeju Island Alliance until a mysterious stranger suddenly approached them. It was Gao Lin, a Chinese hunter, though Kim Jong-wook had no clue how he connected to Twilight. He acted like a major big shot, and they simply followed the direct Twilight Guild orders that Gao Lin delivered to them. Their sole mission was to lure Cha Shin-hyeon to the designated spot, while Gao Lin was supposed to clean up the battlefield afterward. Under the absolute command spell, Kim Jong-wook spills every single detail without holding back. Since communication signals are cut off inside, that bastard Gao Lin must still be lurking in here. But there is no trace of his presence anywhere. Did he escape? Suddenly, a clever idea strikes Cha Shin-hyeon's mind. He fires a massive beam of magic energy straight into the giant pile of collapsed boulders blocking their path. The blast easily clears the blocked entrance, blasting a wide tunnel directly to the outside. The remaining lackeys rejoice, thinking they are finally saved, but their celebration is cut incredibly short. Before stepping outside, Cha Shin-hyeon casually turns around and seals the entrance shut again, ignoring their desperate screams. He walks away, leaving them to their fate, realizing this entire setup was indeed orchestrated by the Twilight Guild. It gives him a perfect excuse to destroy them, but first he needs to hunt down Gao Lin. He sneers at the thought. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hee is still struggling in her fierce battle against Seo-hyuk. She taunts him relentlessly, driving Seo-hyuk into a complete mindless rage as he charges straight toward her. Unleashing her ultimate Blood Moon skill, she leads him on a wild high-speed chase through the area. Seo-hyuk counters with a fiery blast that knocks her back, but she quickly recovers and retaliates with her sharp blades. He counters with a dangerous origin skill, catching her completely off guard in the middle of the fight. The attack melts Lee Ji-hee's blade instantly, meaning a single mistake here could easily cost her life. Things are getting dangerous. Will she survive this melting heat? Let us keep watching to find out. Lee Ji-hee mockingly notes his fighting style has changed, pointing out that he is clearly mimicking her own dual blade technique. Seo-hyuk snaps back that it was Lee Ji-hee herself who originally taught him how an assassin must grow stronger. Lee Ji-hee breaks a sweat, honestly unable to recall ever giving him such advice in the past. His poison skill is annoying, but his clones are the real issue, whereas his actual body. Lee Ji-hee's mind is racing. Seo-hyuk keeps pushing her to unleash her Shadow Dance, but she absolutely refuses to play his game. She can't waste Shadow Dance yet. She needs to save every bit of her strength to negotiate with Park Tae-han later. Seo-hyuk loses his mind, grinds his teeth, and drives his blade straight through Lee Ji-hee's heart in a bloody, brutal thrust. Back in the day, she humiliated him constantly, even threatening to end his life. Yet she spared both him and Park Tae-han, leaving them with a bit of advice to find a brand new path. To him, that mercy was pure mockery, a total denial of his existence, so he threw away her old teachings. He built his skills again from the ground up just to surpass her, despite her standing as a powerful rival guild member. He actually respected her, which made receiving her pity feel even more sickening to his stomach. Getting looked down on by someone like her was the ultimate humiliation for him, but that obsession with killing her is exactly what turned him into the absolute best assassin around. He laughs like a maniac, raising his blade to finish her off while she coughs up blood, but then a massive chill. A wave of magical energy erupts from behind him. Lee Ji-hee stands there perfectly fine, mocking his stupidity with a smirk. It was a clone all along. Catching him completely off guard, she tells him she has one final lesson to teach. An assassin only reveals their true self in the split second they go for the final kill. Lee Ji-hee laughs, her eyes freezing cold. She unleashes a brutal barrage of energy directly into Seo-hyuk, sending him screaming like a slaughtered pig. To his very last breath, she tells him he is nothing but a cheap knockoff and ignorant bastard. Turning her back, she moves on. Next on her hit list is Park Tae-han, the one she wants to kill most. They trade insults before finally clashing, her lethal shadow dance fully prepared. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon is desperately trying to call Lee Ji-hae's phone, but her phone is completely out of service. Just as he exits the cave, his enemies await. Gao Lin's thugs are already waiting to ambush him. One mocks him, saying he is wasting his time trying to reach Lee Ji-hae right now. She is deep inside a dungeon raid where electronic signals are blocked entirely between the inside and the outside world. He asks about the cave, wondering if it feels familiar to those who have returned from the Murim world. Gao Lin steps out of the shadows, guessing Cha Shin-hyeon must be a fellow returnee from the Murim continent. Cha Shin-hyeon demands to know how he could possibly find out about Lee Ji-hae's secret dungeon raid. When Gao Lin hesitates to answer, Cha Shin-hyeon doesn't waste time and instantly unleashes his heavenly martial chi resonance. Gao Lin starts breaking a serious sweat quickly, snapping his fingers to deploy a high-level trap system he mastered back in Murim. This setup merges shaman magic with martial arrays. Cha Shin-hyeon strikes back hard, but a strange sensation stops him. His body suddenly feels incredibly heavy, and his internal energy is completely locked up. Panic sets in as he fights to break free. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Could all of these attackers actually be martial world returnees just like him? Gao Lin loves the look of pure shock on his face, asking how it feels to have his energy drained away. His golden seal is actively absorbing his inner force, transferring all that stolen power directly to his loyal disciples. They will instantly inherit his raw strength. Because of this, it does not even matter how incredibly powerful he is. He simply cannot win this. In fact, the stronger he is, the lower his chances of surviving become. That massive stockpile of power will be the very thing that destroys him. Gao Lin laughs triumphantly at his despair. Though his entire body is shaking, Cha Shin-hyeon refuses to yield, forcing himself to dodge their relentless barrage of attacks. The Golden Seal Trap is a pocket dimension constructed by aligning natural elements and mystical talismans. The legendary master strategist Zhu Liang once used this exact method to summon natural elements and obliterate entire enemy forces. His wisdom and incredible control of the battlefield made him seem virtually all-powerful like a god. Gao Lin had deeply admired the brilliant strategist ever since he was a young boy. He trained tirelessly in this trap technique throughout his time in the Murim and after returning home. Inside his array, Gao Lin genuinely believes he is an absolute god. But Cha Shin-hyeon finally realizes something. The trap relies on metal energy as its core foundation. Now that he knows the game changes, he delivers a swift, crushing counterattack that instantly blows the nearby henchmen away like ragdolls. Gao Lin is stunned. He has never witnessed martial arts like this, nor can he fathom how his men got immobilized. He cannot comprehend how Cha Shin-hyeon is moving so freely and lightning fast inside his perfect array. Lin is totally lost, thinking that all those fools wanted from the very start was to ask a few simple questions. He asks if they are from the demonic cult, guessing they do not know a single thing at all. He understands why, because while they were busy learning martial arts, they clearly missed the mark. They are not fighters returned from the Murim, and their swordsmanship is honestly just too pathetic. For anyone who has actually walked the path of Murim, he cannot feel a single trace of heavenly martial energy. This lack of energy is the main reason for his conclusion. Cha Shin-hyeon declares with absolute confidence. His words turn every single face pale. Gao Lin laughs and admits that Cha Shin-hyeon is incredibly sharp and correct. His disciples are completely different from him. Gao Lin boasts that they were only trained to look like flashy martial artists. Only someone at a top-tier level can actually access the meridians of another person to transfer internal energy. But that is completely impossible for people of their mediocre stature, meaning they must hide a secret. They definitely had to use some sort of dark magic, otherwise they could not do this. They could never achieve anything close to this, though it does not matter what they did. No matter what it is, the truth is, they already used it anyway. But it will not make much difference. Cha Shin-hyeon mockingly asks Gao Lin if this is the dark sorcery used by the demonic cult. Praising Cha Shin-hyeon for his vast knowledge, Gao Lin admits he indeed targets homeless people off the streets. Even though those people lived completely worthless lives, they actually proved highly valuable and brought him immense benefits. With just a few thousand lives, he managed to raise rare disciples with extremely high combat and hunting levels. But this does not change the fact that no matter how much mystic sorcery Cha Shin-hyeon deploys here today, he will never escape the grasp of this heavenly seal trap. Cha Shin-hyeon calmly asks if that means he literally feeds on human lives. Exactly, and that is why he loves dealing with the demonic cult, because negotiating with these wicked cultists is simple. No matter how much he ruins or tortures them, he feels absolutely zero guilt and actually enjoys it quite a bit. Now it is time to start the hunt. Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes a fierce resonance strike that leaves Gao Lin utterly dazed. His mind spins as the villain desperately chants an evil spell to re-energize the puppet bodies of the Lola. They spring back to life, but Cha Shin-hyeon calls it pathetic to feel so proud of stolen power. Cha Shin-hyeon mocks them for stealing energy from others as he slams his foot violently down into the ground. Massive energy erupts from the earth, causing their bodies to burst into flames as they scream in agony. Before the horrified eyes of Gao Lin, Cha Shin-hyeon explains that fire destroys metal, melting it completely away. That is the most basic rule of the five elements. Since Gao Lin's heavenly seal trap relies on metal energy, Cha Shin-hyeon easily counteracts it casually, mentioning that he studied the heavenly seal trap back in the Murim. It was merely a fun little pastime for him back then, though he admits the concept is somewhat amusing. Hearing this, Gao Lin is shocked to his core that his lifelong research is treated as a joke. For Cha Shin-hyeon, it is just a game. He notes that the villain looks pretty devastated by this realization. He tells Gao Lin not to take his mediocrity so hard since clever people always learn things easily anyway. Gao Lin suddenly sneers, asking Cha Shin-hyeon how his body feels now that the heavenly seal trap is actively burning him. It is consuming his heavenly chi, and it will end his life in a matter of moments. But since Gao Lin stole lives from others, he cannot complain when his own power gets stripped away by force. Cha Shin-hyeon smirks at Gao Lin, activating his force command skill to forcefully extract all his hidden information. He wants to find out what happened to Ji-hye, but Gao Lin stammers that she is already dead. In her hazy memories, Ji-hye recalls her past times with Park Tae-hun and his old weakness, thinking they should never have met. Her eyes snap open to Park Tae-hun standing over her, smugly telling her to get up, which immediately triggers her anger. Swearing under her breath, she draws her dagger and charges at Park Tae-hun with furious intent. Grinning, Park Tae-hun deploys his force shield, blasting Ji-hye back dozens of meters and completely neutralizing her shadow dance skill. She grunts in shock at his power, realizing she cannot trick him this time, and takes a deep breath to ask a question. She demands one final answer, asking why he killed them when he has always avoided explaining his actions. She has completely lost her composure, needing to hear his explanation right now. Trembling, both hands clenched into fists, Tae-hun mutters that they are just too weak. Isn't it human instinct to trample the weak? Tae-hun delivers such a provoking answer that Ji-hye instantly loses her temper. Ji-hye realizes she was crazy to think they could ever communicate. Now she is absolutely determined to slice him to pieces. Furious to the point of tears, she laughs wildly, swinging her blade at Tae-hun as two massive powers clash once again. Their collision throws the entire battlefield into chaos, triggering endless deafening explosions that shake the very ground. Meanwhile, Shin-hyeon sits by the beach. The Heavenly War Guild's leader died too quickly for him to gather any real information. He only managed to get their location sitting 450 kilometers away. Shin-hyeon contemplates the fact that with his current speed, he can actually reach them in just 20 minutes. Ji-hye is just a business partner. He has no real obligation to save her, especially in the brutal martial arts world. Grudges and revenge are totally normal in this cold world, so he tries to reassure himself and turns to walk away. Yet sudden memories of Ji-hye flash through his mind, forcing a self-deprecating laugh out of Shin-hyeon. Laughing like a madman, he mutters that he really must be losing his mind for caring this much. He always thought the only things he cared about were Cha's soul, and himself, never realizing there was actually someone else. With that, he dashes forward at lightning speed toward Ji-hye. Meanwhile, at Mount Taebak, Junho's guards are lazily chatting outside the dungeon entrance. Laughing and gossiping, they confidently assume Shin-hyeon is already dead, even if he somehow survived. There is no way he could make it here all the way from Jeju Island. But suddenly, the nearby bushes begin to rustle. Startled birds screech and scatter into the sky, leaving behind an incredibly eerie, heavy silence. The eerie silence gives them massive goosebumps. Suddenly, in this hair-raising atmosphere, Shin-hyeon finally appears, radiating pure and brutal power. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly wipes out Junho's guards, sending echoes of terrified screams into the air. Inside the dungeon, the clash between Ji-hye and Tae-hun is just as intense, with both exchanging heavy blows. Tae-hun grows even more hyped as they fight, unleashing strikes so powerful they make Ji-hye tremble. Catching her off guard, Tae-hun shatters her daggers. He instantly grabs Ji-hye by the head and slams her face first into the sandy ground, drawing blood. Seeing Ji-hye so weak and helpless absolutely delights Tae-hun. He gloats that serving the Heavenly War God is the only truth. It is not too late. He offers her a chance to join him and serve their supreme leader. They would become so strong that nobody could ever threaten them again. As he violently chokes her, trying to convert her to his cult, Ji-hye fiercely spits back that she would rather die than follow a lunatic like him. She mocks him, asking who is actually stronger here. He is not a child to believe such blind nonsense. She warns him that he will only end up dead for serving as a puppet to that ridiculous Heavenly War God. She reveals that Shin-hyeon is actually hunting down their master for one sole purpose: revenge against the monster who completely ruined his life. She asks if Tae-hun really thinks Shin-hyeon would ever let a brainwashed underling like him survive. Tae-hun just chuckles mockingly, telling her to listen to him very carefully. Shin-hyeon is likely already a cold corpse by now since he sent top-tier assassins to finish him off. They are highly loyal believers of their god and elite squad of the Heavenly War Guild led by a master. This terrifying expert returned from the martial world and was sent straight to Jeju Island to execute him. Every single assassin is far stronger than average high-rank hunters. Even if Shin-hyeon somehow got stronger, he stood absolutely zero chance of survival. Tae-hun keeps bragging, completely unaware that Shin-hyeon is already standing right behind him, listening to him run his mouth this entire time. Talk about a clean jump scare. Tae-hun freezes in utter disbelief. Shin-hyeon is standing there casually, holding the cold bodies of the elite Dawn Guild members. He drops them right in front of Tae-hun. Ji-hae is relieved to see him, but Shin-hyeon quickly looks over her injuries. Seeing Ji-hae covered in deep wounds, a cold rage boils within him. He immediately prepares his skills to crush Tae-hun. Vowing to make today's enemies last, Shin-hyeon and Tae-hun aggressively charge at each other, locking into a brutal showdown. Pure hatred drives them. Their combined powers erupt in a massive explosion sweeping across the sky. Smoke and fire fill the air. Space itself threatens to shatter as Park Tae-hun unleashes relentless sword strikes. Cha Shin-hyeon answers in kind. A brutal martial arts display keeping things properly polite. A man of action. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately unleashes an 18-dragon subduing strike crackling with spherical lightning. That technique leaves Park Tae-hun completely shaken. He is definitely not the only one who knows how to use it. The beggar sect leader, how does he know it? Park Tae-hun panics, guessing Cha Shin-hyeon must have stolen it. He must have stolen that move from somewhere. Park Tae-hun quickly grips his sword to counterattack, his aura exploding with pure rage. The moment his strike lands, the entire battlefield turns a hazy crimson, completely choked out by sparks and heavy smoke. Lee Ji-hae slowly opens her eyes and looks around, but there is still no sign of Cha Shin-hyeon or Park Tae-hun anywhere. Suddenly, the guild leader's voice rings in her ear. He is overjoyed to see her alive, and she quickly runs over. She asks about the rest of the team. They are all dead. We fought to the absolute death. I am the only survivor, guild leader Jun-ho mutters through the pain. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon's last strike has completely wrecked Park Tae-hun's meridians and energy. Seeing this, his two lackeys rush over in a panic. They report that the entire area has been vaporized. Just then, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly reappears, making Park Tae-hun jump out of his skin. He is a literal monster. Does he ever get tired? Park Tae-hun realizes his own energy is still dry and he desperately needs time. He immediately barks orders at Juzang-jeon and Ji-hung to launch an attack, his voice laced with absolute panic. His desperate intensity terrifies his men, but they have no choice. All right, they think we are on it. No need to yell. They channel their power and charge together to buy Park Tae-hun some time. But before they can even land a scratch, everything goes sideways. A horrific sight unfolds. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hae and the guild leader are soaring through the air trying to locate Cha Shin-hyeon. Lee Ji-hae suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Right in front of her, Cha Shin-hyeon stands laughing triumphantly over two blood-soaked corpses. He wiped them out in a split second. And now Park Tae-hun is next on his hit list. Park Tae-hun is absolutely terrified. He is still too weak to fight, and even at full power he stands zero chance. Do not back down, you can still fight. You are strong enough, so push your limits and struggle even harder. Release your true power. A dark demonic voice suddenly echoes inside Park Tae-hun, pushing him to keep going. Instantly, a massive surge of dark energy floods into Park Tae-hun. He feels completely revitalized and suddenly confident he can actually win. Oh, really? Well, in that case, Cha Shin-hyeon is more than happy to beat him down a little harder. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious long-haired figure is channeling dark energy to aid Park Tae-hun, hoping to eliminate Cha Shin-hyeon once and for all. It seems Park Tae-hun is nothing but a puppet being used by someone else to target Cha Shin-hyeon. Park Tae-hun's murderous aura erupts like a violent storm, forcing even Cha Shin-hyeon to throw a compliment his way. So he wasn't hiding his skill. This overwhelming energy is actually radiating from the mysterious collar around his neck. Watching Park Tae-hun get so excited over borrowed power only makes Cha Shin-hyeon smirk. He can use it as he pleases, but it is time to be grateful. The Supreme Sword Emperor is actually drawing his weapon today. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs, pulling out his glowing keyblade for this special occasion. Park Tae-hun's original skill explodes into full view as he goes completely berserk, charging straight at Cha Shin-hyeon. He clashes wildly with Cha Shin-hyeon's sword, but the master easily does the desperate strike. Grinning, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes a massive counterslash that blows a gaping hole right through Park Tae-hun's sword, mocking him for not gripping it tightly. To think a warrior like you would drop his weapon, you are completely unqualified as a martial artist. It seems your borrowed energy is fading away already. Is this truly the best you can do? With cold precision, Cha Shin-hyeon delivers a sharp slash across Park Tae-hun's face, sending a spray of blood flying. Wrapping his hand tightly around Park Tae-hun's neck, Cha Shin-hyeon admits he has quite a few questions to ask. especially about the heavenly war god. Those unanswered questions are the only reason your pathetic life is being spared. You should be grateful. You would have died the moment you hurt Cheon's soul. Now give me some answers. Who is this heavenly war god you serve? Cha Shin-hyeon growls, activating his absolute command skill on him. Staring directly into his eyes, the magic takes hold, forcing Park Tae-hun to spit out the absolute truth. The heavenly war god is the one who brought them to Murim, and he currently resides inside them. The moment that shocking truth is revealed, countless heavy iron chains suddenly erupt from the system itself. They coil tightly around Cha Shin-hyeon, pulling him under. When he finally opens his eyes, he is horrified to find himself bound inside a dark cave. Cha Shin-hyeon screams in sheer panic, forced back to this dreaded place. A voice echoes, asking if he is not already familiar with it. This is the mental realm created by my sword mind. How does it feel? Does this remind you of the past? You are actually the first one to ever reach this place. Nice to meet you, Cha Shin-hyeon. It is our very first time meeting face to face. A strange, unfamiliar voice echoes directly from inside Park Tae-hun's body, making a furious Cha Shin-hyeon struggle to break free. He instantly realizes the man before him is a total imposter. You are not Park Tae-hun, are you? No way you could wield that mind sword so effortlessly. You must be the heavenly sky war god. Cha Shin-hyeon demands answers, but the entity only chuckles, noting that he seems to have quite a few questions. Since a rare meeting like this does not happen every day, he offers to answer any burning questions with absolute honesty. The Sky War god replies with pure arrogance. Is this not fun? I was trapped in a truly horrific world. A place where I did not even know when I would finally die. I survived there completely alone for 145 years, all while having no idea if my own family was dead or alive. You watched every single second of my torment during those 145 years, and yet you find entertainment in my suffering, you complete bastard. Furious to the point of tears, Cha Shin-hyeon screams in absolute disbelief at this response. The entity delivers a cold, baffling reply. I grew so incredibly tired of it all. I was just exhausted by the endless waiting. It felt like my soul was slowly rotting away, yet I waited patiently just to watch you grow to a certain power level. Look at you now. Are you even still human? Maybe you are just too desperately attached to this mundane world. Attached to this world, Cha Shin-hyeon bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. He feels like this guy is just barking absolute nonsense. Of course I am still attached. I only want one thing now, the monster who dragged my life into absolute misery. I am going to tear you apart, you damn Sky War god. Cha Shin-hyeon roars, shattering his heavy chains with brute force. He drives a brutal fist straight into the god's stomach, forcing him to cough up blood while promising to wipe out his entire lineage. The relentless beating leaves Park Tae-hun's body completely battered, but the Sky War god has already vanished. Remember my words. Open the door on that path and run away, or you will lose everything. The fading voice continues to echo through the air. Cha Shin-hyeon stands there panting in pure rage. Right in front of him lies Park Tae-hun's lifeless, bloody body. Lee Ji-hae and the captain rush over from a distance. They stop dead in their tracks, completely unable to process this chaotic mess. The next day, news of Park Tae-hun's death spreads fast. Most of the stubborn hunters from the Dawn and Twilight guilds are wiped out. The few survivors choose to keep their mouths shut. This sudden silence forces the Dawn and Twilight guilds to fast-track their merger. Eo Yong-hwan, the Dawn Guild chief, survived the attack by cleverly playing dead, hiding away while nursing his injuries in secret. Fortunately, he managed to heal his wounds. With him out of the picture for now, the guild merger is running incredibly smoothly. Cha Shin-hyeon arrives at Lee Ji-hae's office in Gunsan early the next morning. From his window, he witnesses the absolute chaos outside. A massive crowd is gathering for a press conference. On the surface, the grand merger between the two giant guilds looks completely finalized. While the official announcement makes it look easy, there are still some major unspoken hurdles lurking behind the scenes. Lee Ji-hae sighs in disbelief. She admits she never expected a powerful man like Park Tae-hun to go down so easily. To die without putting up a real fight is tragic. Cha Shin-hyeon silently wonders what would happen if he opened the gate on Mount Yua. Back then, his mind was far too unstable. He easily could have lost everything if he had not pulled back in time. You are nothing but a cowardly rat. How dare you threaten me? Next time, he is not showing a single shred of mercy. Cha Shin-hyeon continues to curse under his breath, sipping his tea with irritation. Lee Ji-hae quickly snaps him back to reality. She shows him a hidden safe recovered from the guildmaster's room. It is sealed tight with a powerful magic lock. Breaking it physically is completely out of the question. I do not normally go poking around in other people's private belongings, but since you are the one who lost such a highly valuable item, you need to take full responsibility for this. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs, waving his hand nonchalantly. In a sudden flash of raw power, the heavy safe pops wide open. To their surprise, the only thing resting inside is a single sheet of paper. Lee Ji-hae immediately snatches it up. Reading through the lines, she guesses this is a classified agreement between the Chunjo Guild and the late Park Tae-hun. They were working together to hand over complete control of the northern dungeons to Chunjo. Right then, team leader Kim Ha-jun calls. Kim Ha-jun delivers some urgent news over the phone. The group that ambushed Cha Shin-hyeon inside the dungeon has finally been captured. The entire dungeon is a total disaster area, and a massive bomb detonation has made things even more chaotic. Cha Shin-hyeon is absolutely furious, cursing up a storm which leaves a sweating Kim Ha-gun begging Cha Shin-hyeon to get over there. Cha Shin-hyeon hangs up with a heavy sigh, exhausted by the drama. Lee Ji-hae points out more details about the Chunjo Guild. Aside from Gao Lin, whom Cha Shin-hyeon previously fought, 4 other powerful figures have recently returned from the Murim realm. She has detailed profiles on all of them, noting that their absolute lowest level is 50. What are you getting at? These guys are brainwashed. Fanatics who deserve to be put down. Cha Shin-hyeon braces himself, but a smirk slips out. Next target locked. It is decided. He will drag the Chunjo Guild down no matter what. Meanwhile, over at the Indox camp, they have spent 39 hours hunting for Gao Lin. Losing touch with Gao Lin is bad enough, and Park Tae-hun's secret slipping out hurts, but him vanishing entirely is shocking. That is a massive blow to their entire operation. All 10 top commanders are gone. High-ranking elites close to peak mastery have gone completely silent, meaning they are all probably dead by now. The boss estimates Cha Shin-hyeon is past level 75, meaning he is stronger. Since the boss is only level 68, they need to gather intel carefully and avoid any direct head-on fights. They will take it step by step. Raw levels do not dictate who ultimately survives a life-and-death struggle. The loudmouth Indioke arrogantly barks orders to his subordinates back at the guild main headquarters. Down in Cheju, Cha Eun-sol is absolutely furious, grabbing Cha Shin-hyeon by the hair and yelling at him for leaving her behind. Seeing a legendary powerhouse get bullied by his own little sister is a pretty hilarious sight. Despite the chaos, it is good to be back on the island while the public goes wild. Everyone is talking about the massive guild merger, while Lee Ji-hae keeps a close eye on their rivals. Losing track of them now would be dangerous, as they might try to slip away. Gathering information incredibly carefully is crucial, and thankfully she is handling the legwork, though other annoying headaches still remain. He scratches his head, unsure where to start. Suddenly, Kim Ha-gun's grandfather approaches him with a deeply apologetic look. The old man bows deeply, apologizing for the traitor lurking right inside their own island guild alliance. He feels terrible for putting Cha Shin-hyeon in serious danger, wondering if the whole alliance is compromised. The suspicion hangs heavy, but Cha Shin-hyeon knows there is really no reason to make more enemies now. He tells the old man to let it go, no sense in dwelling on the past. Relief washes over the old man and Kim Ha-gun as they celebrate. But the good vibes do not last. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly drops a major bombshell. The Cheju Guild must merge with the Dawn Guild immediately. The old man hesitates, reminding him of his wish to stay out of the guild war. But that fight is already over, and the arrangements with Dawn have already been settled anyway. Besides, managing all these local dungeons on the island with their current low manpower is completely impossible anyway. After a moment of thought, the elder quickly agrees. It is honestly the best possible deal they could get right now. With Cheju secured, tracking down the enemy guild becomes much easier, even with the remaining traitors. Kim Ha-jun mentions a dangerous dungeon near Mount Halasan that still needs clearing, and Cha Shin-hyeon rises. He wants to handle it right now before things get busy. The clearing crew is pretty small today. Just a warrior, a tank, and a priest. Sadly, Kim Ha-gyun and Cha Eun-sol are left out of the team once again. They are sulking hard, but in this specific dungeon, visual long-range attacks are going to be completely useless anyway. Halasan is notorious as the toughest raid on Cheju Island, mostly due to its blinding thick fog. The heavy mist blankets the entire area, making it hard to see teammates standing just a few feet away. But the real threat is the bone leopard. They blend perfectly into the mist, completely avoiding physical hits. Normal weapons slide right through them. Only wide-range elemental magic can deal real damage here. These monsters strike like unseen assassins, suddenly popping out of nowhere to deal devastating and highly unexpected surprise blows. Listening to the long explanation bores Cha Shin-hyeon. He figures they just need to smash them all. Why overcomplicate things when one good strike does the trick? He confidently marches right inside the dangerous dungeon. He promises to clear as many monsters as possible, but the thick mist instantly swallows his entire vision. Guild leader Kim Ha-jeon casts a quick light spell to keep the group together, while Cha Shin-hyeon asks a question. He wants to know if this entrance area is totally safe, and Ha-jeon confirms there are no monsters here. But right as he finishes speaking, a sudden gale sweeps through the portal, scattering their entire team instantly. The bald kid on the team panics, looking around wildly as a creepy and dangerous presence quickly closes in. A lethal ambush from behind. The beast is ready to strike him down. But Cha Shin-hyeon blocks the lethal blow just in time, blasting the monster to absolute dust instantly. Just as predicted, They become visible during an attack, but as he turns around, he spots countless skeleton soldiers pouring out relentlessly, beating down on his helpless guild members. He snaps his fingers. The entire horde burns like dry straw. He quickly spins back and signals everyone to group up immediately while they still have a brief window before more monsters spawn. Ha-jun is utterly overwhelmed by the situation. Without Cha Shin-hyeon here, his carelessness would have cost lives. The captain stands there in a complete daze, shivering at how close his team came to disaster. Cha Shin-hyeon approaches to ask Ha-jun a serious question: have they ever been ambushed at the gate before? Ha-jun replies that this is a total first. It has never happened like this before. Their failure to clear the dungeon regularly caused the monster population to overflow, forcing them out. Cha Shin-hyeon pauses to process this. The only way to find answers is to dive much deeper inside. 3 full hours pass. Cha Shin-hyeon keeps tearing through monsters, leaving the entire party completely speechless. Stunned by his bottomless energy, he wonders if the attack frequency or anything else feels different. Maybe the monster ranks, he wonders. A female hunter replies that the creatures are definitely spawning much faster. Other than that, everything seems normal. But then Cha Shin-hyeon reveals some highly interesting news. He detected a highly suspicious zone about 4.5 kilometers away and wants to investigate immediately. If his theory about this place is correct, it will have to raise its official danger level. After marching for another full hour, a dense heavy fog still completely shrouds the path ahead of them. Smirking, he instructs Ha-gun to throw a dagger into the white barrier, and the captain hurls it with everything. The blade strikes something incredibly solid, instantly sending a wave of panic through the shocked group. Cha Shin-hyeon just grins. Now watch, because his prediction was spot on. A colossal skeleton giant finally appears. The giant beast lets out a deafening roar, ripping through the fog to charge straight at them. Led by their captain, the entire team unites to unleash a barrage of coordinated attacks. They keep the beast pinned down completely. Quite impressed by their teamwork, Cha Shin-hyeon leaves them to the fight. He heads deeper inside to investigate his hunch, fully believing there is another giant boss lurking here. Having multiple monster species in one dungeon is a rare anomaly, marking the second time he has seen this. He wonders if this portal is specifically designed to summon giants. Suddenly, a beast lunges from the fog, but they stand absolutely zero chance. He effortlessly blocks the attack, knocking the creature completely cold. 2 different species should never coexist in one dungeon, a bizarre fact that would definitely shock Ji-hae. Walking further, he spots a bizarre crack floating in midair. A strange shiver runs down his spine. It is completely intangible, like a 3D hologram. Looking serious, he pulls up his system screen to scan it. As he reaches his hand through the tear, Ha-jun suddenly runs up from behind with some exciting news. The area is clear. Realizing only he can see the rift, Cha Shin-hyeon smirks with icy, calculating eyes. He is certain the Sky War God is behind this. Meanwhile, Ji-hae sits in her office buried under paperwork. Her secretary drops off yet another massive stack, and this report details a highly disturbing incident. A group of amateur hunters ventured into a newly discovered zone only to be completely wiped out. They were killed before they could even draw their weapons. Shocked, she listens as her secretary advises her to step in. The secretary, Jeon Jun-ho, warns that this might be an impossible dungeon. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon and Eun-chun have just landed back in Seoul after a dramatic send-off from their passionate supporters at Jeju Island. With his missions for the Jeju Guild Alliance fully complete, Cha Shin-hyeon sits quietly while Eun-chun takes the wheel. He stares blankly at the mysterious skill stone in his hand, looking lost in deep, heavy thought. Ha-jun had practically forced him to take it as a reward for saving their lives. Eun-chun breaks the silence. He cannot believe giant-class monsters appeared again, pointing out that the exact same bizarre anomaly occurred back at Bujeon. Eun-chun jokingly wonders if the world is ending, but Cha Shin-hyeon knows the truth is far more sinister, but rather in the cracks. What are they? Even skills and physical arts just pass right through them. Even sensory organs can't detect them. Plus, he is the only one who can see these cracks, according to guild leader Kim Hae-gun. It might be because his perception stat is incredibly high, but there's no way to confirm it. Could it be related to the god, the martial god who created the heavenly realm? Shin-hyeon was so lost in thought, he didn't hear Cha Eun-sol calling. She suddenly asks if he is dating Ji-hae, making Shin-hyeon choke and spit his drink everywhere. He has no idea what crazy nonsense his sister is spouting, but apparently a ton of rumors are flying around. Word is they always go everywhere together, and she would make a great sister-in-law since she is gorgeous and super capable. As Cha Eun-sol keeps teasing a flustered Shin-hyeon awkwardly changes the subject. Meanwhile, over on Ji-hae's side, she slowly blinks her eyes open, waking up from behind a mountain of paperwork. Finding Shin-hyeon sitting right in front of her and calmly drinking tea gives her quite a scare. He had been waiting there for an hour, even quietly draping his coat over her shoulders while she slept. She complains about a headache from the hunters opposing the Twilight merger before mentioning she just got a lead on the Creator Society. Nothing is confirmed yet, but they have already planted an informant inside China. As she is explaining all this, Shin-hyeon suddenly pulls her close, making her face turn completely red. He finds it strange that a highly trained martial artist like her would tire so easily and asks if she is alright. After a brief heavy silence, she looks up and asks if he has ever heard of an impossible dungeon. Once a dungeon is raided, that title should not exist. Suddenly, Shin-hyeon's eyes widen as he spots a massive wound on her arm. She explains that a new gate appeared in Chucheon, and because the system could not measure its difficulty level, she went inside completely alone. Strangely enough, there was only one single monster waiting for her there. Even after unleashing her ultimate skill, she barely managed to kill it. She has never seen such a terrifying place. On top of that, giant-class monsters have suddenly started to reappear as well. The rules of these dungeons are changing rapidly, and she worries that something truly catastrophic is about to happen. Watching her tremble in fear, Shin-hyeon knows he must take action immediately, deciding to head over and investigate the place himself. He put on a cool front, but arriving at the Chucheon dungeon quickly makes him realize the danger is real. Lava completely covers the area, and the searing sea of fire before him feels like a literal hellscape. Something dangerous churns beneath the molten surface right before the fiery depths explode with violent force. A massive flame giant emerges, roaring furiously. Shin-hyeon just smirks, figuring this beast is the one that hurt Ji-hae. Time to teach this hothead an unforgettable lesson. He drives his weapon right into the center of the beast. The monster howls in pain, proving that a body of pure lava is not as invincible as it looks. Still, this guy is a real pain. Normal hunters would barely be able to move in this extreme heat. Getting close is suicide, making melee combat impossible, while ranged attacks would require massive damage to do anything. An impossible dungeon truly lives up to its name, he silently notes. The worst part is that no matter how much raw power he unleashes, the beast constantly regenerates. He has spent 15 minutes freezing and slashing the monster, yet it still stands completely unfazed. It is starting to get on his nerves. Could it be that the true monster is not this giant but the lava itself? Realization hits him. He instantly strikes the molten pool, unleashing a violent explosion that scatters ash everywhere. He was right on the money. There lies the core, small but packed with immense power. It packs such a punch that after just one strike, the system immediately levels him up. He instantly jumps 3 whole levels. Talk about hitting the jackpot, and a suspicious grin spreads across his face. It looks like he knows exactly how to exploit this. By the time he leaves, night has already fallen. Ji-hae calls to check in, and he happily suggests that she transfer ownership of this dungeon to him. Oblivious to a shadowy figure lurking behind him, he listens as Ji-hae readily agrees to hand over the gate. Meanwhile, the Chinese forces are already making their move. The next day, Shin-hyeon brings Cha Eun-sol along into the dungeon to help him strike the core. At first, she thinks he has lost his mind. Ignoring the giant beast to target a tiny speck, he just tells her to stay calm and try to smash it. Trust me, it is all for your own good, do not worry. Shin-hyeon chuckles, patting Eun-seol's head to reassure her, and she readily listens. She finally draws her bow, aiming straight at the lava core and blasting it apart immediately, gaining 5 whole levels in the process. She is so thrilled she could cry. Still, Shin-hyeon expected more, figuring the experience points were heavily penalized. Since they are sharing the hunt, the experience gets split. But he warns her it is way too early to be surprised. This journey of power is only just beginning, Shin-hyeon says with a smirk. He keeps pulling out each monster core so that Eun-seol can destroy them. They repeat this grind daily, slowly clearing out all 13 lava beasts lurking in the depths. By the end of it, Eun-seol climbs all the way to level 50, becoming a high-ranking hunter and celebrating like she won the lottery. In her eyes, Shin-hyeon is now officially the greatest older brother in the solar system. After a grueling full-day raid in the depths of the dungeon, Eun-seol's hard work finally pays off. She secures a massive payday that only 10 people in South Korea could ever dream of, while Shin-hyeon reaches level 65. Advancing to a god-level player, Shin-hyeon pulls out the skill stone cube he previously scavenged from Jeju Island. He presents it as a gift to Eun-seol. With that settled, Shin-hyeon leaves to prepare for his next mission. He is hunting down a pesky little rat lurking nearby. And trust me, this stalker is about to get a very rude awakening. Witnessing that monstrous power firsthand, the stalker breaks into a cold sweat, completely unaware of what is about to happen. Shin-hyeon suddenly materializes right behind him. A simple whisper scares the living daylights out of the guy, making him bolt like crazy. He runs like a headless chicken, but there is absolutely no escaping once Shin-hyeon has locked onto him. Grabbed roughly by the collar, the stalker shakes in terror as Shin-hyeon growls that he has been tailing him since yesterday. He did not expect the rat to follow him all this way. Bold move, but he basically just dug his own grave. Demanding some quick answers, Shin-hyeon uses a high-level spell directly on the red-haired stalker, leaving him twitching and foaming at the mouth. Back at home, Shin-hyeon breaks down everything he uncovered to Ji-hae and Eun's soul. The situation is far more serious than anticipated. The dungeon's safe zone has been shattered and a massive monster has breached it. On top of that, a mysterious spatial rift has opened up, one that only Shin-hyeon can see. Between the merger with the Twilight Guild and a highly difficult new dungeon, Ji-hae has more than enough on her plate. Nursing a massive headache, she sighs, feeling lucky to have Eun and Shin-hyeon helping her secure the perimeter. She has handed the monitoring of the Skeleton Leopard dungeon over to the Santa Guild, and they will stay in touch. But the real issue is that all of these strange events are unfolding simultaneously. It is a clear warning sign that the current rules are completely collapsing, not to mention the looming threat from China. No one knows what dangers lie ahead, which is exactly why Shin-hyeon is determined to make Eun much stronger today. He plans to push her through intensive training so she can handle any sudden threats completely on her own. Self-defense is key to ensuring no one can target them. Shin-hyeon flatly notes, his voice ice cold. Yoon-seol nods in quiet agreement. Meanwhile, Ji-hae recalls that Shin-hyeon was recently stalked by some random thug. She asks if anything else went down, as that stalker had followed them all the way to the dungeon. Just as he suspected, the pest was a scout dispatched by the Celestial Creation Guild. He was just a low-level lackey with barely any intel, but that does not mean Shin-hyeon came up empty-handed. Shin-hyeon smirks, his smile incredibly sly. Meanwhile, Jello, the assassin captain of the Celestial Creation Guild, is anxiously waiting for updates from his lackey Liu Wei. Suddenly, loud persistent calling at his front door catches him off guard. Assuming it is just a delivery courier, he yells out to just leave the package on the doorstep, but the banging only grows more aggressive. Seconds later, the front door is violently kicked open by Shin-hyeon, making Gelot boil with rage. He tries to draw a dagger and charge, but a casual flick of Shin-hyeon's energy sends him crashing 10 meters away. Shin-hyeon strolls inside, casually dropping a mocking greeting. Gelot goes completely pale, instantly realizing his scout was easily defeated. Thinking fast, the assassin captain presses a hidden alarm, summoning a horde of his elite men to surround Shin-hyeon. They block every exit from behind while drawing their weapons, cornering Shin-hyeon with seemingly no way out. Looking at the crowd of black-clad thugs, Shin-hyeon realizes they are all trained martial artists. Amused by their magic-infused martial arts, Shin-hyeon instantly closes the distance, jabbing a few critical pressure points on the captain. This completely blocks his meridians, rendering him totally useless. Seeing this, the rest of the gang freezes in horror. This brutal scene is absolutely terrifying to watch. Cha Shin-hyeon admits he is getting tired of asking if these martial artists can see the Murim status window, especially since his own body is aching from all the fighting. He has been fighting non-stop lately, but at least he no longer needs to hide his supreme martial arts. He tells them to open their eyes and look closely for any status window before giving them a taste of Murim's actual doomsday. Cha Shin-hyeon cracks his knuckles with a wild grin, realizing the mob cannot see the system screen at all. He goes completely wild, beating the entire gang to a pulp until he is exhausted. Blood splatters everywhere like rain. Just then Wei, the boss of the group, finally arrives, only to find absolute silence. The empty room shocks him. He tries to call out for Gel, but is already far too late. Cha Shin-hyeon strikes from the shadows, delivering a devastating punch that sends Wei screaming in agony. Wei looks up to see the entire room painted in the blood of his fallen men, finally realizing his doom. Screaming in absolute rage, he glares with pure hatred, while Cha Shin-hyeon calmly asks why he looks so shocked. He mocks him, asking if he knows how annoying their little game of cat and mouse has actually been. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs, heartily forcing Wei to look around at the shredded remains of his entire crew. He casually dunks Wei into the pool, leaving him soaked like a drowned rat before making fun of his outfit. He asks if people swim in suits where he comes from, mocking his flashy attire as incredibly rude. As Cha Shin-hyeon scoffs, Wei warns himself not to fall for these obvious provocations. Teleportation is a highly advanced technique, and very few people in the country can pull it off. Wei realizes Gel and his men must be dead, wondering just how powerful this monster actually is. Judging by his crushing aura, he might be on par with Jiang Chaoying, or perhaps even stronger. Since the guy can teleport, escape is impossible, but Wei refuses to die without a fight. He knows he must warn the Heavenly Creation Association about this freak's abilities before it is too late. Suddenly, Wei bursts into a manic laugh, making Cha Shin-hyeon wonder if the pool water broke his brain. Actually, Wei claims his mind is finally clear, proudly introducing himself as the third rank of the association. As Wei, the flying heavenly sword, he vows to sever Cha Shin-hyeon's head with his blade. Confident as ever, he leaps from the water and flies after Cha Shin-hyeon, unleashing a flurry of slashes. He strikes relentlessly, but every single swing misses, earning him some heavy mockery from his target. Wei grows incredibly frustrated as Cha Shin-hyeon keeps dodging effortlessly instead of fighting him head-on. His blood boils, and watching him scream only makes Cha Shin-hyeon laugh even harder. Cha Shin-hyeon cannot hold back his laughter, asking if anyone would keep a straight face seeing an ant trying to fight with a toothpick. He asks if their grand association is actually just some cheap zoo. First was a tiny rat, now an ant, making him wonder if their leader is a literal monkey. The insults leave Wei speechless with absolute rage right before Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes a torrent of crushing, killing intent. The massive attack forces Wei to scramble, but he desperately hopes his opponent's sheer arrogance will give him an opening. With absolute focus, Wei believes he can win, clinging to his stubborn will to survive. He draws his sword with everything he has left, charging directly into Cha Shin-hyeon's overwhelming force. This pathetic struggle only amuses Cha Shin-hyeon as the two hunters clash high in the sky. The brutal aerial duel shocks the crowds on the ground, leaving everyone staring up in absolute disbelief. After easily keeping pace with Wei, Cha Shin-hyeon casually unleashes a devastating explosive fire strike. The searing sword style leaves Wei gasping, while Cha Shin-hyeon mocks him for using such a grand title. He tells the kid that he has run out of tricks, though he appreciates the pathetic effort. With a chilling command to end the fight, a massive explosion of fire and smoke erupts, instantly swallowing Wei whole. The elite hunter is vaporized instantly. Spotting a Dawn Guild member who recorded the entire battle, Cha Shin-hyeon asks him to edit the ending to keep the final outcome a mystery before sending it to the vice leader. He tells him to treat it like a teaser since it is essentially his formal declaration of war. After his bold statement, news about Cha Shin-hyeon and the mysterious hunters completely dominates every major media outlet. Because of the heavily edited footage, nobody in the public actually knows the current condition of Cha Shin-hyeon or his attackers. Cha Shin-hyeon is actually loving it, watching the internet go wild with endless rumors and absolute garbage theories about him. The wild speculations spread exactly as he planned. His cleanup of Liu Wei worked. Lee Ji-hae walks over to Cha Shin-hyeon asking what happened when he used absolute command on the Celestial Creation Guild members. Turns out they all died instantly. Cha Shin-hyeon reveals, prompting Lee Ji-hae to guess some instant death magic was placed on them. It triggers the moment they speak specific words designed solely to prevent them from leaking any classified information. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly hands Lee Ji-hae recorded evidence of their confessions, even though they both already knew the truth for a while. Lee Ji-hae sighs, admitting that the Celestial Creation Guild is a tough nut to crack, hoping he won't get too annoyed. She asks if it wouldn't be easier to just tear through all 6 districts to hunt those cowards down. Lee Ji-hae jokes that she has to stop him, otherwise it becomes a massive national scandal that gets her into deep trouble. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs, saying he couldn't do anything that reckless anyway, as they would just vanish if he searched openly. That would be a shame, especially if raising the stakes too high scares them off. My enemies would just give up, he explains, so I need to make them believe they still have control over me. Once they get baited enough, they will make their move, Cha Shin-hyeon explains with a lazy yawn. Now he is heading home to sleep, leaving the press conference to Lee Ji-hae. Cut to a week later at a packed press room. Seeing Lee Ji-hae actually step up to the podium, reporters whisper that a major alliance has formed. An official alliance. Suddenly, the doors crash open. Cha Shin-hyeon struts in, covered in ridiculous bandages, completely stealing the spotlight. Talk about absolute theater, guys. Gasps echo through the crowd as everyone wonders who on earth managed to hurt Cha Shin-hyeon this badly. His acting is absolute gold, keeping his hands casually in his pockets as he steps up to the mic, testing it. He greets the crowd, ready to address the incident from last week, playing the part of a victim. He claims he needed time to process the trauma and heal his wounds, which is why he stayed quiet until today. He announces he is ready for questions, putting on a perfectly fake, serious face. Reporter Park Dae-ji from NBC immediately asks if it is true that there was more than one attacker. Cha Shin-hyeon confirms there were over 20 assassins sent to kill him, and their leader was a high-rank hunter just like him. It was a brutal struggle, he lies, but they were ultimately just cheap toys that he easily handled. While their exact identities remain a mystery, the preliminary investigation points in a very specific direction. All he can share right now is that the killers came from China, setting up his next big play. He casually drops that he plans to request a joint investigation with the Chinese government, sending shockwaves through the room. Involving foreign governments instantly turns this hunter issue into a massive international scandal, shocking everyone present. Cha Shin-hyeon looks directly at the camera, addressing the mastermind who is undoubtedly watching this broadcast live. He warns them to stop sending these brainless third-rate thugs, demanding they send someone who actually knows how to fight. Have a problem with me? Come face me directly, you pathetic coward. Cha Shin-hyeon flips off the camera, while elsewhere the Induok learns his hit squad has gone completely silent. Realizing his men are either captured or dead, he snaps immediately, executing his own secretary in pure rage. Are you saying my elite strike force was wiped out? He screams in disbelief. Since his plans were ruined, he decides to skip the prep work and give the target exactly what he wants. He vows to rip Cha Shin-hyeon's head off himself. Meanwhile, back at home, a loud doorbell interrupts Cha Shin-hyeon's peace. Opening the door, he finds a group of men in black suits demanding that he come with them. Arriving right at his doorstep, they have more guts than he expected. Cha Shin-hyeon smirks, and the very next morning he arrives early at their designated meeting spot. He is actually excited to see what these celestial creation cultists look like when suddenly Jung Jun-ho waves at him. He is stunned to see the kid here, but the real shock comes when President Park Jung-soo steps forward. Cha Shin-hyeon is totally baffled as the president admits he must be surprised to see him here. The president explains this is a critical national security issue, leaving him with no choice. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately asks how on earth Jung Jun-ho and President Park Jung-soo actually know each other. It is an open secret that the Dawn Guild, South Korea's most prominent organization, has a deeply entrenched alliance with the government. Park Jung-soo explains, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon in deep thought. He figures the Sunset Guild operates the same way, meaning President Park Jung-soo has unresolved business with the Heavenly Creation Guild. So why did the president come looking for a low-rank hunter like him? Cha Shin-hyeon asks. Speaking arrogantly, without a shred of politeness, he makes Park Jung-soo swallow his annoyance and ignore the young hunter's cocky attitude. Park Jung-soo cuts straight to the point, demanding to hear every detail about the Chinese hunters ambushing him. The president knows that contrary to Cha Shin-hyeon's claims, it was actually the young hunter who struck them first. Ironically, ever since the dungeons appeared, global ties have actually strengthened because everyone knows that they share a common enemy in the monsters. Thus, when domestic and foreign hunters clash, any conflict must be resolved carefully, or else the fragile peace they have maintained will be completely shattered. Park Jung-soo asserts his stance is to avoid global conflicts at all costs, but before he can finish, he is coldly cut off by Cha Shin-hyeon, who tells him that he has completely misunderstood a few crucial things. He explains his feud is with the Heavenly Creation Guild, and they work with the Chinese government, much like Dawn works with Korea. The president surely knows Dawn and Sunset fought a brutal war, and now Cha Shin-hyeon is certain of one thing. The mastermind pulling the strings behind the Sunset leader Park Tae-hun is someone from that very same Chinese guild. Cha Shin-hyeon guesses the president already has the recorded confession from one of the Heavenly Creation Guild members, and the documents from Park Tae-hun's safe, and wonders what would have happened if Sunset had actually won. Had they successfully overthrew Dawn in that war, it is painfully obvious what would have followed for their country. South Korea would have ended up with its valuable resources and territories stolen by a foreign power. Cha Shin-hyeon lays it all out, leaving President Park Jung-soo breaking into a cold sweat as he processes everything. He states his actions are purely personal and that this so-called international conflict actually started a long time ago. Warning the president not to get in his way, Cha Shin-hyeon coldly declares he will handle it himself and walks away. Suddenly, Park Jung-soo calls him back, bowing solemnly as he promises to do everything in his power to support him. This reaction is a far cry from what the young hunter expected from politicians, but he shrugs it off. No matter who the enemies are, his only job is to crush them and get this over with. Cha Shin-hyeon chuckles to himself as he makes his way home, his mind racing with endless thoughts. Things are clearly as serious as he suspected, especially now that the president has personally reached out to him. Suddenly, he spots a strange text message on his phone requesting a meeting to discuss a business proposal. He dials back and a man introduces himself as Hunter Kang Chang-sik, who got his number through a mutual friend. Glad it is the right number, the caller asks if they can meet up to speak in person. Explaining everything over the phone is too complicated, the man insists, making Cha Shin-hyeon scoff at his vague chatter. Amused that the stranger demands a meeting without even stating his background, Cha Shin-hyeon decides to set their meeting for today. Meeting in 2 hours, he hangs up and immediately calls Lee Ji-hae, asking for a quick favor. He wants her to use her Hunter Association credentials to look up the name of Kang Chang-sik. She complies quickly and finds 4 hunters with that exact name, all of whom are freelancers in their 20s, 30s, or 40s. Cha Shin-hyeon smirks, fully convinced the caller used an alias. 2 hours later, he sits in a cafe slurping his drink. While waiting, he wonders if he should play nice or force the guy to get straight to the point. Since time is tight and stress is piling up, he jokingly considers just beating the guy up instead. Amidst his thoughts, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly senses a dark figure silently creeping up right behind him. He finds it incredibly reckless, clearly feeling the intense bloodlust pouring off the approaching stranger, as if the job is to assassinate him. Instantly on high guard, Cha Shin-hyeon prepares his energy as the dark figure of death draws closer by the second. The assassin silently commends the young hunter for detecting such faint bloodlust and preparing for a fight so quickly. As their thick killing intent collides, the visitor introduces himself as Kang Chang-sik, an agent from North Korea. Hearing the words North Korea leaves Cha Shin-hyeon completely speechless as he asks if he heard that correctly. Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if he should report this guy to the National Intelligence Service, questioning if he even knows about the system. Asking about North Korean hunters, Cha Shin-hyeon learns a shocking truth: there are actually no hunters in the North at all. The Supreme Council banned training them out of sheer paranoia, fearing the citizens might stage a coup with that power. Since Kang Chang-sik registered in China to bypass this, he is officially considered a Chinese hunter instead of a North Korean one. North Korea actually leases all of their dungeons to China, a country they maintain a pretty friendly relationship with. It is basically selling off their own natural resources, even if they pretend it is all for the country's sake. But in reality, they have become nothing more than an unofficial colony under China's deep economic and political control. And as usual, only the elite rulers are getting filthy rich from these deals. Meanwhile, the crushing famine and miserable life of the common citizens has not changed one bit. Having lost his family and friends to their absolute cruelty, Kang Chang-sik made the hard decision to cross into China. His goal was to grow stronger, gather vital intel, and completely change his homeland effectively, starting a one-man revolution. Kang Chang-sik calmly shares his story with Cha Shin-hyeon, explaining how he eventually managed to seize real power. He pulls the ruler's strings from behind the scenes, and though it is late, Kang Chang-sik is trying to build a proper hunter system despite Chinese influence already being deeply rooted in the government. He actually plans to open North Korea's dungeons to South Korea as a brand new tourism and industrial exchange zone. He believes boosting South Korean influence while pushing out Chinese interference is the key to finally rebuilding. That would pave a solid path toward a brand new government, but of course that only happens if Cha Shin-hyeon helps. Kang Chang-sik speaks with absolute conviction, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon biting his lip in deep doubt about what to do next. Still, it is not entirely impossible. He wonders if Park Tae-hun handed those dungeons over to Heaven Creation Guild. Did he predict this and intentionally let the Chinese government seize control of North Korea? All while the Heaven Creation Guild pulls China's strings. Mulling this over, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly questions Kang Chang-sik directly. He asks if he has any connection with Heaven Creation. At that name, Kang Chang-sik's demeanor shifts instantly. Fire blazes in his eyes, giving Cha Shin-hyeon quite a jolt. All right, message received, he gets it. It looks like a trip to North Korea is unavoidable. Later, Ji-hae is enjoying some quiet tea when Cha Shin-hyeon tracks her down. He bluntly invites her along under the guise of a date, leaving Ji-hae completely stunned. She quickly agrees anyway, and soon they are inspecting a dangerous dungeon near Asen City together. While they are busy assessing the threat level, a massive serpent creeps up from behind to ambush them both. But it gets slammed into a boulder, instantly knocked out cold as an entire swarm of serpents suddenly surrounds them. Ji-hae unleashes a massive strike, sending rocks flying everywhere. The deafening noise ruins the quiet conversation Cha Shin-hyeon wanted. Annoyed by the stubborn monsters refusing to clear out, Cha Shin-hyeon finally snaps and prepares a counterattack. He fires a blast of raw heat, roasting the snakes to a crisp. Cha Shin-hyeon figured Ji-hae might be struggling, but as he turns around, he is shocked to see her sitting casually on top of a massive pile of dead snakes. The ridiculous sight makes him sweat. These monsters are pretty high level, yet she treated them like total minor nuisances. They are nothing compared to the impossible dungeon, but she worries since high-rank gates are appearing far too frequently lately. With their manpower already stretched thin, she is deeply concerned, but Cha Shin-hyeon notes they are not the only ones struggling. Other regions are seeing spikes too, including North Korea. He mentions meeting a high-level northern hunter named Kang. Kang Chang-sik suggested Cha Shin-hyeon visit as part of an exchange program, though it remains pretty unclear if the man actually has any sinister motives. Cha Shin-hyeon suspects someone did something to him, likely a scheme by the Heaven Creation Guild. Ji-hae looks bewildered, wondering if he plans to accept, since this proposal sounds like a pretty obvious trap. Suddenly, a massive serpent erupts from the water, radiating a heavy wave of pure killing intent. It fires a petrification beam directly at him. Talk about bad timing. Seeing him freeze solid, Ji-hae swings her blade. She decapitates the beast with blinding speed, giving it zero time to even screech before hot blood fountains everywhere like a storm. She spins back to Cha Shin-hyeon, only to find him turned completely to stone, sending her into a state of panic. It is only when Ji-hae slaps him and threatens to stab him that Cha Shin-hyeon finally drops the act. She was worried sick, but brushing it off, she insists they get back to their serious discussion about the North. How could you let yourself fall into such an obvious trap? I am talking about this North Korea mission, you know. It is glaringly obvious that things will get incredibly complicated, Ji-hae says, pointing right at Cha Shin-hyeon's face. But how could he refuse? How could he turn down a celebration they worked so incredibly hard to prepare for him, right? Are you actually worried about me? Cha Shin-hyeon asks with a smirk, causing Ji-hae to turn away in pure embarrassment. She tells him to do whatever he wants, but Cha Shin-hyeon admits he always feels indebted to her. If she asked, he would stay. He absolutely would not go. Aside from Sion, she is his closest friend, so he wants to make things safer for her. He wants to eliminate any potential threats before they can reach her, promising that even though they might be separated by a great distance, whenever she needs help, she just has to contact him. He will rush over instantly, just like back on Jeju Island. Cha Shin-hyeon gently pats Ji-hae's shoulder to reassure her, putting her mind somewhat at ease. Soon after, his departure date to North Korea is set. This is not just a matter between North and South Korea. Surrounding nations are also reacting with intense sensitivity. However, they have absolutely no right to object. Thanks to the active initiative of Kang Chang-sik, everything moves forward at a rapid pace. During that intense preparation period, Cha Shin-hyeon and Seon push themselves through tough training sessions in several consecutive dungeons. Thanks to this, he reaches level 67 while Seon climbs all the way up to level 54. She is currently a top-tier martial artist who has reached the level of utilizing martial, origin force, and attacking with sword chi. Nobody can easily mess with her anymore. On the bus ride with the promising hunters, who are aspiring to become high-ranking hunters, Cha Shin-hyeon is honored to lead this entire delegation. Min-hyuk suddenly raises his hand to interrupt, asking Cha Shin-hyeon to drop the formal speech since he is older and higher ranked. If he speaks too formally, everyone will just feel awkward. Well, if that is what they want, Cha Shin-hyeon is happy to oblige since his real age back in the martial world makes him a literal ancestor. He could easily be their great-grandfather. Although this hunter exchange with North Korea carries massive diplomatic weight, that is not the only objective he wants to accomplish during this trip. He wants to transform everyone here into true high-ranking hunters. These bold words from Cha Shin-hyeon instantly stir up the crowd in disbelief. They have been stuck at a level bottleneck for a long time. But then Cha Shin-hyeon introduces the team captain for their upcoming North Korean dungeon raids. It is Seon. Immediately, the hunters start protesting, arguing that a captain should be the highest level or most experienced member. Cha Shin-hyeon firmly counters that this is exactly why she is leading them. Out of everyone here, she has the most leadership experience. She already holds a captain title, and recently, she has been fighting right alongside him in high-risk zones and even in impossible-grade dungeon. Most importantly, her level is far higher than theirs. Seon gained over 20 levels in just a few months. By surviving so many life-threatening situations, she has earned every bit of her well-deserved rewards. She will be the active commander while he acts as the supervisor. When they return to South Korea, they will no longer be potential high-ranking hunters but true ones. He asks if they trust him enough to follow. Hearing his inspiring speech, the excited crowd cheers and enthusiastically agrees to follow him. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon at Mount Gyeonggang in Daeok, and his rare beast are fully prepared and waiting for Cha Shin-hyeon. They soon arrive at the Goblin Dungeon located in southern Pyongyang Nampo, ready for action. Cha Shin-hyeon warns everyone to stay alert, explaining that a 2-meter monster with high defense and highly poisonous claws is about to appear. With a simple snap of his fingers, a massive real monster leaps directly in front of them. Before anyone can react, the beast bolts. Seon instantly draws her bow, gives chase, and takes it down in a flash. Seeing a high-ranking monster get absolutely annihilated in the blink of an eye leaves the surrounding hunters utterly stunned. To these siblings, high-ranking beasts are just child's play. Seon instructs them to set up a standard combat formation. Clerics will stay in the center, warriors will take the front line, and defenders will dynamically protect the squad when needed. Assassins will strike from the blind spots while she circles the team to provide range cover. Watching her organize them, Cha Shin-hyeon stands by with a quiet smile, recalling his meeting with Chang-sik just a few days ago. He had requested the tightest itinerary possible, compressing 2 full days of activities into a single day. But all of these are incredibly dangerous, unexplored dungeons, leaving them with absolutely zero prior terrain intel. The sheer number of monsters inside had Chang-sik totally panicking, realizing why Cha Shin-hyeon suggested this brutal path. They had to work twice as hard to finally catch up on all their long-delayed training. Over on the front lines, the hunters were struggling against a fierce beast, sweating bullets just to stay alive. Jae-gun let his guard down for a second, getting squeezed tight by the beast's incredibly long tongue. Luckily, he broke free with his staff, but the nightmare was far from over as more monsters swarmed in. Yoon-seon arrived just in time, drawing her bow to rescue the entire squad from the brink of death. She ordered Hunter Song to heal Hunter Gu while she kept watch over Hunter Go and Hunter Do. As Hunter Song used his energy to heal Gu, he stole a glance at Eun-seon, completely in awe. She was incredibly impressive, protecting the team all day while handling scouting, defense, and sentry duty all by herself. On top of that, Eun-seon fired 200 shots without a single miss, taking down a beast every time. When she finally ordered a brief rest before moving out again, June suddenly snapped in a fit of rage. He screamed that she was pushing too hard, especially since they had been fighting all day without any rest. With endless monsters and their health and mana completely depleted, he asked if she wanted them all to die. There had to be a limit to this madness, and they had absolutely hit theirs, demanding she stop the raid. He kept screaming at Eun-seon until Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly appeared like a god, coldly questioning if they had really hit a limit. Mocking them for being soft, Cha Shin-hyeon pointed out how incredibly spoiled and weak they had all become. They assumed they could just slack off while still having energy left, pretending he did not notice their constant mistakes. He asked if they knew why Eun-seon was so strong despite being a similar level, because she never complained once. She had clawed her way up from absolute zero, while the rest of them were just giving up too quickly. Did they honestly think he was born strong, determined people find ways while the weak only find cheap excuses? Asking which path they chose, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashed an explosive storm of lightning, leaving June completely speechless with awe and fear. Finally, realizing how legendary Cha Shin-hyeon truly was, Joan fell to his knees, swearing absolute loyalty to follow his lead. Having secured the total trust of these high-level prospects, the North Korean dungeon raid proceeded exactly as planned. 1 month flew by, and the day they finally reached the ultimate impossible dungeon had finally arrived. The sheer scale of the place had the party feeling pretty intimidated, but Cha Shin-hyeon felt the exact opposite. He was practically buzzing with excitement to dive right in. Just 3 days ago, Cha Shin-hyeon had checked the team's progress, noting that everyone had leveled up at least 2 to 3 times under his watch. Even though the brutal schedule was extremely punishing, their absolute trust in him and Eun-seon kept them going. Nobody uttered a single complaint, achieving a level in 1 month that normally would have taken an entire year. Things were actually going incredibly smoothly, almost too smoothly, making him wonder if a storm was brewing ahead. He originally wanted to clear a high-risk dungeon where both gold and experience points would be plentiful. However, the Chinese side remained completely silent, with no word from the heavenly martial god either. Wondering if his calculations were somehow off, Cha Shin-hyeon was interrupted when Jang Sik brought over some drinks and snacks. He wanted to sit down and chat, and during their conversation, Jang Sik let a massive detail slip. There was actually one last hidden dungeon waiting to be raided, which immediately got Cha Shin-hyeon incredibly fired up. That unexpected lead brought them straight to today's impossible raid, where a freezing blizzard greeted them instantly. The roaring winds had everyone shivering violently, and even Eun-seon, with her master martial arts, struggled to stay warm. Seeing Jang Sik panic and beg to turn back, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately stepped up to calm him down. He thanked him for the concern but urged everyone to push forward since this was the absolute last dungeon. Promising they would reap massive rewards, the group wrapped their cloaks tighter and braced the freezing cold. With every passing minute, Cha Shin-hyeon could feel the icy temperature dropping lower and lower. They would likely freeze to death before even finding a monster, but right then they finally spotted it. The true source of this nightmare was far worse than the brutal climate itself. A giant bird monster, radiating a creepy blue aura, glared at them before unleashing a massive storm of ice shards. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly raised his hand, unleashing a blast of fire to block the incoming frozen projectiles. A single direct hit from that thing will instantly skewer an average hunter. Worse if it shatters. It triggers a relentless low-temperature firestorm that is almost impossible to extinguish, making it impossible for anyone to even get close. Since nobody can reach it, bringing it down to Earth is a complete nightmare. It will just keep spamming ice attacks before launching. A devastating full-on carpet bomb. A close combat fighter like Kang Chang-sik stands absolutely zero chance against a monster like this. At Cha Shin-hyeon's request, Eun-seon grits his teeth and shoots an arrow, but the second it touches the icy barrier, it completely shatters. Talk about an impossible boss fight. Cha Shin-hyeon just chuckles at the sight, completely unfazed by the threat. He quickly throws up a massive protective barrier around his allies, perfectly shielding them from the monster's freezing blizzard. He has plenty of ways to destroy this beast on his own, but protecting his team is his top priority right now. Kang Chang-sik stands there completely shell-shocked. He never expected someone like Cha Shin-hyeon to actually infuse pure fire elements into a defensive barrier. With the threat neutralized, the group continues forward. As the party tracks deeper into the frozen mountains, they suddenly spot a mysterious shadow flickering along the high cliffside. Right on cue, a massive avalanche roars down. Out of the snow, Indioke and his entire elite army emerge with pride. Their intense bloodlust is absolutely overwhelming. While everyone else scrambles to run for their lives, only Cha Shin-hyeon stands completely still. A cold smirk plays on his lips. Watching from above, Ling Mei, a fourth-tier officer in the Sanctioned Guild, keeps her eyes on him. She looks at her master Indioke, the absolute leader of the guild and the true shadow ruler of the entire country. He caused all this chaos and mobilized his forces for just one person. This must be his grand plan to balance the playing field. After the brutal executions they just carried out, he wants to make sure these people never harbor any foolish illusions of rebellion. They should just accept their fate and live like insects. Just then, a red-haired captain named Zhang Shiwan approaches Indioke. He asks to confirm their combat numbers. With Indioke's silent approval, Zhang Shiwan immediately begins counting their active forces. The Yellow Tiger Legion has 40 men, the Lightning Archers have 40, and the Inner Dragon Legion has 20. At his command, the massive army below lets out a deafening roar of absolute obedience, but their triumphant battle cry is cut short. A sudden massive explosion of fiery energy sweeps across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the entire army is completely vaporized. And the guy behind this fireworks show is Cha Shin-hyeon. While Zhang Shiyuan stares in absolute horror, Indioke merely smirks and orders his remaining men to tear Cha Shin-hyeon apart. Cha Shin-hyeon and In-deok lock eyes in a tense, silent showdown while Kang Chang-sik and his team are completely losing their minds. Seeing In-deok roll up with 500 elites to jump them is their worst nightmare. Who are these people and what on earth is going on? Kang Chang-sik panics, unable to process the chaos around them. With the avalanche about to crush them, Cha Shin-hyeon moves like lightning, instantly knocking out his entire team to keep them safe. At the same time, he uses raw kinetic force to freeze the massive wall of cascading snow right in its tracks. Kang Chang-sik aggressively brandishes his black sword at In-deok, but In-deok just snaps his fingers, causing Kang Chang-sik's head to throb in agony. Who do you lowly trash think you are acting so arrogant? They should never forget one crucial thing. Their lives are always in his hands. Cha Shin-hyeon just smiles, noting that In-deok can even pull off mind control. Not bad, but he wonders if all these villains went to the same school because they all sound exactly the same. He even gives In-deok a sarcastic round of applause. In-deok sneers, declaring himself the leader of the Sangchun Guild. He serves the legendary martial god of Sangchun. This only makes Cha Shin-hyeon even more curious about their mysterious boss. The two trade fierce barbs, their killing intent clashing in midair. In-deok warns him that his pride has gone too far. Such arrogance will not only destroy him but also drag everyone around him straight down to hell. In-deok asks if he knows why this Diamond Mountain dungeon is deemed completely impossible to clear. 10,000 snow phoenixes will teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, In-deok summons a swarm of deadly beasts. Cha Shin-hyeon isn't impressed, joking that he wasn't lured all this way just to look at some frozen chickens. But since In-deok went through all this trouble, he is more than happy to play along with the game. With a sudden devastating kick, he unleashes a shockwave that tears through the surrounding swarm of monsters. But to his surprise, the shredded beasts begin to piece themselves back together, completely restoring their icy bodies. In-deok laughs, boasting that these creatures are immortal as long as they draw power from the dungeon's endless energy. Immortal? Yeah, right. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly draws a massive custom-forged blade, ready to show them real power. The world proudly declared him the ultimate sword emperor, but in the end he is always just a swordsman ready to show his true capabilities. Sword emperor. Even the very laws of nature cannot stand in Cha Shin-hyeon's way. Drawing his sword to sweep through everything, the sudden turn of events instantly leaves In-deok's crew fuming with both terror and rage. With a few effortless sweeps of his blade, Cha Shin-hyeon easily sends his enemies straight to their graves. The sword technique he displays flows like a drifting cloud, yet strikes like a heavy stone silently, landing on calm water. Before the enemies can even process what is happening, Cha Shin-hyeon is already standing right in front of them, and he is not holding back, channeling his full physical strength to unleash a devastating barrage of attacks on them. With his sword pointed forward, two-thirds of In-deok's forces are completely wiped out, driving their leader absolutely insane with rage. Losing all grip on reality, he frantically combines his magic and wizard skills together, unleashing explosive attacks at Cha Shin-hyeon. Meanwhile, the surviving squad members scramble to form their defensive iron wall formation. Charge, he bellows, commanding his remaining men to grab whatever weapons they have and rush at Cha Shin-hyeon all at once. At the same time, In-deok secretly signals Jang Shi-yuan to wait for an opening and target Cha Eun-sol. Finding the clash with In-deok's army quite entertaining, Cha Shin-hyeon thrusts his sword forward without a moment's pause. Each single strike carries unbelievable physical force. Activating the first form of his boundless sword style, he instantly obliterates their front line. And just like that, watch closely, the defensive iron wall formation stands ready, waiting for Cha Shin-hyeon to make his move. Upon the command to fire, a heavy rain of burning arrows descends toward him. It looks impressive, but to Cha Shin-hyeon, this is nothing but a minor annoyance. He calmly dodges the incoming attacks, completely enjoying the rhythm of the battle. Even the coordinated attacks from high-level hunters trained in martial arts fail to leave a single scratch on his body. They think they can turn the tables and seize the upper hand with this next attack. A female warrior named Ling Mei swings her sword wildly with hope in her eyes, but as she draws closer to Cha Shin-hyeon, she instantly collapses in fear, realizing she stands no chance. Furious, In-deok curses and orders Jang Shi-yuan to immediately target Cha Eun-sol. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon feels slightly surprised that In-deok is aware of his boundless physical constitution. Perhaps the villain once reached that level as well, making this the first time he has seen another regressor in this tier. He gives the man credit for that, noting that while he respects the traditional etiquette of a martial artist, he cannot tolerate such a despicable hostage play. It has been a long time since a battle felt this enjoyable, but the villain has completely ruined his mood. Cha Shin-hyeon decides it is time to end this right now. Intercepting the path between Cha Eun-sol and Jang Shi-yuan, he delivers a swift slash that leaves Shi-yuan coughing up blood. Before the assassin even realizes what happened, Jang Shi-yuan falls dead on the spot, horrifying everyone watching the scene. Watching this, you have to wonder if that was indeed the legendary mind sword. In-deok breaks into a cold sweat. the mind, sword. It seems impossible, and the villain refuses to believe he cannot reach that level. He cannot believe his own eyes, unable to accept that Cha Shin-hyeon has surpassed him so completely. Overwhelmed with sheer madness, the villain channels all his power into a final, desperate strike, but Cha Shin-hyeon is simply annoyed. With just a cold glare, he leaves In-daok heavily bleeding from a sudden, unavoidable mental strike. By the time the villain regains focus, it is too late, and his painful screams echo across the area. The deafening cries do not stop Cha Shin-hyeon, who decides to send him crashing down hard. The drop from 10 meters almost breaks the villain's neck. Cha Shin-hyeon calmly approaches and grabs him by the hair. He asks if the beaten villain finally understands the vast difference in their power now. It turns out the Sky War God spoke of him, but this opponent is still far too inexperienced. Cha Shin-hyeon actually respects that legend, questioning if the villain truly believes the god was his enemy. The legend once warned that the world is beginning to collapse, and to prevent this tragedy one must obtain the legendary light alongside the returnees from Murim. He questions if India could ever resolve such a massive disaster on his own, especially without a single clue. Covered in blood, the villain still arrogantly spits threats, claiming that Cha Shin-hyeon has completely misunderstood the entire situation. Anyone who targets him will perish. Cha Shin-hyeon coldly replies, only to be met with a wicked laugh. The villain mocks that he was merely a sacrifice, meant to drag the hero down with him. But things will not be that easy, the villain mutters suddenly, lunging forward to unleash a demonic mind control spell directly on Cha Shin-hyeon. Seeing Cha Shin-hyeon obediently follow his orders, In-daok gloats. He gets ready to unleash a brutal revenge blow for Lee Ji-hae. But wait. The guy getting turned into a punching bag is In-daok himself, who screams out in absolute confusion. Put that dirty hand down. Cha Shin-hyeon coldly demands this, repeatedly slapping In-daok's face as Ling finally wakes up, blood everywhere. She opens her eyes just in time to witness the brutal beatdown between the two. In-daok is a total mess. Cha Shin-hyeon keeps wailing on him as this stubborn guy refuses to quit. He just won't give up. Cha Shin-hyeon has to keep throwing non-stop punches until his own arms get incredibly tired. In-daok gets thrown aside. Cha Shin-hyeon then uses mind reading to extract everything he knows about the mysterious Sky Guild. A massive catastrophe is coming. To stop this disaster, countless chosen people will be transported straight to the Murim. Among them lies a legend. Yet there are also many nameless souls who no one cares about. Nobody cares how or where they die, but In-daok arrogantly claims their deaths will finally have meaning because of him. 100,000 gone. He regrets not finishing off Cha Shin-hyeon's little sister when he had the chance. A sinister smile. In-daok confesses to targeting Cha-eun's soul, next showing off a very creepy blood-soaked grin. Devastating and fast. Cha Shin-hyeon decisively slices him into 10,000 pieces as Ling watches in horror. Jun is terrified. He drops to his knees, desperately begging Cha Shin-hyeon to take him under his wing. 1 month later, the Joint Hunter Exchange Conference between North and South Korea ends in massive success, a major breakthrough. This historic event marks a diplomatic leap while introducing a brand new elite hunter team. Time for speeches. But just as they prepare to introduce their new leader, Cha Shin-hyeon, to speak, gone like the wind. He vanishes completely from the venue, sneaking off to have a private chat with Lee Ji-hae. Too much work. Cha Shin-hyeon explains that handling everything is a massive hassle, so he left it to his subordinates. A smart move. He was definitely right not to destroy the Sky Guild hideout and its facilities. Tracking financial data is easier. This helps keep things smooth until a new hunter society develops. We need backup. They still need support from both China and Jeju Island, as Cha Shin-hyeon notes, still clueless. He admits that even now he barely knows anything about the mysterious Sky Guild, collapsing worlds and saviors. It is all just a bunch of unsolved mysteries with no answers. He does not care. If anything dares to block his path, that is more than enough reason. That is more than enough reason to crush it completely. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, an active hunter team is busy gathering monster materials. Endless grinding. They collect the valuable crystals dropped by the beasts, feeling completely exhausted after the battle. Sore bodies everywhere. But they must keep grinding as there are no cheat skills to help. No magic exists. There is no special skill to vacuum up all the dropped crystals at once, chatting away. While the crew is distracted, a dangerous creature suddenly creeps up from behind them. Captain Kang reacts. He immediately gets into stance, ready to deliver a heavy blow before stopping. No ordinary beast. He suddenly realizes this creepy creature is actually a terrifying and highly dangerous undead Jiangshi. Heading back, the exhausted team returns with their crystals, but that creepy corpse monster keeps bothering Captain Kang. 0 crystal drops. Defeating it yielded absolutely nothing, and then he suddenly receives urgent news. An emergency report. Something truly terrifying is happening in the Mount Chiak dungeon right now. Jiangshi are everywhere. Meanwhile, with the Twilight Guild leader Park Tae-hun officially out of the picture now, peace talks begin. His scattered members quickly agree to merge completely with Captain Kang's rising faction, a historic merger. This event introduces elite new hunters with the media focusing on Cha Shin-hyeon, public praise. As a member of the Limitless Guild, his training of these hunters earns high praise, a rising superstar. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly becomes the ultimate bridge connecting these key foreign nations, connecting worlds. He links the outside to China and North Korea but back home over a lavish dinner, a grumpy brother. Cha Shin-hyeon sits with crossed arms watching his sister Cha Eun-sol happily eat, simply baffling. He cannot understand what makes this Western pasta dish so incredibly delicious to his little sister, teasing back. Cha Eun-sol ignores his grumpiness, rolling her eyes and reminding him of a promise, a broken promise. He swore to take her to a classic family diner, not this fancy Western place instead. Cha Eun-sol mentions how nice it must be for normal families to eat together here, and every single word hits Shin-hyeon like a physical blow. Feeling pretty guilty, Shin-hyeon immediately tells Cha Eun-sol to go ahead and buy absolutely anything she wants. He offers to pay for everything as a proper apology, hoping they can finally start hanging out and eating together much more often. After all, they are still family, and hearing her older brother say those warm words makes Cha Eun-sol feel incredibly touched. But 5 seconds later, his phone buzzes with an urgent notification that completely drains his face of color. Without a word, he gets up and bolts, leaving poor Cha Eun-sol totally stranded and confused. Looks like this brother has some serious explaining to do later. Talk about bad timing, he barely finished apologizing before ditching her. Meanwhile, Shin-hyeon arrives at the organization headquarters. He immediately joins Ji-hae in heading down to the classified magic research lab, a high-security zone kept strictly secret from the public. Ji-hae leads Shin-hyeon over to a heavily secured specialized cold storage unit. Lifting the lid very slowly, she carefully reveals what is hidden deep inside the cold container. Resting inside is the frozen corpse of a monster retrieved directly from the mysterious Gyeonggi dungeon. Shin-hyeon is genuinely shocked to see it, wondering how on earth the guild managed to smuggle this creature out. Ji-hae explains that these weird corpse monsters do not drop a single mana crystal after they are defeated. Stunned by the news, Shin-hyeon crosses his arms and silently studies the beast, making Ji-hae assume he is just as clueless as everyone else. But instead of sharing her deep worry about this newly debuted monster species, Shin-hyeon actually seems pretty damn excited about the whole situation. He flashes a quick smile and asks her for the exact coordinates of the Gyeonggi dungeon, while ordering a temporary ban on all entry. Looking at her with absolute confidence, he says that he will likely understand everything once he sees a live one up close. Just relax and wait here for me. Soon, I will hunt down a few specimens and bring them right back. Over in New York, Christopher Steyer listens closely to his assistant, brief him on the worsening situation. The number of corpse monsters is rising rapidly, threatening to dry up the supply of skill crystals and wreck the economy. The situation in North Asia is just as bad, but several top guilds have recently started cooperating to find a fix. Right now, they are mostly just playing a waiting game, hoping some viable solution will present itself soon. But Christopher thinks sitting around is a waste of time. They need to go see for themselves. China is massive, meaning there is plenty of untapped talent waiting for them. Meanwhile, Shin-hyeon arrives at the dungeon. Standing high on a cliff, he quietly surveys the area before deciding to run a quick warm-up test. Leaping down with total confidence, he unleashes a few effortless slashes that completely obliterate the first wave of beasts in seconds. But since he has no idea how many grunts he needs to kill to lure out a corpse monster, his back is already killing him. That mountain of heavy crystals is seriously starting to wear him down. But as he complains, a bizarre rift suddenly tears open in mid-air right before his eyes. It looks incredibly similar to the phenomenon from the Mist Dungeon, though the color and energy feel slightly different. He suddenly recalls the warning of the enemies he defeated earlier that this entire world is actively collapsing. They said if you do not become a god, you lose everything. Shin-hyeon realizes this rift might lead to that divine battlefield. Suddenly, the rift tears open wider and an aggressive monster leaps straight out of the portal, taking him by surprise. He reacts instantly, decapitating the beast with one clean strike. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is indeed a corpse monster. This confirms his theory these freakish corpse monsters are actively crossing over from this dimensional crack. Staring up at the rift, he wonders if the divine battlefield he has been searching for lies just beyond it. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a mysterious black-haired figure bound by chains to a massive cross. Talk about creepy. A sinister grin flashes. We will meet very soon, Shin-hyeon. Meanwhile, he carefully approaches the dimensional tier. Now that he knows exactly where the corpse monsters are coming from, he gently reaches out to touch the unstable dimensional tier. It feels identical to the one in the Mist Dungeon, confirming these special beasts are capable of traveling between dimensions at will. They use these rifts like highways to slip from one world directly into another. But one glaring question remains. What about all the normal monsters? Did they literally just rain down from the sky? Suddenly, his brain connects the dots. What if every single dungeon, has been secretly controlled and orchestrated by a higher power this whole time. If true humanity is in deep trouble, but since this is still just a theory, he decides to keep investigating before making his final move. He needs more time to gather 10 solid pieces of evidence, and his very first move is heading straight to Jeju Island. That is where the first space rift was discovered. The moment Cha Shin-hyeon steps onto the island, a panicked squad of hunters rushes right over to him. Their out-of-breath leader, Kim Ha-gun, anxiously checks up on Cha Shin-hyeon, looking completely drained by the massive chaos of these past few days. The poor guy looks utterly exhausted. But before they can even finish their greetings, Kim Ha-jun suddenly drops to his knees, begging Cha Shin-hyeon for desperate help. It turns out that 6 high-level dungeons had already popped up on Jeju before he even arrived here. The local hunters were already sweating bullets, but somehow right after Cha Shin-hyeon left, yet another mysterious dungeon suddenly emerged out of nowhere. This brings the total count to 7 high-grade dungeons. Cha Shin-hyeon stands there in deep silent thought. He just received intelligence that similar bizarre dungeon anomalies are now breaking out across multiple regions in China as well. Fortunately, they have not disrupted daily life on the surface yet, mostly because the media claims they are just standard variations. To figure out the truth behind all this, Cha Shin-hyeon needs to act fast and gather solid proof. He asks Kim Ha-gun to double-check their team readiness. With eyes shining with absolute confidence, the young leader boldly assures him that everyone present is up for the task. Every single hunter he brought along today is an elite member, handpicked and trusted completely by Kim Ha-gun himself. They definitely will not let Cha Shin-hyeon down. Hearing this, he decides to trust them for now and takes the lead. Leading the vanguard for their next mission, he plans to single-handedly clear out every single low-level beast they encounter. He wants to keep fighting until a corpse monster appears. True to his word, the moment they enter, he unleashes hell. He instantly obliterates the weakling mobs, vaporizing them in seconds. Watching his terrifying speed and flawless combat moves leaves the squad utterly speechless. He is even more overpowered than before. Yet, Cha Shin-hyeon remains completely unbothered, calmly gesturing to keep moving forward while casually reminding them to stay focused. He tells them to harvest the mana crystals. Suddenly, a massive crack in space begins to expand right before their eyes. Even Cha Shin-hyeon is left stunned by its massive scale. As for Kim Ha-jun and the others, seeing this bizarre anomaly for the first time has them shaking in pure terror, their faces turning completely pale. But Cha Shin-hyeon noticed something even more shocking. Other hunters can see this space rift clearly too. If normal citizens start spotting these cracks, things will get messy. To prevent a massive panic, Cha Shin-hyeon quickly unleashes his power, attempting to seal the bizarre crack shut right then and there. But it fails. The rift completely absorbs his attack. Meanwhile, over at the Mount Chiak dungeon, a hunter named Ayu is loudly complaining about how hungry he is, completely bored out of his mind with guard duty. He worries that sitting around doing nothing will leave his body too stiff to ever hunt properly again. But his complaints are cut short. Suddenly, every monitor in the room begins to flicker with strange static. The image of a goddess flashes across every screen in the city, broadcasting a deeply cryptic message to everyone. She claims that while no one wasted her blessings, they definitely failed to utilize them properly. She declares everything happening now is the work of destiny, and all she can do now is buy them some time. She desperately hopes humanity can escape this upcoming nightmare. Her words leave the entire population in utter shock and confusion. Before anyone can even process what is happening, a sudden violent tremor shakes the earth, catching the guards off guard. The guards scramble outside immediately, only to be met with a scene of absolute terrifying chaos. For some bizarre reason, the rabbit monsters from the dungeon have completely broken free, running wild all over the place. Meanwhile, over on Cha Shin-hyeon's end, a hideous corpse monster crawls out of the spatial rift, terrifying Kim Ha-jun. The squad breaks out in cold sweat. A beast spawning directly from a rift completely breaks all established dungeon laws. In other words, the natural system rules are collapsing. The beast lunges forward to attack, but before it can land, Cha Shin-hyeon grabs its neck with one hand, shutting it down instantly. The hunters immediately recognize the beast. It belongs to the Fog Dungeon. Its appearance here, especially crawling out of that strange rift, proves something is seriously wrong with this world. Cha Shin-hyeon casually tosses the lifeless monster aside after crushing its throat with his bare hand. He tells the squad to transport it back to HQ's research lab, reminding them to handle the cargo with care. It is a rare specimen. Cha Shin-hyeon turns back and focuses on casting his spell. He fires his heart sword directly at the rift ahead, but just like before, his powerful attack is blocked and completely neutralized. To make things worse, a system warning pops up, alerting him that further attempts will trigger a severe penalty. Saying goodbye to the top ranking he originally wanted, Cha Shin-hyeon lets out a faint smirk. Something seems to be blocking his mind sword from working normally, meaning there is a whole different level out there, a much higher rank for him to climb. To Cha Shin-hyeon, this is way more exciting than just being number one. The next day, guild leaders Jun-ho and Ji-hae host a packed press conference. Both of them stand up and bow to apologize for the sudden wave of dungeon breaks lately. Monsters have escaped, causing massive damage to lives and property nationwide. On top of that, things are getting worse. Crystallis zombie monsters are popping up while the number of normal monsters keeps dropping fast. This crash is hammering the global economy. Honestly, it has become a nightmare for everyone worldwide. South Korea has decided to merge all guilds to tackle this crisis head-on. This announcement instantly triggers absolute chaos among the crowd of reporters. They crowd forward, shouting questions about whether the Twilight Guild has actually confirmed this official decision. Ignored and bombarded, Junho and Jihye walk away in silence, only to find Cha Shin-hyeon waiting inside. Jihye's eyes instantly light up. She excitedly asks why he is back when he said he would be away. Cha Shin-hyeon admits that was the plan, but he dropped by to tell Junho about a highly intriguing meeting. China sent a representative named Ling Mei to meet him, and the two set up a chat at a local cafe. Ling Mei seems incredibly tense. Before Cha Shin-hyeon even fully sits down, the questions begin. He asks about the purpose of this urgent meeting since he heard it is a matter of absolute priority. Flustered, she explains that they need his help representing China in an upcoming high-stakes meeting. He is highly skeptical. Why on earth should he represent China in a summit with the United States? She quickly explains that China currently lacks any hunter capable of acting as a proper representative. While it is not an official summit, the world's absolute strongest hunter will be there. His name is Alex Winchester, but even hearing that Cha Shin-hyeon remains completely unimpressed by the offer. He gets up waving his hand in flat refusal, leaving Ling Mei absolutely cornered with no other cards to play. Standing up, she desperately pleads, if you do this, China will provide massive benefits to South Korea. Cha Shin-hyeon stops and smirks, asking what those benefits are. Ling Mei promises high-level intelligence. They will share everything gathered from the United States, keeping South Korea fully in the loop. Every advantage China gains, they split 50-50. Cha Shin-hyeon realizes this is actually a solid deal. It could yield some highly critical intel he needs, so he finally accepts her proposal. With the deal sealed, Cha Shin-hyeon prepares to travel to China. Soon after he arrives at the meeting room, Ling Mei tells him that Alex requested a private chat, eager to meet another elite hunter like himself. He specifies that only secretaries or personal assistants are allowed to tag along for this discussion. Cha Shin-hyeon jokingly asks if he is her assistant, making her panic. Obviously, it is the other way around. Finding her reaction amusing, Cha Shin-hyeon chuckles, muttering that this is going to be incredibly fun. He assures her she will understand soon. Right on cue, Alex enters the room with a polite greeting. He introduces his personal assistant, Barbara Allen. Cha Shin-hyeon politely introduces himself back as Cha Shin-hyeon. He sits next to Ling Mei. Alex looks confused. The name clearly suggests he is from South Korea. Cha Shin-hyeon calmly explains that due to a series of events, he is temporarily representing China today. Alex immediately questions the wisdom of letting an outsider from another country sit in on this. Ling Mei reassures him that it is perfectly fine as they personally invited him to be here. Alex drops the subject. He sits down, shifting the topic to the terrifying spike in recent dungeon breaks. While damage varies by country, the threat of running out of clean, cheap crystal stones is a massive concern. That shortage will easily crush the global economy, causing Ling Mei to grow noticeably anxious. He reassures her that they already have a solution, well, a working theory anyway. But Alex is highly confident it will work, backed up by recent successful survey data. Still skeptical, Ling Mei pouts and directly demands to know his true motive for arranging this meeting. To make that crazy theory a reality, they are going to need serious help from China, specifically a select group of hunters over there. Alex points directly at Ling Mei, highlighting her role before rising to his feet. A golden aura flares around Alex. The United States had requested to meet a high-ranking hunter, and Alex knew China had someone just as formidable. He trained at the exact same facility as this mystery powerhouse, and hearing this, Ling Mei's face completely pales in sheer disbelief. She is utterly stunned. How on earth does an American know ancient Chinese martial arts and execute it so masterfully? Just as she is struggling to process this, Cha Shin-hyeon finally speaks up. He demands to join the project. If they need high-tier support, a mage or a regressor like him is the perfect fit. A matching golden energy flares around Cha Shin-hyeon, his eyes locking onto Alex with sharp intensity. He warns that he'll be highly disappointed to be left out. Alex looks on, completely baffled by this sudden challenge. Cha Shin-hyeon simply shrugs, teasing that Alex's shocked reaction is honestly pretty boring. True mastery can suppress that martial arts resonance, highlighting the massive gap in their levels. Alex has to admit it. He hasn't met many who can pull off this ancient resonance, but he can already feel the difference. Sensing the level gap between them, Alex suggests a quick spar to test their limits, wanting to see what the young hunter is truly made of. As long as Cha Shin-hyeon has the raw potential, Alex doesn't care about his background. He doesn't care that he's not Chinese. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees without a second thought and immediately asks Ling Mei to guide them. They head to the nearest dungeon to let loose. In no time, everyone is gathered and a massive showdown is about to begin. It's a clash between two peak hunters. Before the chaos officially starts, Alex politely bows to introduce himself one more time. He introduces himself as Alex Winchester, the Devil of Heaven. Cha Shin-hyeon can't help but chuckle at the dramatic Western nickname. He jokes about him coming from Murim while carrying a title like the Devil of Heaven. Alex explains that's just how things turned out. Murim was the only place with zero prejudice against outsiders. No one cared about color or race over there. Alex slowly steps closer, his friendly expression suddenly darkening. A chilling pressure fills the air. To reach his current position, Alex has never hesitated to get his hands dirty. He has put down his own comrades. And in Murim, demonic cults rule. Cha Shin-hyeon just shrugs with a smirk. He notes that those cultists are always willing to throw away their lives just to take him down. Defeating zealots like them is always a good time. Cha Shin-hyeon waves his hand, taunting Alex to make a move. He tells him to rush in, even offering a free 3-strike head start. Alex grits his teeth, thoroughly insulted by the arrogance. If Cha Shin-hyeon wants a beatdown, he'll gladly deliver. Alex lunges forward, aiming a brutal opening strike directly at his face, but is shut down. Cha Shin-hyeon casually deflects it, nearly throwing him off balance. Alex spins, launching a kick only for a solid fist to block it cold. Since playing fair isn't working, Alex decides to play dirty, slipping behind Cha Shin-hyeon to strike a paralyzing pressure point. But Cha Shin-hyeon predicts the move perfectly. With a simple backhand, Alex is sent flying back hundreds of meters. The sheer force leaves Alex dazed and reeling. Now he finally understands where that confidence comes from. He puts on a fake smile, trying to play it cool and claiming he's highly satisfied with this. But ending things right here would be pretty disappointing, so he prepares to unleash his real strength. His expression turns vicious as a blood-red aura explodes around him, sending a literal chill through the air. He asks Cha Shin-hyeon if he has ever heard of the legendary stage known as Mind Sword Control. A streak of dark light suddenly grazes Cha Shin-hyeon's cheek, catching him off guard. Alex smirks with pure satisfaction. He boasts that he missed on purpose to show how serious he is. Cha Shin-hyeon just sighs, thoroughly unimpressed. He is just thinking about how this guy clearly doesn't know his place. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon's own energy flares. With a massive burst of light, he warns Alex to never show off that pathetic mind sword of his again. Because what Cha Shin-hyeon is unleashing right now is the actual genuine mind sword. The fight is already over. Defeated and completely humbled, Alex drops to his knees, begging to become his disciple. Cha Shin-hyeon bursts out laughing. He boasts that this is the true difference in their levels. Cha Shin-hyeon graciously pulls Alex up and agrees to his request. He takes him in as a disciple, then immediately asks about the solution to their current crisis, specifically the severe shortage of crystal stones. Alex explains they've launched a project based on a wild theory, that these crystal stones are actually the condensed core essence of the monsters. Cha Shin-hyeon's eyes widen as he asks for details. Could that essence actually be the magical energy monsters have built up over so many years? Alex pulls out a crystal stone. According to Murim, that is absolutely correct. Although their structure and nature are different, they both contain the pure energy of monsters. Explaining everything in detail would take too much time, so Cha Shin-hyeon cuts him off. He wants to skip to the final conclusion, and Alex tells him grimly they plan to create the essence. They will extract it straight from mutated corpses, a wild claim that honestly sounds incredibly sketchy and hard to believe for Cha Shin-hyeon. So extracting energy from dead monsters, Alex argues it is basically the same thing, mentioning a dark magic called blood siphon. It is designed to drain energy from dead bodies, and its absorption technique is top tier. This absorption is a supreme demonic art, and their current theory is just like it, a method that drives otherworldly demons completely insane. Alex defends them, arguing that otherworldly demons have different kinds and not all of them are evil and lawless. Either way, the test run is fully finished, and now the two of them need to head back to wrap up their unfinished negotiations. Back in the meeting room, Cha Shin-hyeon decides to cooperate with the United States to the best of his abilities. He will also continue to support China in the best way possible, meaning the final profits will be split 50-50 between both sides. On top of that, Cha Shin-hyeon will be the exclusive hunter for Japan and China, a term that leaves Ling completely jaw-dropped. This means that if Cha Shin-hyeon wants to, he can end his partnership with China at any moment. While this makes Cha Shin-hyeon absolutely thrilled, poor Ling is left looking completely deflated and disappointed like a wilted leaf. Alex can only sigh in frustration as he continues reading the contract, stating that he swears upon his honor. He promises to strictly carry out all terms but warns that there is a catch. These terms only apply if Cha Shin-hyeon succeeds, which he confidently promises to do. The next day in San Francisco, they shake hands on the deal at the massive research facility in Western America. They built this facility to be incredibly secure just in case things go wildly out of control during the process. Alex shows Cha Shin-hyeon their proudest creation, the absolute best monster essence extractor in the entire world. But to Cha Shin-hyeon, it looks incredibly ordinary as Alex begins to test out the machine's functions. By placing his hand on the surface and infusing some of his own mana, a synthetic crystal is created. The crystal forms purely from his own power, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon in complete awe. He stands there completely shocked, noting that even a living monster could never release this level of energy, let alone a dead one. A dead beast is even worse, and that is exactly the core problem they are trying to solve here. That is why the United States is placing all their bets on Cha Shin-hyeon, leaving him utterly stunned. He puts his arm around Alex's shoulder and calmly asks if he has ever visited the Shaolin Temple before. Alex scoffingly replies that otherworldly demons like him would never dare to step foot into a holy place like that. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately snaps back, asking if Alex seriously thinks that being a heavenly demon is just some government job. He explains that this is exactly what the monks at the Shaolin Temple do to craft legendary crystals, and suddenly his mind starts working. He turns to Alex and says he has found a way to do this using Murim's artificial crystals. These crystals have always existed in the martial arts world, with the most famous being the Great Stones of Shaolin. Alex is slightly confused as he has never paid attention to righteous sects and their secret methods before. He never cared for orthodox factions, but Cha Shin-hyeon realizes the potential in Alex's machine is quite high. Alex asks about the next step, and Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if they can bring a certain someone to this lab. This is the person who created the prototype, a level 70 crafter who is also a regressor like Alex. But this regressor lives a low-key life, a craftsman named Tyron Wilson who soon arrives carrying a metallic box. It contains exactly what Cha Shin-hyeon asked for, and he slowly opens the box with anticipation. A tiny monster leaps out, but Cha Shin-hyeon instantly subdues it with a modified version of that energy absorption technique. After a brief struggle, the creature begins to warp under his immense pressure. Under his magic, the small beast is compressed into a solid crystal which Cha Shin-hyeon holds tightly in his hand. The energy radiating from it feels pretty unsettling, which is natural since it was made from a monster. Cha Shin-hyeon drops the freshly made crystal into the machine as everyone waits in complete silence for the final results. A moment later, a beautifully polished crystal is complete. Cha Shin-hyeon picks it up and hands it over to Tyron. Both he and Alex stare in absolute disbelief. Tyron holds the stone close to his eyepiece to inspect it. The analysis leaves him completely speechless. This stone looks exactly like a regular monster crystal, making him question everything. It is so identical that Tyron wonders if he is hallucinating. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon radiates pure pride. His masterfully created crystal has succeeded beyond all expectations. Now only one major hurdle remains. Tyron wants to try using the skill himself. He confidently places his hand on the crystal manufacturing device. But absolutely nothing happens. It turns out that using this technique actually requires knowing how to manipulate magic. Tyron promptly asks Cha Shin-hyeon if he can teach him how to use that energy absorption variant. Fortunately, Cha Shin-hyeon is a naturally kind-hearted guy and readily agrees. But if Tyron seriously wants to become his actual student, he will have to survive every single one of his grueling training sessions. Alex and Tyron suddenly feel a cold shiver down their spines. Just 1 week later, Tyron is looking completely battered and bruised from head to toe. Yet he can finally channel magic himself, successfully suppressing the monster and condensing it into a tiny stone in his palm. He slowly slides it into the crystal maker. The machine delivers exactly what they wanted. Tyron has successfully mastered the energy absorption skill and created his own crystal. Tyron is so ecstatic that he jumps around like a little child. Even Alex stands there in shock, unable to believe Cha Shin-hyeon taught Tyron such an incredibly difficult technique in just 1 single week. But the ultimate cost is a heavily bruised face. Either way, their business here is finished, and Cha Shin-hyeon is heading back to South Korea. Alex and Tyron seem pretty reluctant to say goodbye, never expecting that he would leave this quickly. Cha Shin-hyeon says he has to go home, warning that anyone who dares to steal his work here will become mincemeat on a cutting board. He teleports straight back to Korea, where Ji-hae greets him with sheer excitement, though Cha Eun-sol seems to still hold a grudge and acts completely indifferent. Seeing the clear tension between the two siblings, Ji-hae steps in to break the ice, urging Cha Eun-sol to calm down so they can share some great news. Cha Shin-hyeon asks what the news is. Ji-hae pulls out a sheet of paper with an octagram and some strange symbols, and shows it to Cha Shin-hyeon, explaining that this is the brand new logo for the Limitless Guild. Cha Shin-hyeon merely lets out a dry grunt. This flat reaction completely disappoints Ji-hae, who asks if that is truly all he has to say. They spent several nights designing it. Cha Shin-hyeon just laughs dryly and quickly tries to change the subject, which annoys Ji-hae to no end. Watching them bicker, Cha Eun-sol senses that something interesting is going on, and starts teasing them, asking why they have suddenly gotten so close lately. Clearly caught off guard, Ji-hae instantly freezes up and is totally speechless. Cha Eun-sol nudges Cha Shin-hyeon with his elbow and teases that they are trying way too hard to pretend they are not close at all. Suddenly, Ji-hae shyly asks Cha Shin-hyeon if she can start calling him directly by his first name. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees without any hesitation and decides to address her by her real name from now on too. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside breaks the mood, reporting an urgent emergency situation. The latest report warns that over 3 different monster species have emerged inside the dungeon. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if these are the same creatures that slipped through the spatial rift. There are no records on them yet, so nothing is certain, but the latest intelligence indicates that a massive violent earthquake shook the entire dungeon, leaving all the active hunters currently there. Feeling dizzy and suffering from severe headaches, Ji-hae ponders this, realizing nothing like this has ever happened. She decides she must investigate the site personally, and Cha Shin-hyeon immediately offers to go along with her, suspecting this crisis might be linked to that goddess. Once they reach the dungeon, Cha Shin-hyeon has to suppress and slaughter countless raging monsters. The entire dungeon has descended into absolute chaos, with bizarre beasts of every shape and size popping up. Even Cha Shin-hyeon struggles to clear them out. He steps closer to the opening rift. First came the dungeon break, and now random monsters are spawning everywhere. Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if that goddess is pulling the strings behind the scenes or if this is just a dark omen for tragedies yet to come. Suddenly, something catches his eye, the silhouettes of several figures approaching in the distance. It looks like some people are approaching. Turns out they are actually members of the Jeju Island Special Defense Force. Finding Shin-hyeon here catches them completely off guard. But the young man's face quickly darkens. Jeju Island, he finally realizes that this is no ordinary monster outbreak anymore. Instead, he suspects that several dungeons are currently merging together right here in this Jeju Island Mist dungeon. Shin-hyeon explains that he originally came to the Tibet dungeon to investigate the recent strange phenomena. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely shocked because that Tibet dungeon is located way over in Gangwon province, which is incredibly far away. Shin-hyeon then asks what happened here. It seems the actual area of this dungeon has expanded compared to last time. They had intentionally planted flags in front of the spatial rifts to mark them, but upon returning, the markers were gone. To make matters worse, even the entry portal suddenly vanished, leaving the entire team with absolutely no way to escape. Shin-hyeon silently ponders this. Since each dungeon only has one portal, he explains that these current dungeons are likely merging. Fortunately, the portal he just used to enter is still completely intact, which means everyone can use it to escape right now. Hearing this, the team's eyes light up with pure joy and relief. Finally, they have a way out of this godforsaken damn place. As for Shin-hyeon, he decides to stay behind to investigate those strange rifts further. He is absolutely sure that dungeon merging is not the only strange thing happening right now. Shin-hyeon approaches the front of the rift where those corpse monsters first emerged. This rift must be connected to another world. Suddenly, a fully clothed lizard monster steps out of the rift, threatening Shin-hyeon to quickly get out of his way, if he actually wants to survive. Confronted with this bizarre creature, Shin-hyeon can only let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Alex is currently over in Hawaii, but after receiving the notification that the dungeons are merging, he looks up at the sky with a massive headache. Talk about bad timing, a swarm of flying dragon men suddenly appears, leaving him wondering if they are a new breed. How could such highly evolved creatures show up here? But then he actually hears them speak. Alex is shocked. The dragon men assume that because they are speaking in their own tongue, he has no clue what they are saying. Alex just mocks them, saying he never expected monsters to talk. He points out that they are even using frequency modulation to communicate. This completely shocks the beastmen. They demand to know who he is, noting he looks very different from any human they have met before. Ignoring them, Alex mockingly asks if they are just like the pathetic defeated beasts that crawl out of spatial rifts only to end up writhing on the ground like that loser over there. The flying dragon man is extremely furious, but Alex shows zero fear and continues to mock him. He asks if wearing a few silly accessories makes them any different from ordinary mindless beasts. The only real difference is their ability to speak a unique language. Completely insulted, the dragon man leader instantly flies into a rage. The beast decides that arguing is completely pointless and that it is time to tear Alex limb from limb. Alex totally agrees with that plan. His face lights up with sheer excitement as his battle spirit surges. Summoning a powerful magical sword, he confidently prepares to take on the entire flock of dragon men. Before clashing, he even casually brags about his past legendary victories to scare them off. Sensing his incredible power, the leader immediately orders his subordinates to stand back. He wants a fair one-on-one duel with Alex. The two collide in a flash of blinding speed. But with just the very first clash, Alex can already tell right away that this creature is on an entirely different level of strength. The shockwave pushes both of them back, leaving Alex slightly dazed and off balance. The dragon man quickly lunges forward, swinging his blade. Fortunately, Alex acts fast and manages to barely block the deadly strike. However, the impact is so completely overwhelming that Alex gets sent flying backward. Pressing the advantage, the beast charges again, thrusting its sword straight at him. Luckily, he parries the strike just in time. Only now does Alex realize how truly dangerous this opponent is. He quickly realizes that brute force alone won't be enough to win this fight. Their intense sword clash triggers a small, violent explosion, sending both back to their starting positions. The Dragon Man lets out a smug sneer asking if that is really all he can do, mocking that his run is over. Alex can only frown in deep annoyance. He focuses all his energy to unleash his signature Mind Blade technique, leaving the Dragon Man standing there completely bewildered. The beast is completely baffled by his stillness, but that confusion quickly turns to pure terror. Alex's blazing light tendrils instantly bind the monster, slamming it to the ground in agony as his two minions watch. The remaining two lackeys are so stunned by this sudden turn of events that they cannot even speak. Snapping out of their shock, they scream and charge directly at Alex with absolute fury. But with one effortless smooth swing of his sword, Alex sends them both straight to the grave. All three Dragonmen are finally down, but executing that Mind Blade technique has taken a massive toll. Alex stands there gasping for air, completely exhausted, and that is when a terrible realization hits him. He accidentally wiped out all three of them when he should have left at least one alive for interrogation. But honestly, he had no other choice. Using his invisible Mind Blade was his only shot at winning. When a high-ranking hunter like Alex has to struggle this much, it shows just how dangerous they are. If ordinary hunters ran into these things, honestly, they wouldn't stand a single chance. A total bloodbath. Shaking off those dark thoughts, Alex knows he has to report this immediately. His priority is updating Cha Shin-hyeon. Meanwhile, over at the Foggy Leopard dungeon, things are playing out differently. Another Dragonman is kneeling submissively on the ground, looking up with fear in its eyes. It begs to negotiate with Cha Shin-hyeon, but the young hunter's cold expression says it all. He is not here to chat. Terrified, the creature repeatedly slams its head on the ground, begging. It begs for mercy, and honestly, if it had just surrendered earlier, everyone would have saved a lot of trouble. Under Cha Shin-hyeon's intense interrogation, the beast finally cracks and spills everything. They are creatures infused with primordial dragon blood, calling themselves the Blood Dragon Clan. Recently driven out of their homeland, they were looking for a new territory, but they never expected this. They never could have dreamed they would cross paths with someone as terrifyingly powerful as Cha Shin-hyeon here. Getting on his bad side is basically a one-way ticket to getting deleted from existence. So instead of fighting a losing battle, the beast offers to take Cha Shin-hyeon to meet their master. A warrior of his caliber easily deserves an audience with the leader of the Blood Dragons. Cha Shin-hyeon finds the entire situation hilarious. This creature just tried to kill him, failed, and is now inviting him over. Begging for mercy one second and playing host the next is incredibly foolish, to say the least. If he wanted to, Cha Shin-hyeon could end this monster right here, right now with zero effort. But keeping it breathing might yield some useful intel, so he decides to play along for now. He tells the beast he needs to verify its story first, making sure it isn't lying to him. He uses his psychic skills to confirm the truth. Cut to a classroom where Cha Shin-hyeon and Lee Ji-hae are currently sitting. They are on a video call with Alex and Ling Mei. Alex immediately teases Cha Shin-hyeon for bringing his girlfriend to class. Cha Shin-hyeon grumbles that Lee Ji-hae is only here because she is the vice leader of the guild. But Alex keeps teasing them anyway, turning Lee Ji-hae's face completely red with embarrassment. A little banter to ease the tension. But getting back to business, Alex called this meeting for a reason. He needs to warn Cha Shin-hyeon about a strange new breed of monsters appearing in Hawaii dungeons. They showed up yesterday, and it wasn't just a single stray, it was an entire pack. Cha Shin-hyeon thinks it over, then mentions he spared one, meaning their master might seek him out. Everyone is stunned. Definitely not what you call good news, but there's a much bigger problem. The real issue is the Demon King that the beast mentioned during Cha Shin-hyeon's interrogation. Blood dragons lost a massive power struggle. If those demons decide to target Earth, next everything changes. It will trigger a catastrophic disaster. And that is exactly why Cha Shin-hyeon kept his prisoner alive. If they can negotiate with the Blood Dragons, they can use them as a shield against the Demon Lord. It is a solid strategy, and the rest of the group quickly agrees with his plan. For now, Alex will remain in Hawaii, especially since more Blood Dragons have been spotted causing chaos. The meeting is finally over. Looking at Alex's annoyingly smug face, Shin-hyeon waves his hand, urging him to get lost so he can finally have some peace and quiet. After Alex and Ling Mei leave the call, Shin-hyeon asks Ji-hae what their next move should be. He wants to create a clear divide among the hunters. Ji-hae doesn't quite get it at first, so Shin-hyeon explains. Right now, mana crystals are extremely rare. Instead of having high-level hunters waste time searching for them, they should send them into high-level dungeons for intensive training. Ji-hae listens closely. She agrees that making the hunters stronger is great, but she still worries about Jeju Island. If they send all their high-level hunters away for training and a crisis hits, who's going to step up? Shin-hyeon tells her not to worry. He already got permission for the two of them to stay there together. With both of them on site, they can handle anything. Hearing this, Ji-hae blushes hard, suddenly feeling incredibly shy about working so closely with him. Just the two of them on a mission is pretty unexpected. Noticing her flushed face, Shin-hyeon quickly reassures her. They'll only team up until the true master of those draconians finally shows themselves. It is a dangerous job anyway, and since nobody knows what might happen, sticking close together for a while is the safest option. Ji-hae lets out a breath of relief. Honestly, sometimes she feels like Shin-hyeon has her under some spell, spinning her around completely. Shin-hyeon flashes a creepy grin and warns her that she really wouldn't like it if he actually did that. Growth always comes with pain, but for some reason, Ji-hae suddenly feels a cold shiver run down her spine. A few days later, they arrive at the Mist Dungeon. It is the first time Ji-hae and Cha Shin-hyeon have visited, and it certainly lives up to its name. Thick fog makes it nearly impossible to see. In the past, Shin-hyeon refused to bring them here. He stubbornly refused to bring Cha Shin-hyeon to a place like this, so something big must be happening. The real reason Shin-hyeon brought them here is to personally monitor their progress during this training session. With Jiang Chaoying from China and Alex from the United States, and the recent appearance of blood dragons and other powerful entities, Shin-hyeon needs to act. He needs to train both girls to become much stronger so they can defend themselves in battle. Both girls are highly motivated. To kick off the session, Shin-hyeon suggests that Ji-hae and Cha Shin-hyeon attack him together at the exact same time. If they can manage to leave even a single tiny scratch on his face, he will admit defeat. Cha Shin-hyeon is fired up, her eyes blazing with excitement, while Ji-hae worries that a 2-on-1 assault is unfair to him. Shin-hyeon tells her not to worry. He warns them that he will not go easy on them just because they are girls, so they must attack with everything they have. Ji-hae and Cha Shin-hyeon exchange quick glances, split to both sides, and prepare their opening moves. Ji-hae charges directly with her sword, but Shin-hyeon effortlessly stops the blade using just 2 fingers. He even mocks her attack for being far too slow. Just as Ji-hae processes this, a sudden threat appears from right behind him. A razor-sharp arrow flies directly at his head. Look at that reaction speed as he deflects it without even moving a muscle. Cha Shin-hyeon stomps in frustration when she sees him block her surprise attack without even using his hands. Shin-hyeon immediately taunts her. He tells her to get stronger if she hates being treated like this. The harsh provocation sends her rage straight to her head. Remembering how she was left behind last time, Cha Shin-hyeon loses her mind with anger and vows to land a hit on him, no matter what it takes. Seeing this, Ji-hae can only offer an awkward smile as the brutal training session continues. Soon, both Cha Shin-hyeon and Ji-hae are collapsed on the ground, panting like dogs. But the exhaustion feels great. Ji-hae never expected she would be able to level up this quickly. Cha Shin-hyeon's power has also increased slightly. Since they will all get much busier soon, training together like this is a real treat. She remembers the long stretch of time when she could not see her brother at all. He was always away on dangerous missions, never returning home. Today, Shin-hyeon notices how thrilled they are with their growth. Their stamina has fully recovered with the level up. To keep the momentum going, he makes a decision. He orders them back into the grind. Weeks later, Ji-hae is completely broken, wondering how he can be so heartless. How could he ruthlessly force 2 girls to train like this for an entire week straight? But suddenly, a staff member from headquarters arrives with urgent news. They receive a distress call from Hawaii over an hour ago. Over in Hawaii, Alex is currently surrounded by 2 massive draconians. It will take some time for Shin-hyeon to arrive and help him out. Alex silently pleads for the monsters to go easy on him. Over 10 dungeons are merging right now. Massive earthquakes and giant fissures have split the land, leaving most local hunters completely overwhelmed. They can barely handle the crisis, and word quickly spreads that Alex is currently in Hawaii, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon entirely on his own. Cha Shin-hyeon and Lee Ji-hae are utterly stunned. Meanwhile, back in that Hawaii dungeon, a fierce dragonoid points his blade right at Alex, issuing a dark threat. He sneers, "Those who came before you to slay me never returned. Do you know that?" Of course, Alex knows. The icy dragonoid keeps taunting him, claiming that because Alex dared to harm their kind, he must pay the ultimate price. He demands payment for every single crime. Furious, Alex moves, swatting the monster's spear aside with nothing but his bare hand. The spear clangs away. Pure, suffocating bloodlust radiates from Alex as his anger completely boils over in an instant. His pupils dilate as an overwhelming pressure erupts from his body, slamming directly into the gathered crowd of sneering dragonoids. They can barely stand, but that display only excites their leader. The dragonoid leader responds with a devastating counter-attack of his own, unleashing a strike so incredibly powerful it triggers a massive explosion. The earth itself trembles. Alex is left slightly dazed, but his monstrous opponent refuses to give him a single second to breathe. The dragonoid gathers his energy for a follow-up strike, and he makes sure to warn his subordinates. "None of you touch him," he barks, wanting this kill all for himself. He glares at Alex and issues a mocking challenge. Show me what you've got. Alex only lets out a cold smirk, asking if what he can do involves decapitating him. Chop your head in half, more like. The Dragonoid flies into a pure rage at those words. Alex instantly summons his sword to his grip. Ready to lunge forward, he takes a combat stance. The monster does the same, tensing up when suddenly Alex notices something strange. Could this terrifying Dragonoid actually be a magic caster? With a brutal sweep of his spear, he sends a devastating wave of force, crashing directly toward Alex. The force is brutal. This opponent is on another level. He is far stronger than the last boss Alex defeated. Scanning his surroundings, he hears the other Dragonoids laughing and mocking him. A joke. They totally underestimate him. Alex narrows his eyes quietly, plotting his next move. Spotting a single opening, Alex strikes back instantly. He swings his arm, shattering the oppressive force that had locked him down. Caught off guard, the monster stumbles and nearly falls face first. But the real damage is his right arm. It is completely gone. It is completely gone. Wasting no time, he lunges forward like lightning. But the Dragonoid will not go down that easily. He still has his mouth and he is ready to use it. Gathering all his energy, he roars out two words, freeze now. Suddenly, Alex's entire body locks up, completely unable to budge. Trapped by the mental pressure, Alex is slammed brutally into the dirt. He struggles, but he cannot even stand back up. The beast walks over, crushing Alex's hand beneath his boot. He confesses he is quite impressed that Alex forced him to use his dragon tongue technique. He raises his hand, focusing raw energy to deliver the final killing blow. Just like that, Alex's life hangs by a single thread. Bracing for the absolute end, he prepares to embrace death, but the pain never comes. He feels absolutely nothing. Cha Shin-hyeon has arrived just in time, blocking the blow and saving him. Outraged, the Dragonoid screams to stay out of his business, but Cha Shin-hyeon is already tired of hearing the monster's voice. He delivers a swift, brutal chop straight to its neck to shut it up. The other Dragonoids are utterly shocked to see their leader gets trashed. They quickly rush over to their boss, who has just been sent flying 10 miles away. With them cleared out, Cha Shin-hyeon turns around. He looks at Alex, complaining about how he could let himself get beaten down so easily by a weakling. Gradually pushing himself up as Cha Shin-hyeon's healing magic takes effect, Alex is genuinely shocked to see his friend show up here. He never expected such a lightning-fast rescue in his moment of absolute need. Cha Shin-hyeon casually mentions he used teleportation to reach him, leaving Alex even more astounded than before. He has no idea Cha Shin-hyeon's teleportation skill could cross such a vast distance. But Alex quickly gets back to business. He explains that the creature possesses an ability very similar to the Mind Sword technique, which they call Dragon Tongue. That matches Cha Shin-hyeon's theory. To overwhelm Alex, that creature must be well over level 80. At that rank, mastering a skill like the Mind Sword is expected. And despite having his arms severed by Alex earlier, the monster is still standing. In fact, his limb has completely regenerated. Using telepathy, Cha Shin-hyeon reaches out to the Dragonoids with a sharp question. He demands to know if they belong to the upper ranks of the Blood Dragon. The beasts proudly confirm his suspicions. They quickly realize that Cha Shin-hyeon is the exact target their master warned them about. Cha Shin-hyeon then makes a proposal. He demands to speak directly with their leader, but the arrogant Dragonoid only scoffs, showing nothing but pure contempt for the request. Why would they ever listen to the people they just defeated? If Alex had been its subordinate, he would have been wiped out in a single shot. Hearing that incredibly irritating way of talking, Cha Shin-hyeon is absolutely certain this punk is not Lord Marty, the ruler he is searching for. And it seems this beast has absolutely no interest in talking things out. Cha Shin-hyeon swings his hand in one swift, decisive motion. In an instant, the heads and bodies of the two dragon men are sliced clean off. The only survivor can only stand there, staring with his mouth wide open. After all, Cha Shin-hyeon only needs one left alive to talk and gather information. But this last dragon man has no intention of compromising. He lets out that same deafening scream attack, but against Cha Shin-hyeon it is completely useless. No matter how loud the dragon man yells, Cha Shin-hyeon slowly steps closer and closer, making the beast collapse to the ground in sheer terror. How exhausting. Cha Shin-hyeon just wants a simple negotiation, but these creatures love making things complicated, so he is going to teach him a lesson. After getting roughed up, the terrified dragon man begs for mercy, claiming his master is actually considering Cha Shin-hyeon's request. He says the leader is actively looking into the proposal to meet and talk. Yet even knowing this, the foolish dragon man still tried to kill him, which really pisses Cha Shin-hyeon off to no end. Cha Shin-hyeon delivers a quick swipe, leaving a deep scratch on its neck to blow off some steam. Alex is watching. Witnessing this, Alex has to admit absolute defeat. He spent so much time and effort trying to negotiate with these beasts only to fail. Yet, with just a little pressure from Cha Shin-hyeon, they are already on their knees begging on the dirt. Alex wonders if Cha Shin-hyeon has already reached level 100 or something crazy like that. Looking back at the defeated dragon men, Cha Shin-hyeon realizes only these weak, low-tier trash mobs have shown up so far. He hopes the next creature to cross over is someone he can actually talk to in the Dragon Man world. Meanwhile, under a blood-red moon in their world, a white-haired man resembling a demon king sits high on his throne. He receives word that his vanguard has been wiped out. It seems it is finally time to meet this human. He decides to personally speak with the man known as Cha Shin-hyeon. Back on Earth, Cha Shin-hyeon and Alex are talking. Cha Shin-hyeon tells Alex that after observing the situation, unless this spatial rift is permanently closed, new monsters will keep pouring through at any moment, including that dragon, which serves as Marty's right-hand beast. Alex agrees that if it shows up as planned, that is fine, but warns him that things might get difficult. Trying to negotiate peacefully might only work on low-ranking trash like the ones they just met. Cha Shin-hyeon stretches warily, asking Alex to set up a temporary security post at the site. He plans to head back and rest, but tells Alex to carefully secure the dragon carcasses. They need to pack them up and ship them to the Jin Gang research headquarters. Only one is needed for the labs, so Alex is free to keep the other two for himself. Alex is absolutely thrilled, never expecting to own such valuable materials. He eagerly and excitedly thanks Cha Shin-hyeon for the amazing gift. These monsters are absolute gold mines for a craftsman. Seeing Cha Shin-hyeon's sheer confusion, Alex explains that in fantasy video games, dragon scales and bones are always top-tier crafting items. If he can use these rare materials, Alex is confident he can forge absolute masterpieces. Cha Shin-hyeon just sighs and lets him have his fun. He decides to let Alex do whatever he wants. For now, it is time to prepare for the return to Korea. Having these powerful dragon corpses is a massive win, as they will make the perfect defensive barrier against incoming demons. By nightfall, the security outpost is quickly set up. Alex gets straight to work inside while Cha Shin-hyeon rests on his bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire area, catching both of them off guard. Something heavy has just slammed onto the roof of the outpost. It seems they have an uninvited guest. Both men quickly rush outside to see what just landed. Up in the sky, a strange net-like light begins to glow. To Cha Shin-hyeon, it looks like an advanced spell. Suddenly, a massive shape flies directly out of that glowing light. It is a majestic, giant white dragon. It lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the very ground beneath their feet, leaving both men completely stunned. The white dragon lands directly in front of them, its cold eyes locking onto the two of them. Well, things just got interesting out of nowhere. A massive dragon arrives, completely different from those weaklings from before. The white dragon begins to speak, noting that based on their reactions, they must know quite a lot about its race. The white dragon asks if they can talk for a moment, and Cha Shin-hyeon nods in agreement. The dragon explains he came to find someone named Cha Shin-hyeon, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to step forward. He signals that he is indeed the guy. This surprises the white dragon, who thinks this kid looks nothing like a mighty warrior. Cha Shin-hyeon then asks if this white dragon is Anti, the master of those flying monster beasts. Anti is shocked that this human already knows his name, admitting he has been waiting for Cha Shin-hyeon for quite a long time. He adds that if this really is Cha Shin-hyeon, he should know exactly where his subordinates are currently hiding. Cha Shin-hyeon calmly replies that he already took care of them all since they held too much hatred toward humans to ever listen. It was impossible to have a normal chat, though Anti seems way more calm and reasonable than he originally expected. The dragon sighs in disappointment, mentioning he warned those fools not to act rashly, even though they went behind his back. Still, he wants to apologize on their behalf, as none of them lived up to the true spirit of the dragon race. Seeing how polite Anti is, Cha Shin-hyeon pulls Alex close and mentions that his buddy here almost died because of those stupid minions. Alex humbly chimes in, saying he was only trying to buy time and stall them as long as possible. He adds that Cha Shin-hyeon was the one who actually defeated the beastmen, making Anti ask if they truly fought them alone. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs it off as nothing worth lying about, while the dragon considers that if this is indeed the famous fighter, the one Marty warned him about, then it must be true. Since everything he said is likely a fact, Cha Shin-hyeon notices that Annie still looks slightly skeptical. To prove his identity, he flicks his hand to summon his powerful heart sword right in front of the dragon. Shocked by this sudden show of power, Anti immediately conjures a magical barrier to shield himself from the sharp technique. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him not to worry since it was just a quick test, but it is enough to prove his identity. Anti finally believes that this young man truly possesses the incredible power to slay dragons. This makes the dragon wonder if the power standards of this world are actually this ridiculously high. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs, explaining that he and Alex are actually just special rare exceptions. If everyone on Earth was actually this powerful, then he and Alex would not be the strongest fighters alive. Cha Shin-hyeon then asks Anti if he is the strongest of the dragon race and how other species interact. Do they actually communicate peacefully like this? But Anti remains completely silent. Instead, he quietly mutters a mysterious spell under his breath, and in an instant, his dragon form fades away entirely, leaving him standing there in the shape of a completely normal human. Seeing this transformation leaves both Alex and Cha Shin-hyeon completely stunned by the dragon's hidden ability. Auntie points his hand directly at them, continuing to chant another strange spell under his breath. A strange wave of energy erupts and envelops the duo, prompting a highly suspicious Cha Shin-hyeon to ask what he just did. Auntie only responds with a confident smile while a mysterious dark shadow watches them from a distance. After closely observing their entire interaction from the dark, the mysterious figure quickly fades away into the silent night. Auntie speaks in an ancient unknown tongue, conjuring a dark purple mist that completely wraps around Alex and Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon angrily demands to know what he just did, but Auntie calmly tells him not to be upset. He explains it was just translation magic so they could communicate, making Cha Shin-hyeon realize he can suddenly understand everything. Now they can finally converse with ease, leading Cha Shin-hyeon to ask about what Marty and his group told the dragon about him, prompting Auntie to share the warning he received. Marty claimed he nearly died at the hands of a human named Cha Shin-hyeon, warning him to be careful, which he now fully believes. Auntie admits that in a fight you would definitely lose, making Cha Shin-hyeon laugh and praise the dragon for his blunt honesty. Dragons never lie because their language is their source of power, meaning deceiving others would only end up weakening themselves. Besides, even if he tried to act tough, Cha Shin-hyeon would not be intimidated anyway. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs at how observant the dragon is, adding that he can already take a pretty good guess at his ultimate goal. He assumes Auntie wants to negotiate permission for his dragon race to peacefully coexist in this world, since their initial plan of invading and taking over completely failed. Sweating bullets at being so easily exposed, Auntie fake coughs and sheepishly admits that he cannot deny that was exactly their plan. Hearing that Cha Shin-hyeon lays it out, the best thing they can do is to just pretend they never even met. Hearing this, Auntie eagerly asks if Cha Shin-hyeon is finally letting him live here. He says no, they should just avoid each other entirely and keep their distance without crossing any lines. Hearing those cold words, Auntie slumps down in deep disappointment. But then Cha Shin-hyeon steps closer to him. He admits that even if he says no, Auntie will not give up, so he is actually agreeing to let them stay. Auntie instantly brightens up, grabbing Cha Shin-hyeon's hand with endless thanks, while Alex watches from the side and yells in shock. Not so fast. Cha Shin-hyeon stops him with a catch. Auntie quickly asks what it is. Just because he agrees does not mean other humans will accept them, and the dragon race cannot simply blend in. Auntie quickly interrupts to say it is fine, because they will prove themselves, but before he can finish his sentence, Cha Shin-hyeon cuts him off. That is not what he meant. He wants Auntie and the dragons to live only inside dungeons. Wait, stay in dungeons? Auntie blinks in disbelief, and Cha Shin-hyeon simply nods to confirm the harsh truth. Auntie hesitates, saying that feels a bit harsh, but Cha Shin-hyeon quickly counters. What is so wrong with that? He points out they are already allowing the dragon race to live here and giving them a roof over their heads. In exchange, all they have to do is help humans eliminate any demons trying to cross over into this world. It is a fair deal. Auntie trembles, muttering that while that is true, the dungeon air is terrible, and fighting demons feels like a heavy task. He asks if they are just being used as meat shields, but Cha Shin-hyeon coldly replies that this is the price they agreed to pay. Oh, you can feel the tension here. Auntie is furious, but he grits his teeth and accepts the deal. But he has conditions of his own. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs and tells him to speak up so he can decide. First, Auntie wants to clarify a detail about the dungeons and the dimensional cracks merging together. When Cha Shin-hyeon nods to confirm this, Auntie points out that such a chaotic merge will disrupt their food supply. Because of that, he demands that Cha Shin-hyeon provide them with daily rations to keep them fed. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs and agrees. Meanwhile, Alex calls out from the side that food is not a big deal for them. Then Auntie raises his hand and says there is one final request, which immediately leaves both Cha Shin-hyeon and Alex quite confused. The second condition is that Auntie himself must be allowed to live on Earth instead of being locked away. Cha Shin-hyeon asks why. Auntie explains that since the isolated dungeons are not connected, they need a way to communicate. Asking Alex for his opinion, Cha Shin-hyeon waits. Alex rubs his chin, thinking it over, and says that if the dragons are defending, they do need communication. They will need to coordinate with humans too, so it is actually a reasonable request. But they must promise to stay clean and avoid any shady business. Cha Shin-hyeon grins and asks Auntie if he heard that. Auntie chuckles, agreeing that the deal is officially sealed. He shakes Cha Shin-hyeon's hand, transforms back into his massive dragon form, and takes off into the sky. He shouts back that they will cross paths again very soon. Watching him leave, Cha Shin-hyeon mutters that he hopes things actually go smoothly. Once Auntie returns to his world to spread the news, the dungeons and spatial cracks keep merging. Thankfully, the dragons quickly set up bases near the cracks. Cha Shin-hyeon stares toward a massive dungeon, confident that these gates will not cause trouble for humanity anymore. Or at least, they will stay quiet for a while. He turns around, a small smirk playing on his face. Everything is working out beautifully. If any pesky demons crawl out, the dragons will happily tear them apart instead of humans. But just as he turns around, Auntie suddenly pops up. Cha Shin-hyeon greets him, but Auntie is in a massive rush. He explains he was so busy helping his people settle down that he barely had time to discuss his presence on Earth. Cha Shin-hyeon waves it off but wonders how Auntie plans to stay in touch across isolated dungeons worldwide. By carrier pigeon, Auntie laughs. No way. He will not be flying around like a maniac or using birds to deliver messages. Instead, he relies on teleportation portals. He just needs Earth spatial coordinates first. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon's eyes instantly light up as he wraps an arm around Auntie. Teleportation. That is insane. So with just some coordinates, he can go absolutely anywhere in a flash. He does not even have to visit the place beforehand. Auntie takes a step back, nodding nervously that it is true. Blinking there instantly as possible. Cha Shin-hyeon stares in awe immediately, comparing it to his own limited teleportation skills. He can only teleport to spots within his field of vision, meaning traveling long distances is a total pain. True spatial teleportation is a completely different level of cool. Cha Shin-hyeon is practically drooling just thinking about the possibilities, while Auntie watches him in sheer confusion. Cha Shin-hyeon grins eagerly, asking if there is any way Auntie can teach him that skill. Auntie asks if it is spatial teleportation, and Cha Shin-hyeon confirms, calling it a pretty interesting skill. Seeing Auntie lost in thought, Cha Shin-hyeon asks if it cannot be taught. The dragon replies that it is technically a skill, but normally only dragons can use it. Yet he thinks Cha Shin-hyeon might actually pull it off since he is so strong. Auntie offers to teach him but wants to add one more condition: if the demons attack in massive numbers, Cha Shin-hyeon must help them fight back. Cha Shin-hyeon easily agrees to that. After all, if the dragon's defense falls, humanity will have to fight those demons anyway. Auntie smiles, noting they have a deal. But to learn this move, there is one crucial requirement. Before they can finish that thought, their conversation is suddenly cut short. A sudden rustling in the nearby bushes catches their attention, forcing both Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie to stop and look over. It is one of Cha Shin-hyeon's guild members, gasping out that he finally found him. Seeing the man in a panic, Cha Shin-hyeon instantly teleports over to ask what is wrong. Urgent news just came from the main guild headquarters in Taiji. A massive horde of monsters has suddenly swarmed central Bujan. Damn it, Cha Shin-hyeon curses. Meanwhile, right above the guild's main base in Taiji, a massive swarm of beasts fills the sky. They look like flying thunder lizards, screeching loudly and tearing the very sky apart with their deafening cries. And honestly, things look completely hopeless down below as terrified citizens flee from raining debris. Suddenly, a beast swoops down to attack a helpless man, but a nearby fighter rushes in and slashes the monster dead. Saving his life on the spot, he asks the man if he is okay, but the survivor can only scream in terror. Standing further back, Cha Eun-sol is already drawing her bow, taking down dozens of monsters in rapid succession. She never expected so many dangerous beasts to spawn out of nowhere. Suddenly, a group of them spots her. They charge straight toward her, but she remains calm and shoots them down one after another. As their heavy carcasses tumble toward her, she leaps gracefully to a higher vantage point, gasping for air and whispering to herself. Who would have thought so many monsters would strike the moment Cha Shin-hyeon and the vice guild leader left? Below her, other guild members are putting up a desperate fight, while Cha Eun-sol continues to fire her arrows with deep worry. Countless civilians are still trapped and waiting for evacuation. She wonders how much longer she can possibly hold the line. After firing a few more shots, another beast spots her and lunges. She fires back, but she is completely out of energy. Her weakened arrow fails to kill the creature, and it keeps charging furiously right at her. It is getting far too close. She tries to jump away, but a gasp escapes her lips as she realizes her drained body simply cannot move anymore. But talk about perfect timing, the beast is suddenly decapitated by none other than Cha Shin-hyeon himself. He tells her she needs to be much more careful. Stunned, she asks when he got back, and he calmly replies that he just arrived. She asks in disbelief if he was not supposed to be on Jeju Island. He begins transferring energy to her. Yes, he says, clearly annoyed. He was right in the middle of learning spatial teleportation when the urgent news broke. Since he had to leave immediately, he had to chain multiple shorter teleports together just to get here in time. Cha Eun-sol is just glad he made it, pointing out how terrible the situation is. Cha Shin-hyeon nods, agreeing that things look pretty bad. Looking closely at the swarming beasts, he notes that these creatures are far different from any monsters he has seen before. He begins conjuring massive flames around himself. Watching this, Cha Eun-sol asks when he even learned to manipulate fire like that. He is simply too exhausted for a long fight, so he decides to wipe them all out in one single shot. Unleashing the roaring flames, he incinerates the beasts. After clearing out the massive horde, he turns back to Cha Eun-sol. With the bulk of the threat incinerated, he leaves the remaining stragglers for her and the others to clean up. As for him, he plans to take a few of her downed targets back for research. Cha Eun-sul readily agrees. She praises his incredible power before he suddenly teleports away, carrying two of the beast carcasses back with him. By the time he returns to Auntie, evening is already falling. Cha Shin-hyeon declares that he wants to learn that instant teleportation immediately. He is absolutely sick of chain teleporting. Auntie looks at the corpses and asks what is up with these creatures. Untying one of them, Cha Shin-hyeon explains that it is his first time seeing thousands of highly dangerous beasts appear at once. Something in the world has clearly changed. Auntie examines the carcass and suddenly gasps that this is bad. What is it? Cha Shin-hyeon asks, getting annoyed as Auntie keeps muttering under his breath. He demands that Auntie just speak up instead of whispering to himself. Auntie gravely replies that these monsters carry the demonic trace. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if demons are really behind this. Auntie nods, saying he already felt something was off the moment they brought them in. After checking them, he realized their power had actually been boosted through mind magic. That is a spell only demons use. Cha Shin-hyeon is stunned, demanding to know why they would even do this. Auntie admits he is wondering the same thing. Annoyed, Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to at least say something useful. Auntie sighs and says they first need to investigate to determine whether this was just a random one-time incident. He wants to see if the demons are just playing a sick prank. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon is speechless. A prank? Who pulls a stunt like that? Auntie explains that demons only care about their own twisted entertainment. Cha Shin-hyeon scoffs, calling them a bunch of bloodthirsty psychopaths. Auntie can only agree with that assessment. That is exactly why they try to avoid them, even if they cannot comprehend what those monsters are doing. But make no mistake, demons are not stupid. If this happens again, they definitely have some sort of larger plan. Auntie admits he is not sure what they are plotting, but he is certain about one terrifying thing. These beasts are being directly empowered by the influence of demons lurking in a completely different dimension. What is even worse is that they seem to know the living creatures of this world inside out. It means there is a way to link their demonic dimension directly to the human world outside of the dungeons. Hearing all of this, Cha Shin-hyeon sighs in exhaustion, so now he has to go hunt for those traces. Auntie just stands there and nods. Frustrated, Cha Shin-hyeon scratches his head and gives his orders. He needs Auntie's people to secure the dungeons, inspect the existing dimensional rifts, and stay on high alert. They must eliminate any dangerous beasts that slip through while scanning the area for any signs of brand new rifts forming. Cha Shin-hyeon groans about the mountain of work ahead of them. Suddenly, Auntie places a hand on his shoulder. He remarks on how difficult things have gotten. Surprised, Cha Shin-hyeon asks why he is acting so sentimental. Auntie gets serious, noting that even elite hunters look desperate. Without Cha Shin-hyeon, regular people would stand absolutely no chance. They would have been wiped out ages ago. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs it off. He is incredibly strong anyway, so he has to step up. Besides, even if he were not around, humanity would not just vanish. They would just struggle a lot longer. It would simply take them much longer to solve the problem. Auntie then looks at him curiously. He asks if this monstrous power was gifted to him by a god. Privately, Cha Shin-hyeon has his doubts. Does getting locked in a cave in your 20s with martial arts manuals really count as a divine blessing? Out loud, he tells Auntie that might be true, since even he does not fully understand how he became so ridiculously strong. He plays it off as hard work. Meanwhile, in another location, a demon brutally slays a victim and mocks their weakness. The demon opens a portal and steps through, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies scattered across the floor. On the other side, a city burns in a sea of fire. He licks blood from his fingers with a grin. He murmurs that everything is going perfectly to plan. Meanwhile, the television news covers the disaster striking Incheon and Bucheon. Casualties are still unknown as rescue teams search the rubble. The government and the Taji Association scramble to respond. On screen, a news anchor delivers the grim updates, assuring the public that they will soon contain the remaining threat. An elderly couple sits quietly in their living room watching the broadcast with heavy, anxious hearts. The wife gasps and covers her mouth in horror while her husband sits quietly on the floor beside her. The news reports try to reassure everyone, but the front page shows Alex standing beside a striking blonde woman. Bold headlines scream that both the United States and Russia have suffered catastrophic losses. Even with the help of powerful Level 70 agents like Alex and Elena, thousands of civilians in Utah and Karov have perished. This sudden dungeon outbreak devastated both nations, and we learn that the stunning blonde agent is indeed Elena. Another article highlights South Korea's remarkably low casualty rate, praising their savior, the hero Cha Shin-hyeon. The comments section is flooded with praise, celebrating the unbelievable strength of Korea's top agent. Commenters scream that Korea is the absolute best, declaring that Cha Shin-hyeon must be some kind of god in human form. Right on cue, the legendary hero is spotted walking through Vnukovo International Airport in Russia. Pressing his earpiece, he asks his team if anyone is talking about him when something ahead catches his eye. Elena is waiting by her car, waving her hand and calling out to Cha Shin-hyeon that she is over there. Cha Shin-hyeon puts on a dead serious face as he looks at Elena, flatly telling her that they have absolutely never met before. Why is she throwing his full name around like that? What if some random bystander happened to hear? They might actually think he and Elena are close friends. Elena just offers a warm, friendly smile and replies to him. Since they both came from Murim, it would be wonderful to become friends. With that, Elena introduces herself once again. She is Elena Smirnova, an agent from Russia. Laughing, she asks Cha Shin-hyeon if he wants a ride to the dragon's dungeon. The one with the dragon, right? Can they head out now? Cha Shin-hyeon simply shrugs and replies that they can go. Elena turns and points to the sleek car parked right beside them, explaining she prepared it herself. Still, she asks why he came all this way. As the two of them walk toward the vehicle, Cha Shin-hyeon shoves his hands into his pockets and casually explains that those dragons actually guard the dimensional cracks inside the dungeons, so he is trying to build a solid information network. Elena turns and curiously asks how he plans to pull that off. Cha Shin-hyeon casually tells her she will find out soon enough. A guard steps forward to open the door for them, and soon the car is speeding toward a dry, gray, mountainous region. Inside, Elena keeps her eyes on Cha Shin-hyeon. She thinks to herself that she only tagged along because Alex asked for help, but this guy actually seems incredibly impressive. And honestly, he is quite good-looking too. Her intense staring eventually catches his attention, prompting him to speak up. He asks why she keeps staring at him like that, joking that her burning gaze might actually drill a hole through his face. Elena winks playfully, teasing that she is simply fascinated by someone who seems even stronger than Alex. Alex just laughs helplessly. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if that is really the only reason she stared for so long. Resting her chin on her hand, Elena says she cannot reveal the real reason behind her long gaze just yet. She pauses for a brief moment, then looks at him eagerly, asking if they can step outside and have a quick sparring match instead. Cha Shin-hyeon crosses his arms, looking back at her while asking why she chose him. Elena replies with an incredibly excited and thrilled expression. It turns out she heard rumors that he defeated an exceptionally powerful demon not too long ago. To her, that means he might just be the absolute strongest person around. She asks if that is not the most natural reason to want to fight. Soon they arrive at a vast, rugged mountain range. Elena stands on the rocky ground, stretching her body. High above them, a massive dimensional portal begins to ripple in the air. She proudly mentions that back in Murim, everyone used to call her the Ice Queen. Cha Shin-hyeon replies with a playful, teasing tone. He jokes that he guesses she must have come straight from some frozen wonderland. Elena puts her hands on her hips, winking playfully. Cha Shin-hyeon gestures for her to bring it on, chuckling and saying spasiba. In response, Elena begins channeling an intense, freezing aura from her hands. Pointing her hand forward, she sends countless sharp ice spikes bursting along the ground straight toward Cha Shin-hyeon, but he easily evades the attack. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps swiftly to the left to dodge her strike, and in a flash he completely disappears right behind her back. Sensing his presence, Elena spins around to slash with an ice dagger, but before she can even swing, something stops her cold. A freezing fossil-like hand completely encased in thick ice gently rests on her shoulder. It is none other than Cha Shin-hyeon. Although his hand looks like a frozen fossil, those icy fingertips are actually deadlier and sharper than any sword. He points those deadly sharp claws right at Elena's neck, casually remarking that it is no wonder at all why Alex praised her so highly. She certainly has an impressive competitive spirit. With a calm smile, he slowly pulls his hand back. As the thick layer of ice around his arm completely vanishes, Elena lets out a smug laugh, saying it is exactly as expected. From someone who successfully defeated a dragon and made a deal with it. There is no way she would underestimate his strength. Cha Shin-hyeon clenches his fists in front of his chest, playfully asking Elena who on earth told her that he defeated a dragon. He merely resolved their little conflict through a perfectly peaceful conversation. Does she not know how gentle he is? His two fists are actually named Peace and Conversation. Helena can only offer a very strained, awkward laugh, stammering that she gets it. Cha Shin-hyeon scratches his head in frustration, asking her if they are absolutely certain this specific dungeon is actually where the dragon resides. Elena nods firmly to confirm it is. Cha Shin-hyeon then raises his hand, causing the barren ground beneath them to suddenly glow with a vibrant neon green light. As he lowers his hand, a lush green carpet of grass instantly spreads across the earth, making the place look much more welcoming. He points it out to Elena, who looks completely baffled, utterly unable to understand what he is doing. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon completely vanishes right before her eyes, leaving her utterly stunned. She frantically looks around, wondering where he could have gone. Shocked by his sudden disappearance, she clutches her head and screams out loud, demanding to know what the hell is actually happening. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon reappears right behind her alongside Anton, the two of them standing inside a mysterious glowing purple circle. He calmly calls out that he is right here, cold sweat dripping down her face. Elena frantically asks him what just happened. Seeing her surprise at his sudden reappearance, Cha Shin-hyeon smiles and explains that he is establishing a network. He reminds her of their past conversation about establishing a dragon network. Pointing toward Anton, he says this is exactly how he plans to run the network for the dragons. Anton steps forward, asking if she was the one who reshaped this entire territory. Sweating bullets, Elena hesitantly gives her answer. You could say that, she says. Suddenly, a small slip of paper appears in Anton's hand. Anton hands the paper over to Elena, telling her exactly what she needs to do next with it. She must hand this note to the local area manager. If she ever needs assistance, she can call him at this specific number. The paper Anton handed over displays a phone number, leaving Elena completely stunned by the unexpected gesture. She never imagined a mighty dragon would carry business cards. Cha Shin-hyeon grins mischievously, admitting he was the one who designed it. Turning around, Anton announces he is heading back now to brief his people on everything that just went down. Cha Shin-hyeon bids him farewell as they part ways. Right after Anton steps straight into a glowing teleportation portal, Cha Shin-hyeon calls out his thanks. Turning to him, Elena asks if the other dragons are also heading back. Stretching his arms, Cha Shin-hyeon confirms that the whole dragon situation has finally been completely taken care of. He mentions needing a good rest, but just as Elena heads toward her car, his phone suddenly rings out loud. Cha Shin-hyeon picks up, completely caught off guard by the news. What happened in Chuncheon? All right, he says. Elena turns back to ask if something went wrong. Checking his screen, Cha Shin-hyeon solemnly replies that he has to leave immediately. Thanking her for the ride, he looks down at his screen, explaining that a major crisis has apparently just broken out in South Korea. With a tense face and clenched teeth, he bids a quick farewell to Elena before instantly vanishing from thin air. Elena mutters an okay, processing how quickly he vanished yet again when her driver suddenly lets out a loud shout. He warns her that they have massive trouble on their hands. Spinning around, Elena urgently demands to know what is going on. He tells her to look, handing over a tablet. Just watch her face. She turns completely pale looking at the screen. On the screen, monstrous bat beasts are roaring furiously, tearing the area apart and turning everything into a blazing sea of fire. She demands to know the location. The driver replies that it is the Saka Republic, where an unregistered dungeon has apparently appeared. Rushing toward the vehicle, Elena barks out orders to her team, declaring that they are heading straight to the disaster zone. The driver quickly acknowledges the order but notes that casualties are already inevitable even if they leave this very second. Elena looks on with absolute gravity. Over at the scene, choking smoke and raging flames leave virtually no room for survival. Lee Ji-hae leaps into action with her signature twin daggers. Her eyes burn with determination as she dives down from above. She slashes away at the beasts, but her strikes barely scratch them. Then, in the nick of time, Cha Shin-hyeon appears right before her. With a deadpan expression, he casually extends a single hand, blasting a wave of magic ice that freezes the monsters completely solid. Unable to move, the beasts stand frozen. Lee Ji-hae rushes over to Cha Shin-hyeon, asking how on earth he arrived so fast. Cha Shin-hyeon turns around and retorts, questioning if she wasn't the one who told him this situation was incredibly urgent. He asks for a sitrep. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lee Ji-hae quickly debriefs Cha Shin-hyeon on the status. It is a total disaster. She has been trying to hold off the escapees while dispatching the rest of the local hunters to secure the city. At a glance, she estimates at least 1,000 beasts have already broken out. The two nod in mutual agreement and Cha Shin-hyeon speaks up. He tells her he trusts she can handle things here while he heads out to provide support for the other surrounding cities. Wishing him luck, Lee Ji-hae watches him vanish. Meanwhile, in another city, terrifying lava monsters are currently running rampant. Wherever they tread, massive firestorms erupt, reducing homes to ash. Amidst the chaos, a few agents stand their ground, raising their shields. They try to defend, but the vast gap in raw power makes their efforts completely futile. That is until Cha Shin-hyeon arrives. Teleporting onto the scene, he floats high in the air, quickly observing and assessing the battlefield below him. He looks down at the struggling agents under heavy assault, his eyes suddenly glowing with an intense radiant light. He gives a commanding order, yet the relentless beasts continue their assault as he stands atop a tall skyscraper. He wonders to himself if they are actually defying his absolute command, just as a powerful monster leader notices his presence. With bloodshot, murderous eyes and bared fangs, the beast flies straight toward the rooftop, where Cha Shin-hyeon is standing. Facing each other, the demon speaks up first, demanding to know who exactly has the nerve to stand in his way. Furious, the demon wonders who this intruder is, pointing aggressively at Cha Shin-hyeon and demanding to know his identity. He locks eyes with the beast, unfazed, and casually remarks that based on his hideous face, he must be a demon. The demon gritted his teeth and sneered. Spot on, but now it is time for Cha Shin-hyeon to die. With that, the beast lunges. He triggers a skill that drags them both crashing down. Surrounded by a horde of demon minions, the leader barks a question at Cha Shin-hyeon. Since you already know we exist, you must have some kind of connection with those damn lizards, the demon sneers. The grunts point their spears right at him. The demon demands to know if Cha Shin-hyeon was the one who cast that massive mind control spell. Our hero just stands there totally silent. The demon gets furious at the lack of response. Answer me, you lowly creature. Cha Shin-hyeon just cleans his ear, looking bored. What if I do not want to answer, he asks, leaving the demon stunned. Before the demon can even process this, Cha Shin-hyeon sighs. The guy was just so noisy that he let him talk, but he just would not shut up. Cha Shin-hyeon channels raw energy into his hand. Since you are demons, he says, you should probably recognize what this skill is. The mob of lesser demons shifts nervously. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes a massive shockwave all around him. A violent explosion erupts behind him. He mutters that this should be more than enough to handle them. As the thick smoke clears away, dozens of demon soldiers caught in the blast are already lying dead on the ground. The demon leader and his surviving troops gasp. Wait, what? Cha Shin-hyeon turns around with a smirk. Seriously, he asks, why are you guys so incredibly weak? Furious, the boss orders them to shoot Cha Shin-hyeon down immediately. The soldiers shout in agreement and point their dark spears right at him. Dark purple energy spheres condense on the spearheads, launching straight at Cha Shin-hyeon. They impact with a deafening blast. But he stands completely unharmed behind his shield. He calmly advises the boss that their gear is way too low level. Upgrades are needed. Next time, upgrade your weapons, okay? Shocked, the commander orders a full melee charge. The demon soldiers rush in, but Cha Shin-hyeon is ready. He catches his spear blade barehanded, tossing the wielder aside like a rag doll. He sighs as the rest continue to charge. Why do you guys always try to act so tough, he asks. He summons a glowing blade and slices through the front line. With the trash cleared, Cha Shin-hyeon pulls out his phone to make a quick call. Hello, is me, he says. Tell Auntie to get out of the dungeon right now. I will personally go over there to pick him up. Even while he chatters away on the phone, the remaining demons dare not move, keeping their distance while pointing their spears. They are visibly terrified. Wait a second, he says, and teleports away. Talk about speed, before they even blink, he is back. Dragged along, Ante is just as bewildered as the monsters. He demands to know why Cha Shin-hyeon is in such a frantic rush. Yanking him out and forcing him to move with zero explanation was pretty extreme. But then Ante looks ahead and freezes. What is this? Ante stammers. Why are they here? Cha Shin-hyeon asks if those are demons, and Ante nods. Cha Shin-hyeon grits his teeth. Explain this to me. Your job was to crush them completely. So why on earth are they roaming free out here? Sweating bullets. Ante tries to calm him down. Let us test their power first, he suggests, hoping to see what they are up against. He unleashes a massive pillar of magical energy directly at the demons. Mid-flight, the beam splits into dozens of smaller lethal homing streaks. These concentrated light rays rain down on the demon pack, hitting the commander head-on with a series of heavy impacts. He struggles but collapses. Ah, so that is how it is, Ante murmurs. Cha Shin-hyeon asks what he figured out. Ante explains that since the target barely survived that single blast, this must only be a mid-tier demon. He's just a weakling compared to the real threats. Cha Shin-hyeon asks, then what about those soldiers? Those are low-level demons, Ante explains, basically just meat shields. Cha Shin-hyeon frowns, noting that even weaklings are causing this much damage. Exactly, Ante replies, walking toward the fallen commander. The ones we actually need to worry about are the high-tier demons. He never expected a mid-level demon to slip through like this. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon follows closely, absolutely fuming with anger. The beaten mid-tier demon groans on the ground, asking what they want. Cha Shin-hyeon has a very simple answer for him. An interrogation, obviously. It is time for you to experience my mind control skill. The demon unleashes a blood-curdling shriek of pure agony. By the time the questioning wraps up, evening is already falling. From a distance, Lee Ji-hae spots them and waves in surprise. Oh, Cha Shin-hyeon and Ante are both here. Cha Shin-hyeon explains that he summoned Ante to help deal with the situation. He reveals the demon confirmed they were just a scouting party of weaklings. The low-level grunt does not know anything else useful. The only solid lead is that they managed to escape this area through an impossible dungeon. Lee Ji-hae sighs at the news. Why are there so many different dungeons? This is going to get really messy, isn't it? Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, Cha Shin-hyeon tells her not to worry. They just need to station guards at that portal. Her face turns bright red at his touch. Blushing, she quickly changes the subject, asking about the other countries. Alex and Elena are managing America and Russia. We just focus on Korea, Cha Shin-hyeon says. Suddenly, an urgent call startles him. Cha Shin-hyeon picks up his ringing phone and wonders who could be calling. It turns out to be Hunter Kang Chan's sick. He is stunned and curses under his breath. He completely forgot there is an impossible dungeon sitting on Mount Gumgang. Cha Shin-hyeon recalls that it has been ages since he last visited North Korea to clear out thousands of monsters. And ever since Kang Chan's sick took over leadership up north, the broken relations between the two countries have finally started to heal. Answering the call, Cha Shin-hyeon says hello and the voice on the other end greets him warmly, saying it has been far too long. Cha Shin-hyeon asks why he's calling since he was the one who reached out first. Chan-sik hesitates before admitting the truth. Lately, highly dangerous monsters with human shapes have been appearing in massive numbers. They scrambled to deploy their military forces to handle the crisis, but the army and all the nearby villages were completely wiped out in a brutal massacre. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon realizes these fiends are spreading there too. He asks Chan-sik about the local situation. What about the actual hunters? Is even someone as strong as Ling Mei unable to handle this threat? Kang Chan-sik awkwardly admits that is indeed the case, but he has a plan and wants to ask for Cha Shin-hyeon's direct help. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to hold on for a moment, needing some time to think the whole situation over. Walking over from a distance, Ji-hee mentions that she happened to overhear the phone call between the two of them. She asks if he can help Kang Chan-sik, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to scratch his head in conflict. He wants to help, but his schedule is packed. Ji-hee ponders for a second before coming up with a clever idea. Intrigued, Cha Shin-hyeon asks what her idea is, and she suggests that they can simply order the dragon race to handle it indirectly. A few days later, a massive force of high-ranking dragons and their subordinates march toward the north. The demon cleanup seems to be going smoothly, but get this, things never stay peaceful for long. Auntie screams out in absolute shock, asking if this is really true, while Cha Shin-hyeon grimly confirms that the situation is indeed dire. The demons have vanished, but half of the dragons sent to fight them have completely disappeared too, including high rankers and their soldiers. Cha Shin-hyeon tries to recall the complex hierarchy of the dragon race while Auntie refuses to believe the grim reports, stubbornly insisting that there is simply no way. Auntie desperately argues they might have simply lost contact, but Cha Shin-hyeon counters that this news was verified by the surviving dragons who managed to return from the battlefield. Something terrible has clearly happened, but Cha Shin-hyeon confidently assures him that he will personally head out and find the missing dragons. He tells Auntie to accompany him to the border. As they take flight, Auntie has a question. Auntie asks why they have to fly together, and Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to use his brain. He does not know the coordinates yet. Plus, he needs to reach the site before he can learn the new teleportation skill from Auntie, making the Dragon Lord groan in annoyance. Landing at their destination, Auntie shifts back into his human form. Kang Chan-sik spots Cha Shin-hyeon and breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Auntie immediately demands to know where his people are. Chan-sik tells him to follow him and points toward a nearby tent. Inside, they find several dragons huddled together, some resting in their beast forms and others taking human shape. They are all thrilled to see Auntie. He asks about the missing members, and a dragon steps forward to explain the situation. Introducing himself as Aaron, a high-ranking dragon, he pulls out a small bag and explains that his subordinates never returned from their mission. They vanish right when the demons disappeared, prompting Aaron to search the area himself. He reaches into the bag and pulls out a shattered necklace. Aaron explains he found it during his search. Seeing the item, Auntie reacts with a look of pure shock. It is a powerful magic resistance accessory, but he is stunned to find that it has been completely shattered into pieces. This means they have likely lost their lives. Auntie swiftly spins around and commands Aaron to lead them to the exact spot of the discovery. Aaron immediately agrees. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if he can tag along, and Auntie indifferently tells him to do whatever he wants. Reaching the location, Cha Shin-hyeon notes the area looks far less brutal than he expected. Meanwhile, Auntie begins examining the corpses. Looking over the fallen soldiers, Auntie notes they were killed before they could even find the chance to unleash their full power. He suggests they might have been overwhelmed by a vastly superior foe, or perhaps they were caught off guard by a sudden ambush. Auntie disagrees. These soldiers were extremely cautious, meaning a simple ambush would not have taken them down easily. It is highly unlikely even one would fall, let alone the entire unit. The only logical explanation is that their killers are elite high-ranking monsters possessing power levels that easily eclipse even high-ranking dragons. Examining the deep wounds, Auntie mutters that the culprit might actually be the Demon Lord himself. Cha Shin-hyeon is completely blindsided by the news. A Demon Lord. Now things are getting real. Auntie nods. The crystal-wielding supreme ruler of the demons boasts power equal to his own. Cha Shin-hyeon sighs at his terrible luck. Defeating one monster only brings another. It is truly annoying, but he shrugs it off anyway. They need to locate the missing dragon warriors. Starting at the closest possible location is their best bet. Elsewhere, a brutal demon mercilessly tortures a captured dragon soldier. He laughs, mocking the poor bastard for being so incredibly weak. Other demons eagerly join in on the brutal beating. They laugh, claiming the weakling won't survive another day. That loss ruined a bet. Meanwhile, a demon watches Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie through a glowing crystal ball. He warns them to stop wasting time. The main targets have finally arrived. He displays a projection of Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie, prompting an eager demon to speak up. The demon volunteers to ambush them. He promises they will be dead before realizing what happened. The group bursts into cruel laughter. Suddenly, a young blue-haired demon raises his hand with a request. He asks to take this fight himself, but the leader with the crystal ball highly doubts him. The target previously killed their kind. Even so, the arrogant youth only cares about fighting strong opponents. The leader agrees. However, he will not step in if things go wrong. Fine by him. The blue-haired fighter tells the boss to mind his own business before the leader walks away. He must handle everything today since they are moving to Russia next week. Meanwhile, a customs ship patrols the open sea. They suddenly spot a distant vessel, making the customs officers wonder if it is actually a Chinese ship. They issue an urgent warning for the ship to turn back from South Korean waters, but the vessel completely ignores them. Deeply confused, they look closer through the gloom. Suddenly, they spot something horrifying on the deck. They scream in absolute terror upon realizing that the blue-haired demon himself is actually steering the stolen ship. The demon easily spots the customs officers mocking the weak humans. What he does next is incredibly grim. The entire patrol boat is quickly painted in a truly horrific sea of blood. Stepping onto the shore, he gazes at the massive city, whispering that it is finally time to begin. He lands heavily in the city center, sending panicked citizens screaming and running for safety. With a simple clench of his fist, a random man's head instantly explodes, sending the crowd into pure chaos. A nearby woman shrieks in sheer horror, screaming that he is dead. Standing amidst the absolute chaos, the demon demands that Cha Shin-hyeon show his face. He threatens to murder everyone one by one, popping heads while Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie search other mountains. They still scan Mount Kumang with Cha Shin-hyeon, doubting anyone would actually bring the captives to this area. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon's phone rings, buzzing with a highly restricted and completely unknown number on the screen. The moment he answers, an urgent voice cuts in, identifying themselves as calling directly from the Blue House. It is President Park Jung-soo himself, prompting a very surprised Cha Shin-hyeon to ask if another dungeon has appeared. The president quickly clarifies that it is not a dungeon but a rogue monster running rampant in the city. The beast is slaughtering citizens to draw him out, leaving the hunter completely stunned by the news. Sighing at the sheer absurdity, he tells the president to send the location so he can handle it. Sensing the sudden tension, Auntie asks what is going on and where they need to head next. Cha Shin-hyeon explains that a beast is hunting him, but before he can finish, Auntie instantly guesses it is a demon. Back in the city, the demon complains about the wait, deeply annoyed that his prey is taking so long. While he prepares to slaughter two begging citizens, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly teleports directly onto the scene. The demon demands to know who he is, as Cha Shin-hyeon tells the two survivors to quickly run away. Surveying the bloody streets, the hunter calmly notes the high body count and correctly identifies his foe as a demon. Realizing his cover is blown, the demon confirms his target's identity, which makes Cha Shin-hyeon dryly wonder if he is famous among demons now. The beast claims he heard it from a dragon soldier, slowly stepping closer while bringing up Cha Shin-hyeon's alliance with Auntie. Placing a heavy hand on the hunter's shoulder, he sneers that Cha Shin-hyeon is just a lucky mutant. Without that flute power, he would be nothing but an insect, but the hunter is already sick of his arrogance. He tells the demon to show some manners, but the creature simply gestures to the headless corpses as his doorbell. Unleashing a massive surge of energy, the angry hunter declares that a murderer is nothing but a dead man. He says the guy is nothing but an unwanted nuisance. Cha Shin-hyeon chuckles at that and keeps talking. Basically, he is begging for a beating. Cha Shin-hyeon hammers a punch right into his stomach, launching him into the sky. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps up to chain his next attack. The blue-haired demon tries to use his power to fight back, but Cha Shin-hyeon is already there. He blocks the demon's path entirely. The monster gasps in shock. How on earth can this guy move so incredibly fast? Before he can react, Cha Shin-hyeon kicks him straight in the jaw, spitting blood everywhere before unleashing another brutal strike. This slams him back to earth. Groaning in the dirt, he mutters, "How does Cha Shin-hyeon dare do this?" Cha Shin-hyeon slaps him across the face and tells him to shut up, followed by a barrage of agonizing screams. Cha Shin-hyeon asks why he is screaming so miserably over nothing, then activates his magic, ordering him to confess everything right now. Trembling in absolute agony, the blue-haired demon quickly stammers out his compliance. Satisfied, Cha Shin-hyeon teleports both of them straight to Auntie. He calls Auntie over to check this out. Seeing Cha Shin-hyeon return, Auntie is completely surprised. "Wait," he asks, "are you not supposed to deal with the demon hunting you? Why are you back already? Is this the monster that was tracking you?" Cha Shin-hyeon nods, explaining he used a bit of force to drag him here. He is from China, and he happens to be one of the demons who attacked your subordinates, Auntie. Auntie gnashes his teeth in absolute rage. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to ask whatever he wants. If he wants to take revenge for his people, Cha Shin-hyeon has no complaints about it. Cha Shin-hyeon announces he is heading to China, while Auntie promises to tear this demon limb from limb in gratitude. With that, Cha Shin-hyeon teleports away, leaving Auntie to glare down at the trembling demon on the ground. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon teleports directly to Mount Kilian in China, asking Ling how things are looking around here. Shivering from the cold, she says things are fine but wonders why he suddenly dragged her all the way out here. Turning around, he explains that demons have reportedly been appearing near an unexplored dungeon located on this mountain. Hearing this, she gasps in pure terror. Demons. Cha Shin-hyeon nods, confirming that yes, they are dealing with demons. These monsters are so powerful that even he cannot easily defeat them, making a defense outpost at the gate absolutely crucial. He warns her to evacuate everyone and contact him immediately if she spots even one demon, and Ling vows to obey his orders. Looking up at the sky, he wonders just how massive the rift needs to be. How big must it grow to bridge their world with the spirit realm? The real problem is predicting its next location. No one knows when or where it will show up next. Pointing towards the gate, Cha Shin-hyeon makes a sudden decision. He tells Ling they should leave immediately, and she agrees. Meanwhile, over at a military outpost in St. Petersburg, Russia, an approaching military vehicle catches the guards completely off guard, and trust me, things are about to get incredibly ugly. Peering inside, the guard freezes as he notices the driver shivering violently and completely drenched in blood. Suddenly, a blade impales the driver, prompting the guard to scream in absolute terror at what is unfolding. Before he can react, a hand grabs his head, triggering panic among the other guards. As they cry out, the vehicle suddenly detonates and a horde of bloodthirsty demons emerges from the flames. One demon orders a swift cleanup while another mockingly apologizes for their stealthy approach to avoid alerting the local human authorities. They want to keep this quiet. After all, they do everything for their lord, the Demon King, as they storm inside. The monsters brutally slaughter everyone and everything inside. One lone survivor hides in the shadows, trembling as he mutters to himself. Curse it all, they were wiped out in seconds, but he must find a way to warn the others before it is too late. Before he can take a step, a demon spots him. Looking down from above, the monster readies a lethal strike. A beam of crimson energy tears through the structure, obliterating him instantly. The demon declares the area cleared and ready. He plans to report back to the Demon King, ordering the rest to wait here, and they quickly bow in agreement. The demon commander rips open a spatial rift and steps through, arriving at a massive dark demonic encampment on the other side. As a high-ranking general, his presence commands respect, prompting every soldier in the area to bow deeply. He struts past them toward the Demon Lord's throne, oblivious to the mid-ranking scout whom Auntie had dealt with earlier. The Demon King acknowledges his arrival and the general kneels, reporting that he has successfully completed every single mission. Rising from his throne, the Emperor simply tells him to lead the way. He complies. This monstrous ruler is actually Viewlight, the legendary 11th Demon Emperor. The next morning in North Korea, Cha Shin-hyeon teleports back to Auntie and calls out in anger. He demands to know why Auntie called him back so urgently without explaining, while a trembling Auntie begs for forgiveness. Auntie admits he made a massive mistake, making Cha Shin-hyeon completely fly off the handle and yell out in pure disbelief. All Auntie had to do was sit back and enjoy the meal prepared for him, yet he still managed to screw it up. Cha Shin-hyeon asks how he could possibly ruin a plan that was already set up perfectly as a terrified Auntie starts explaining. Auntie pleads that sudden rage blinded him in the moment and begs for mercy, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to cool off and demand the full story. Auntie recalls the moment the blue-haired demon woke up and immediately began mocking him, calling out to push his buttons. The demon sneered that his people were fragile as paper and died too easily, causing an enraged Auntie to grab him by the throat. Even with a choked neck, the demon smirked and said he wished Auntie could have witnessed the beautiful sight of their slaughter. With his blood boiling, Auntie squeezed the monster's skull and growled that a bastard like him did not deserve to see anything again. With that, Auntie gouges out one of the demon's eyes, making the beast shriek in agony over his lost eye, while Auntie just stares down with cold disgust. He stomps heavily on the demon's thigh to quiet him down before kicking the thrashing creature aside and demanding some silence. Auntie tells the beast that his victim suffered 10 times worse, but the demon only responds with a sickening laugh. That twisted laugh pushes Auntie over the edge, making him swear that the monster will not leave this place alive. With one final devastating strike, Auntie finished him off, ending his tale and leaving Cha Shin-hyeon with a grim story. Auntie admits his vision went totally red, but Cha Shin-hyeon understands, saying it is hard to blame him before his attention suddenly shifts to something nearby. Hold on, the blue-haired demon is actually still breathing and trying to crawl away, but he is still close enough to catch. Cha Shin-hyeon smiles as he realizes the runner cannot get far, deciding to simply keep a close eye on him for now. Meanwhile, inside a high-security world leaders summit in Moscow, the Russian president thanks everyone for assembling so quickly. The Chinese president immediately cuts to the chase, demanding an update on the current crisis. The Russian leader warns that the situation is catastrophic as the demons captured an entire city in half a day for their headquarters. To make matters worse, they still have absolutely no idea what has happened to the innocent citizens left inside. The American president speaks up, arguing that they cannot simply sit around and do nothing. Waiting will only allow the demon army to multiply, but the Russian leader helplessly admits that every single attempt to stop them has completely failed. The American president gasps in shock, but the Russian leader delivers the grim truth that the entire population is already dead. Only a lucky few escape, while every soldier and hunter sent in was slaughtered in the blink of an eye. When asked what these monsters actually want, the Russian leader admits they are still not even sure if they are dealing with demons. The South Korean president chimes in, revealing they have intelligence since Incheon was hit at the exact same time as St. Petersburg. Fortunately, Cha Shin-hyeon stepped in and neutralized the threat, allowing them to gather some critical intel on the enemy. They are led by a powerful figure known as the Demon Lord, who commands at least 5 elite generals. Each commander controls hundreds of officers, leading a massive army of at least 10,000 foot soldiers, shocking the American president. He desperately hopes these low-tier grunts are not stronger than high-rank hunters, but the Korean president delivers the unfortunate truth. It is absolutely true, and the blonde-haired man next to the American president adds that a single high-ranking demon is a nightmare. They are apparently equal in power to an ancient high dragon, leaving everyone wondering if humanity even stands a fighting chance. The Russian president bristles at this, demanding to know if they are seriously suggesting that everyone should just surrender. He snaps that it is easy to preach surrender when their own home countries are not the ones currently burning to the ground. The Korean president steers them back, asking how to defeat the elite demons, prompting the blonde man to suggest a radical option. He bluntly suggests dropping a nuclear bomb to wipe them out, leaving the American president absolutely stunned by the reckless proposal. Recognizing Cha Shin-hyeon as the strongest warrior present, the blonde leader turns to him to get his thoughts on the matter. Cha Shin-hyeon admits that nuclear weapons are a completely unpredictable variable without testing, but he firmly believes it is not the time for that extreme measure. As the blue-haired demon secretly eavesdrops from the shadows, the American president asks Cha Shin-hyeon if he has an alternative plan. Cha Shin-hyeon reveals that he actually consulted with the powerful dragon clan before arriving, and they have fully agreed to back his upcoming strategy. He urges the leaders to trust his lead, and 2 days later a massive coalition of hunters assembles at the St. Petersburg dungeon. Alongside the army and the dragon clan, they march into the abyss as waves of demons surge outward to meet them in battle. The warriors charge forward with grim determination on their faces, ready to risk everything as the ultimate war for survival begins. While everyone is busy debating the battle strategy, Cha Shin-hyeon stands up from the corner to share his own thoughts. The two-horned guy glares at him with some inexplicable rage, but Cha Shin-hyeon just smirks right back while laying out his plan. After some discussion, the guild leader approves his plan, and out on the battlefield, our forces immediately charge forward. As they charge ahead, their faces are dead serious, yet they are completely confident that victory is already in the bag. Every single weapon in their hands is custom-made, perfectly tailored for them as they charge straight into the fray. A single strike wipes out the front lines, but the enemies are like ants, swarming forward in endless massive waves. Everyone unleashes their most lethal moves, dropping enemies like flies until corpses litter the ground. Right at that moment, countless helicopters suddenly fill the sky. Lee Ji-hae looks up and her mind drifts back to a memory. She pictures the two of them talking, with Cha Shin-hyeon gently brushing her hair back and leaving her blushing like crazy. But an icy blast cutting right past her face snaps her out of the daydream. She opens her eyes to see a beast get blasted by a teammate. Saved from behind, she snaps back to reality and realizes she has to fight with absolutely everything she has. She has to survive and make it back home, silently praying that Cha Shin-hyeon stays alive too. Up in a helicopter, Cha Shin-hyeon watches the chaos below while discussing their move with Anton, who sits right across from him. Anton hangs his head, admitting it will be incredibly hard to win. Cha Shin-hyeon fully realizes the absolute danger of their opponent, the Demon King. Anton asks if he truly thinks they can win, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon silent until an announcement chimes that they have reached the destination. Cha Shin-hyeon slides the door open, looks down, and turns to Anton, telling him it is time to go. With a casual farewell, Cha Shin-hyeon leaps, hands in his pockets, and honestly, the absolute chill on this guy is wild. His calm demeanor is a stark contrast to the bloody slaughter below. Right behind him, Anton takes the plunge as well. Falling through the air, Cha Shin-hyeon calls out to the team, telling them to decapitate the target just like they planned. Following his lead, the dragon warriors and even the invisible demon stalking him leap down into the battle zone. Cha Shin-hyeon, Anton, the dragon warriors, and the stalking demon all make a safe landing on the battlefield. The soldiers step forward, forming a tight defensive circle to completely surround Cha Shin-hyeon and Anton. Anton has now transformed into his dragon form as the demons slowly close in, while Cha Shin-hyeon uses telepathy. Reaching out to Anton, he notes there are far more generals here than expected, making Anton ask exactly how many. When he replies there are 8, Anton curses under his breath. Cha Shin-hyeon steps forward, adding another warning. It seems there are also several high-ranking demons here. Standing at the front line, he points toward them and issues an order. He tells them to give the enemy a warm welcome first. Immediately, the dragon soldiers' weapons and bodies glow with purple energy. The power mirrors the magic Anton uses as swirling violet spheres materialize at the tips of their swords and spears. These purple spheres hurtle toward the charging demons. Unfazed, one of the beasts mockingly asks if that is all they have got. Cha Shin-hyeon uses his hands to conjure a blazing fire, expertly merging the soldier's purple energy with the flames he just created. He hurls the massive blast right at the demons, who look up in sheer shock and scream in horror as it hits. Engulfed in roaring flames, they shriek in agony. Seeing the chaos, Anton immediately orders his troops to take advantage of it. This is their chance to charge and counterattack. As Anton and his forces fly off, Cha Shin-hyeon turns his head back to speak. Calling out to the blue-haired demon, he startles the stalker. The demon looks around, wondering if Cha Shin-hyeon is actually talking to him. Confirming he is indeed talking to his stalker, Cha Shin-hyeon watches as the demon glares back. This awkward face-off is pure gold. He asks if the demon has had enough fun watching. Turning away, he notes that everything is about to reach its climax. He tells him to keep watching if he wants. The demon realizes Cha Shin-hyeon knew he was there from the very start. He was just acting oblivious. The demon decides to wait and see, while over with Anton, the dragon unleashes breath attacks. Several demons vaporize instantly, though a few manage to raise shields just in time, cursing the miserable lizards under their breath. In the distance, his soldiers are under heavy attack. Furious, Anton charges right over, roaring at the enemies for daring to touch his men. He slashes one and stomps on another, but the second demon manages to block the heavy blow, mockingly addressing the mighty dragon. He mocks Anton for losing to a mere human, sneering that his prime is past. Anton coldly snaps at him to shut up. He fires a blast directly from his maw, vaporizing the demon beneath his claw before looking back toward his struggling soldiers. He mutters that even dragons have their limits, urging his men to win. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Cha Shin-hyeon finds himself standing face to face with the Demon King, who grips a sword dripping with ominous lethal energy. Even the Demon Lord is shocked. Cha Shin-hyeon asks what he means, and the beast actually explains. It is his first time seeing a human stronger than a dragon. Drawing his blade, Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if humanity really holds such monsters. But talk is cheap. Power cannot be measured by words alone, so the Demon Lord challenges him to cross blades and judge for himself. With a sneer, the Demon Lord vows to show Cha Shin-hyeon just how pathetic humans truly are. Cha Shin-hyeon charges forward, telling the beast not to cry when he gets beaten down. The two collide in a flash of violence. Blades clash, triggering a massive explosion. Gritting his teeth, Cha Shin-hyeon realizes this demon has absolutely no openings to exploit. He summons spectral swords to pierce the Demon Lord from behind, but as the blades close in, the demon mocks his strategy. "Did you think the trick that killed dragons would work on me?" he sneers, easily blowing Cha Shin-hyeon back with a single strike. The beast asks if he knows why the dragons failed. It was because they blindly trusted in their own raw power. But right as the deadly wave reaches him, Cha Shin-hyeon slices it clean in half. The Demon Lord freezes in utter disbelief. What with just a single swing, the demon stammers. Cha Shin-hyeon lunges back and thanking him for the advice while tracking his next move. He knows his previous skills cannot mend the rift, but he suddenly realizes those summoned swords were never truly invisible. To him, it feels more like martial arts. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps forward, shouting that if magic fails, he will just carve him up manually. He carves a deep gash right across the monster's chest. As the demon screams in agony, Cha Shin-hyeon throws his own words back. "Still think we are on the same level?" he asks. Fuming, the demon claims he was just careless, glaring with pure homicidal rage. To end this, the Demon Lord must go all out. Massive energy swells, and trust me, you are not ready for this. Is the master actually unleashing his full power against a mere mortal? The minion wonders. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon remains dead quiet. The Demon Lord warns that he is prepared to face death itself. Beads of cold sweat start trickling down Cha Shin-hyeon's face. He points his sword, utterly tense. The demon's posture is totally different now. Far away, right where Auntie is currently fighting, every single warrior on the battlefield can suddenly feel the oppressive weight of the Demon Lord's maximum power. One demon cheers that their lord is finally going all out, while another declares it is time for everyone else to die. Auntie is completely stunned to hear this. That ultimate form is a desperate last resort, a state the Demon Lord has never once been forced to enter. A nearby soldier nods. Once their master goes all out, the entire surrounding territory falls completely under his dark domain. With this entire region now claimed as his personal hell, the human savior they pin their hopes on will soon be a cold corpse. Some find it humiliating that their lord has to try this hard against a mortal, but others argue that a win is a win. If their master chose to go all out, he must have a solid reason. Victory is victory, no matter how dirty the method. Right now, their only duty is to slaughter the remaining dragons as ordered. Meanwhile, back over at Cha Shin-hyeon's position, the young warrior is panting heavily. The Demon Lord slowly marches toward him, casually crushing his own blade into dust along the way. Claiming he no longer needs a weapon, the beast lunges with razor-sharp claws, but Cha Shin-hyeon barely manages to block with his steel. A frantic sequence of wild slashes and desperate parries follows until the demon lord suddenly catches Cha Shin-hyeon's blade bare-handed. Grinning, the demon asks if he is finally feeling terror. Cha Shin-hyeon rips his sword free, landing a blow to push him back. He unleashes a barrage of rapid slashes, but the tyrant just laughs, mocking that these attacks do nothing but tickle him. Every single cut heals up instantly. Smirking, the demon lord begins redirecting the deadly shockwaves straight back at Cha Shin-hyeon. He taunts, asking where all that confidence went, forcing the young warrior to desperately block every oncoming strike. Even with successful blocks, the sheer force of the impact tears his body apart. Cha Shin-hyeon knows he has to redirect them. He deflects the worst of the onslaught, but when the dust settles, his dragon-bone sword is shattered. He stares in absolute shock. How could a legendary weapon forged from dragon bones break so easily, he wonders. The demon sighs, calling him a total disappointment. The fiend declares that his time is up, unleashing a devastating beam of concentrated energy directly at the defenseless warrior. Searing pain rips through him. He collapses, spitting blood, wondering if this is the end. But wait, everything suddenly changes. Suddenly, his spirit separates from his body. Floating in a strange void, he looks down and sees himself. He views his past self trapped inside the mountain. As old memories flood his mind, a system notification suddenly flashes before him. It states that it is not too late for him, offering an invitation to join the ranks of the gods. Join the gods, he mutters. He realizes that if he accepts this offer, he will gain the power to destroy the beast. But the cost is clear. He would abandon his humanity, never again standing beside his closest companions. No, this is not the path he wants to walk. Gritting his teeth, he flatly rejects the system's offer. No, he cannot lose everything. He desperately casts his spell to shatter the screen, but nothing happens. He chuckles. Realizing magic is useless here, Cha Shin-hyeon slams a heavy fist into the notification. He refuses to listen to its nonsense. The screen cracks, displaying a dark warning that he will regret this. Telling the system to get lost because he can manage alone, he delivers another shattering punch. The screen shatters. Back in the real world, he suddenly leaps up, startling the surprised demon lord. How are you not dead? The demon sneers, calling him a persistent bug before staring at his healed body. Standing shirtless with long wild hair, Cha Shin-hyeon calmly declares he only changed forms to recover for round 2. The demon lord watches in absolute shock as Cha Shin-hyeon's aura shifts drastically, matching his new physical form. Step by step, Cha Shin-hyeon slowly advances toward his enemy, while the demon lord gathers his remaining strength. It does not matter, the monster bellows, unleashing a massive surging river of blood straight at Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon molds a glowing energy sword with his bare hands and slices the crimson wave clean in half. He follows up with another slash, sending a wave of power that cuts the demon lord, drawing blood. Groaning in agony, the demon clutches his bleeding wound as Cha Shin-hyeon keeps slowly and relentlessly closing in. Damn it, the demon curses, realizing he hasn't fought this hard in ages, slowing down his recovery speed. He demands to know how Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly became so strong, but the hero simply raises his fist. You talk too much for a dying man. Cha Shin-hyeon buries his heavy fist deep into the beast. The impact sends the demon flying. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps right after him as the monster gasps in horror. Just as Cha Shin-hyeon corners him, the desperate demon lord teleports right behind the hero's back. But Cha Shin-hyeon instantly flashes behind him, asking where he thinks he is running, and impales him with energy. Blood sprays as Cha Shin-hyeon slams him downward, sending him crashing to the dirt where he weakly curses. How dare a weak insect treat him like this? The demon screams, trying to cast a dark spell before Cha Shin-hyeon ruthlessly severs his arm. Clutching his stump, the demon mutters weakly as Cha Shin-hyeon approaches, mockingly telling him to speak a bit louder. Suddenly, the demon shrieks a monstrous, unholy tongue that startles Cha Shin-hyeon, preparing his ultimate mind control magic. He laughs maniacally, boasting that this forbidden spell is designed to completely shatter his target's fragile mind. Raising his hand to claw at the kneeling Cha Shin-hyeon, the demon sneers at the insect and bids him farewell. But check this out. Cha Shin-hyeon simply swings his aura sword cleanly, decapitating the demon king. The head rolls. Still, the demon fails to comprehend his defeat, making his final struggle look pathetic. Feeling pure pity, the hero turns his back on the corpse. The demon lord is finally finished. Glancing around, he notices the distorted dimension created by the demon's full power is starting to dissolve away. Giving everyone back a beautiful clear blue sky, Cha Shin-hyeon pulls up his system screen to find the others. A sudden notification flashes. It completely catches him off guard, making him gasp in surprise. Confused, Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if he had ever summoned such a thing before, but the message speaks for itself. It praises the magnificent view, admitting it can only admire him, which reminds him of being trapped in the mountain. Why does this thing sound exactly like that person he muses before demanding to know who is behind it? The interface reveals it is the system administrator who granted him power, confirming she is indeed a goddess. She asks if he is free for a quick meeting, inviting him to her domain, but Cha Shin-hyeon hesitates. He flatly refuses. When the surprise goddess asks why, he simply explains that he is far too busy right now. He promises to meet up once he gets some free time, and she reluctantly agrees, vanishing from his sight. Time to regroup, he decides. Meanwhile, Ante has been fighting so long he is completely out of breath. The demon forces are clearly winning this battle, prompting him to dive straight into the fray, overwhelmed by numbers. Meanwhile, after crushing another demon underfoot, he looks toward the Crimson Zone, wondering if Cha Shin-hyeon is doing all right. As the area of effect of the skill finally fades away, the demons look over and cheer, shouting that the barrier has collapsed. They celebrate, believing the demon lord won. But Ante quietly notes the final outcome was already decided. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon appears. A casual greeting. He announces his return, leaving Ante completely shocked. Why is he holding such a gross, severed head? Cha Shin-hyeon tells them they can catch up later, since there is absolutely no time for small talk. He immediately gathers massive energy into his hand. The blast tears through the rushing demons, vaporizing them in an instant. Both the dragon tribe and the surviving monsters freeze in utter shock. They stop their fierce battle, jaws dropping as they stare at the massive crater left behind by Shin-hyeon's destructive strike. He casually turns to Ante, suggesting they wrap this up before anything else goes wrong. Why don't they just end things right here? Nearby, a trembling demon screams in sheer disbelief that they are losing. How could proud demons be crushed so easily by a mere human? The silver-haired demon leader turns completely pale, muttering that it is impossible. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the silver-haired demon orders a full retreat and rips open a dark dimensional rift. The remaining monsters scramble desperately toward the portal to escape. Cha Shin-hyeon chuckles, asking if they really think they can just run away. He fires a devastating torrent of flames right into the closing rift, severing the limbs of the retreating monsters before the blast finally fades. A scorching line of fire burns on the ground. He looks at the left-behind demons and asks if running even matters anymore. Ante shifts back into his human form, landing right next to Cha Shin-hyeon. The hero remarks that Ante arrived at the perfect time to clean up this disaster. He tells him to go ahead, but Ante suggests they stop for now. Cha Shin-hyeon is totally caught off guard. Ante insists that this is the best time to stop, and honestly, he has a pretty good point here. He launches fire directly at the remaining demons, leaving them screaming in pain. Cha Shin-hyeon lowers his hands while Ante continues his warning. He explains that their allies are heavily wounded, and there might be an even stronger demon boss lurking out there than the one Cha Shin-hyeon just defeated. They need to focus on reinforcing the defenses around the dimensional rifts and dungeons where the monsters keep crawling out from. That is why Ante wants him to call it quits for today. After a brief silence, Cha Shin-hyeon agrees and turns his attention to the blue-haired demon who has been stalking him this whole time. He barks out for the creep to show himself and explain his actions. The mysterious demon slowly steps out of hiding and approaches them. Standing guard, Ante warns Cha Shin-hyeon that they should not trust him. Ante says they should just kill the guy and be done with it, but the stalker suddenly bows down low. He admits he witnessed Cha Shin-hyeon's incredible power and is deeply amazed. He begs for permission to follow the strong warrior. This sudden plea leaves both of them completely baffled. Cha Shin-hyeon whispers, asking if this guy has lost his mind. Ante agrees that the creature looks totally insane. Overhearing them, the blue-haired demon begs them to take his life as proof of his absolute loyalty. He swears to serve Cha Shin-hyeon for the rest of his days, desperately pleading with the hero to accept him as a disciple. Furious, Ante lunges forward to attack, growling that the monster deserves to be torn to pieces. But Cha Shin-hyeon quickly holds him back. He tells Ante to wait, pointing out that since the demon offered his life, he basically belongs to them now and might prove useful later. Ante sighs but agrees if that is what the hero truly wants. Meanwhile, news of the battle begins to spread rapidly. With the defeat of the powerful demon lord, the remaining monster army scatters in fear and retreats from the human world. Thanks to the combined forces of America, Korea, and China, peace finally returns to Russia. Over on Ante's side, he immediately orders his forces to lock down security around the dimensional rifts and dungeons. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon can finally relax. The exhausted warrior wakes up in his room where a fresh cup of hot tea is immediately served to him by his new servant. Thanking him, Cha Shin-hyeon wonders how the demon managed to look so human and hide his sharp horns so perfectly. The demon explains that his transformation works pretty much like a camouflaging chameleon. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon nods. He tells him to go away now, asking how much longer he plans to hover around. The demon humbly replies that he only wants to stay close to his master. Annoyed, Cha Shin-hyeon literally kicks him out, demanding some quiet time alone. Collapsing onto his bed, he opens the system interface, wondering if the administrators will try to contact him once again. The system window flashes open. He grumbles that they took their sweet time reaching out, but accepts the sudden transfer anyway. Closing his eyes, he is instantly teleported away. Looking around, he asks where on earth he is. From the shadows, a mysterious goddess welcomes him to her private domain. She offers him a seat, but an awkward silence fills the room once he sits. Cha Shin-hyeon finally breaks the quiet. He asks why she is staying so quiet when she was the one who summoned him. She confesses she is simply overwhelmed by his incredible presence. He is only the second person to ever breach her absolute defenses, catching Cha Shin-hyeon off guard. He asks what she means by the second person. She sadly explains that the first was the creation martial god of heaven. This name makes him grit his teeth in silent rage since that bastard ruined his life. Forcing a calm expression, he asks her, even if that is true, what does it have to do with him? She smiles, revealing that is exactly why she brought him here. Confused, Cha Shin-hyeon asks her to explain further. She begins describing the first person who ever broke past normal human limits. Sadly, he used that legendary power entirely for selfish desires. Fortunately, she managed to seal him away in another dimension. But the seal was imperfect, and he has been summoning humans to his side ever since. By tearing a rift between his prison and Earth, he can send monsters, demons, and his devoted disciples right down to us. Cha Shin-hyeon nods, taking it all in. She adds that during their recent clash, she noticed his power had completely shattered its limits. He used that overwhelming force to slay the demon lord and push back the invading army. But she warns him if that mastermind remains alive, the nightmare will never truly end. Frustrated, Cha Shin-hyeon slams the table. If he is the only one strong enough to kill him, then he has to do it. He demands to know how. With a mysterious smile, she offers to teach him the secret of dimensional travel. Weight travel through space. Cha Shin-hyeon is completely thrown off by this. He asks if teleporting to other worlds is actually possible. She confirms, wondering how a soul separation would affect someone as strong as him. If he separates his soul from his body, slipping through the dimensional rifts becomes incredibly easy. She reassures him that his soul will keep its massive power, so there is no need to worry. Cha Shin-hyeon gets serious. If it is that simple, why is she not handling it herself? Is she too weak? Her face falls. She explains that while she has the power, she needs a human vessel capable of holding her divine energy. Without a proper host, a mortal body would quickly burn out under her immense pressure. Only 3 people could ever endure it, and all of them were left completely crippled after channeling her power. She admits she did not suggest this because she feared Cha Shin-hyeon's body would also break under the strain. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs it off. Since that is not an option, she just needs to give him the coordinates. Hearing this, a chilling smirk creeps onto her face. Later, Alex meets up with Cha Shin-hyeon, asking why he was summoned. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him that there is something they both need to discuss. As they walk side by side, a nearby demon fumes, demanding to know why a mere human dares walk beside his master. Alex chuckles, asking if this angry demon is Cha Shin-hyeon's new butler. Cha Shin-hyeon nods while the blue-haired demon continues to glare daggers at Alex. Alex throws an arm around Cha Shin-hyeon's shoulder, mocking the demon by saying they share a very tight-knit student-teacher bond. Infuriated, the demon screams about how insolent and disrespectful that is. Cha Shin-hyeon brushes him off and warns them that if they keep bickering, he will leave them both behind. He heads inside first, leaving the 2 rivals to follow while still trading silent glares. Inside, Auntie is already waiting, sitting quietly before 3 tied-up demons on the floor. He looks up, noting that Cha Shin-hyeon has finally arrived. He was just about to call him anyway, since these demons were caught sneaking around and needed a good interrogation. Now that the boss is here, he can take over. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees. One of the captives gasps in disbelief, wondering why a demon would ever serve a human. Cha Shin-hyeon orders his blue-haired servant to interrogate them and squeeze out every single piece of useful intel. The demon eagerly steps forward, terrifying the prisoners, who scream at him for betraying his own kind. Ignoring their cries, he begins beating them down. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon sits with Auntie, explaining that they have 0 time to waste. He plans to stop the invasion at its source by traveling directly to the demon world. This completely stuns Alex and Auntie. They jump up and yell out in unison, "What do you mean another dimension?" Cha Shin-hyeon explains that since he killed a demon lord, the survivors will surely warn their homeworld. If they wait for another war, casualties will skyrocket. The best move is to take the fight directly to them. Alex objects, pointing out that Cha Shin-hyeon cannot just cross the rift, and the dragons cannot defend themselves if he is gone. Auntie agrees, adding that while they might survive there because it was their old home, Cha Shin-hyeon has never set foot in it. Cha Shin-hyeon cuts him off, assuring him that he has the backing of a literal goddess. Alex and Auntie shout out in disbelief, "A goddess?" The blue-haired demon looks completely lost, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to explain the situation. He says that is exactly right, an immortal being from another realm once told him the same thing. Separating your soul from your physical body allows you to cross dimensions, but only the spiritual half makes the trip. Only the soul crosses over. Alex's eyes light up as he gets it, but Cha Shin-hyeon cuts in with a serious look. He warns him it is not that simple. Your physical shell gets left behind. It becomes prime bait for any passing enemy to rip apart because it is just a motionless, empty shell unable to protect itself. And if that physical shell gets destroyed, your soul vanishes too. Alex frowns, asking if that means he would just straight up die. Cha Shin-hyeon nods yes, and that is exactly why he gathered everyone here today. He needs to ask them one major question. He wants to know if they agree to this plan. Alex steps up confidently, declaring he is going with Cha Shin-hyeon, and the two shake on it. They stand up and shake hands. Cha Shin-hyeon then points directly at the blue-haired demon, telling his slave that he is coming along too. The demon nervously nods in agreement. He then shares some vital intel he gathered after interrogating some of his fellow demons. They are planning something massive, searching for a demon lord named Rodiak. Cha Shin-hyeon repeats the name in shock. Rodiak. 1 week later at a laboratory in America, Cha Shin-hyeon, Unseon, Ji-hee, Alex, and Elena gather. Ji-hee announces that everything is set. With everything prepared, Cha Shin-hyeon notices that Eun-seon looks incredibly frustrated, so he walks over to ask what is bothering her. She angrily complains that they barely got any time together before he had to leave again. Cha Shin-hyeon gently pats Eun-seon on the head. He offers a soft apology, promising her that he will return. Tears stream down her face as she begs him to stay safe. He reassures her before stepping up to the machine, asking the vice leader to keep a close eye on things while they are gone. He practically begs her, and Ji-hee quickly nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Elena nudges Alex, asking why they are being treated like complete outsiders. Alex dryly tells her she might as well get used to it. Right then, Cha Shin-hyeon turns back to give them one final warning. He warns them to watch out for the demons, since they might strike again, but the girls tell him not to worry. They tell the guys to focus on their mission. With that settled, Cha Shin-hyeon and Alex step inside the two high-tech pods. Seeing his own body turn into a transparent soul, Alex gasps in disbelief. Cha Shin-hyeon smiles, proving it is possible as they float away. Ji-hee watches them go with a heavy heart, whispering for Cha Shin-hyeon to be safe. Outside, Auntie and the blue-haired demon are waiting. Auntie notes their arrival and signals to move out, leading the group through a dimensional rift. Meanwhile, in a dark realm, a female demon schemer speaks. She wonders if his grand plan will succeed if she lends her help. Below her, a silver-haired demon promises to burn the human world down. He vows to reduce the human domain to a sea of fire. Back with Cha Shin-hyeon, he successfully crosses over into the demon realm. Floating down from the sky, he slowly lands on the rocky ground. Cha Shin-hyeon realizes that traveling between dimensions actually feels surprisingly normal. It feels just like going on a trip abroad. Right as he touches down, Auntie and a few other dragon warriors arrive. Even the blue-haired demon's slave makes it through safely. Cha Shin-hyeon looks around, wondering if this gloomy place is indeed the demon world. Alex remarks that it does not look too different from Earth. Auntie explains that locals call this place the City of the Dead. The blue-haired demon quickly bows, asking what his master needs. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to explain the layout. The demon nods and explains that the massive castle in the distance belonged to Belite, the previous demon lord who ruled this land. He points to a nearby forest, calling it the Cradle of Doom, where defeated members of the dragon race fled to hide. Other demon lords never cared about that forest, so they simply ignored it and let the remaining dragons live in peace. But Belite considered that forest part of his personal territory, so he constantly tried to drive the dragon race out. Cha Shin-hyeon strokes his chin, guessing that since Belite is dead, this place should theoretically be a safe zone for them. No other demon lord cares about this territory, right? The blue-haired demon immediately shakes his head. Not at all. His death made other demon lords highly suspicious, especially his former lover, Rodiak. Cha Shin-hyeon asks how many demon lords actually exist. The demon answers that, including the recently deceased Belite, there are 11 demon lords ruling over this world in total. Cha Shin-hyeon grimaces. 11 demon lords is an insanely high number. Auntie agrees, noting that dealing with 11 rulers is pure madness. Alex sighs, predicting a long, exhausting war ahead of them. Cha Shin-hyeon nods in agreement. They need a flawless strategy to survive. This is the very first time we hear the blue-haired demon's actual name. Finally, we get it. Cha Shin-hyeon commands Campidon to lead the way to Belite's castle, planning to claim the empty fortress as their new base. Campidon puts on a fake, cheerful smile and approaches the castle guards, loudly greeting his old friends to avoid suspicion. The guards do not suspect a thing, casually walking over to greet their fellow demon. They tell Campidon they were incredibly worried after hearing absolutely zero news, and they eagerly ask how their lord is doing. Suddenly, Campidon's face turns sinister as he mentions the Demon King. Right then, Alex charges in from afar, decapitating one of them and leaving the remaining two completely. In absolute panic, Campidon stabs another one dead cold-heartedly, explaining that the Demon King is already dead, slain by his new master. The last survivor collapses to the ground in sheer terror just before. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the sky. Elsewhere, 3 captured demons find themselves suddenly rescued by a mysterious white-haired demon. He asks the trio if they are alright, relieved to find them breathing. Saving their skins was definitely worth the trouble. He had sent his scouts out to investigate, allowing him to pinpoint the lizardmen's location and slip right inside. The rescue was only possible because the lizardmen grew arrogant after their first victory and got sloppy with security. Taking advantage of that lapse, he easily broke them out. Now the white-haired demon asks if they uncovered any useful intel. They absolutely did. That bastard Ante has already guided the human and the traitor straight into their home dimension. Hearing this, the leader is stunned. What, that coward actually dared to return, and he even brought a human with him. They nod, but another quickly adds that there is good news. Curiously, he asks what kind of good news they could possibly have. The demon explains that only the human soul crossed over into their realm. Still, the white-haired leader fails to see how that helps. If anything, they are still in grave danger. But the subordinate explains that the human's physical body remains right here. If that helpless body gets damaged, the human dies instantly, hand delivering them an easy victory. The white-haired demon grins slyly at this. Back in the Demon King's castle, Cha Shin-hyeon sighs, joking that tying everyone up makes them look like the actual villains here. Inside, dozens of demons are bound and forced to kneel right before him. Barging in, slaying their leaders, and taking hostages, Ante shrugs it off. He insists these scumbags got exactly what they deserved. Meanwhile, the captured leader glares at Campion, yelling at him for betraying his own kind. He demands to know why he allied with the dragons, but Campion laughs it off, stating he is simply serving his brand new master. Cha Shin-hyeon steps up calmly, explaining that since he personally slaughtered the Demon King, this castle now belongs to him. He advises the demon to accept reality just like the rest of his kin. The leader glances back, hesitant before finally speaking. Fine. He accepts defeat and agrees to serve Cha Shin-hyeon. Hearing their leader yield, the other captive demons hesitate in stubborn silence. But after a long pause, they reluctantly submit as well. Satisfied, Cha Shin-hyeon orders their ropes cut. Alex quietly asks if he seriously trusts these demons to fall in line so easily. Smiling, Cha Shin-hyeon shakes his head. Nothing is ever that simple. He then orders Campion to closely supervise the new underlings. Campion happily accepts the task. Cha Shin-hyeon then turns his attention to a demon who appears to be the castle butler. When asked for his name, the butler nervously introduces himself as Sullivan. Cha Shin-hyeon nods. Before diving into any complex battle strategies, the team needs some solid rest. He asks Sullivan to show them to their quarters. Grumpily, the butler agrees and leads the way. Later, as Cha Shin-hyeon relaxes on his bed, he suddenly asks Sullivan what he is plotting. Terrified, Sullivan nearly wets himself, stammering that he would never dare to plot anything against his new master. Bowing deeply, he claims he was only brainstorming ways to assist him. Skeptical, Cha Shin-hyeon questions this alleged assistance, prompting the butler to quickly explain. He explains his sole duty is managing the household as a butler. Cha Shin-hyeon coldly asks, so what of it? The butler states he only obeys the supreme ruler, then cautiously asks if Cha Shin-hyeon plans to overthrow the other remaining demon kings. Cha Shin-hyeon smirks, confirming his grand plan. Seeing an opportunity, Sullivan suggests spreading a rumor that Violet is still alive. Amused, Cha Shin-hyeon approves. As the butler bows out, a cunning smirk creeps onto his face. Meanwhile, in another corner of this dark world, the white-haired demon holds a glowing orb, whispering to an ally. He reports that the human's physical body is currently defenseless on Earth, making this their absolute perfect chance to strike. From the glowing orb, a female demon's cold voice responds, promising to dispatch an entire war fleet. Back at the castle, Sullivan continues his briefing. With Violet missing for so long, everyone assumed he was dead. He suggests that Cha Shin-hyeon's very first target should be Demon King Rodiak. Cha Shin-hyeon casually cuts in, identifying her as Violet's lover, which he already knew. Dumbfounded, the butler asks how, but receives a simple nod. The butler quickly adds that Rodiak's deep romantic ties to Violet make her incredibly dangerous. As one of only 2 female demon kings, she is blessed by the demon god, granting her absolutely unmatched power. Her bond with Violet was deeper than anyone else's, meaning his sudden disappearance has hit her the hardest. Recognizing this, Sullivan proposes leaking a rumor that Violet is still alive, merely recovering from severe injuries. The moment she rushes out to find him, her castle will be left wide open for Cha Shin-hyeon to conquer. Nodding, Cha Shin-hyeon gives the green light. The butler eagerly bows out to execute the plan, while Cha Shin-hyeon just quietly smirks to himself. Meanwhile, the white-haired demon successfully receives the powerful war fleet dispatched by Rodiak. They stand in perfect formation before him, waiting for his command. He orders them to head to the laboratory in San Francisco. Their target is in America, to destroy the human's unguarded physical body. Over at Demon Lord Rodiak's castle, Selsun arrives to pay his respects, greeting her after a long time apart. He only visits her when things go wrong. He bows. Greeting the Demon Lord, he bows. She tells him to rise. Suddenly, Selsun looks around. He looks at her personal guard, Nerissa, asking if they can have some privacy to speak in secret, which immediately makes Nerissa snap in pure anger. How dare Amir's servant ask for private time with the demon lord, she yells. But Rodiak dismisses her, telling her it is fine to leave. She warns him to keep his mouth shut. Silence falls. Rodiak demands answers. She asks if he came to report on that specific matter. Selsun plays dumb, asking what matter she means. She brings up the death of her lover, Violet. Selsun starts sweating bullets, realizing with horror that she already knows the truth. She screams about what kind of useless dog fails to protect its master. Trembling, Selsun bows low to Rodiak, offering his deepest apologies. He explains that he is risking his very life to deliver some vital news. Hearing this, she tells him to speak up. He reveals that Violet's killer is currently taking over Selsun's castle. Rodiak stands completely stunned. Selsun adds that it is not just one enemy, but a whole group of incredibly dangerous fighters, especially that annoying human Cha Shin-hyeon. Rodiak spits back that she is fully aware of everything that human has done. She also learned from Lafrey's that the human soul has currently left his body, leaving his physical frame completely unguarded. So that silver-haired demon is named Lafrey's. Good to know. Selsun is shocked, asking if Lafrey's is really still alive. Rodiak confirms he survived, though he lost an arm. Selsun smiles, realizing the human's physical body is ripe for the taking. All they need to do is buy enough time for Lafrey's to reach that body, and those two humans are finished. No problem. Rodiak asks if he has a solid plan ready. He explains that he tricked the human into believing she left her castle. Now she just needs to stall him. Rodiak admits the plan is not half bad, and Selsun eagerly takes charge. As they prepare, he suggests a very public departure. By parading openly, the humans will assume the castle is completely abandoned. Once they step inside, they will fall right in. Selsun will signal his hidden troops. He grins. They will be surrounded. They will be trapped like rats in a cage. Rodiak praises his genius, and Selsun rushes back to report to Cha Shin-hyeon. He tells him that Rodiak has emptied the castle, urging him to strike immediately. The group sets off toward the fortress. Auntie admits the place looks deserted, and Alex agrees it seems pretty convincing. Selsun turns around with a sly smirk. What do you mean convincing? Auntie mentions their master went somewhere to find Rodiak specifically. With a quick flash, he slices off Selsun's head. Alex laughs, mocking the foolish demon's terrible lies. Alex suggests they go ahead and take the castle. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon and Kampadin teleport right behind Rodiak's marching parade. He calls out to Rodiak from behind, shocking the entire marching army. Startled, the soldiers whirl around to see who it is. Rodiak realizes this must be Cha Shin-hyeon. She notes how impressive it is for him to appear completely without a trace. She demands to know why he is here, since Selsun assured her the human would be raiding her empty castle. Cha Shin-hyeon calls her naive for falling for that. He sent half his team to the castle while he handles the boss. Rodiak scoffs, saying it does not matter anyway. Hearing this, she bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter. She calls him incredibly unfortunate. Cha Shin-hyeon tells the crazy woman to spit it out, but she just keeps laughing. She boasts about a special welcoming gift prepared just for him, asking if he wants to know what it is. Over at the laboratory in San Francisco, demons are breaching the facility. Deep inside, Unseon and Lee Ji-hae guard the body capsules. As they chat, Unseon observes that the life support chambers for Cha Shin-hyeon and Alex are running perfectly fine. Lee Ji-hae agrees but admits she wants them back soon. Unseon smiles warmly, reassuring her that those two are tougher than they look. Knowing Cha Shin-hyeon, he is probably out there having the time of his life. Lee Ji-hae agrees, admitting she was likely just overthinking. Suddenly, a loud red alert blares through the room, startling them. Unseon wonders why the alarms are suddenly going off. Lee Ji-hae quickly grabs her radio to ask what is happening. A panicked voice screams that demons are attacking. The radio goes dead after a desperate plea for backup. Lee Ji-hae urgently orders Unseon to summon all hunters and the Dragon Clan. Unseon nods and rushes out. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon tells Rodiak to cut the crap and stop playing cheap guessing games. Playing around is over as Cha Shin-hyeon summons a brilliant light sword that completely startles Rodiak. Cha Shin-hyeon tells her he needs nothing but this blade, unleashing a surprise attack that strikes Rodiak. Yet she stands unharmed. He challenges her to finally fight for real. He tells her to unleash all her power without holding back, silently reflecting on what lies ahead. He wants to see her true capabilities, since she is feared as a total madwoman among the demon lords. Her fighting style should be completely different from Violet. Rodiak flares her power in a fit of rage. Fierce flames erupt around her as she calls him an arrogant bastard, reminding him he is her lover's enemy. She swears she won't let Cha Shin-hyeon die a simple death. Even her own soldiers cannot withstand her searing heat. Cha Shin-hyeon casually asks if this is really necessary, since it's getting too hot, while Rodiak hurls endless fireballs. She screams for him to die, but he blocks, noting that this battle feels quite peculiar. It is like fighting a professional fire manipulator, making him wonder if all blessed demon lords are this tough. Troublesome indeed. Rodiak furiously tells him to die, sending a massive wave of fire. Yet, he nullifies it with a single swing, leaving her shocked at how he could easily disperse her ultimate attack. Is he even human? He simply smiles and advances. Meanwhile, the action shifts back to the lab. The Dragon Clan and the Hunters have arrived to back them up, easily overwhelming the invading demon forces. A demon curses about how fast the reinforcements arrive, while high above Cha Eun-sol rains down arrows with her bow. Furious that they dared to trespass, she shoots powerful arrows that pierce right through her targets. Below, Elena manipulates her ice, calling them fools, since having reliable communication is key to winning any war. She unleashes a wave of frost at them while Lapras quietly sneaks past her guard. Avoiding Elena's ice, he slips into the laboratory, muttering to himself that heavy losses are unavoidable at this rate. He rushes toward the chamber, housing the stasis pods for both Alex and Cha Shin-hyeon's bodies. Rejoicing that the targets are right in front of him, he prepares to blow up the room, but Lee Ji-hae suddenly appears. She drives a dagger straight into his neck before he can react, leaving him gasping in utter shock. He stammered that he thought no strong defenders were left behind, but she quickly sets him straight. They had obviously prepared for a sneak attack, and now Lapras is likely drawing his very last breath. Lee Ji-hae walks over to Cha Shin-hyeon's stasis pod, touching the glass with a sigh of relief that he is safe. She wonders when he will finally open his eyes, praying for his swift and safe return from the battle. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon steps closer to Rodiak, mockingly asking why a legendary warrior blessed by the demon god is proving to be so incredibly boring. Infuriated, she asks how he likes this, conjuring a massive pillar of roaring fire while he simply smiles. He notes that this must be her true divine gift, declaring he will shatter her flames and end this before leaping to slash downward. The pillar shatters. His blade carves a deep wound into her shoulder, leaving her completely stunned. She gasps, wondering how he bypassed her defenses without any armor when her flames are capable of burning even the human soul. Cha Shin-hyeon coolly advises her to manage her energy better next time because she has been wasting way too much. He pulls his blade free, watching her body hit the ground as he bids Rodiak farewell. Now, she can reunite with her lover in the afterlife. Suddenly, Rodiak's lifeless body twitches, catching him off guard. She should be dead, yet a foreign voice echoes from her corpse, asking if the outsider who killed its child has arrived. Cha Shin-hyeon demands to know who is speaking, realizing this entity is certainly not Rodiak. The voice identifies itself as the deity of madness, the very god who blessed the child he just slaughtered. Claiming to be the god of this place, it laughs mockingly when Cha Shin-hyeon casually asks if deities actually exist here. The voice reveals there are multiple gods here, making him realize this world operates very differently from Earth. The deity claims his poor child shouldn't have died, while Cha Shin-hyeon processes the fact that this world has multiple active gods. Cha Shin-hyeon counters that her fiancée Violet was the first to invade his home dimension, forcing him to defend his world. The deity furiously demands to know if he dared to slay his child just to protect some worthless inferior world. Calling that a major insult, Cha Shin-hyeon replies that it was a fair duel and she simply died because she was weak. Pointing a finger at him, the deity declares none of that matters, calling him a disgusting piece of trash for killing two demon lords. Cha Shin-hyeon shoves his pointing hand away, calling it trash before slicing the remaining body of Rodiak completely in half. He tells her to disappear. But before her soul departs, she warns him that every demon will now slaughter him. Her divine siblings will also seek revenge. Suddenly, the shattered pieces of her body dissolve into glowing dust. Cha Shin-hyeon watches them fade, wondering about these powerful siblings. The surviving demon troops gasp in utter shock. They stare in disbelief. Cha Shin-hyeon looks back, grinning. He suggests they become his subordinates. Hearing this, Auntie can only ask, wait, what? Wait, while he and Alex were clearing out the fortress of Rodiak, Cha Shin-hyeon managed to slay another demon lord. That is absolutely insane. Cha Shin-hyeon replies that despite her divine blessing, she was a pretty average fighter. Campidan cheers, praising his incredible master, but he warns them not to get cocky. Alex is confused, asking if this is not the perfect time to wipe them out while they are panicked. But Cha Shin-hyeon simply shakes his head. It is not that simple. Right as Rodiak died, her body was possessed by a massive entity known as a demon god. Everyone is stunned by this news, even Campidan. Auntie notes that since dragons have a dragon god, it makes sense demons have theirs too. But there are multiple demon gods. The one he encountered was the embodiment of madness, who declared that every demon will now target him. He orders Campidan to bring out Nerissa and the remaining grunts, wearing a pretty devious smirk as he prepares to question them. Out in the courtyard, Nerissa and her remaining forces are tightly bound and forced to kneel on the cold ground. Just like he did back at the castle of Ville Dam, Cha Shin-hyeon approaches Nerissa, asking if she is indeed second in command. She glares in silence, refusing to answer. But Campidan eagerly chimes in to confirm it. Nerissa spits back that he will get nothing easily. Cha Shin-hyeon just smirks, realizing her stubborn nature. So she is the intensely loyal type. Luckily, he has a pretty perfect method to handle stubborn folks like her. The demon lieutenant shivers in fear as Cha Shin-hyeon activates a powerful brainwashing skill. He commands her to look at him. Swear your absolute loyalty only to me, he commands. As the skill takes hold, she screams out in denial before bowing her head deeply in absolute submission. The nearby soldiers gasp in utter disbelief that their fierce commander just willingly bowed to a mere human master. Cha Shin-hyeon casts a cold glare over the remaining troops. He asks if they want to submit willingly, or if they prefer the brainwashing treatment. He laughs, pointing out how incredibly generous he is for giving them choices. The terrified soldiers quickly bow. They loudly hail their brand new demon lord. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, a hooded figure speaks up. He asks if all the siblings have gathered. Beside him, someone mocks another for being completely useless, for letting a blessed demon king die so easily. The accused slams his hand down, snapping that this is no joke. The human who killed his child possesses a divine tier soul. Hearing this, another figure gasps in pure shock. How could a simple human host elevate his mortal soul to a divine rank, they wonder? It is impossible for a lowly mortal to even perceive their high-level dimension, let alone reach it. Someone begs for this to be a lie, while another mutters if this is the second coming of that guy. The mock god agrees, stating they absolutely must obliterate his soul if they want any peace. But finding a way is a pretty massive problem. Another laughs, suggesting a simple solution. They just need to grant their children even greater power. Soon they reach out to their mortal vessels. These deities command their children to hunt down the invaders and exact bloody revenge. A demon snaps awake from that exact dream. This is Durals, the second demon lord heavily blessed by his god, the embodiment of slaughter. Another demon suddenly leaps up, whispering in absolute terror about Naznel. This is Foliden, the third demon lord blessed by terror itself. Suddenly, a female demon also leaps to her feet, shouting. She insists she must find Naznel immediately. This is Achia, the fifth demon lord blessed by the embodiment of nightmare. Deep inside a massive castle, the first demon lord Naznel sits on his throne, wondering what on earth Cha Shin-hyeon is doing. Sitting alone, he recalls the chilling warning of the god of madness: every last demon in existence will hunt him down to end his life. Sitting there, he ponders the god of madness's warning about having siblings, wondering what it means for his own future. Cha Shin-hyeon recalls asking Kampadin if he knew exactly how many demon gods ruled this realm. Kampadin paused in deep thought before finally speaking. 4 demon lords were famously blessed by the gods Duro, Atia, Foliden, and Rodiak, the one he had already slain. Kampadin had no clue if others held that same blessing, since rumors were endless, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to offer a knowing smile. That is plenty great job, Cha Shin-hyeon tells him. Kampadin bursts into delighted laughter, absolutely thrilled by the rare praise. Naturally, you should expect nothing less from the master's finest right hand. Alex mutters that he's incredibly gullible. Shaking off the memory, Shin sits quietly on the cold ground, deep in thought. He doubts the demon gods can do much right now unless they somehow possess immortal hosts just like they did with Rodiak. Even so, he remains highly alert to prevent any unexpected disasters. Over at Naznel's dark castle, Duro, Atia, and Foliden gather together. A highly suspicious Naznel demands to know why they all suddenly showed up. Naznel angrily questions if they are planning a coup, but Foliden jokingly calls it a good guess before denying it. Naznel demands the real reason. Naznel notes that if the 3 of them are here, Rodiak should be present too. Achia grimly explains that Rodiak is the exact reason they came. Amused, Naznel asks if Rodiak and Viewlight had some petty lovers' quarrel and called off their engagement, causing Achia to angrily slam the table. She fumes, asking if he honestly thinks they have the free time to meddle in other people's romantic drama. DeRose cuts in to explain that, to put it simply, they have all been plagued by the exact same dream for days. It is a deeply troubling vision, warning them that the champion blessed by the god of madness has been slaughtered by an outsider from another dimension altogether. Naznel recoils in absolute shock, unable to believe what he is hearing. Duro continues, explaining that since only the 3 of them received this vision and no other demon lords did, their patron gods must be trying to deliver an urgent message. Naznel falls silent, his mind racing as he processes this news. All 4 lords, including Rodiak, were personally blessed by the gods. Even though Naznel is their supreme leader with proven unrivaled strength, he wonders if he can truly trust them or if they are just plotting to usurp his throne. He asks if such a thing has ever happened before. Foliden confirms it is an absolute first. Naznel smirks, highly skeptical of their claims. After all, are the gods really so idle that they would go around warning them of danger? The 3 are completely stunned by his attitude, and Achia furiously warns him not to blaspheme. Naznel quickly defends himself. He explains he is not denying the god's existence, since there is always some lord receiving a blessing. But raising his voice, he snaps. that everyone knows divine power is granted randomly, and the gods never actually speak to anyone. Folidin can barely believe his ears, asking if Naznal is seriously doubting divine messages. Duros quickly intervenes, stating that the dream was far too vivid to be a simple nightmare. It was so critical that the gods felt compelled to deliver it directly. Duros swears he is telling the absolute truth. Naznal chuckles and offers a dry apology but questions why they did not just contact Rodiak instead of bothering him. Achia replies that they tried, but both Rodiak and Viewlight have gone completely radio silent. They disappeared after passing through the dimensional gate to hunt down the lizards. Foldin explains they need Naznal because he always presides over the Demon Lord's Council. Now they wonder if Naznal has the authority to temporarily dismiss them. Naznal is furious, asking if they simply want to use his name to abuse their authority. Duros quickly reassures him they would never dare. They only want a temporary measure and will explain everything to the missing lords later, keeping Naznal's pristine reputation completely safe. Naznal sighs and relents, letting them use his name while warning that any future fallout will have absolutely nothing to do with him. Duros offers his thanks, promising to keep the leader updated on any developments. Elsewhere, three demons enter and bow deeply to Rodiak. One of them explains they came because she has been absent for so long. They wonder why she is still lingering here. Rodiak raises her head, muttering that the lead messenger looks incredibly familiar to her. The messenger stares, thinking she looks exactly like Rodiak, and yet the vibe is entirely wrong. Why does he feel this way? She asks if the three of them came specifically to find her. Their leader explains that their demon lord wishes to meet Rodiak. She scoffs, asking why Atia did not bother to come in person. The messenger explains they have been unable to reach her since yesterday. Pointing at the two standing behind the leader, Rodiak notes they look unfamiliar and clearly are not Achia's men. She fails to recognize them. The left guard claims allegiance to Duro, while the right one serves Folidin. Rodiak glares at them, her eyes narrowing with intense suspicion. She demands to know why three different factions sent representatives to her doorstep, asking if they plan to betray her. Terrified, they quickly kneel. They quickly swear they would never dare betray her, claiming they were only sent to make sure she was doing well. After their three masters reached Narsnal and secured his permission, Rodiak smirked and asked what they meant by an alliance. He also assumed she was in danger, admitting he was not entirely sure, yet a strange feeling lingered. Something felt completely off. Right from the start, even though everything seemed identical. Real demon lords naturally radiate a crushing pressure, whether they try to or not, but this Rodiak lacked it entirely. She stepped down, noting that everyone gathered here was actually just subordinates sent by the other demon lords. They were apparently sent to help her, but when the three subordinates looked up, they let out a terrified scream. They yelled at Campidon, asking what that bastard was doing there, and he joked that acting as Rodiak almost killed him. Turns out he's a better actor than he expected, teasingly asking the three if the trap was not obvious enough. Cha Shin-hyeon walked right in, mentioning he had been searching for the other demon lords and thanking them for showing up. He jokingly wondered how to thank them for being so convenient, which drove one angry demon to charge forward with a knife. As the enemy rushed him, Cha Shin-hyeon casually caught the blade with two fingers, complimenting the guy on his brave attempt. Too bad that courage would not save him, as Cha Shin-hyeon summoned his sword, sliced him in half, and declared that 1,000 years of training wouldn't help. A weapon like that could never touch him. Looking down at the bloody corpse, he calmly noted that the loudest troublemaker was finally dealt with. Cha Shin-hyeon turned his gaze to the remaining two, absolutely terrifying them as he demanded they start spilling information about their masters. He wanted to know about their bosses and the blessed powers they received, unless they wanted to end up sliced in half too. The remaining demons quickly blabbered everything they knew, sending Cha Shin-hyeon into deep thought, while Alex, Auntie, and Campidon listened closely nearby. While their exact words remained a secret, the demons finished their confession by trembling and begging him to believe it was all they knew. Auntie went quiet while Alex sighed and complained that the information they got did not seem all that useful. Campidon growled back, warning Alex that several demon lords had already gone to meet with Narsnal directly. Since he is the strongest demon lord, Cha Shin-hyeon could be in serious danger, he barked, calling Alex a foolish human before Auntie spoke up. Auntie wondered how they even found out about Rodiak being killed if they supposedly had an alliance, but Cha Shin-hyeon had a theory. He claimed to know the reason, leaving the other three completely dumbfounded as he explained what happened during the fight. After taking down Rodiak, he had a brief chat with their patron god, who warned him that the other demons would unite to destroy him. Campidon shook, asking his master what on earth he just said, while Alex shivered at how casually he delivered such terrifying news. Auntie facepalmed in disbelief. How could the actual gods of this world already be meddling like this? Cha Shin-hyeon told everyone to relax, reminding them he is the supreme holy sword and questioning if anyone here could actually kill him. Besides, he already formulated a brilliant plan, turning his attention back to the groveling demons and ordering them to look up at him. He flashed the exact same hypnotic gaze he previously used on Nerissa, commanding them to follow his orders from now on. Meanwhile, Atia demanded to know why the servants of Durals and Foliden had entered her castle, asking where her own servant was. She specifically demanded to know where Bisette was, but the kneeling demons confessed they had failed their assigned mission. They begged for her forgiveness, but an irritated Atia snapped, telling them to stop beating around the bush. She ordered them to spit it out, and a shaking demon blurted out that Rodiak claimed Bisette was far too annoying. He talked too much and was too noisy. So he killed him instantly, making Atia shriek in disbelief. She immediately unleashed her power to choke the two visiting servants, furious that Rodiak actually dared to kill one of her people. Gasping for air under her tight grip, they choked out that it was the absolute truth. They claimed they could do nothing but watch, offering their sincere apologies and explaining that instead of returning straight to their own masters, they hurried over to deliver the news to her first. Achia gritted her teeth, rubbed her face, and admitted Rodiak indeed hated noisy people, so it fit. She released her grip on the servants, telling them to return to their masters, prompting them to quickly bow and leave. As night fell and Adia fell asleep, that same recurring nightmare returned to haunt her, whispering the exact same words. The disciple of the incarnation of madness is dead, so accept reality. She woke up gasping, clutching her head in absolute panic. Wondering what the gods wanted, Atia met with Durals and Foliden the next morning, forming a meeting of the three demon lords. Foliden immediately asked if they had experienced that strange dream again, and Durals quickly confirmed that he did. This time, the dream revealed something new, warning them not to be incredibly naive and fall for cheap deceptions. Aisha agreed, admitting she was highly confused about Rodiak killing her servant on top of the strange warning from last night. Durals chuckled, pointing out that his and Foliden's servants returned completely unharmed, leaving everyone wondering why only hers met an early grave. Duras raises doubts about the servants. Could they be lying? Or are their dreams actual messages sent by the gods? Atia notes that if the gods want to communicate, they should make things much clearer. Duras laughs and Foliden asks why they don't just act on it. The other two look confused, asking what he means. He explains he will visit Rodiak to verify the truth. Duras is stunned and asks if Foliden is serious, while Atia begins to speak. She wonders how someone as incredibly lazy as Foliden wants to go, but he complains the dreams are extremely annoying. He asks if they are not bothered by it and cuts Achia off before she can even finish. Foliden says he will personally check if Rodiak is safe, and if the annoying dreams continue, they can discuss it later. Duras warns him that if he goes, he must know an enemy is already waiting. Impressed by his sharp intuition, Foliden agrees. But what does Duras mean by that? Does he believe Rodiak is in danger? Duras confirms it, adding that if Rodiak is gone, Violet must be gone too. With Violet gone, Foliden tells the other two to seek help from Nasnel if anything happens to him. Aisha laughs, saying it sounds like he is preparing for a sacrifice, but Foliden simply chuckles. He has no intention of dying, telling her not to worry. Duras laughs and tells him to do whatever he wants. A short while later, Foliden arrives at Rodiak's castle alongside his personal servant, turning to ask him if he is ready. He asks Galen if he is ready. Right after the reply, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly appears behind them. Cha Shin-hyeon greets the blessed demon lord. Foliden spins around in shock. Standing behind him are Cha Shin-hyeon, Alexandra, and Komparkin. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if he is indeed Foliden. Shocked that they know his name, Foliden panics as Cha Shin-hyeon asks Galen if his words were true. Furious that the report about Rodiak was fake, Foliden yells at the servant and instantly freezes him solid. He shatters the frozen servant into countless pieces, then steps toward Cha Shin-hyeon, demanding to know his true identity. Cha Shin-hyeon identifies himself as a human from another world. Foliden is stunned. Foliden sneers, asking if this means he is dealing with an invader from another world. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees with the term, asking if Foliden has been dreaming about him lately. He mockingly suggests his dreams showed Rodiak being killed, but the demon growls that he does not need the details. Cha Shin-hyeon calmly notes that calling him an invader is pretty impolite, especially since Violet was the one who started the invasion. This angers Foliden, who demands to know if Cha Shin-hyeon is the one who harmed Rodiak. The hunter calmly confirms it. Realizing the demon uses ice powers, Cha Shin-hyeon prepares for a fun fight, telling him to unleash his full strength. He warns that he will not hold back at all, though Foliden just laughs at Cha Shin-hyeon's sky-high arrogance. As Foliden raises his hand to cast a spell, Cha Shin-hyeon orders his companions to step back while ice wraps around them. Surveying the massive ice field, Cha Shin-hyeon asks if this is the demon's true power. Foliden boasts about his blessed ice magic, launching a massive frost wave to freeze Cha Shin-hyeon right on the spot. Cha Shin-hyeon attempts to dodge the frost, but the cold energy quickly catches up and creeps up his legs. He unleashes a quick slash to shatter the ice, noting how easily the frost would freeze anyone else. When more giant ice spikes fly his way, Cha Shin-hyeon blocks them easily, leaving Foliden caught off guard but still smug. Foliden calls him a massive show-off, but Cha Shin-hyeon retorts that the demon is even more foolish than Rodiak. He calls him stupider than Rodiak and Violet for not understanding his plan, making Folidin rage and unleash more ice. He demands to know if Cha Shin-hyeon is claiming he is weaker than the defeated demons. Even with his body partially frozen, Cha Shin-hyeon mocks the demon's fragile pride, which only makes Folidin laugh out loud. Mocking his imminent death, Folidin sneers as the ice completely covers Cha Shin-hyeon, leaving him frozen solid. Locked inside the ice, Cha Shin-hyeon recalls how focusing on killing Rodiak kept him from studying her power. Determined to find and seize this source of power, Cha Shin-hyeon closes his eyes and starts analyzing Violet and Rodiak. He realizes that all these enemies burn their innate energy to activate their demon lord's strength, but a difference exists. What is the real difference between ordinary demon lords and blessed ones like Rodiak and Folidin? As Folidin reaches out to strangle him, Cha Shin-hyeon finally realizes they are mixing physical and mental power. Completely immortal, Cha Shin-hyeon shatters the thick ice and fires a blast of flame right at Folidin, who struggles to defend himself. He yells out in disbelief that it is impossible, wondering how Cha Shin-hyeon can wield the blessed power of Rodiak. Cha Shin-hyeon explains that since it is power blessed by the incarnation of madness, anyone who understands its nature can use it. By combining personal strength with blessed power, anyone can master it. Cha Shin-hyeon finally halts his raging fire and speaks. It is time to end this quickly. But as he steps closer, Folidin panics and begs him to wait and stop. Dropping to his knees, the coward begs for mercy, offering valuable information since that is exactly what Cha Shin-hyeon is after. He promises to share everything if only Cha Shin-hyeon spares his life, hoping for a deal. Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs, telling him to speak first, and then he will decide his final fate. He asks why a demon lord came in person, and Folidin admits his servant's report sounded highly suspicious. Fearing betrayal, he felt forced to investigate himself. But Cha Shin-hyeon is highly confused, noting those servants never said a single thing. Folidin explains it was a dream prophecy, shocking Cha Shin-hyeon, who questions this, while the demon lord confirms others know too. They all receive a dark vision that the blessed champion of madness died by the hands of an outside invader, a warrior from another dimension, proving the prophecy true. Curse it all, Folidin never expected this myth to be real. Cha Shin-hyeon silently notes that receiving visions directly from demon gods must be quite an unpleasant experience. He tells Folidin that he could have easily guessed all of that himself, demanding one solid reason to keep him alive. Desperate, Folidin screams that once Cha Shin-hyeon returns to Earth, he will convince the demon race to stop their hunt, even if he must grovel. When asked how he can trust such a promise, Folidin swears on his honor. Cha Shin-hyeon casually agrees, making the demon bow and thank him repeatedly. Cha Shin-hyeon smirks, telling him it is nothing. But shortly after, Folidin finds himself locked inside a cold dungeon, completely baffled. He yells that this violates their deal, asking why he is locked up. Cha Shin-hyeon answers that he still needs to consult his allies first, telling him to wait patiently before walking away. Folidin can only grumble in total frustration. He actually believed he was going free. Stepping outside, Cha Shin-hyeon decides it is time to hear the opinion of a demon first. Asking if demons still hold a grudge against dragons, Nerissa realizes Rodiak was only defeated because he held back his true power. With Campidan swearing loyalty, she warns him never to trust Folidin. When Cha Shin-hyeon questions why, Auntie steps up to explain the truth. The brutal war between demons and dragons raged not long ago, back when there were far more demon lords. Even then, they were completely determined to wipe out the dragons, no matter how heavy their own losses were. Nerissa and Campidan nod in agreement, with Campidan warning that if that demon lord is ever released, disaster will follow. He will immediately inform the other lords about this terrifying strength, pooling their forces together to strike, banding together to eliminate Cha Shin-hyeon once and for all. Glaring with a terrifying fierce gaze, the hero asks if that is how Campidan would personally handle him. Trembling, Campidan quickly stammers that it was only a hypothetical scenario and he has absolutely no intention of doing that. Shrugging it off, Cha Shin-hyeon declares he has heard enough and is going to release the prisoner, forcing Ante to scream in protest. Silencing them with a menacing glare, he reminds them he already gave his word to spare the captive. He then opens the gateway, telling Folidin to run. The demon dashes away, laughing at the utter fool, promising that Cha Shin-hyeon will deeply regret this choice. But before he gets far, sharp ice spikes suddenly impale his body. Walking calmly up to the bleeding demon, Cha Shin-hyeon mockingly asks how his own freezing ice feels. Writhing in agony, the demon warns that he has started a massive war and will never return to Earth in one piece. Cha Shin-hyeon sighs, saying he has heard that threat too many times to care. Meanwhile, Dural's jolts awake in the dead of night. He cannot believe that even Folidin has perished, as the gods have warned him in a dream of another massive loss. The champion blessed by terror is dead. Knowing this, he demands an urgent meeting with the other demon lords through Naznal. An annoyed Naznal snaps, complaining about their endless demands and getting disturbed at this late hour. Durals quickly defends himself, explaining that a far more terrifying prophecy has just been revealed to them. Intrigued, Naznel questions this, while Achia confirms that the champion blessed by the incarnation of terror has also perished. Realizing it must be Foliden, Naznel laughs and asks where he is. Durrells reveals they lost contact after he went to Rodiak. This shocking news leaves Naznel completely stunned. Durrells grows quiet, realizing that if Foliden is truly gone, a pattern is forming. It means three mighty demon lords have now fallen to a single outsider, yet they know almost nothing about this strange dimension. They only recognize it as a home to inferior creatures known as humans. Achia raises a dark, unsettling possibility, wondering if these humans are far stronger than they assumed and if they are actively working with the dragon race. Durrellos grit his teeth. This situation was far worse than he imagined. Achia urged Naznel to summon the other demon lords immediately. They needed a serious discussion. Looking thoroughly annoyed, Naznel agreed to call them using his high authority. A moment later, the other lords gathered. Naznel apologized for summoning everyone so abruptly on such short notice, but they had a critical update. The seventh Lord Terranin let out a massive yawn, asking what could possibly be so urgent. The ninth Lord Silent joked that they probably just wanted to chat. Durrellos chuckled and shook his head. No, Durrellos was the one who asked Naznel to bring them here. Hearing this, the sixth Lord Jericho looked stunned. Bados, the 10th Lord, chimed in asking what Durrellos could possibly need. The 11th Lord Milpy watched with sudden interest. Durrellos brought up Violet, reminding everyone how he had chased the dragon race straight into another dimension. The other lords nodded, but then Durrellos dropped a bombshell. It seemed something terrible had happened to Violet. Shock rippled through the room. Durrellos added that Rodiak suffered the exact same fate, followed quickly by Foliden. Foliden had gone to check on Rodiak but completely vanished. They suspected an interdimensional invader was behind it. To confirm this theory, Durrellos wanted someone with shape-shifting abilities to infiltrate the area and find the truth. Jericho realized Durrellos was eyeing him. Durrellos confirmed it, telling him to disguise himself as a dragon and scout. He wanted Jericho to fly around Rodiak's castle to estimate the enemy forces. Jericho stood up and agreed. Just outside the door, Durrellos' personal servant, secretly brainwashed by Shin-hyeon, was eavesdropping on everything. Sensing extreme danger, the spy slipped away, realizing he had to report this to Shin-hyeon immediately. Suddenly, Durrellos appeared, gripping his shoulder. He asked how he dared to eavesdrop. The servant stammered in denial. Upset by the lie, Durrellos called him a massive disappointment before brutally crushing his head on the spot. A recording crystal fell from the lifeless hand, playing a voice that mentioned someone was watching the castle's perimeter. Durrellos stomped on the crystal, noting that whoever pulled this off must be incredibly skilled. Turning his personal servant into a mole was no small feat. The game was becoming far more interesting. With a sinister grin, Durrellos muttered that he could not wait to face this mysterious interdimensional invader. Meanwhile, Shin-hyeon lay on his bed deep in thought. With another demon lord active, their next move was unpredictable. He needed to uncover their ultimate plans. Just then, Auntie walked into the room and called out his name. Shin-hyeon sat up. Auntie quietly requested to speak with him in absolute private, away from any prying eyes. He asked if they could step away somewhere quiet. Agreeing, the two quickly made their way into a secluded cave. Once inside, Shin-hyeon demanded to know who he really was. Auntie smirked. He praised Shin-hyeon for noticing, admitting he had wanted to meet him since day one. He claimed to be a dying deity, the dragon god. Shin-hyeon asked if every dimension had its own god. The entity explained that Auntie had no idea he was being possessed. He was merely borrowing the mortal body for a brief moment, and Auntie would remember absolutely nothing. Shin-hyeon asked why he wanted this meeting and why he kept his presence hidden from his own host. The guy gestured deep into the dark cavern, promising answers inside. Shin-hyeon sighed in annoyance. He questioned if this was even necessary, but the god ignored him and walked ahead, demanding he follow. Shin-hyeon yelled to just spit it out. Following him, and Shin-hyeon felt a sudden wave of familiarity. In the distance, a figure sat quietly. Recognizing the creation martial god, Shin-hyeon instantly drew his blade and lunged forward, catching his guide off guard. The god yelled to start with a conversation first, but Shin-hyeon screamed that he had no need for talk. He slashed furiously, but the deity blocked the strike in complete silence. Shin-hyeon roared that he lost his entire family because of him. He was left all alone, trapped in a miserable cave for hundreds of years, and it was all his fault. The god pushed him back effortlessly without uttering a word. Gritting his teeth, Shin-hyeon screamed that this was all his doing. Earth was now completely infested with horrific monsters and demons. Filled with rage, Shin-hyeon charged once more. But the god brushed him off with a simple gesture. Panting heavily, Shin-hyeon demanded to know why he did this to him. He swung his blade again, only for it to be easily blocked. Smirk appearing, the deity asked if he was finally ready to listen. "So you finally decided to speak with me, Cha Shin-hyeon," the god muttered. They stood locked in a tense standoff, weapons pointed at each other. Cha Shin-hyeon demanded to know what he meant. Did he really think they were going to talk? Roaring that there was absolutely no way, Cha Shin-hyeon swung his sword again. Anton stands nearby, knowing it won't be easy to calm him down. Right at that very moment, Cha Shin-hyeon makes his move. He lets out a roaring scream, vowing to slice him to pieces, then leaps high into the air for a preemptive strike. Screaming for him to taste the agony, he sweeps his blade right at his throat, but his opponent easily dodges with a smug grin. Cha Shin-hyeon roars that he's dead. With a massive swing, he drives his sword straight down, aiming to run the blade right through his neck. A massive explosion erupts, sending rocks flying everywhere as a blinding golden light floods the entire room. As the thick dust clears, a stunned Cha Shin-hyeon spots heavy chains slowly wrapping themselves around Duros. They hoist him high into the air. Completely baffled by the sight, Cha Shin-hyeon demands to know why he is bound up like this. Wondering what is going on, he watches as Duros speaks up helplessly, noting it is a long story. But then he asks a question. He asks if Cha Shin-hyeon can spare him a moment, then begins to explain, reflecting back on the day the goddess first noticed him. She took notice of his existence the moment his power transcended human limits, ascending him into true godhood. Memories of a glorious victory flash in his mind. Shortly after, the goddess invited him deep into her inner world. As he speaks, he vividly remembers her stunning golden hair and a breathtaking body with curves in all the right places. Welcoming him into her grand palace, she smiled. Duros continues his tale. The goddess congratulated him on becoming a god, but he knew her sweet words were pure lies. From the very beginning, she refused to lose her divine status, so she deliberately broke an ancient unwritten rule. She was never supposed to interfere with other dimensions, yet she teamed up with the demon god who was battling the dragon god. Cast down into this dimension, he was sealed away by her schemes. He bitterly explains that even an all-powerful god has limits. He cannot use his full power outside of his own home dimension. Left with absolutely no other choice, he was forced into submission. This left him ruthlessly exploited. He painfully relives that dark moment. Hanging helplessly from iron chains just like this, he had to face the demon king, who sneered at him with a wicked grin. Once the demon god locked him in a secret location, the fiend finally revealed his true sinister intentions. After destroying the dragon god, he planned to conquer Earth, the very world where the goddess resided. To stop the goddess's twisted greed and the demon god's tyrannical reign, he acted. Gathering whatever small fragments of power he had left, he created a martial arts world deep within his inner mind. This became a training ground where he could master every single martial art he had ever known. They never crossed paths before because his inner world exists as a purely mental domain. It essentially functions as a private parallel universe belonging entirely to the one who created it. This kept it hidden from the goddess's watchful eyes. But while he summoned Cha Shin-hyeon, she unleashed all kinds of chaos. She engineered devastating disasters to force humanity to trust her, knowing desperate people always turn to gods in times of suffering. Cha Shin-hyeon grits his teeth, muttering that it cannot be. Then he lets out a desperate, shattered scream. Was everything he believed in just a massive lie? Anton steps up beside him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. He softly confirms the painful truth, letting him know that everything he just heard is indeed correct. Panicking, Cha Shin-hyeon questions it again, but Anton only nods, confirming the harsh reality of their situation. Since he is a god from the underworld, his remaining time in this realm is strictly limited. Cha Shin-hyeon tightly clenches his fists. Telling Anton he already knows, he prepares to swing a fist at Duros, roaring about his stolen life and legacy. How could he dare do this? Anton immediately holds him back, struggling as Cha Shin-hyeon screams to be let go. Anton pleads with him, saying he completely understands but begs him to listen for just a moment longer. The god explains that ever since Cha Shin-hyeon arrived, he has been watching his journey using Elder's eyes. Watching him defeat two demon gods finally convinced him to trust the words of the godless. They truly believe that Cha Shin-hyeon would be their absolute salvation. In response, Cha Shin-hyeon looks back with a question. He glares at Duros with sharp, piercing eyes, demanding to know why they are so desperate for him to become a god. Duros quietly replies that it is simply because he believes it is the only way to stop the goddess. If throwing away his humanity is the price to save the entire world, shouldn't he take that path? Hearing those heavy words, Cha Shin-hyeon grits his teeth in frustration. But Duros is not finished. He points out that Cha Shin-hyeon destroyed the demon gods without ever ascending, proving a human can indeed rival divinity. Just how strong could he actually get if he ascended to godhood? Right at that moment, Cha Shin-hyeon quickly pulls himself away from Anton's grasp. He charges forward and lands a heavy punch right to Duros' face, standing over him to explain exactly why he let him live. It is not out of forgiveness, he is only agreeing to this temporary alliance to keep his family and loved ones safe. Duros flashes a mysterious smile, feeling incredibly grateful for that brief moment of trust before reaching up to touch the heavy metal. Chains bound tightly around his body, letting out another groan of absolute pain. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately asks him how they can get rid of these bindings when Anton speaks up from behind, explaining there are only two ways to unlock these iron chains. Either the demon god frees him or they kill the god. Duros bows his head low, explaining that he is no longer able to summon both of them into his private inner world to speak with each other. This was the last place they could talk, as he had to use up all of his remaining power just to force this inner world open. After a brief pause, he completely vanishes. Anton and Cha Shin-hyeon witness him fade away. Cha Shin-hyeon lets out a sigh, and honestly, can we even blame him? But he immediately cracks his knuckles. There is absolutely nothing left to do now but fight their way out of here. He takes a few steps forward but suddenly stops when he notices that Anton is not following behind him. Turning back, he sees a strange purple glow radiating from Anton's body, who snaps out of it and scratches his head in confusion. The elder asks him why they are even standing in this strange place. Startled, Cha Shin-hyeon asks him back before quickly reassuring him that some things just went down. They continue walking on, one leading the way and the other following. Anton curiously asks if he really won't tell him, while Cha Shin-hyeon keeps his hands in his pockets. Cha Shin-hyeon firmly replies that he definitely cannot tell him, but their conversation is cut short when a massive snake monster suddenly blocks their path. The creature actually has human arms and legs attached to a slithering serpent body as it creeps along the ground. Anton is utterly shocked to see a low-class dragon descendant still alive here, but the creature bows and speaks in a human tongue, addressing them as my lord. He explains that the elder might not remember him, but he is Jerry. He stands straight up, revealing what happened after their defeat. A sudden rift opened as he tried to cross over, leaving him severely wounded and completely unable to join the others in time. Bowing in deep reverence, Jerry expresses his absolute joy at seeing his lord again, leaving Anton resting his chin in deep thought as he listens. Cha Shin-hyeon gives him a quick nudge with his elbow, whispering that this guy is his subordinate and can barely even keep himself alive. He asks why he is not healing the poor creature, while Jerry stares up at Anton with sparkling, hopeful eyes to look as cute as possible. Scratching his head, Anton extends a hand and apologizes for not taking better care of his subordinate, while Jerry eagerly grabs it, bowing with a sudden vicious glint in his eyes. The elder asks the low-class dragon how he is doing, apologizing once again for leaving him behind to suffer like this. Holding onto Anton's hand, the beast reassures him that it is fine, expressing deep gratitude for ever being accepted as a soldier. But get this, his face twists into a sinister smile because the real Jerry is already dead, replaced by Jerryon, the sixth demon lord, disguised after brutally assassinating the soldier. As Anton and Cha Shin-hyeon help the imposter back, the other dragon soldiers watch in complete shock, whispering in total disbelief. Good grief, one soldier rushes over to check if Jerry is doing all right, while another stands there scratching his head in confusion. They wonder how a mere low-class soldier even managed to survive, but they quickly suggest that they should treat his wounds first. But in his mind, Garyon knows he cannot allow this, realizing that if he receives any healing spell from the dragon clan, his true identity will be immediately exposed, so he quickly refuses the treatment while maintaining his Jerry disguise. He claims his injuries are already mostly healed, turning toward Anton to humbly request a place where he can finally get some rest. Asking if he could be granted a private room, Anton sighs and instructs one of his guards to guide Jerry to his quarters. The guard quickly obeys and leads the way. Once they arrive, the soldier curiously double-checks if his actual name is indeed Jerry. Telling him to get some rest, the imposter politely thanks him, but before leaving, the guard turns back with a final warning. He orders him to report immediately if his wounds start hurting again. Jerry reassures him it won't be necessary and sits down. Left alone, Garyon contemplates what he just witnessed, realizing that all of Rodiak's loyal servants have willingly submitted to that wretched human. Even the other soldiers have been trained by him, and he overheard the servants mentioning some incredibly shocking news. They claimed Rodiak is dead, yet everyone behaves so normally, saying they must just get on with their daily lives. Hearing this, Garyon reaches the absolute conclusion that Rodiak's death is indeed certain. He wonders if they are planning to form an alliance, deciding that he needs to investigate much deeper to be sure. Transforming back into his true demonic form, he vows to find a way to sneak into their big meeting tomorrow. The next morning, he steps out of his room, still disguised as Jerry, spotting Alex and calling out to him as a mere human. Hearing this, Alex turns around and asks if he is indeed the low-class soldier who miraculously made it back alive. Alex turns around, brushing him off. He asks if it is really that important, because if not, it can wait since he has a meeting to attend. Jerry stops him, insisting that is exactly why he called. He wants to join the meeting, claiming he has crucial intel from his time in captivity. He was lost out here all alone, and he is sure everyone wants to hear what he found. Right at that moment, Cha Shin-hyeon walks past. Seeing Alex and Jerry deep in conversation, he wonders what they are up to. Meanwhile, Jerry keeps pushing. He explains that he just wants to help so he can get his revenge. Alex hesitates, thinking it over. This is not a decision Alex can make on his own. But then Cha Shin-hyeon taps Alex on the shoulder, telling him to just let the guy join. After all, he might actually have some useful information. Cha Shin-hyeon takes his seat at the table and addresses the room. He announces that Jerry has some news about how he managed to survive out there. Auntie immediately turns to the newcomer. Auntie asks what kind of absolute hell he went through. Jerry John immediately squeezes out some fake tears, sobbing about his time alone. He claims everything was a complete nightmare. He was captured and brutally tortured, but by some miracle he managed to slip away. Just thinking about their utter cruelty still makes him shiver to his core. Now he just wants payback. Campion agrees, muttering that those demons will do absolutely anything to force information out of someone. Auntie stays quiet but looks incredibly uneasy. Alex pulls out a map, cutting through the tension by suggesting they look at it first. It is a map of this dimension, courtesy of Nerissa. He points directly to the center. Right in the middle lies the stronghold of the strongest demon lord Nasniel. Guarding him from the east, west, south, and north are other powerful demon lords. With Nasniel fortified in the center, they have already taken down 2 of his guardians. Viewlight is officially out of the picture. The closest guardian left is silent. Sitting nearby, Jerry John quietly panics, realizing these humans have researched them incredibly thoroughly. Things are getting tense now that 2 of the 4 demon lords are dead. Auntie warns everyone that Nasniel is a completely different beast. He once took on 2 high-ranking dragon clans at once and walked away without a single scratch. Parkin chimes in, comparing him to his old master. Viewlight was nothing compared to Nasniel. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly grabs Parkin by the horn, telling him to shut his mouth, making the little guy sob. He apologizes to his master, completely startled. Cha Shin-hyeon then turns his attention elsewhere. He asks Jerry for his opinion on what they should do next, and Jerry boldly suggests charging straight into Nasniel's castle. Campion gasps, asking if he has lost his mind since Nasniel is the absolute strongest. Auntie wonders what Jerry is really playing at. Jerry quickly explains that right before he escaped, he was actually inside Nasniel's castle. It looked like the demon lord was leading his forces southwest. If they strike the empty castle, now they can take the center easily. Everyone stares at the map in tense silence. And honestly, what happens next is a total shocker, because Cha Shin-hyeon actually agrees. His sudden decision catches everyone off guard. Cha Shin-hyeon explains that since the castle is currently undefended, it is the perfect target. By marching in and capturing it, they can secure a massive stronghold with minimal effort. It would be foolish to pass up an opportunity like this. Jerry's eyes light up as he thanks Cha Shin-hyeon for listening. Cha Shin-hyeon coldly replies he only took the advice because it was actually useful. He dismisses the meeting, and Jerry John rushes straight back to Nasniel's castle. He bursts through the doors, asking if everyone is assembled. Terry grumbles, questioning if Jerry John really summoned them all, while Silent sighs at the hassle. Jerry John snaps back, asking if they have any idea how much he had to kiss up to those pathetic insects. That was the only way to feed them this bait, so they should stop complaining. Nasniel tells Jerry John to calm down. He asks what could be so urgent that it required a full gathering. Jerry John reveals the enemy is rebuilding their army. They are recruiting soldiers from the very demon lords they already defeated. Hearing this, Bados is offended, pointing out they are high-level demons. He cannot believe their kind would actually ally with humans and dragons. Milpin spits out a curse, calling them complete trash. Tiranin slams his hand on the table in a rage, demanding they slaughter every single one of those traitors. Jerry John just smirks. He drops an even bigger piece of news. The enemy apparently left some highly important people back on Earth. They are constantly worrying about those they left behind. Hearing this, Duro smirks and asks Nasniel why they do not just send a few demon lords to Earth. They could easily grab them as hostages. Nasniel thinks it over and agrees it is a solid plan, ordering Jerry John, Bados, and Milpin to move. He tells them to pay a little visit to Earth. Meanwhile, back in Rodolek's palace, Cha Shin-hyeon reveals a shocking truth to Auntie. Jerry is actually a demon. Auntie screams in disbelief, realizing he is not just any regular demon, but a literal demon lord. Cha Shin-hyeon winces, telling him to keep it down before he blows out his eardrums. He confirms the truth, leaving Auntie in shock. Jerry has likely fled by now. Campion stands nearby, his head spinning from all the shouting. Suddenly, Alex runs in, confirming Cha Shin-hyeon's suspicions. There is absolutely no trace of him left, as if he was never even there. Auntie can only look on in pure embarrassment. He apologizes to Cha Shin-hyeon, admitting he was easily fooled because the demon looked just like one of his own kin. Cha Shin-hyeon tells Auntie not to apologize, suggesting that Auntie simply could not sense the demon lord energy quite yet. Alex wonders why they let the demon into the city and allowed him to join the meeting at all. Their numbers and strategy are completely leaked, but Cha Shin-hyeon says it is fine. The spy will relay false information while they launch a surprise attack on a lower demon lord, Celine. Their next target is Celine's castle, and a surprise attack is always best. Meanwhile, over at Nasniel's castle, Jerry John has received his orders and agreed to move. Bados sighs, complaining about how boring it is that they must leave. Milbin grumbles about being assigned such a trivial task, but they have no choice but to accept. Jerry John tells Nasniel they leave tonight. Jerry John decides to scout ahead, and Nasniel tells him to be careful, as Durag stands up to speak. Duro suggests that they also need to prepare, instructing the others to get their forces ready. They must gather here first thing tomorrow morning, which the other demon lords agree is a sensible plan before leaving. They will prepare their forces and gather here tomorrow morning. The other demon lords agree and begin to leave. Naznal suddenly gives Duros a suspicious look. That night at Celine's castle, Cha Shin-hyeon, Alex, and Ante, along with Campbell, arrive. Standing outside the castle of the obese Celine, Cha Shin-hyeon asks if this is the place. He turns around and commands them to handle everything quickly and precisely, just like their training. Behind them stands a massive army of dragon and demon soldiers ready to charge forward to take the castle. They charge into Celine's castle. The local guards are absolutely no match for Cha Shin-hyeon's army, and Campbell reports. There are ranged attackers here. They must eliminate them before they even realize what is happening as the outer guards fall. The four move deep inside and kick down the door to the fat Celine's room, catching him completely off guard. The Demon King screams in shock, claiming they had already reinforced their defenses in preparation for tomorrow. He desperately calls for his guards, but Cha Shin-hyeon draws his sword, lunging forward to slash the fat lord. Cutting him down, Cha Shin-hyeon coldly remarks that no matter how much he screams, no one is coming to save him. Leaping forward, Cha Shin-hyeon uses a glowing sword to sever Celine's arm, leaving the demon lord writhing on the ground. Cha Shin-hyeon warns him that this is only a warning, which is why he only took his left arm. If he wants to live, he must speak. He demands to know what Naznal is scheming. Despite his intense pain, the stubborn demon lord refuses to speak to a mere human bug. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon says nothing and delivers another swift strike, severing the demon's right leg instead. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if he will talk now, and the trembling demon lord begs him to stop, promising to speak. He reveals all demon lords are gathering their forces to kill Cha Shin-hyeon, but Cha Shin-hyeon only smiles. He asks if they even know where he is, or if they honestly think they can even defeat him. Celine snaps back, saying no matter how strong Cha Shin-hyeon is, he cannot defeat their massive army and all demon lords. He insults Ante, calling him a cowardly lizard who ran away only to return with a human for revenge. Ante calmly tells him to believe what he wants. Celine snarls that they should have completely wiped out the entire dragon clan back then instead of letting them survive. He mocks them as an abandoned clan that grew arrogant, suggesting they did not slaughter enough dragons. This sends Ante into an absolute rage. Cha Shin-hyeon places a hand on Ante's shoulder, telling him that he will let him handle this before walking away. Ante thanks him and begins to cast his magic, while Celine desperately screams that even if they kill him, it changes nothing. Before Celine can finish his rant, Ante blasts him with a powerful spell, completely obliterating him as the others quietly watch. Alex asks Cha Shin-hyeon about their next move, pointing out that they left only a few soldiers back at their city. Campbell quickly chimes in, offering to lead the soldiers back to Rodiak City to secure their defenses. Cha Shin-hyeon declines, explaining that the enemy will realize Celine is missing from tomorrow's meeting and come looking for him. Campbell asks what their master wants them to do next, and Cha Shin-hyeon turns to Ante. He asks Ante if they can teleport to a specific location with just the two of them, leaving Alex completely surprised. Campbell complains about their master leaving them behind, but the two vanish through space before another word can be said. This leaves both of them completely bewildered. Meanwhile, three demon lords, Jerry John Bados and Milben, warp over to Shin-hyeon's castle. Jerry John points out a dimensional rift, prompting Bados to suggest they take a much more cautious approach. Bados offers to stay outside and guard the perimeter, while the other two head inside, and then they begin to split up. Just as they point out the dimensional rift, Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly teleports right in front of them, catching them completely off guard. "I knew it," he says. "Did Jerry mention something about Earth?" Milpin grits his teeth, growling out in utter shock. "There are only two of them, so let's just kill them." Meanwhile, the other demon lords have gathered their armies as Atia furiously curses that fat bastard Silent. Why is he so late? He should be here by now. Naznal wonders if the guy withdrew because he doesn't want to get involved. Tirani disagrees, claiming he would never chicken out. But Duro chimes in, wondering if their plans got leaked, and that the human might have actually killed him. Arita mocks the idea, but Duro insists it is entirely possible. After all, his closest aide was brainwashed by that human leaking their secrets. Still, Naznal points out that they won't halt the invasion just because one lord is missing. They should proceed as planned. But Duro suggests that since Silent is likely dead, they should change their target city. Instead of Rodiak, they should raid Silent's stronghold since they are close by. Naznal internally curses that damn Duro. He is trying to manipulate the army again. Naznal shuts him down, ordering everyone to head toward Rodiak as planned. Duro shrugs it off, saying they have to follow orders from the chief demon lord anyway. The details of Cha Shin-hyeon's battle remain unseen, but by the time the dust clears, everything changes. Milpin opens his eyes to see Barrows decapitated, letting out a terrified scream. He cannot believe two demon lords fell so easily. Cha Shin-hyeon delivers a swift kick, speaking coldly. This is how he stops their invasion of Earth. The single kick instantly kills the demon while Auntie spots Jerry John fleeing. Auntie yells out to Cha Shin-hyeon that another enemy is escaping, catching the hero off guard. He thought he finished them all. Even with a massive head start, the fleeing demon cannot escape Cha Shin-hyeon's insane speed. A blinding light blasts right into him, leaving his ultimate fate completely up in the air. Only Jerry John's shattered mask remains on the ground as Cha Shin-hyeon realizes things have taken a bad turn. Staring helplessly at the active portal, he curses as he senses the lingering energy of the escapee. The runner is the imposter who disguised himself as a dragon. Cha Shin-hyeon could follow him through the rift but has no idea where he would land. It looks like Jerry John successfully escaped with his life and he is now heading straight for Earth. Auntie approaches and tells him not to worry, reminding him of the brutal training he put the defenders through. With that kind of hellish training, they will not fall easily to traps or simple attacks. Cha Shin-hyeon dryly asks if that was encouragement. He notes that 2 out of 3 invaders are dead, and the survivor is likely heavily crippled. So Earth is safe, but he wonders where the other lords will strike. Auntie ponders for a moment before pointing out that the enemy has already occupied all Western territories. With the Viewlight assault force wiped out, Auntie looks toward the distant horizon and deduces the enemy's only remaining route. There is only one path left. Cha Shin-hyeon notes that whether they target Silence City or Rodiak City, they have to pass through. They must cross the Lasha Mountains. With a grin, he suggests waiting for them there as they head out. While they head to the mountains, Jerry John steps out of his portal, hiding his face in absolute disbelief. He cannot believe Barrows and Milpin fell so easily, cursing that damn human for having the audacity to break his mask. Glaring at the barrier, he decides to eliminate the dragons first before hunting down the location of Cha Shin-hyeon's physical body. Over at a San Francisco lab, a human guard reports through his radio that Sector A is completely clear. The patrol in Sector B confirms the same, but the radio transmission suddenly cuts off with static. The guard mutters about the sudden disconnect, wondering if the gear is broken, right before a massive crash startles them both. Spinning around to look, the Dragon Guard volunteers to check out the disturbance first. But the moment he takes flight, he is sliced in half. Jerry John descends from the sky, mocking their futile efforts. Realizing this is the place they were protecting, he slowly gathers his energy, musing about blowing the whole facility to pieces. The human guard stands frozen in terror as the villain prepares to strike. Meanwhile, meditating on Bottom Mountain, Cha Shin-hyeon opens his eyes. They are here, he mutters as the thundering footsteps of thousands of enemies echo in the distance. Cha Shin-hyeon tells Auntie it is time and the dragon takes flight with the hero riding on his back. As they confront the massive demon army, Naznal mocks them, wondering if humans simply have no concept of fear. As the two forces stare each other down, Duro warns Naznal that the human must have a hidden trump card. With power like that, they might as well test how strong Cha Shin-hyeon really is, and Naznal gives the green light. Duro orders his troops to attack. A commander sends the first wave forward, and dozens of soldiers rush straight at Cha Shin-hyeon. Standing calmly, he realizes that Guy is Naznal, then activates his brainwashing skill to address the soldiers. He orders them to retreat immediately, since he has no business dealing with them, leaving the soldiers completely stunned. This guy radiates energy just like a demon lord. He is definitely not a normal human. Cha Shin-hyeon issues his final warning: retreat now if you want to live, but a trembling soldier still shouts back. Do not listen to him, do not listen to his words, just keep moving. As they charge, Cha Shin-hyeon draws his shining sword and sighs in annoyance, asking if they are all completely deaf. Unable to comprehend his simple warning, they face his single massive slash that instantly wipes out the entire front line. Stragglers try to flee but cannot escape, leaving a field of fallen soldiers as Cha Shin-hyeon calls out to the leaders. He taunts them to stop sending weaklings, talk about a massive flex, and fight him himself, leaving the demon lords furious. Seeing them hesitate, he charges straight in, mocking them for not taking the first step as he targets Terranin. Enraged, Terranin bared his sharp claws, yelling that he will personally tear this arrogant bastard apart. He lunges forward and the two clash furiously, while Auntie watches from the sidelines, ready to back up Cha Shin-hyeon. Intending to summon reinforcements, Auntie begins casting a spell, but his channeling is suddenly cut short. Achia blocks him, mocking him for still being alive and asking where he thinks he is running. She demands he stay and play, launching into a fierce duel while Naznal and Duro watch from a distance. Duro calmly tells Naznal that they can just sit back and enjoy the show for now. Naznal glares at him in silence. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Alex looks out into the distance, sensing an eerie quiet. With things this quiet, the enemy must be heading straight for the location of Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie. Waking up a fast asleep Campidan, Alex tells him to get up, prompting a groggy response. Campidan asks if they are under attack, but Alex explains that Cha Shin-hyeon and Auntie are fighting alone. They need to head out and back them up immediately, shocking Campidan, who cannot believe they are fighting elsewhere. He demands to know why he was not told sooner, while Alex looks at the horizon, hoping they can arrive in time. Even though Cha Shin-hyeon can handle himself, they still need to move fast as Atia relentlessly presses her attack. Swings of her heavy axe come with insults, mocking Ante for growing soft and weak after being out of combat for so long. But despite her relentless barrage, Ante manages to read her moves and block the strike. Frustrated that her blow was stopped, she leaps into the air to unleash a barrage of magic spells. Ante counters by breathing a torrent of flames, but Atia quickly manifests sharp red spears in midair, hurling them down at him. Challenging him to block this next attack, she watches as Ante quickly deploys a glowing purple barrier around himself. The barrier completely dissolves her spears, and Ante smugly asks what she plans to do now that he blocked it. Infuriated, she vows to aim better this time and unleashes the exact same spell, determined to tear him apart. Instead of a flurry of tiny spears, she channels all her magic into one colossal lance and hurls it. He easily flies upward to evade the massive projectile, immediately preparing a counterspell of his own while airborne. Ante unleashes a blazing purple energy orb straight from his mouth, which, wait for it, strikes her before she can even react. Achia grunts in pain, amazed that he could cast such high-tier magic so quickly. Calling it insane, she laughs and declares that no matter what he does, his fate is sealed. Dismissing him as a mere lizard, she releases a massive shockwave of dark energy, forcing the fallen soldiers to slowly stand back up. They transform into mindless undead puppets, rushing straight at Ante, while Atia laughs hysterically at his looming demise. She boasts that they will never fall as long as their bodies remain intact, mockingly asking if he can handle them all. Ante curses while taking flight, while over on Cha Shin-hyeon's side, a frustrated Terranin screams, demanding to know why his attacks cannot land. Cha Shin-hyeon just chuckles and taunts him for being too slow, causing Terranin to scream in rage for him to shut up and die. They continue their fast-paced dance of attacks and dodges, leaving Naznal watching from afar, thoroughly disgusted by Terranin's absolute uselessness. He prepares to step in and end it himself, but Duro quickly holds him back. Duros tells him to maintain his dignity as a leader and remain behind as their final line of defense, so Dural is the one who should go. Naznal agrees that dignity is fine, but if he acts suspicious, Naznal will jump into the fight immediately. Dural just scoffs, telling him to stay back and watch the show. But if things go south, Naznal has to rescue him. As Dural leaves, he wears a sly grin, plotting his next move. This is his chance to get stronger. Meanwhile, Naznal watches him walk away, murmuring angrily that you will see what the brat can do. Can a cocky kid like Dural really deliver? Meanwhile, Terranin is already exhausted, backed into a corner by Cha Shin-hyeon. Just as Cha Shin-hyeon places his sword against Terranin's neck, Dural whips out his whip to block the strike, joking that he arrived pretty late. Gasping for breath and shaking in fear, Terranin furiously snaps at Dural, demanding to know why he took so long to join. Dural just chuckles, saying at least Terranin is still breathing, before pulling Cha Shin-hyeon's blade toward himself with his whip. Cha Shin-hyeon tenses up. Is his light sword actually starting to dissolve? He quickly jerks his weapon free from Dural's grip. Dural sneers, saying the hero clearly does not understand how his defense works. Then his weapon begins to glow. Red energy wraps around Cha Shin-hyeon's leg. Enraged, he demands to know if Dural really thinks this garbage can hold him down. Cha Shin-hyeon breaks free instantly. Dural licks his lips, saying if the hero only knew the truth, he would have run from the whip like the plague. Looking down, Cha Shin-hyeon realizes his pants are already shredded from the energy. Confused, Cha Shin-hyeon wonders what he means. Dural strikes again, asking if he feels anything unusual yet. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon notices something bizarre. Blood is floating from his own cuts straight into Dural's body. Dural asks if he understands his power now. Cha Shin-hyeon gasps, is he absorbing life force directly from living things? Talk about a cheap trick. Distracted, Cha Shin-hyeon takes another hit, this time slicing right across his arm. Dural takes that as a compliment. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps back, realizing he simply cannot let the whip touch him again. Midair, he catches the two demon lords off guard, unleashing a massive slash downward toward Dural and Terranin. He shouts that Dural cannot absorb energy directly from his sword, can he? A massive X-shaped energy blast crashes right into them. Though they survive, Terranin coughs up blood while Dural finally loses his smirk. Now looking completely furious, Dural glares. Terranin weakly looks over and asks if he is doing all right. Dural admits the human is way stronger than expected. Then without warning, he slaughters Tanyeon, leaving him gasping in shock. Tanyeon chokes out, asking why Dural is doing this. Dural coldly responds. Since Tanyeon cannot fight anymore, he might as well become a stat boost. Dural drains his blood completely. Stunned, Cha Shin-hyeon yells out, asking how he could kill his own ally. Dural just powers up. Having absorbed Tanyeon's energy, Dural boasts that he and Cha Shin-hyeon can play this little game for much longer now. Watching from afar, Naznal is absolutely disgusted. So this dirty trick was why Dural did not want him interfering. Guardian or not, Naznal decides he must eliminate this monster. He starts gathering his own terrifying power. As Naznal steps forward, we cut to Antari, who is busy burning down a relentless horde of zombies. Anari complains about the endless enemies. Watching from the sidelines, Achia mocks him, asking where his confidence went. She smugly claims this proves why lizards can never match the sheer power of demons. But still, she is glad to play with him again after so long, and now she wants to make him suffer even more. Atsuya summons more zombies to swarm Antari. Seeing this while fighting Cha Shin-hyeon realizes his ally is in trouble. Anari is getting overwhelmed by sheer numbers and his energy is limited. Cha Shin-hyeon knows he needs to help him fast. But Duro leaps in, cracking his whip toward Cha Shin-hyeon and telling him to keep his eyes on his actual opponent. Cha Shin-hyeon dodges, but his blood is still drained from his existing wounds. What an incredibly annoying skill to deal with. Duro absorbs the blood and laughs, saying Cha Shin-hyeon has quite a rich life force. It is easily enough to take on several demon lords at once. Then Duro licks his lips. Too bad, all that abundant life force is completely useless against him. It is only turning into a major disadvantage. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets. Duro just sneers in approval. Charging forward, Cha Shin-hyeon declares he will end this annoying pest quickly. Duro laughs, telling him to go ahead and try. He promises to show him how pathetic he truly is. Duro unleashes his power, causing a massive shockwave across the San Francisco lab. Outside soldiers are attacked by flying beasts summoned by Duro. The guards panic as chaos erupts. Telling everyone to stay calm, Elena notes these look like the ancient creatures from Murim she once heard about. But she never expected to run into them here. Jerry John sneers, asking if she realized these beasts were summoned by magic. Noting her sharp eye, he snaps his fingers to summon even more monstrous beasts while casually mocking his targets. He vows to slaughter them all, promising to erase Cha Shin-hyeon from this world completely so the hero can never return to this place. Lee Ji-hae secretly coordinates with Yoon-san and Elena, whispering that if the two of them can just take action, if they can handle the monsters and keep him distracted, she can sneak behind him for a deadly strike. Elena quickly unleashes her ice magic to help. Declaring that he will not take another step, she conjures a massive wall of ice, completely blocking the enemy's vision. He immediately orders his beasts to shatter the frozen barrier, mocking their attempt and asking if they really think some ice can stop him. Just simple ice. He easily catches an incoming arrow barehanded, laughing and asking what a mere arrow can even do to him. By this time, Lee Ji-hae has slipped behind him. One hit. That is all she needs for a deadly backstab. But glowing red threads suddenly wrap around her, freezing her in place. Jerry John turns around to face her with a smug grin. Mocking her childish sneak attack as utter foolishness, he turns his attention back to his monsters and gives them a cruel order. Blow them up. His red threads slash Lee Ji-hae right across the eye, sending her screaming to the ground. She slams onto the dirt with a pretty hard impact, desperately clutching her injured, bleeding eye as Yoon-son rushes to her side in panic. Desperately asking if she is okay, the scene shifts to Cha Shin-hyeon, who is currently dodging the relentless whips lashed by Duro. While dodging the continuous strikes, he notes that the whipping speed is indeed quite fast, though expected from a demon lord, as Duro lashes out again. Duro sneers, wondering how much longer Cha Shin-hyeon can keep dodging, but the hero effortlessly slips through the strikes to close the gap. However, getting closer proves dangerous as Cha Shin-hyeon takes a few superficial cuts, making the demon lord laugh in sheer satisfaction. Declaring that Cha Shin-hyeon will die soon if this keeps up, Duro presses on while Naznal watches, noting that the crimson mist of Duro is growing thicker, yet Naznal feels an odd sense of dread. Can you blame him? Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon leaps forward with a question. He asks if Duro knows the weakness of his blood mist, and the demon demands to know. Charging ahead, Cha Shin-hyeon explains that by simply tracking the flow of the mist, he can easily pinpoint his location, no matter where he hides. Duro just laughs. Is that it? Calling him a fool, the demon claims absolute control over his whip, but before he can even finish gloating, Cha Shin-hyeon leaps high, shoulder to waist. A devastating slash declares that another demon lord has just been taken down. Smiling, Cha Shin-hyeon tells the demon that no amount of stolen blood could ever save him, as a terrified Duro stares at his fatal wound in total disbelief. Impossible. The blood mist fades. Duro spots Naznal outside and desperately begs for help. He screams at Naznal to seize this perfect chance and kill the bastard, but the cold demon lord simply questions why he should bother. Asking why he should even bother, Naznal ignores the plea, leaving a trembling Duro to beg him to stop joking and save him. Cha Shin-hyeon chuckles. Loyalty is dead. A swift final strike slices the demon clean in two. With Duro sliced in half, Cha Shin-hyeon stands face to face with Naznal, who calmly notes that Duro was far stronger than ordinary lizards, or normal demon lords, so killing him must be satisfying. Cha Shin-hyeon stands there, realizing that if he delays, Auntie won't survive. Knowing he must hurry to back up his ally, Cha Shin-hyeon simply smiles and decides to provoke the formidable opponent instead, mockingly asking if the lazy leader who just sat and watched is finally ready to drag himself into the fight. Urging him to get this over with, Cha Shin-hyeon surges his raw energy to prepare for the ultimate clash against Naznel. Meanwhile, Yoon-sun rushes to Lee Ji-hae as she falls, anxiously asking if she's going to be alright. Warning her to be more careful, they fail to notice that hideous monsters are already closing in on their position. Fortunately, Elena arrives just in time to summon a protective ice barrier, scolding them for letting their guard down. Telling them to stay focused, Elena holds off the relentless monsters summoned by Jerry John, struggling to buy them time. While she fights, Yoon-seon continues to frantically check on Lee Ji-hae, who repeatedly insists that she is fine. Yet blood keeps leaking through her fingers as she clutches her face. Despite the intense pain, Lee Ji-hae suddenly realizes something. Sensing an anomaly, she weakly tells the other two that she did not notice it at first. This guy's behavior is pretty bizarre. It's a clear weakness, and they need to back her up one more time. The other two quickly agree. They will do whatever it takes to buy Lee Ji-hae some time. Give it everything you've got, Elena yells before unleashing her magic to conjure a massive ice wall. The hazy frost completely blinds the monsters, making Jerry the troll roar in pure rage. Stop hiding, you worthless pests. Over at Auntie's side, the zombies manage to cling to him despite his high flight. Glaring down, he barks at them to get off. No matter how hard he fights or how long this drags on, he simply can't wipe them all out. The only way to end this nightmare is to take down Achia, the one controlling them. Looking down from above, she doesn't seem tired at all. In fact, Achia is just standing there yawning. If things keep going this way, Cha Shin-hyeon will end up facing both Naznel and Achia completely alone. If Cha Shin-hyeon falls, everything goes back to square one. Auntie refuses to let that happen and dives straight for her, even if it means dying at her hands, but before he can do anything, reckless Alex and Campion leap in to attack. Achia stumbles back, startled, demanding to know who they are. Campion grins, calling them reinforcements as Alex chimes in. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Angered, Achia calls them disgusting for being demons, siding with inferior trash. Campion just laughs it off. So what, he asks? Getting stronger is all that matters, right? With that, they charge into the horde. Campion yells to Ante, calling him a lizard and asking if he is tired yet. He tells Ante to take a breather and just watch. Alex laughs, fully agreeing with the plan. Talk about absolute confidence. They will clear the grunts, so Campion tells Ante to go focus on the demon lord. Ante admits this is the first time he has ever trusted a demon while Atia fumes nearby. Where did these pests come from, she seethes. Suddenly, Ante is right in her face, declaring it is finally over. Now look at this, the battle in San Francisco is still raging as the girls close in on Jerry John. Elena conjures protective ice walls as they advance while Yoon-sun coordinates her shots to take down incoming monsters. Sensing the perfect opening, Elena shouts for Ji-hae to strike while Mai moves in to cover them. As Mai holds the front line, Elena is nearly ambushed, but Yoon-sun reacts instantly to save her. Elena gasps out a quick thank you. Right then, Ji-hae slips past and appears right in front of Jerry John. Shocked, he wonders when she got so close, but quickly sneers that she is still just a pathetic creature. He lashes out with those creepy red threads of his, expecting an easy kill, but this time is different. Ji-hae easily dodges. Utterly stunned, Jerry John pulls out a talisman, refusing to believe a mere human could do that. Before he can even finish his arrogant sentence, an arrow slams directly into the arm holding the talisman. Elena tells him to shut his mouth. Keeping her focus, Ji-hae charges forward, having already spotted his weakness. She noticed him hiding one hand to cast magic. Closing in, Ji-hae tells him she was waiting for this. With a swift flash, she slices off both of his arms, leaving him screaming in agony about his lost limbs. Ji-hae lunges again, telling him these inferior beings are not to be underestimated. He should have brought backup. Going solo was his biggest mistake. With one final powerful swing, she cleanly takes off Jerry John's head. As his head rolls, the threat vanishes and the remaining monsters dissolve. Yoon-seon finally exhales a sigh of relief. Ji-hae walks over, admitting that if Cha Shin-hyeon were here, these creatures would not have even made it to Earth. A shadow of worry crosses her face as she silently hopes he is doing okay out there. Cut to Naznel, who tells Cha Shin-hyeon that he is far stronger than any typical lizard or demon king. He smirks, saying killing him must be satisfying. Cha Shin-hyeon stays quiet, calculating the risk. If this drags on, Ante will not hold out much longer. He needs to wrap this up and back up his ally. Cha Shin-hyeon taunts him, asking if the big boss has finally decided to get off his throne and fight. Let's settle this fast. Unleashing a surge of power, Cha Shin-hyeon prepares to clash with his opponent. Naznel agrees, noting that since he is the leader, it only makes sense for him to finish this. As he prepares to clean up the battlefield, he channels his energy, but right mid-power-up, something stops him. An eerie voice startles Naznel, making him whirl around. The voice chuckles, asking if he can only hear it now. Suddenly, Naznal is pulled into an unknown dimension. Confused, he looks around trying to understand what happened. Where on earth is this? He wonders, turning around. Towering behind him is a giant hooded figure, telling Naznal that his rank is far too low for regular contact. To have a proper conversation, summoning him was the only option. Terrified, Naznal demands to know who this is. The figure replies that he already knows of its existence, so how could he not recognize it? Naznal freezes. He feels a heavy, invisible pressure and a bizarre vibe, asking the entity if it is indeed a demon god. The dark entity confirms it with a bone-chilling tone, calling Naznal his very own disciple. A non-believer is somehow the only one who gets to speak directly to a true demon god. Quite an ironic twist of fate. Naznal snaps back in anger, pointing out that every other demon lord is already dead. Why are they only stepping in now? The entity simply smiles, calling him a reckless and troublesome little ally. Surely he does not expect supreme beings to personally handle every minor setback. Noble gods have far better things to do. They are forbidden from interfering directly in mortal affairs, just like when the lizards were slaughtered without divine help. Naznal trembles, demanding to know why they are suddenly breaking their own rules and choosing to act now. The entity explains that a godlike presence has crossed over and invaded their dimension, forcing their hand. Naznal gasps in absolute shock, realizing that the human monster standing before them is actually a divine being. The entity chuckles, explaining that this mortal is currently an incomplete god who rejects his own ascension. He refuses to accept his godhood, but even when completely exhausted, his divine nature makes him an absolute threat. Confronting Cha Shin-hyeon directly will lead to only one possible outcome for Naznal, and that is absolute brutal death. They need to buy more time, which means Naznal has a very specific dangerous role to play right now. But before we can find out what that is, the scene shifts back to Auntie confronting the vile Achia. He tells her it is time to end this fight, but she just laughs, claiming she will finish him instead. Reverting to his human form, Auntie charges forward with his spear, but Achia easily blocks his strike and mocks his choice of weapon. Pushing him back, she asks if his spear is a joke before swinging her axe directly at his legs. Auntie manages to block, but she shoves him away again, mocking him to stop playing defense and fight back. Leaping into the air, Auntie strikes back hard, but she deflects the blow, sending him sliding backward once more. Pouring all his remaining strength into his spear, he tells her he is ready to accept whatever painful end awaits. He lunges forward, and though she manages to guard, the overwhelming force behind his strike is simply too much. Her heavy axe snaps in half, leaving her bleeding from the head and staring at her broken weapon in disbelief. Auntie turns to face her, his attack completed as fresh blood drips down her forehead and onto the dirt. Screaming in fury about the scar on her face, she completely loses it, unleashing a massive surge of dark power. Clutching her broken weapon, she vows to tear the damn lizard to pieces before charging headlong at him. Vowing to end him, she lunges forward, but Auntie counters, while noting he finally understands her attack patterns. He appears right in front of her in a flash, catching her completely off guard as she gasps in disbelief. He calmly tells her he has analyzed her fighting style before forcing a desperate Atia to leap back. She swings with all her might, screaming for him to die, and manages to bury her axe in his shoulder. But Auntie drives his spear straight through her chest, pulling it free as she collapses. Shocked, he chose to take the hit. Despite the heavy blade still lodged in his bleeding shoulder, Auntie stands tall and speaks with absolute pride. He is perfectly willing to die if it means taking revenge for his fallen clan. His own life means absolutely nothing. Achia falls. Looking up at the sky, Auntie whispers that the world is finally a bit safer. Meanwhile, Alex is busy fighting off hordes of zombies when the monsters suddenly drop dead all on their own. Utterly shocked, he looks over at Campadin and sees the exact same thing happening. Every single undead drops to the ground motionless as Asia's weapon slowly fades away along with her lifeless body. Campadin looks over at Auntie in disbelief, asking if it is really over, and Auntie confirms their hard-earned victory. Suddenly panicking, he remembers their ally is Cha Shin-hyeon going to be okay. Meanwhile, the standoff between the two continues. Naznal finally snaps out of his trance after speaking with the demon gods, declaring his complete blind obedience to them. Hearing him mention these dark gods catches Cha Shin-hyeon off guard, muttering the words in pure surprise. The guy clearly lacks any real divine blessing, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to boldly declare that all demon lords end today. But right then, a mysterious voice from the divine entities begins to whisper directly to his mind. They command him to match the vanguard's numbers to the remaining enemy forces, ordering everyone else to immediately retreat. Any disobedient soldier gets executed. Hearing this, a shocked Cha Shin-hyeon realizes they are actually planning to run. A booming voice declares, "This is the supreme command from the gods, and glory awaits after death." Then Naznal, pouring power into the surrounding soldiers, he asks if it is really an order from the gods. It turns out the gods are actually real. The surviving enemy soldiers charge to attack the trio of Alex, Auntie, and Campadin. Campadin says this is too easy, promising they will finish the battle quickly, while Alex asks if that is all. The enemy demon yells that since they are doomed anyway, they should kill as many as possible for their god. With that, both sides clash, while Cha Shin-hyeon and Nazneel face off to the side, continuously channeling their massive energy. Cha Shin-hyeon notes the others can handle their fight, so his only job now is taking down the leader before charging right at Nazneel. As Cha Shin-hyeon rushes in, the demon stands completely still, casually raising his hand with absolute confidence. Cha Shin-hyeon is shocked, recognizing the move as the disaster skill Rodiak right before the blast sends him flying backward. Wondering why this happened so suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon watches Nazneel escape in the chaos, leaving him sighing in frustration. The big fish he wanted to catch got away, making his effort pointless. Suddenly, another demon steps out from behind him, causing Cha Shin-hyeon spins around, demanding to know who this is. Surprisingly, this demon looks remarkably like the fallen demon king Rodiak. She greets him like an old friend, but Cha Shin-hyeon angrily asks if she's just some stalker. She snaps, telling him to watch his mouth, but Cha Shin-hyeon notes that only someone wielding that disaster skill could be the demon god of madness itself. When he asks if she is that entity, she laughs and gladly confirms it. She is glad he finally figured it out. Cha Shin-hyeon senses her highly unstable, chaotic emotions and demands to know why she appeared. Specifically, by possessing another person's body, he already knows the three distinct ways a divine being can manifest in the mortal realm. First, they can choose to bestow their divine blessing upon a mortal vessel. Second is direct possession, and third is projecting an avatar that looks identical to the original deity. She laughs, surprised that Cha Shin-hyeon actually knows about avatar projection, and he casually admits that he knows a little bit. But honestly, isn't she showing up a bit too late? Why did she wait until this exact moment? Why not appear earlier, before all the demon kings were wiped out? She laughs, stating a mere mortal entity should be handled by other trivial beings, but she cannot let an outcast like him ruin this sacred place and wipe out all the demon kings. Summoning a fireball, she hurls it up, making pillars of flame erupt all around as she speaks. She promises to show him the massive difference between demon kings and gods, daring Cha Shin-hyeon to show his full strength before she concentrates her fiery power into her hand and charges. The two clash intensely, and after blocking her attacks, he tells her this is exactly the kind of spirit he wants in an opponent, rather than her just manifesting to talk his ear off. Oh, things are about to get crazy. She lunges, screaming she will tear him apart and won't let him die easily. She warns that even a single hit will obliterate his body before launching massive pillars of fire directly at him. But he easily dodges everything, mocking her that there really isn't much difference between a demon king and a deity. Cha Shin-hyeon appears right in her face, driving his knee into her stomach, making her spit blood. He mocks her for being so weak, even weaker than Durrell's. He decides to end this quickly since he is busy, but lying on the ground, she simply laughs, asking why he thinks everything is going according to his plans, which catches him off guard. From the dirt, she unleashes fire pillars toward him. Cha Shin-hyeon easily evades them, sighing at her repetitive attacks. Dodging her repetitive moves, he closes the distance until he successfully slashes her shoulder, making her shriek in pain. He drives the blade deeper, noting she is only slightly more refined than Rodiak, but otherwise no different. Ready to finish this, he is suddenly caught off guard as another demon appears, attempting a sneak attack. Luckily, Cha Shin-hyeon detects the threat and dodges just in time. Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if this is yet another god, something completely unprecedented. The demon chuckles, saying he has never met a human. Introducing himself as the incarnation of Nightmare, Cha Shin-hyeon inwardly curses, realizing he knows nothing about what this opponent can actually do. He mockingly asks why the gods do not fight together instead of showing up one by one, right when another is about to lose. Snapping his fingers, the demon explains his power is just like this, seeing nothing wrong with it. He opens a dark portal to summon zombies, ordering them to kill his target. As they charge forward, Shin-hyeon cleanly slices them in half. Realizing the zombies will stop if their master dies, he decides to sever the demon's head. Cha Shin-hyeon swiftly charges forward and successfully decapitates the god. Yet the headless body begins to speak. The possessed vessel works a bit differently. As long as his original power still exists, he can never truly die. An angry Shin-hyeon mutters that it is a ridiculously annoying skill. The enemy simply smiles, bringing up a name they mentioned earlier. Durrell's was it. By lending out his power, he allowed the incarnation of Carnage to completely take over that mortal shell. The Nightmare points out that not just anyone can handle the raw power of the incarnation of Carnage, but that body is a true masterpiece. He warns Shin-hyeon that his suffering begins now, making the hero curse under his breath. This is a terrible situation he never saw coming. Carnage taunts him, calling him a divine being from another dimension. He mocks that Shin-hyeon's mortal shell has hit its limit, urging him to abandon it. Shin-hyeon snaps back, so what if it has? He asks why they keep showing up one by one, instead of ganging up all at once, calling their tactics incredibly childish. He wonders if the active ones are standard bosses while the rest watching from the sidelines are just weaker underlings. Carnage asks what he is getting at. Shin-hyeon explains that if multiple demon lords exist, there must be many demon gods too. Since they are all siblings, he simply wants to know if any more of them are planning to crash the party. Carnage laughs, mocking his curiosity and telling him that his questions will not help him survive. Shin-hyeon retorts angrily, asking why the monster is acting like the battle has already been decided. Naturally, the beast replies he would not have taken over this body without being absolutely guaranteed to win. Carnage explains that Shin-hyeon is foolish to think his two brothers were sent out just to be killed. They were deployed solely to test his limits and gather crucial information about his special powers. At full strength, Shin-hyeon would have easily overpowered all three of them combined even in these vessels. But now that he is completely exhausted and his fragile mortal body is breaking down, things are different. Tired of the gloating, Shin-hyeon tells him to shut up and fight, and Carnage is all too happy to oblige. He draws his blade and lunges, forcing Shin-hyeon into a furious clash while the other two demons watch closely. Standing on the sidelines, they watch as Shin-hyeon suddenly realizes his energy is somehow being completely drained away. Just touching the enemy blade drains him, a massive difference from his earlier battle against Durals. Carnage notices and laughs. He mocks Shin-hyeon, asking if he finally feels the gap between a demon lord and a god, while outside Anti keeps fighting. Suddenly, Anti glances toward the barrier, deeply worried about how the fierce battle inside is going. Back inside, the two fighters continue exchanging blows before finally pushing back to create some distance. Shin-hyeon asks how this power works, noting that while Durals drain energy from wounds, this feels entirely different. Carnage reminds him of his promise to show him the ultimate difference between their classes. His blood mist absorbs the life force of anything it touches, meaning no amount of strength can save Shin-hyeon now. In a prolonged battle where his energy is constantly bleeding dry, victory is absolutely impossible for the hero. With a wicked grin, he charges again, but Shin-hyeon barely manages to parry as their deadly dance resumes. Blocking the strikes, Shin-hyeon silently curses, realizing his opponent's swordsmanship is dangerously elegant and completely flawless. The longer he stays trapped in this domain, the worse things will get, so he unleashes a massive, desperate counterattack. He swings, sending a colossal shockwave tearing directly toward Carnage, who only laughs at the desperate attempt. Mocking him for trying to escape, Carnage drives his sword into the dirt, claiming that no struggle will ever save him. He compares the hero to a trapped rat before unleashing a massive X-shaped energy wave straight at him. Shin-hyeon leaps to dodge, but the attack flies backward, prompting Nightmare and Madness to scream at Carnage for almost killing them. The blast obliterates the two onlookers instead, causing a shocked Shin-hyeon to ask what happened to his supposed brotherly love. Carnage laughs it off, asking if Shin-hyeon actually believes that destroying their physical hosts would kill them for good. He calls him incredibly naive, daring the hero to stop running and face him head-on. Furious that his previous attacks did nothing, Shin-hyeon decides to summon enough raw power to shatter this temporary vessel. He focuses everything on completely obliterating the demon's stolen physical shell once and for all. Lunging forward, he leaps high into the air for a devastating downward strike, but Carnage blocks it effortlessly. Shin-hyeon grunts in frustration while the demon mocks him for thinking he could win while utterly drained. Declaring that he will now steal all of his remaining power, Carnage shoves him back and thrusts his sword forward. The blade cleanly impales Shin-hyeon, who curses in agony as the laughing demon boasts about how easy this was. It is completely useless, so hand over your power already. Grabbing the blade tight, Cha Shin-hyeon just laughs since death is coming anyway, why not? Outside, the others keep holding off the trash mobs as the thick blood mist finally clears. Everyone turns their eyes toward Cha Shin-hyeon. Alex desperately calls out to ask what happened, while Kampadin panics, wondering what could have possibly happened to his master. Seeing Cha Shin-hyeon impaled, Anti panics and screams out that he absolutely cannot die here. Talk about celebrating way too early. The demons think they have won, and the slaughterer mocks Cha Shin-hyeon, asking if it is over. Cha Shin-hyeon looks up coldly, not yet, everything is just beginning. Suddenly, he starts absorbing the boss's power, throwing him into a panic. What is this? He is actually draining his energy. That is impossible since the blade is still lodged straight in Cha Shin-hyeon's heart. Cha Shin-hyeon snaps the sword, steps back. He pulls the broken blade right out of his chest, mocking the enemy's useless attack. Watching him manipulate the thick mist, the shocked slaughterer cannot believe his own eyes. Cha Shin-hyeon is actually copying his exact signature blood technique. Cha Shin-hyeon smiles, that is right. He easily snaps the heavy sword like a dry twig. What are you going to do now? He asks. Naznal stumbles back in absolute disbelief as his own power is turned against him. You actually copied my blood destiny. Cha Shin-hyeon just smirks. He casually waves his hand to mock the furious boss. Exactly, he replies. Humiliated and furious, Naznal snaps. A terrifying red aura erupts, wrapping around his body. Without a second thought, Naznal lunges forward, screaming in absolute rage, "How dare you copy my sacred power? How dare you?" Yet, just like before, Cha Shin-hyeon effortlessly catches the thread. Not even a struggle. With a dangerous flash in his eyes, he asks, "Yeah, I copied it. So what are you going to do?" Naznel feels the immense pressure of Cha Shin-hyeon's newly awakened power, yet he still desperately tries to hold his ground. Yanking his weapon back, he pants heavily and growls, "You copied my strength just to try and strike back." Then he bursts into a maniacal laugh, calling it a foolish attempt. Did he really think this power was that easy to control? Cha Shin-hyeon simply shrugs with a smirk. "Yeah," he says, "and honestly, this is really all it takes to handle it." Get ready, because he is about to show Naznel what a true demon god's state of mind looks like. Looking up, Cha Shin-hyeon calls it easy. Too easy. Naznel snaps completely, losing his mind and shouting profanities. "You fool, you are still bound to a fragile mortal body." Yet Cha Shin-hyeon effortlessly dodges every single incoming strike. Each heavy swing smashes into the ground, causing massive explosions, while Naznel screams that Cha Shin-hyeon is only destroying himself. Before the words even settle, Cha Shin-hyeon appears. Right in front of him. "Buddy, you seriously talk too much." Blindsided by the sudden ambush, Naznel takes a brutal punch straight to the jaw. Gritting his teeth, Cha Shin-hyeon asks if he really thinks he is oblivious. "I did not use it at first because I knew it would be unstable," he says. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Naznel continues. "So you should not be using its full strength." Gathering power in his palm, Cha Shin-hyeon smirks. "Well, I changed my mind. It is definitely a lot better than dying like a dog out here." Staring back, Naznel claims he can see right through him. "Stop acting tough. I can feel it. I can feel your internal powers clashing violently." Instead of denying it, Cha Shin-hyeon openly admits, "Yeah, you are right. Right now, my body is highly unstable." A bright golden light suddenly erupts in his hand as he unleashes a massive wave of energy. The blast tears forward, creating a devastating shockwave. "This is my best option," he says, as the shockwave sweeps across the battlefield. Naznel braces himself. He fights the gale to avoid being blown away, refusing to give up. Seizing the moment to strike again, he throws his weapon only for his string to be cleanly sliced in half, shocking him. In utter horror, he gasps, "Did you copy this technique too?" Standing his ground, Cha Shin-hyeon asks if this is what they call surpassing the master. Or maybe he smiles, just being flat-out superior to the original, because either way, I am miles ahead of you. Hearing this absolutely stings, but Naznel can only grit his teeth. "Oh, really? Then go right ahead. Keep copying as much as you want," he screams, lunging forward desperately, "because your mortal vessel definitely has its limits." Cha Shin-hyeon calmly blocks the incoming punch and throws a swift counter, which Naznel barely evades. But before the boss can even recover, Cha Shin-hyeon drives a brutal knee straight into his stomach. Then a heavy follow-up punch sends his face spinning. Completely depleted of strength, Naznel crashes back hard. Crawling desperately on the ground, he looks up at Cha Shin-hyeon and screams, "Why? Why are you completely unhurt?" Before another word can escape, Cha Shin-hyeon grabs his throat and lifts him off the ground. "I already told you," he says, "I used this power fully aware of the risks, and now my energy has changed quite a bit. Maybe I should give this brand new power a name, Demon Soul." Naznel can only grab at his arm helplessly as Cha Shin-hyeon reflects. Martial arts banned absorption techniques for a reason, and Shin-hyeon understands why all too well. It ruthlessly drains an opponent's energy, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Naznel coughs up blood, violently shaking as he groans for the damn bastard to get lost. Now that his body is healed, is Shin-hyeon planning to drain him dry? He casually replies that yes, that is exactly the plan. Since begging is useless, the desperate villain switches to cheap provocations. He sneers that Shin-hyeon's soul has changed and he too will soon turn into a demon god. But hearing this, Shin-hyeon remains completely unbothered. He actually smiles, tightening his grip, mocking that it is too bad this isn't even the guy's real body. Ending him now would be perfect. Coughing up blood, Naznel glares and calls him absolute monster, an accusation Shin-hyeon gladly takes as an honor. Shin-hyeon destroys the vessel, taking the insult as a compliment. But even though Naznel's physical form is gone, this was just a clone. The real threat is still out there, completely undefeated. Shin-hyeon stares at his hands, wondering if his target slipped away. Right on cue, Campbell rushes in, yelling at the top of his lungs, desperately asking if they actually won. Did they really survive? But even though the clash is finally over, the battlefield tells a tragic story of massive casualties. Dead bodies cover the ground. Shin-hyeon notes they took heavy losses, while Campbell stammers, trying to explain. He tries to boast about the enemies they took down, but before he can finish, Shin-hyeon gently pats his head in approval. "It is fine, they did plenty." With a casual wave of his hand, Shin-hyeon unleashes his godlike power. Just like that, the fallen are brought back to life. Campbell stutters in shock as everyone feels their bodies heal. All pain vanishes instantly as fatal wounds seal up perfectly. In unison, the revived soldiers turn their eyes toward Shin-hyeon, roaring their deep gratitude to their savior. But standing nearby, Auntie watches with a deeply troubled expression. Shin-hyeon walks over to praise him for keeping Adia occupied, noting they barely dodged total annihilation. Auntie forces a tight smile, struggling to put his growing dread into words. Shin-hyeon easily reads the room, giving Auntie a friendly nudge. He knows exactly what the man is worried about, that his current power makes him look more like a devil than a savior, but honestly, he just doesn't care anymore. Shrugging it off, he turns to leave, telling everyone they need to rest before planning their next move. Despite his casual tone, Auntie is left standing there, paralyzed by unease, and honestly, it is hard to blame him. With the great war over a fragile peace settles and giving Shin-hyeon a moment to finally rest, he wonders if he can even call himself human anymore. He fought off ascension for so long, yet his true nature remains a mystery. It is a question no one can answer. In that final desperate moment, he simply had no other choice. He had to ascend and claim godhood. Now his original abilities have fused entirely with the dark power of the demon god. He is basically immortal now, even if his soul leans far closer to pure darkness than to light. Suddenly, Shin-hyeon snaps his eyes open. He resolves that he will stay human, no matter what it takes. Behind him, Kampadin tries to sneak up, but Shin-hyeon senses him immediately, speaking up before he can even get close. He flatly reminds Kampadin that he asked not to be disturbed, demanding why he is there. The underling flinches. He asks how the Lord knew he was there, scratching his head while explaining that Shin-hyeon has been meditating for 5 whole days. Everyone is waiting. When a skeptical Shin-hyeon questions why, Kampadin explains they have some incredibly urgent business to discuss. Apparently, they need to hold a group meeting. Shin-hyeon's curiosity has piqued what could be so important. Determined to find out, Shin-hyeon quickly makes his way to the meeting room where the others are waiting. 3 familiar faces are waiting. Alex greets him warmly as his brother, while Auntie adds he's been waiting forever for Shin-hyeon to show. Taking a seat, he asks why everyone is gathered here. Standing beside him, the demoness bows and begins to explain the situation. While waiting for her master to recover, she took it upon herself to travel back to Earth. Hearing that single word, Shin-hyeon completely loses his cool, leaping out of his chair to demand if she really went to Earth. He grabs her by the shoulders, desperately asking if that bastard Jericho crossed realms and what happened. She tries to calm him down. She asks her master to please let go first, while Alex steps in to tell him to chill so she can actually explain. There's no need to scare her. Realizing his intensity, Shin-hyeon finally releases his grip and sighs, telling her to go on. He admits he got ahead of himself. With a grim expression, she confirms that just as they feared, Jericho crossed over to Earth completely alone. He targeted the exact laboratory holding the physical bodies of Shin-hyeon and Alex. During his devastating raid, countless blood dragons and human hunters were ruthlessly slaughtered. A few people were seriously injured, but the high-rank hunters on the scene quickly joined forces and took him down. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon finally breathes a sigh of relief, incredibly glad to hear the news. Auntie stands up to speak. I told you, so your brutal training was definitely not in vain. But the joy is cut short when the female demon hesitates. Wait, there is still one more critical issue, she says. Trembling violently, she stammers that one of the high-rank hunters, and her next words leave him completely frozen. A hunter named Lee Ji-hai was critically injured, and this shock completely freezes him. His teeth clench together as raw, uncontrollable power violently erupts from his body, absolutely terrifying everyone present in the room. Despite her terror, the female demon stammers that half of Ji-hai's face is ruined and she even lost an eye. But she is still alive. Cha Shin-hyeon slams his fist down, shattering the table in pure rage. We should have never let that bastard escape, Kampadin nervously whispers to Alex, noting that their master seems incredibly pissed off. Alex agrees, adding that Cha Shin-hyeon's energy feels dangerously different compared to his usual self. Realizing the danger, Alex steps forward to help him calm down, but Auntie quickly stops him, telling him to wait and see. A dark shadow falls over Cha Shin-hyeon's face as he mutters that she got seriously hurt. He prayed she would make it back safely, but as he speaks, one of his eyes turns completely blood red. He put her in danger again, but suddenly an image of Ji-hae appears, promising she will wait for him. This memory snaps Cha Shin-hyeon back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he tries to calm his racing mind. If he wants to return home with his head held high, he needs to stay focused. Slowly, he opens his eyes. The burning rage in his gaze has vanished. He looks at the female demon with a gentle smile and thanks her. Standing tall, she bows in gratitude. Cha Shin-hyeon notes that Earth seems safe for now, but asks about the situation here. Alex places a scroll on the table, explaining that the area went dead silent after the retreat before opening a marked map. He sent scouts to Nosnell Castle as a precaution, but it was completely deserted. Even the low-level demons have vanished. He is convinced the villain is hiding out somewhere, likely plotting to summon his massive demon army once again. Cha Shin-hyeon falls deep into thought, wondering where the coward could be hiding. Kampadin scoffs, suggesting the guy just ran away with his tail tucked, terrified out of his mind, and Auntie agrees. But Cha Shin-hyeon disagrees. There is no way he just fled, especially after mentioning those things about the demons. Cutting in, he insists they must secure the dimensional rift to prevent any further interdimensional breaches. We cannot afford another chaotic world-crossing incident. Alex smiles and assures him. He has already taken care of everything. Thinking of the loved ones waiting back home, Cha Shin-hyeon is determined to end this. Let us wrap this up quickly so we can finally go home, he says with a confident smile. It is time to search the entire continent and end this. Meanwhile, inside a massive cave, loud grumbles echo as several days have passed, leaving the gathered demons to argue aimlessly in the dark. Even if this is the sacred order of the demon god, hiding like cowards is too much. One demon stands up protesting. Why are we trapped in here? Are we not allowed outside? The moment he speaks, a cold voice answers, no. Naznel is standing right there. Magic swirls in his hand as he grabs the rebellious demon, lifting him off the ground. Are you looking down on the last demon king? Have you forgotten your place? The terrified demon begs for his life. Begging for mercy, the demon is violently thrown against the stone wall by Naznel, whimpering apologies through his pain. The entire cave falls dead silent. Nobody dares to utter a single word as Naznel smiles viciously. I did not order a retreat, nor am I just hiding here. We have big plans in motion. Since we do not know what is happening outside, I am sure many of you have complaints. Clenching his fist, he warns them that it is none of their concern because he makes the final decisions. Turning to leave, he tells them to wait quietly for his command. The demons bow their heads in submission. Understood. As they retreat, they fail to notice Naznel's face twist into a cruel, sadistic grin. Oh, Cha Shin-hyeon, this place will be your grave. Sometime later, deep inside the dark dungeon, two figures walk along a dimly lit stone path. Looking at Naznel walking ahead, the demon wonders what his master wants to show him and why he was called. Suddenly, Naznel grins and asks if he wants to hear an interesting story, and the demon eagerly nods. The demon eagerly agrees, and Naznel continues asking if he remembers the time right before the Great War. The period when they clashed with the Blood Dragon, splitting the 6 regions into 2 separate halves, the demon replies. He remembers how they were divided into east and west, with each side ruling its own half of the 6 realms. They pushed them all the way to the western edge and won. The demon chimes in, calling the lizards a god-abandoned race. He asks if they were just weak, but Naznel clicks his tongue, admitting that is one view, the reality is different. This completely bewilders the demon, his eyes widening as he gasps in shock while Naznel asks if he wants the real reason, the actual motive behind their journey to this northern underground dungeon, the dark truth. Even though he abandoned his own central castle in the 6 realms, which would have given them a massive battlefield advantage. The demon nervously asks what that reason could be, but instead of answering, Naznel simply points behind his back. Behind the heavy door lies the divine decree of the gods, and as it slowly creaks open, Naznel urges him to step inside, which the demon quickly does. But after taking only a few steps, he freezes, hit by an absolutely horrific stench of fresh blood. Before the confused demon can even decide whether to move forward, a bloody hand suddenly pierces straight through his chest. Ripping his beating heart out, a cruel Naznel growls that his subordinate really does not know how to follow simple instructions. He told him to go inside, and as he pulls his hand back, the lifeless corpse collapses, which he heartlessly flips over with his foot. Right in the middle of the chamber, a dark crimson demonic energy surges wildly, and Naznel steps right into it. He tosses the fresh heart onto the floor, and catching the scent of blood, a monstrous shadow slithers over and devours it completely. As the dark power erupts once more, a satisfied Naznel mutters that time is running short. A chilling voice echoes back in agreement as he declares that as a true god he cannot wait. He is genuinely looking forward to crushing that bastard, and just like that, a few days pass at Vela Castle. Following a quick training session with Cha Shin-hyeon, the group thoroughly reviews everything, yet they fail to locate even a single clue about where the enemy went. Naznel and his escaped army have vanished, leaving them with no choice but to head back to Cha Shin-hyeon. He asks if they found even the smallest lead, but Alex sighs and shakes his head, while Auntie complains that there is absolutely nothing. This exhausting search is wearing them down, making them wonder if the enemies literally dissolved into thin air or vanished to some god-forgotten place. Just when it seems they are at a dead end, get this, a shivering demon suddenly approaches them. Their eyes light up with sudden excitement as they laugh mockingly, asking why on earth a demon would just deliver himself right to their doorstep. The terrified creature falls backward onto the ground, begging them to wait for his master's message as Cha Shin-hyeon folds his arms and asks about his boss. He demands to know where Naznel is and why this messenger is all alone, prompting the demon to nervously speak up. His master sent him to deliver a message, but mid-sentence his expression warps violently as his pupils turn a milky, lifeless white. He suddenly snaps and lunges forward, slamming his hands down, but luckily Alex and Ante react fast enough to block the wild, unexpected strike. He asks where he thinks he is going as the demon speaks in a chilling voice, promising a grand finale. A legendary showdown is waiting for Cha Shin-hyeon, leaving everyone silent as he directs them to the Ruin Mountains. With the message delivered, the demon's body glows intensely as his skin stretches to the limit. He violently explodes right in front of them, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon completely stunned by such a sickening display of pure cruelty. So the poor messenger got blown to pieces the second his job was done. Auntie mutters in disbelief. Naznal treats the lives of his own loyal followers like worthless scrap paper, and he turns to look at Cha Shin-hyeon for a decision. He asks Cha Shin-hyeon what the plan is and if they will march into the ruined mountains over a cheap provocation. Campion fires up, shouting that he is absolutely not going to hide like a coward, urging everyone to move out immediately. Alex chuckles, reminding his hot-headed brother that this is a blatant trap and they should probably take some time to plan a proper strategy. With contrasting opinions causing tempers to flare, the two glare at each other, but Cha Shin-hyeon cracks his knuckles and cuts them off. Since they were invited, there is no reason to turn it down, and he declares it is time to end this. Following the directions, the squad sets off toward the hidden mountains, but when they finally arrive, the place is completely deserted. Campion looks around in confusion, wondering what the hell they were supposed to see here, but Cha Shin-hyeon quickly senses something is off. It seems only a barrier remains, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, an invisible magic boundary instantly shimmers into view. Cracks rapidly spiderweb across its surface before it completely shatters, confirming that only this barrier remained guarding the area. He closes his eyes, telling the team they do not need to search the entire region manually. To sweep the area, they just need to use Cha Shin-hyeon's ability to see every single corner. That is literally all they have to do. Finally, a suspicious trace appears and he points toward the massive lake ahead, announcing that he found it. Before anyone can even react, Cha Shin-hyeon completely vanishes, leaving them shouting for that crazy bastard of a senior brother to wait up. Not far away, massive boulders cluster tightly together. He stands on one of them, tapping his foot as he calculates his next move. A moment later, the others finally catch up, asking if he really thought he could charge in alone, while Cha Shin-hyeon calmly welcomes them. He gestures with his hand, telling the hidden enemy to come out. Realizing its cover is blown, that sinister energy slowly begins to reveal itself. Naznal and a few other demons stand there laughing, mocking him for knowing how to follow directions pretty well. Cha Shin-hyeon casually shoves his hands into his pockets, calmly asking where the rest of his little soldiers went. The demon replies that he sent them elsewhere, telling Cha Shin-hyeon not to be so tense since it is just him here. But Cha Shin-hyeon keeps pressing, prompting Naznal to glare coldly and warn him to back off because it is none of his business. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly pauses in suspicion, narrowing his eyes as he realizes that the demon's very presence has completely changed. He accuses him of not being Naznal, and the imposter simply bursts into wicked laughter. With a twisted expression, he praises Cha Shin-hyeon, calling him pretty sharp for noticing the difference with just a single glance. Cha Shin-hyeon asks if he is the demon god of Floridan who did not appear alone last time, and the entity shrugs in agreement. He explains that last time Cha Shin-hyeon was practically dead but revived at the last second, forcing the demon to hold himself back. A golden sword flashes in Cha Shin-hyeon's hand as he calls it a fascinating story but tells him to guess what. Smirking, Cha Shin-hyeon says he feels even better than he did back then, immediately lowering his stance to prepare for battle. Confident he is going to win once again, Cha Shin-hyeon gives the demon no time to speak, instantly unleashing a massive devastating slash. But the demon god is no pushover, easily blocking the strike, which only leaves Cha Shin-hyeon feeling more confused. He demands to know why the demon descended when a possessed body is just a disposable vessel. He asks if this is just another pawn the demon is willing to throw away, but the beast feels absolutely no remorse. Instead, he boasts arrogantly, claiming that if he had not descended, Naznal would not have survived. Naznal would never have survived that attack. Turning back to the matter at hand, the demon glares and tells him to begin. Instantly, the ground begins to shake violently, sending a wave of panic through the entire group. Alex warily scans their surroundings, sensing that something is very wrong, but before he can even figure it out, a massive fissure rips open beneath their feet, revealing a colossal pit filled with a horrifying sea of dead bodies. While Naznal and his demons fly up to safety, Cha Shin-hyeon stands completely frozen in shock at this unspeakably savage sight. Right in the center of the pit, a figure with snowy white hair begins to rise from the depths. Two long horns protrude from his head, and his body is shrouded in filthy energy as he lightly lands on the ground. He flashes a savage grin and remarks how fresh the mortal air is, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to step forward and demand to know his identity. The demon tells him to think a little harder, looking up at Naznal as a shocking revelation from ancient records comes to light. There are not 4 demon gods, but 5. Pointing a trembling finger, Anti realizes that this creature is the god of destruction. With blood-red eyes, the demon confirms his identity, sending a deep, chilling dread straight through Cha Shin-hyeon's chest. Keeping a dead serious expression, Cha Shin-hyeon has to admit that this opponent is on a completely different level of power and skill. Realizing this arena was custom-made just for him, Cha Shin-hyeon decides he needs to keep the rest of his allies safe. He turns back and orders everyone to fall back. Though deeply worried, Anna quickly nods in agreement and explains the situation. They must retreat because, just as Cha Shin-hyeon said, this is his fight, and staying would only make them a burden. Left with no choice, Alex and Campion reluctantly agree to step away before this absolute monstrosity of a battle begins. Cha Shin-hyeon takes one last look to ensure that everyone has made it to a safe distance. He turns back to the god of destruction, asking if they are ready and wondering how the enemies plan to play this. He asks if they will all attack him at once, but the god of destruction only lets out an excited, creepy laugh. Or will it be a straight one-on-one? Gritting his teeth, the beast responds that it will be just the two of them. He demands they settle this through a duel to the death, pointing a massive hand directly at his own chest. The demon reveals that is the sole reason he returned to his true form, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon completely taken aback. He questions if this monstrous vessel is actually his true physical body, and the god of destruction simply nods. Exactly, with this, he never has to worry about his body being destroyed or limited by a weak vessel. He adds that of course this vessel is not permanent, but even though he leaves the sentence unfinished, Cha Shin-hyeon still understands the hidden meaning, demanding to know why his enemy must resort to using his true form now. Destruction's face darkens with anger because the price to pay and the side effects are massive. Pointing down into the pit, the villain righteously explains those corpses are merely sacrifices to summon him. He asks if Cha Shin-hyeon feels no sorrow. Speechless at this nonsense, the hero demands to know what he is talking about. He reminds the villain that he was the killer, but the tyrant completely tunes out the hero's words. His power erupts to its peak, screaming that the hero is the sole cause of this disaster. If a god crosses over, this world will collapse. The tyrant roars, clenching his fists to restore order. He calls Cha Shin-hyeon an arrogant fool who almost ruined a world despite once calling each other brothers. Ultimately, everyone originated from him, while the hero is just an outsider cast aside by this very dimension. Proclaiming himself the only true god, he leaves Cha Shin-hyeon surprised, since the hero assumed each dimension had its own unique deities. Clapping his hands, the tyrant remembers the deity from the hero's world, realizing they share a similar ambition. That goddess also craved the throne of the sole god, but the hero's immortality gave him the perfect excuse. With a highly satisfied smirk, the villain gloats that he finally has a valid reason to proceed. He can now invade Cha Shin-hyeon's world, but his bragging has just triggered the hero's deepest rage. His face darkening completely, Cha Shin-hyeon curses under his breath, realizing that bastard actually told him the truth. Knowing this opponent is incredibly dangerous, the hero knows he must defeat destruction and stop him from ever invading his home. Yelling that none of them will ever set foot in his world, Cha Shin-hyeon charges straight toward his enemy. Not now and not ever, he screams, while destruction stands his ground without any intention of dodging. With a smug smirk, the tyrant snaps his fingers, instantly releasing a massive wave of dark, supreme demonic energy. A sharp sword manifests in his hand as he mockingly invites Cha Shin-hyeon to dance freely within his territory. He promises to thoroughly enjoy the show, and with that, both sides clash head-on like moths to a flame. Their red and gold energy beams collide with immense force, sending brilliant sparks exploding everywhere. Cha Shin-hyeon seems to hold the upper hand, shattering the attack, but the villain calmly blocks his next slash. The tyrant swings back fiercely, but Cha Shin-hyeon dodges in time and counterattacks with burning determination in his eyes. They trade blows in a relentless exchange, but despite the fierce clashing, neither can gain a decisive victory. Feeling his stamina slowly drain away, Cha Shin-hyeon leaps back to a safe distance and sighs in deep frustration. Realizing this is going nowhere, his hand glows with red demonic energy despite his reluctance to use this dark power. It makes him feel like he is losing control, yet he charges forward again, mixing disgust with sudden excitement. It is a sickening sensation, but this cursed power massively boosts his speed, leaving the tyrant completely open. Unable to react, the villain takes a heavy punch to the face, stumbling backward as even Cha Shin-hyeon marvels. The hero has to admit that he is adapting to this dark energy way too quickly for comfort. Instead of getting angry, Destruction laughs maniacally, thrilled that the hero is finally unleashing his stolen powers. With a wicked gleam in his eyes, the villain gloats about the powers stolen from the butcher. He reveals he was waiting for this exact moment, leaving a highly confused Cha Shin-hyeon demanding answers. But before the hero can process anything, the tyrant easily paralyzes his entire body in an instant. Shocked and completely frozen, the hero can only watch as his enemy seizes the chance to strike back. A devastating punch sinks deep into Cha Shin-hyeon's stomach, sending him flying backward from the impact. Fighting through a blinding headache, he barely manages to land on his feet, gritting his teeth in pure agony. It takes him a moment to stand, only to realize the dark energy he wanted to use is gone. His powers have suddenly completely shut down, leaving the hero wondering what happened to his divine energy. With his mana unresponsive, he glares at the villain and demands to know what trick he played. Smiling, the tyrant explains that the power the hero relies on so confidently is purely demonic in nature. Slowly stepping closer, the villain reminds Cha Shin-hyeon that he had already warned him about this from the start. Destruction arrogantly declares that this world rejects Shin-hyeon, making him realize this is actually the world's own will. He grows even more confident, calling Shin-hyeon nothing but an anomaly that must be completely erased. Shin-hyeon is officially backed into a corner. There is no more time to bluff. Destruction lunges forward with absolute confidence, unleashing a brutal storm of heavy strikes upon him. He repeatedly hammers Shin-hyeon without mercy, Pain floods in like a tide, slowly drowning his fading consciousness. His mind is slipping away in the darkness, but right then Shin-hyeon manages to swing a massive counterpunch. Caught completely off guard, destruction stomps down, shattering the ground beneath him, but staying upright. The blow did absolutely nothing. A terrified Shin-hyeon tries to back away. But then disaster. Destruction's massive hand reaches out, brutally grabbing him by the skull. What is happening? He slams Shin-hyeon's head into the dirt, fracturing the entire ground around them. Shin-hyeon coughs up blood from severe internal damage, looking up to see his predator charging again. Cruel eyes flashing, the beast repeatedly batters Shin-hyeon's broken body without an ounce of mercy. Fading fast, his breathing grows shallow as he barely catches the monster's ecstatic, mocking grin. Opening his eyes once more, he realizes he is no longer on the battlefield. Not even close. Standing beneath an endless starry cosmos, he mutters in total shock, "Where am I?" He was fighting just a second ago, yet he feels absolutely nothing. Shin-hyeon looks down at his body. Not because the pain is gone, but because he is completely numb. What has he become? He cannot even process his own state of existence. Suddenly, an impossible sight appears. His physical body lies motionless on the ground, while destruction stands frozen mid-strike. Incredible. A deep sense of dread washes over him, making him wonder if he slipped into a coma just before dying. If he had known this would happen, he never would have promised Yoon Seon or Ji-hee anything. Sitting down to calm his mind, he realizes he is not fully dead yet. No time for regrets. He has to do something. Anything to return to his own body. Sitting cross-legged, he focuses on his inner energy, feeling a blazing red aura start to swirl. Alongside it, a brilliant golden light erupts, and Shin-hyeon can hardly believe his own eyes. The two massive forces are no longer separate. They are merging together into a single power. It defies everything he knows. Meanwhile, back in reality, the relentless beating finally stops. Destruction decides to finish things, raising his hand to deliver one final fatal strike. But before the hand can drop, Shin-hyeon catches it. "It is not over yet, you bastard." Slowly standing up, he calmly thanks the monster for those heavy punches. They helped him realize something incredibly important, leaving the beast completely frozen in shock. Forcing the creature to step back, Shin-hyeon admits he had been using his power all wrong. Instead of simply accepting the power, he was constantly trying to separate it. But things have changed. He returns with an overwhelming strength that terrifies destruction. Summoning his weapon, he casually notes that deep thinking has never really been his strong suit. There is no need to be bound by some rigid concept of godhood. He raises his blade. To show his absolute gratitude, Shin-hyeon strikes with blinding speed, slicing the villain completely in half. He promised a painless death with a single slash, and he absolutely delivered. Even as he disintegrates, the monster cannot accept this, muttering that it is impossible. With that, his body crumbles into black ash, and his illusions begin to shatter. Watching this unfold, the remaining demon gods panic. Can they really believe their supreme champion just fell? Only 4 demon gods are left alive now, backed completely into a corner. Desperate, a white-haired demon lashes a whip towards Shin-hyeon, but the warrior easily dodges. The whip strikes the ground with an explosive boom, leaving a deep crater. Before the demon can even react, Shin-hyeon appears right in front of him and obliterates him. The demon gods are completely shaken by this. The long-haired one, channeling a massive serpent made of pure energy, steps up and roars. "How dare a filthy half-breed stand against us?" he screams as a giant spectral serpent lunges at Cha Shin-hyeon with its fangs wide open. It swallows him whole in an instant, looking like he is finished. But suddenly, a bright golden light flashes right inside the serpent. Cha Shin-hyeon bursts out of the beast completely untouched and standing tall. He shreds the spectral snake to pieces, then casually dusts himself off. He lands gracefully, like nothing even happened. Annoyed, he asks why they keep calling him a half-breed. "Who cares?" Cha Shin-hyeon says with a mocking smirk. "If you are weaker than a half-breed, are you even a god? It does not matter who you are or who I am." Before they can even react, he drops low to build momentum for a strike. A storm of slashes tears 2 of the gods into 100 bloody pieces. "Just accept who you are," he mutters. Cha Shin-hyeon glares at Nazni, the only survivor who is finally starting to realize the danger he is in. Terrified, Nazni begs him to wait as he desperately struggles to conjure up a massive protective wall of ice. He screams that this cannot be happening, but there is absolutely no way he can stop Cha Shin-hyeon. The hero lightly dances across the sharp ice spikes, leaps down right in front of him, and asks if he called himself Fear. Well, whatever, Cha Shin-hyeon says, preparing to eliminate this final threat once and for all with a simple goodbye. As he lands, Nazni is decapitated. Cha Shin-hyeon glances around one last time to make absolutely sure they are dead. Confirming the battle is over, he cannot help but burst into laughter, throwing his head back to celebrate his hard-earned victory. After laughing his fill, Cha Shin-hyeon throws up a friendly finger, shouting that he is finally done with this god-forsaken demon realm. With all the demon gods wiped out, the young man stands alone in the silence. He sighs from pure exhaustion, but a lingering worry keeps him on edge. Fearing it might not be over, he activates his skills. He carefully scans the entire area before finally confirming that no enemies are left standing. Meanwhile, Alex and his two companions are waiting anxiously, having no idea how the fight went. Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby. They jump up in alarm, but Cha Shin-hyeon happily waves at them, calling them idiots as he approaches. The heavy tension in the air vanishes instantly, and everyone lets out a sigh of relief. Right on cue, Campion rushes forward in absolute excitement, cheering that his master has won. Cha Shin-hyeon quickly holds him back and reminds everyone that as long as they are safe, nothing else matters. With all threats gone, this place is finally saved. Cha Shin-hyeon smiles and takes it all in. He proudly declares that this war is officially over. A few days later, they arrive at Nasni Palace. Following the end of the conflict, Cha Shin-hyeon and his party head straight into the Grand Palace. Now that the demon gods and the demon king are gone, the residents are incredibly busy restructuring their world. Arguing over the division of territory, a female demon shouts that this specific land belongs to her tribe. Auntie quickly fires back, claiming this has always been Blood Dragon territory and they must reclaim it. The demon interrupts her, arguing they settled there long ago. As the argument heats up, Cha Shin-hyeon slams his hand on the table, silencing both of them as he demands to know how long they plan to fight. Can we not just rest for a second? He snaps before walking out. Alex calls out, asking where he is going. Cha Shin-hyeon dismisses him, saying he just needs some fresh air to clear his head and find some quiet space. Leaning over a bridge, he mutters that it has been a long time since he felt this peaceful, but usually whenever he says that, just as he feared, a system notification pops up right on cue saying that they need to talk. He lets out a weary sigh, complaining that he cannot even get a moment of peace before giving in. With no other choice, he taps the system screen and a bright light suddenly envelops him. Confused by the sudden teleportation, Cha Shin-hyeon looks around, completely dazed by the familiar scenery. This is unmistakably his own home. He wonders in disbelief why he is suddenly back in his house. Before he can make sense of it, a voice echoes, explaining they recreated the most peaceful place in his memories. As his legs go weak, he struggles to speak, begging the entity not to tell him that. The red-scaled dragon standing right there is the legendary dragon god from his past, now shrunk down to a tiny size. The dragon god confirms that Duros was indeed there, and he briefly caught a glimpse of Cha Shin-hyeon's memories. Asking for forgiveness, the deity watches as Cha Shin-hyeon shrugs it off, sits down with a smirk, and replies, "Fine, let's move past that, since this place feels pretty cozy anyway, but tell me, why exactly did you bring me here? And why are there two of you?" The dragon god hesitates before explaining that when the god of destruction vanished, everything changed. Both of them regained their freedom, but they cannot fully return to their former divine status, yet forcing them into these temporary forms. After all, the only true ruler of Revue was the god of destruction. The rest of them are merely fading remnants, and now that destruction is gone, things are wide open. This world is completely godless now, and honestly, things are getting weirder by the second. What do they actually want? Finally, the dragon god cuts to the chase as a former deity of Revue. He explains he is acting as the temporary messenger for the will of this world, urging Cha Shin-hyeon to listen carefully. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him to go ahead. The dragon god reveals the shocking truth: the world has chosen Cha Shin-hyeon as its new god. Hearing this, he leaps to his feet in absolute shock, pointing at himself and demanding to know what the hell is going on. They actually want him to rule Revue. The dragon god confirms that he heard it perfectly right. But Cha Shin-hyeon is not interested at all, pointing out that they literally called him an impurity just a short while ago. And now they suddenly want him to be their god. The deity quickly tries to explain. Sure, things were messy back then, but since he is stronger than the god of destruction, his rule would bring actual stability here. A deity who threatens to destroy their own world cannot be allowed to reign, and though Cha Shin-hyeon gets the logic, he knows his mind. He flat out refuses, telling them to do it themselves because he has his own strict principles to live by. He wants absolutely nothing to do with troublesome duties. The dragon god asks if he is sure, leaving Cha Shin-hyeon completely exasperated. Rejecting godhood is not exactly a casual choice, but before he can finish explaining his refusal, the deity cuts in with a stutter. If Cha Shin-hyeon declines, then the duty falls straight to him, and suddenly, a brilliant blinding light erupts around the deity. The dragon god is fully restored to his massive, majestic original form, thanking Cha Shin-hyeon for making all of this possible. Cha Shin-hyeon just shrugs and wishes him fun with the new gig, but then remembers something and turns his gaze toward Duros. He asks what his plans are now that he is finally free. Duros replies that he needs to return to Earth. However, the goddess will definitely be a massive pain to deal with. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon playfully punches Duros' chest, telling him not to worry. They will figure it out when they get there. Besides, they still have plenty of catching up to do anyway. Stepping outside to the waiting portal, everyone gathers to send them off. Spotting a tiny bird on Duros' shoulder, Cha Shin-hyeon is curious. He asks if that tiny little sparrow is seriously his best option, and Duros just sighs helplessly. Cha Shin-hyeon warns the female demon to stay on her absolute best behavior while they are away. She must listen and do exactly what she is told. She quickly bows, confirming her complete obedience to her master. With absolutely no time to lose, they leap right into the open portal, and a massive grin spreads across Cha Shin-hyeon's excited face. He eagerly anticipates returning home, but wait, something feels horribly wrong and his eyes snap wide open. A brilliant, blinding flash of light hits him right in the face. Landing hard on a cold, ancient stone floor, he looks around and groans, "Damn it, not this familiar place again." A voice responds, and yes, he has landed right in the goddess's territory. She is slowly walking toward him. She casually notes she hoped he would not return the exact same way he left, while his eyes darter around in high alert. Annoyed, she adds that he finally came back, even bringing along the exact piece of trash he had previously thrown away. She asks if he is finally ready to return. Sensing her intense deadly aura, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately draws his weapon and readies his stance. This woman is far too dangerous to underestimate. Seeing his reaction, the goddess suddenly breaks into a warm smile, telling him to relax. Highly skeptical, Cha Shin-hyeon slowly lowers his guard and sheathes his weapon as she gestures toward a nearby table. She mentions it has been quite a while since their last meeting, as warm tea and sweets materialize on the table. She asks if they could just enjoy some tea and chat completely alone together. He flatly refuses, declaring he has absolutely no time to waste on such pointless idle chatter. Realizing something, she gasps, noting that he certainly does not look like he is in the mood for an afternoon tea session. Desperate to get him to sit down and talk, she compromises, offering to loosen things up a bit. With the chains loosened just a bit, Duros is finally able to shift back into his human form. Smiling warmly, the goddess tells them not to worry because time flows much slower here than in the mortal realm. He scoffs with irritation. Fine, this was something they had to settle sooner or later anyway. With no other option, Cha Shin-hyeon and Duros sit at the table, and Cha Shin-hyeon asks a curious question. "But you gods are always like this. Let us just get to the point, unless you are so obsessed with the sound of your own voice." Resting her chin in her hand, she replies that living this long makes you pretty chatty. It gets lonely and empty, you know. Duros snaps back that he does not think she has any right to complain about loneliness. She gasps, "Oh, you are mistaken, perhaps. It was just a misunderstanding." With that, they lock eyes in a fierce glare of mutual hatred until Cha Shin-hyeon cuts in enough to stop beating around the bush. The heavy tension eases slightly as the goddess smiles nostalgically, noting that neither of them actually know how she became a deity. Cha Shin-hyeon glances at Duros and admits, of course he does not know, while Duros quietly adds that he is in the dark too. Deciding to lay it all bare, she offers to tell them a story from an ancient era. Back when the world had no gods and the demons merely sparked life, only to abandon it completely. They simply watched their creations from afar as humans, driven by survival instincts, slowly began to band together. They formed primitive societies, initially slaughtering one another over meager food and resources. But eventually they forged religion, a shared belief to unite them, reaching out to save those who were suffering. Yet they also condemned innocent souls as sinners, weaponizing their holy faith to justify their worst deeds. Back then, she was merely a farmer's daughter in a tiny village where her parents struggled just to survive. Left to herself, she would wander the woods playing among the plants, and that day seemed completely ordinary. Until she crossed paths with a starving beast. In her moments of sheer terror, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted before her. By the time she gathered her senses, the monster was gone, wiped out completely. She had no idea what had actually happened. The power she unleashed that day was called divine energy, and from that moment on her real name was forgotten. Crowned as a saintess, she was torn from her family and locked away in a temple, treated as an icon instead of a human. She was just a symbol, a living vessel for their devotion. Deep down, she truly poured all her strength into saving those desperate souls. Even on her deathbed, she held absolutely no hatred, which is probably why things went the way they did. In the very next second, she awoke in a vast empty void. The world itself had chosen her to become a god. Even she could barely believe it. But when she saw humanity struggling once again, she made a fateful choice. To shield them from danger, the goddess bestowed her divine blessings so they could finally stand up and defend themselves. Armed with her gift, mankind grew incredibly strong, and she watched over them with immense pride. But arrogance quickly took root. They forgot all gratitude, even working to systematically erase her very existence. Without their faith, her own existence started to fade away, and that was exactly when someone else stepped in. In a distant land, a mortal awakened, reaching the level of godhood entirely on his own, a truly remarkable feat. Before his name could spread any further, she knew she had to act by officially recognizing him as a god. She invited Duros to help her guide humanity, only to strike the moment his guard was down, sealing him away forever. Pausing her story, the goddess takes a slow sip of tea and remarks that they already know the rest. Hearing this, Duros trembles with absolute rage, growling that she left out the most important part of the story. She acts innocent, asking what he could possibly mean, but Duros glares back, demanding she speak about the cataclysm. She pauses as if suddenly remembering, "Oh dear, that is right, that did happen, did it not?" Duros bellows that she stripped away all material power, completely wiping everything out under the false pretense of purification. An entire civilization was reduced to ashes, leaving no survivors. Calmly setting her teacup down, the goddess looks up. She asks if that did not successfully bring humanity crawling right back to her. Duros stares in absolute disbelief. Was it really just for that petty reason? She shrugs. Absolutely, because this world only needs one ruling deity. That supreme role belongs to me. Her expression suddenly twists in the darkness as she reinforces her ultimate claim. That throne is hers. Flying into a wild rage, she slams the table and shrieks that she built this world herself. She refuses to hand it over to upstarts as Cha Shin-hyeon and Duros leap back, warning her that her reign ends today. Cha Shin-hyeon cuts her off. He won't let it happen. He sneers, telling her it is pretty pathetic to start making excuses now. No matter how she paints it isn't, she just terrified of losing her throne. Exposed, the goddess snaps back in pure annoyance. What did you just say? Cha Shin-hyeon beckons her forward with a smug grin, telling her to come at him if she has a problem. Silence falls. The goddess boils with rage, forcing a cold chuckle. She was planning to politely explain why he is about to be erased, but her eyes suddenly flash with raw, cruel intent. She really should have wiped him out from the very beginning. Just then, Duros speaks up, admitting she has watched over this world for a long time, and she actually succeeded. It is undeniable that she once loved this entire world. But how could she not realize her mind had slowly shattered over time? Even with that love, she broke. The goddess refuses to accept it, forcing a trembling smile and asking if she's truly broken. Exactly, he yells. She was so afraid of him that she wiped out the entire world. Her gaze drops. Why make such a big deal out of it? She tilts her head, explaining the world simply needed a quick reboot. Pure, once more. And as a result, humans are doing pretty well right now, are they not? She gave them both the disaster dungeons and the hunter awakening blessings. The goddess smiles brightly, completely unbothered. She acts like she did them a huge favor by giving them a chance to unite. Because of that, they never forgot her grace and kept worshipping her. Furious, Cha Shin-hyeon asks, what about the people who died because of her? She simply replies their deaths were unavoidable. The goddess casts her eyes down, speaking in a noble tone. Even humans say it is noble to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Humanity only exists because of her, so they should honestly feel grateful to be chosen. Unable to listen to any more of this sickening trash, Cha Shin-hyeon cuts her off. Sure, she might have actually been a god once, but he firmly asserts that she is not one now. That statement completely shatters the goddess's pride, making her mouth twitch. Her divine energy violently erupts as she screams at him. How dare a lowly, pathetic creature like him reject her authority? Cha Shin-hyeon leaps back to dodge, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, the goddess looks over. Telling Duros not to get in her way, she summons a massive cage directly beneath him, locking him in tightly. Trapped with absolutely no way out, Duros anxiously calls out to Cha Shin-hyeon. The goddess smiles with sick satisfaction. He is nothing more than a tiny speck of dust, so he can just wait his turn. She turns back to Cha Shin-hyeon. The goddess eagerly declares she will wipe out the rebellious bastard first, but Cha Shin-hyeon just laughs and cuts her off. With his energy surging more violently than ever before, he yells that he is about to pay her back in full. He immediately unleashes a rapid barrage of fiery slashes directly at her, but the goddess does not even flinch. Her body turns completely transparent, letting the attacks pass right through as she stands there wearing a smug smile. Behind her, deafening explosions erupt as the massive stone statues are obliterated into absolute dust within a matter of seconds. Thick smoke fills the air, completely blinding the entire area. A moment later, the goddess steps forward and asks with pure arrogance, did he seriously think his attacks would actually work against her right inside her very own domain? Right from the start, he has no chance. He never stood a chance against a world that was entirely created by her own supreme will. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon slowly lands, asking what makes her so incredibly confident. He shrugs mockingly, repeating against this world. He literally just shattered a world a moment ago, so to him she is basically nothing. What makes her think he cannot do it again? Caught slightly off guard, she snaps that it was pure luck. But taking advantage of her distraction, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes another surprise attack. Does she really think so? This sudden strike catches the goddess completely by surprise. Though startled, she reacts just in time, tearing open a spatial rift to block Cha Shin-hyeon's devastating attack. The attack gets sucked right inside, only to be redirected and spat out directly behind her own back. With a quick wave of her hand, the explosion is instantly swallowed by a massive dimensional rift, silencing the blast. Another gate opens with a blinding white light. She frowns, deeply annoyed, muttering that up until today, only one person had ever managed to reach godhood, the supreme martial god. Raising her hand, she channels bright golden energy. Countless magic circles manifest right above Cha Shin-hyeon. He listens as she keeps rambling about how she tolerated that tiny god's tricks inside his pathetic little imaginary world. But in the next second, massive columns of fire rain down all at once. The goddess growls, pointing out that he somehow managed to achieve an immortal state using nothing but his own strength, and actually returned to her world. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon agilely weaves through the falling pillars of flame. He quickly closes the distance, completely ignoring her endless rambling as she continues to complain about him. The goddess pauses for a moment, crossing her arms arrogantly to declare that he has been a major thorn in her side. She raises her hand high once more, summoning a glowing golden magic circle that hovers in the air. It looks exactly like a sniper scope as she tells him to disappear forever, unleashing a massive wave of golden energy. The blast rushes right at Cha Shin-hyeon, completely locked onto him while he stands there without even flinching. A huge explosion rings out, swallowing Cha Shin-hyeon completely, but then something absolutely wild happens. He suddenly teleports right behind her, catching her off guard, and notes that she is finally telling the truth now. Cha Shin-hyeon swings his blazing sword, but she manages to spin around and summon a barrier that looks incredibly fragile. A sharp cracking sound echoes as the fiery blade strikes the weak shield, shattering it to absolute pieces. Sharp fragments fly everywhere and slice into her skin, forcing a terrified scream of denial from her trembling lips. Cha Shin-hyeon leaps backward to create some distance, casually resting his sword on his shoulder as he laughs and questions her, asking if she feels anything unusual, yet he calmly steps forward and continues to pressure her with questions. He points out that this is her own territory, yet he remains completely relaxed, a realization that quickly makes her uneasy. And why on earth are her attacks not working the way she expected them to? Holding her bleeding, injured arm, the goddess panics and screams in absolute denial. She suddenly summons multiple magic circles for a direct strike, telling him to stop making up baseless theories as lasers shoot out. Cha Shin-hyeon effortlessly dodges every single blast while pulling his blazing sword down from his shoulder to counterattack. He releases a massive crescent wave of fire straight at her, forcing the goddess to halt her offense immediately. She rapidly deploys her energy shield, but the blinding light before her eyes is the scorching heat of his attack. Within seconds, he closes the gap right in front of her, pushing her completely on the defensive. With the battle tilting heavily in his favor, he unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes that leaves her struggling. He gives her absolutely no breathing room to counter, and as her shield starts cracking again, he offers a smug grin. Smiling, he asks if she remembers the neat little trick she used against him earlier. He raises his hand to summon a sniper-like magic circle, except this time the glowing ring is a deep crimson. As the spell expands before her panicked eyes, he confidently informs her that he can play this game too. Feeling a sudden wave of danger, she looks back just as countless arrows erupt from the circle to impale her. After a brief, intense exchange, the goddess is left with 5 massive energy arrows impaling her body. She collapses to her knees as he casually asks if it hurts. He adds that a proud goddess surely won't die from something so minor, prompting her to glare back in pure fury. He tells her to stand up because the fight is not over unless she plans to completely abandon her pride. Swallowing her pain, she glares up and growls, asking if he truly thinks she would lose to a simple mortal. Blue divine energy flares up in her palm as she rejects his taunts, giving him no time to react. Suddenly, a giant rift tears open right beneath his feet. He plummets into the dark void with absolutely no way to stop his fall while she prepares her final strike from above. Her expression twists with absolute madness as she grips her spear, whispering that his efforts are entirely in vain. A sudden chill runs down his spine, giving him goosebumps as she hurls the weapon downward with a fierce battle cry. She screams that this is still her domain, right before a massive explosion rips through the air, sending dust skyward. The rift tears open with residual lightning crackling everywhere when suddenly a dark shadow shoots right back up. Shock washes over the goddess and her jaw completely drops when she sees him stand there without even a single scratch on him. Seeing a massive barrage of sharp slashes heading her way, she quickly creates spatial portals to block them. She then redirects his own attacks right behind his back, catching him off guard as he barely has time to react. An even bigger blast erupts this time, completely drowned out by the ecstatic, mocking laughter of the goddess. Believing she has finally finished him off, she gloats, asking if he ever expected to be obliterated by his own power. But he is about to shatter her joy entirely, appearing out of nowhere to drive a fatal blade deep through her chest. Cha Shin-hyeon pulls his blade out, smiling that she is the only one dying. Trembling in pain but refusing to yield, she demands to know why he is not dead, yet grinding her teeth in pure rage. Driven into a corner like a wild beast, the goddess lashes out at Cha Shin-hyeon, screaming for him to just die. She pours every last drop of her divine power into destroying him, begging for him to finally vanish. Faced with her final attack, Cha Shin-hyeon calmly raises his hand and absorbs the incoming divine energy directly. With a smirk, he remarks that her power feels quite disappointing, plunging the goddess into absolute despair. She freezes in utter disbelief, gasping about him absorbing her divine energy, which he calmly admits is the sole reason he was able to return here. He survived everything in another dimension just for this, and without a second of hesitation, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashes it all right back at her. Blasted backward by her own divine power, the goddess coughs up blood, realizing in horror that she is being crushed by her very own energy. But she refuses to accept it, even on the brink of death, sinking to her knees in denial. Now watch as Cha Shin-hyeon summons countless glowing swords, pointing them straight at her as he pronounces her final death sentence. He vows to erase her until not even a speck of dust remains, counting every single death with his own hands. As each sword pierces her, his count begins 1, and the goddess can only scream in pain. She is completely powerless to do anything but endure. 2, followed by countless strikes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, until she simply cannot take any more. Looking up, she demands to know who he thinks he is to treat her like this, but Cha Shin-hyeon remains completely unfazed. He is here to drag her off her throne, leaving her crying out in utter disbelief. Frantically beating her chest, she yells that she was chosen by the world, but his expressionless face cuts her off. Pointing out that she abused that power, he reaches toward her, and in an instant, her energy begins to drain. She feels every drop of her strength being stripped away, desperately screaming for her lost power. Cha Shin-hyeon delivers the final devastating slash, declaring that he does not recognize her as a god, as a deafening explosion consumes the area. Duros calls out to Cha Shin-hyeon in relief, declaring that everything is finally over. With the goddess gone, Duros is finally free from his cage, no longer bound or fearing anyone's schemes. It has been far too long, but since this was her domain, her disappearance means the entire realm is collapsing. As the realm crumbles, Duros asks if he is absolutely sure she is dead, and Cha Shin-hyeon nods to confirm it. He asks Duros if he as a fellow deity cares that she was killed, but Duros simply sighs and shakes his head. Looking up, Duros explains that although she was incredibly arrogant, she still bore some responsibility. She protected humanity until now, so it is just hard to believe she is truly gone, making Cha Shin-hyeon nod in agreement. Cha Shin-hyeon tells him he is the new god of Earth now, which completely startles Duros. Stunned, Duros asks what he means, since Cha Shin-hyeon was the one who actually defeated her. Before Duros can ask why he is not taking the role himself, Cha Shin-hyeon claps his shoulder with a smile. He explains he has no interest in being a god and has reasons to return, adding that Duros has more experience anyway. Deciding not to argue, Duros scratches his head and reluctantly agrees, hoping he can do a decent job. If he fails, he will probably get kicked out anyway, so he promises to give it his absolute best. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs heartily at that, though Duros is secretly quite confident that he has the skills to take over. Duros jokes about being a grandmaster who deserves some respect, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to playfully offer to treat him like royalty. Getting goosebumps, Duros begs him to stop the creepy act, and Cha Shin-hyeon crosses his arms with a chuckle, steering the conversation back to business. With a serious look, he asks the newly crowned god of Earth, the one burning question on his mind: how does he get home? Duros sighs and smiles, explaining it is nothing complicated and works just like leaving the mental realm. Relieved to hear that Cha Shin-hyeon watches as Duros claims the territory as his own, completely impressed by the transformation. With no time left to waste, he clasps his hands, bids the Grandmaster farewell, and prepares to depart. Duros returns the farewell gesture, and as Cha Shin-hyeon closes his eyes, he suddenly wakes up inside a massive fluid-filled capsule. He steps outside to find Campbell and Alex and Ante rushing toward him with tears of joy, calling out his name. One of them clings tightly to his leg, crying hysterically about how long it took for him to wake up. He keeps blabbing that he should have died instead, but Cha Shin-hyeon cuts him off with a grin, asking if he looks that fragile. Suddenly, Eun-seon rushes forward and throws her arms around him, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to gently pat her head and ask why she is crying. She admits she truly feared they would never meet again, but he softly reassures her that he always keeps his promises. Telling her to stop crying, his gaze drifts to the side as he calls out for the vice president. Lee Ji-hae avoids his gaze, begging him not to come any closer because she does not want him to see her in this state. Yet Cha Shin-hyeon still steps forward and gently takes her hand, comforting her that he already knows everything and it is all right. Confessing the feelings he kept hidden, a blushing Cha Shin-hyeon admits that none of it matters because he truly likes her. That was his goal upon returning. But seeing her now, Cha Shin-hyeon only blames himself. He deeply apologizes for letting her get hurt like this, but Lee Ji-hae quickly stops him. Cha Shin-hyeon then gently places his hand over the wound on her eye. In a sudden flash, her vision returns. Lee Ji-hae gasps, utterly stunned by the miracle. She can finally see his face clearly, but she still asks with a hint of doubt if he is really Cha Shin-hyeon. Chuckling, he reassures her that it is indeed him, teasingly asking if she has already forgotten his face, which she flusteredly denies. She explains that she was just incredibly worried about him, making the entire moment feel like a dream rather than her not recognizing him. Amused, Cha Shin-hyeon gently pats her head. He laughs it off before turning back to business. With the battle over, he promises never to leave. He asks again for her final answer. Caught off guard by his sudden seriousness, a blushing Lee Ji-hae completely freezes up, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to softly call out to her. He reminds her that he already confessed his feelings, and despite her intense embarrassment, Lee Ji-hae gathers her courage to speak her mind. She quietly confesses that she likes him too, but unfortunately, they are definitely not alone right now. The entire crowd has witnessed their confession and bursts into loud cheers, teasing them for taking so long to finally make it official. Someone jokes about thinking they were already dating, sending a thoroughly embarrassed Cha Shin-hyeon into a panic as he tells everyone to stop teasing them. Once everyone safely returns to Earth, the war god appears in a goddess form to deliver the monumental third revelation. She announces that all dungeons and monsters will vanish and the supernatural blessings once granted to humanity are being revoked. Ever since the first revelation, dungeons had constantly reset, releasing endless monsters that became a vital source of magic stones. This endless flow of resources quickly birthed a massive, highly profitable global industry. However, the sudden arrival of the third revelation threatens to throw the entire world into absolute chaos. Powerless. Hunters who once wielded godlike strength now find themselves completely normal, forced back into lives as ordinary citizens. Waves of fury and protests erupt worldwide as people take to the streets. With crowds demanding their rights be protected, the sheer scale of the global chaos gives Duruz a massive headache. Cursed and roasted alive. That would have been his fate if not for Cha Shin-hyeon planning ahead. Because of that foresight, he shared the critical data early with major global powers, allowing them to prepare. Laws were quickly amended and robust support systems were established to help the powerless former hunters transition back into society. A new beginning. Cha Shin-hyeon's father compiles every martial arts technique he knows to train others. He personally trains elite warriors, helping both powerless former hunters and ordinary citizens master these combat techniques to defend themselves. Complaints persist. Still, humanity slowly starts to find its footing and regain stability. Embracing a peaceful era free of monsters or hunters, the absolute biggest day of Cha Shin-hyeon's life finally arrives. Spectacular fireworks paint the night sky as dear friends gather from all over the world to celebrate his gorgeous wedding with Lee Ji-hae. Campadan offers enthusiastic congratulations, followed by Cha Eun-seol, who warmly congratulates both Cha Shin-hyeon and her lovely new sister-in-law. She admits she still cannot believe her own brother is actually married, making Cha Shin-hyeon laugh and tell her to start believing it. Alex claps enthusiastically, shouting that they make a gorgeous couple and wishing them a lifetime of absolute happiness together. Cha Eun-seol eagerly asks her brother to toss the bouquet her way right as the wedding officiant steps up to seal their eternal vows. Loud cheers erupt as the crowd tells the bride and groom to kiss, wrapping up their dream wedding in the most beautiful way. Sometime later, Annie sits in his messy office with documents scattered everywhere, completely lost in deep thought. Crash! A sudden loud noise jolts him awake, sending a terrified Auntie leaping straight to his feet. Before he can even finish his sentence, Cha Shin-hyeon's entire family suddenly barges in, leaving Auntie asking when they even arrived. Cha Shin-hyeon greets him warmly, and a shocked Auntie notes that this visit is a massive surprise. Auntie realizes his friend did not come alone and asks about the children, prompting Cha Shin-hyeon to proudly introduce them as his own. Lee Ji-hae smiles warmly, saying it is wonderful to see him again, leaving the overwhelmed Auntie helplessly nodding in agreement. Bringing up the rear, an exhausted Campadan crawls forward looking half-dead, weakly muttering that he made it too. It turns out he's completely exhausted from taking care of the kids. Auntie is genuinely surprised since the dungeon disappeared. Cha Shin-hyeon grins, saying he never expected to cross back over to this side again. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs and asks if Auntie actually thought those rules applied to him. Of course, he's an exception, making Auntie sigh and admit he saw that coming. He taps Auntie on the shoulder and asks for a small favor. He wants Auntie to babysit his kids for a little while. Auntie yells out in absolute shock. Cha Shin-hyeon just points to the side and starts explaining. Campadan simply cannot handle this massive swarm of energetic kids. They are literally climbing all over him, leaving the poor beast completely breathless. Auntie shivers at the chaotic sight. Cha Shin-hyeon laughs, asking if he sees the situation now, explaining his kids inherited his wild energy. Terrifying crashes echo, making Auntie turn pale as Ji-hae shyly admits she's quite worried. Cha Shin-hyeon agrees, saying he just wanted to drop by to see Auntie's face, but his cold tone feels like a threat. He casually places his trust in Auntie. Auntie backs away in fear, begging him not to smile like that and asking what the couple is planning to do with their free time. Cha Shin-hyeon wraps his arm around Ji-hae. They are taking a long-awaited trip for their 5th anniversary. They spent 5 long years cleaning up Earth's chaotic mess, and only now do they have a real chance to relax. Auntie has absolutely no choice but to agree, admitting it's about time they got a real break. Auntie reluctantly agrees to watch them. Cha Shin-hyeon just laughs and scratches his head, leaving Auntie to wonder if he even has the right to refuse. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon brings up the past, asking Auntie to consider this payback for saving his world. Ji-hae smiles and thanks him, leaving Auntie totally helpless as they switch to other topics. Seeing they survived, Auntie proudly shares how everything ended smoothly and how they managed to reach a peaceful agreement. They settled with the demons without fighting, keeping things stable. Standing next to them is Campadan. Campiden's eyes flash as he interrupts, calling it a lovely story before welcoming the giant lizard to this absolute parenting hell. Auntie gulps in fear just hearing that. Still, seeing the kids happy gives Cha Shin-hyeon some peace of mind. Deciding everything is perfectly fine, he holds Ji-hae close and turns to leave, saying their final goodbyes as they head off. Auntie suddenly calls out for them to wait. Cha Shin-hyeon turns back in surprise, wondering what's wrong. He steps forward with a long-held question, asking how Cha Shin-hyeon actually gave up his godhood and what really happened back then. He asks if Cha Shin-hyeon is truly happy now. Meanwhile, Tadurus leans on a railing, staring out. Tadurus looks out at the incredibly peaceful scenery. Meanwhile, back in the room, chaos starts to break loose once again. Screams echo as the kids play with Campidine, laughing wildly, while Cha Shin-hyeon pauses to think about the question. Turning back with a warm smile, he says the answer is obvious before giving Ji-hae a gentle kiss on the cheek. Embarrassed, she snaps at him to stop acting like that in public. Cha Shin-hyeon just smiles and looks over toward Auntie. He confidently declares that he is truly happy.